Chapter 350. Ronaldo at 33 and Lee at 30.5 with a sharp whistle from the referee. The inaugural match of the 2023-2024 UEFA Champions League season commenced. Sporting Lisbon, the home team, initiated the kickoff. Ronaldo positioned himself on the left flank, his most familiar terrain, albeit slightly deeper than usual. From the outset, he exhibited an impressive competitive spirit and an insatiable desire to attack. With a series of deft dribbles, he caused considerable discomfort to Manchester City's right defensive line, leaving them unprepared for his fierce determination. Bernardo Silva, observing Ronaldo's ball control from a distance, seized what he perceived as an opportunity and dashed forward, intent on intercepting the ball. To his astonishment, Ronaldo deftly flicked the ball with his toe and surged past him with remarkable speed, defying the expectations of a 38-year-old. Having bypassed Silva's defense, the path ahead for Ronaldo was clear. Rodri swiftly attempted to cover from the center, with wingback Kyle Walker also advancing. Faced with the dual pressure of these defenders, Ronaldo did not opt for a slowdown. Instead, gritting his teeth, he propelled the ball forward, attempting to slip past Walker. In response, Walker collided with Ronaldo in an effort to impede his momentum, even if it meant committing a foul. However, Walker soon realized he had struck a solid wall. Despite his age, Ronaldo's physical condition was extraordinary. Without his jersey, one might mistake him for a man in his late 20s. Walker was taken aback by Ronaldo's exceptional balance, causing him to stumble slightly. This collision inadvertently hindered Rodri's attempt to intervene. Rodri could only slow down and navigate around Walker in pursuit of Ronaldo. Yet, with another burst of acceleration, Ronaldo evaded Walker's grasp and, in just 2 strides, entered the penalty area, with Rodri still 2 meters behind him. Upon reaching the penalty area, Ronaldo hesitated not for a moment. He swung his right leg with the precision and force of a whip, striking the ball with ferocity. The resounding crack echoed throughout the stadium as the ball soared towards Manchester City's goal. Ederson, the City goalkeeper, was caught off guard by the decisiveness of Ronaldo's shot. Faced with such velocity and angle, he could only attempt a desperate dive in the ball's direction. Yet, the speed was overwhelming, and, as Ederson lunged, the ball found its way into the net. As the ball rippled the net, Sporting Lisbon fans momentarily stood in disbelief before erupting in thunderous cheers that ignited the entire Alvalade Stadium. Ronaldo, brimming with pride after scoring, sprinted to the sidelines, leaping high in celebration. Upon landing, he spread his arms and legs, shouting exuberantly. The crowd echoed his fervor, a Portuguese phrase resonating through the air, signifying profound triumph. Ronaldo's goal brought tears to the eyes of countless Portuguese fans. Our idol has not aged. Rather, he has conserved his energy for moments like these. Witness how, when confronted by formidable opponents, he transforms into the indomitable Ronaldo of his prime. This goal evoked memories of his peak performance, as he executed powerful maneuvers, physical confrontations, and a fierce strike that left everyone in awe. Even Lee Mingyu, the unfortunate defender, could not suppress a look of astonishment at Ronaldo's audacious shot. Post-celebration, Ronaldo, with a victorious grin, deliberately passed by Lee Mingyu, extending his right hand with a raised index finger. Lee's expression turned sour, his lips twitching slightly. Realizing the blatant provocation from the legendary Ronaldo, the surrounding players mirrored his surprise. Standing in the center circle, Lee recalled a scene from a Chinese film featuring an actor named Zhou Xiaolong, whose expression had left a lasting impression on him. Unable to resist, he twisted his neck, donning a proud yet fierce visage, his competitive spirit ignited by Ronaldo's earlier taunt. Observing this reaction, Ronaldo felt a twinge of regret, realizing he had failed to anticipate such a striking expression. Upon resuming play, Lee Mingyu chose not to attack immediately like Ronaldo, but patiently orchestrated his team's offense. Meanwhile, Ronaldo rallied his teammates to press Manchester City with relentless defense. Lee, witnessing the tenacity of Sporting Lisbon's players, smirked disdainfully, thinking Ronaldo had been blinded by his own goal. Did he still believe he was among the likes of Real Madrid or Juventus? How long could his teammates sustain such tactical discipline? As he received a pass, he executed a swift 180-degree turn, momentarily perplexing the advancing players from Sporting Lisbon. With a bemused expression, he sent the ball back to Rodri. Ronaldo had halted his advance, intending merely to intercept the play near midfield, not to encroach on the opposition's territory. However, his teammates lacked his perceptive understanding of the game, with 3 players charging into Manchester City's half. This disarray left Ronaldo visibly frustrated as he shouted for his teammates to retreat. Yet, the cacophony of the crowd rendered his voice inaudible. Foreseeing impending trouble as the midfield and forward line stretched, Ronaldo's intuition warned him of danger. Lee Mingyu, with a triumphant smile, signaled for the ball along the sideline. Zinchenko, the full-back, adeptly delivered the ball to Lee's feet. On the flank, Lee found himself without a single defender from Sporting Lisbon in proximity. Ronaldo, sensing trouble, dashed toward Lee but realized he would not reach him in time, resorting to shouting for his teammates to prepare for defense. Initially intending to make a quick pass, Lee's recollection of Ronaldo's earlier gesture ignited his own competitive spirit. Thus, he initiated an attack. Chapter 351. Who dares to stand in defiance? As Lee Mingyu commenced his advance along the flank, Ronaldo, positioned centrally, exerted every effort to provide defensive support. He vociferously urged his teammate, Vinagre, to obstruct Lee's breakthrough, hoping to buy time for his return. Yet, in the face of Lee's relentless charge, Vinagre found himself unable to even graze Lee's jersey. In a display of remarkable agility, Lee executed a series of feints while in full stride, leaving Vinagre helpless as he crumpled to the ground. Ronaldo observed that Vinagre showed no intention of halting Lee Mingyu. Even for a fleeting moment, frustrated, he took long strides, angling towards the sidelines. After bypassing Vinagre, Lee Mingyu was approximately 40 meters from the goal and began to cut in the direction of the net. Ronaldo, exerting every ounce of his strength, gradually closed the distance to Lee Mingyu. The 38-year-old Ronaldo's speed and endurance astonished Lee Mingyu. However, Ronaldo was silently suffering. The strain of his exertion made him feel as though his heart might leap from his chest. Yet, driven by the desire to conquer Lee Mingyu and assert his dominance, Ronaldo gritted his teeth and surged forward. Confronted by the formidable presence of Ronaldo, Lee Mingyu showed no intention of slowing down. Their shoulders collided with a resounding impact, eliciting gasps from the crowd. It was as if 2 celestial bodies had collided. Previously, Ronaldo had effortlessly shrugged off Kyle Walker with a similar shoulder charge, leaving a lasting impression. Would he be able to replicate that moment and dislodge the ball from Lee Mingyu? To everyone's astonishment, neither Lee Mingyu nor Ronaldo showed any sign of faltering upon impact. The cameras captured their fierce expressions, arms intertwined as they tugged at each other as jerseys, employing every tactic possible. This raw display of physicality ignited the fervor of the spectators, who erupted in chants of Ronaldo's name, for this was indeed his home ground. Lee Mingyu felt the fiery resolve radiating from Ronaldo as they grappled. However, this entanglement posed a predicament for Lee Mingyu, for ahead of him, the Sporting Lisbon defender, Rosier, had joined the fray. Even Lee Mingyu could not guarantee he would successfully break free from Ronaldo's grasp. Nonetheless, the sound of Ronaldo's labored breathing indicated to Lee Mingyu that he was nearing his limit. Ronaldo was merely holding on by a thread. As Lee Mingyu approached Rosier, a mere 3 meters away, he lightly tapped the ball with his right foot, coming to an abrupt halt from his sprint. The sudden transition from speed to stillness caused his knees to protest. Caught off guard, Ronaldo stumbled forward, taking 2 steps before regaining his balance. Ignoring the protests of his knees, Lee Mingyu swiftly nudged the ball to his left with his heel and chose to maneuver around Ronaldo from the opposite side. Overwhelmed and exhausted, Ronaldo lacked the energy to pursue, helplessly watching as Lee Mingyu glided past him. Rosier, attempting to close the gap, was also left in the dust by Lee Mingyu's sudden acceleration. The swift stop, the sharp turn, the deft heel flick, it was as if Lee Mingyu was paying homage to Ronaldo. On the sidelines, Guardiola furrowed his brow. Lee Mingyu's abrupt stop and turn had sent a shiver down his spine. It required an extraordinary set of knees to execute such a move. Guardiola clasped his hands together in silent prayer, hoping fervently that Lee Mingyu would remain unscathed. Despite Manchester City having secured every title last season, Guardiola harbored a singular ambition to become the greatest manager in European football history. A critical metric for this accolade was the number of UEFA Champions League titles won. Currently, both Guardiola and Real Madrid's coach, Ancelotti, had each claimed the trophy 3 times. Should Guardiola succeed in defending his title this season, he would ascend to become the manager with the most Champions League victories in history. This prospect was an immense temptation for Guardiola, especially with Real Madrid assembling a formidable front line. Nevertheless, the presence of Lee Mingyu reassured Guardiola, as he believed his team's already stellar lineup, with a season of cohesion, could rival that of Real Madrid. Ultimately, the success of their Champions League pursuit hinged on Lee Mingyu's performance. Lee Mingyu's form this season had left Guardiola both astonished and elated. Initially, he believed Lee Mingyu had reached his peak last season, yet this year, Lee Mingyu was firing on all cylinders, dominating both the national team and club competitions. This success fueled Guardiola's ambitions. He would willingly sacrifice every title this season for the Champions League trophy. Yet, for this to materialize, Lee Mingyu's health was paramount. Thus, the recent display of Lee Mingyu's explosive agility had nearly caused Guardiola's heart to leap from his chest. As Lee Mingyu advanced several paces with the ball, he found himself at the edge of the Sporting Lisbon penalty area. Ignoring the vigilant defenders, Lee Mingyu took aim for a long-range shot, roughly 2 meters from the box. The ball soared like a streak of white lightning toward the Sporting Lisbon goal. With remarkable speed and precision, Lee Mingyu's strike found a narrow gap between the post and crossbar, crashing into the net. Though goalkeeper Zidane lunged desperately toward the ball, he could only lament his fate as it sailed past him. The crowd at Al Valadi Stadium was left in stunned silence by Lee Mingyu's thunderous strike. After scoring, Lee Mingyu let out a triumphant roar and sprinted towards the corner flag. What followed was a spectacle that left everyone in shock. After a couple of steps, Lee Mingyu executed a flawless cartwheel, seamlessly transitioning into an impressive backflip. He continued with 7 consecutive backflips, landing the final one with crossed legs, perfectly balanced, without stepping out of bounds. The crowd, along with the players on the field, was left in awe of Lee Mingyu's sudden display of acrobatics. Upon landing, he looked skyward and shouted with exuberance, embodying the spirit of a fearless general. However, on the sidelines, Guardiola felt as though he might pull his hair out in frustration. What was he doing? He thought. He had been preoccupied with ensuring Lee Mingyu's safety, only for him to perform such a perilous stunt on the pitch. As the saying goes, if you don't court danger, you one team meet it. He recalled a player from Africa who had suffered a severe injury after attempting a series of flips following a goal, ultimately leading to his departure from sport. Joy often begets sorrow, such as life. Heroes may fall from their steeds, and even those skilled in swimming can drown. Lee Mingyu's physical prowess is well understood by Guardiola, as the weekly fitness reports are always delivered to him first. Thus, he is not surprised by Lee Mingyu's ability to execute multiple somersaults in succession. However, in Guardiola's eyes, such celebratory antics are utterly devoid of meaning. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. What if an accident were to occur? Nevertheless, after completing his series of flips, a fervent spirit ignited within the hearts of all Manchester City players. This is the advantage of the dance of death, which elevates morale by 50%. Following his celebration, Lee Mingyu did not spare a glance at the substitutes bench, but feigned composure as he sprinted towards Manchester City's half. He was acutely aware of how infuriated Guardiola would be by his antics. Yet, having acquired such a skill, it would be a disservice not to showcase it. Regardless, even if it were only this once, he aimed to leave a lasting impression. It must be said that Lee Mingyu's 8 somersault celebration swiftly ascended to the top of trending searches. While many players have employed gymnastic-style flips for celebrations, none have matched the elegance of Lee Mingyu's. Indeed, elegance defines his execution. Lee Mingyu boasts a remarkable physique, with long limbs and a sculpted torso, exuding a unique fluidity as he tumbles through the air. In the slow-motion replay, he even managed to flash a thumbs-up mid-flip, leaving everyone in awe of his talent. As the match resumed, Ronaldo appeared subdued, a stark contrast to his earlier aggression, likely due to the fatigue from previous defensive endeavors. After all, time is merciless. Without Ronaldo, Sporting CP struggled against Manchester City's relentless pressing, finding themselves in a precarious position. Even Real Madrid would hesitate to allow such high-pressure tactics. With no space to advance, Sporting CP was forced to repeatedly pass back, ultimately returning the ball to goalkeeper Zidane, not daring to be lax, launched the ball deep into Manchester City's half. Fernandes, stationed at the forefront, was unable to seize the opportunity amidst the pressure from 2 City players, resulting in a turnover. Sporting CP's defense was deeply entrenched, yet they seemed overwhelmed by Manchester City's intricate penetrations. Ronaldo, recognizing the vast disparity in strength between the two teams, could only run tirelessly in midfield, attempting to intimidate Manchester City with his presence. However, how could an aging Ronaldo withstand the surging morale of Manchester City? In the 15th minute, Lee Mingyu received the ball just outside the penalty area. Observing that the three defenders in front of him had effectively blocked all passing and shooting lanes, he smirked disdainfully. With a deft flick of his toes, he lofted the ball over the heads of the defenders into the penalty area. Ferran Torres, darting in from the side, successfully timed his run to evade the offside trap and struck the ball before it even touched the ground, sending it through Ad-In's legs and into the net. The score was now 2-1 in favor of Manchester City. Ronaldo shook his head in resignation, a bittersweet smile on his face. Sporting CP's historical roots trace back to the venerable Lisbon Sporting Club, a former powerhouse in the Primeira Liga. This club has long been known as Sporting CP, but is often referred to as Sporting Lisbon by those outside Portugal, despite the club's desire for proper recognition. Once the dominant force in Portuguese football, Sporting CP has fallen silent in European competitions in recent years, even as Porto has matched their championship tally in the league. The rivalry between Sporting CP and Porto evokes the spirit of Liverpool and Manchester United. Although Liverpool only claimed their first Premier League title 2 years ago, they dominate in Champions League victories. Sporting CP, once a titan in the Primeira Liga, has only claimed a single Cup Winners' Cup and been a runner-up in the UEFA Cup, never having laid hands on the illustrious Champions League trophy. Returning to Sporting CP, Ronaldo yearns for his roots, having risen from this very club, ultimately seeking to return. This is the ideal conclusion for many stars, to retire where their dreams began, a truly enchanting notion. Hence, upon his arrival, Ronaldo understood that aspirations for the Champions League were futile. His intentions were simply to secure third place in the group. Achieving third place in the Champions League group stage allows entry into the knockout phase of the UEFA Europa League. This format has long drawn criticism from many clubs, as oftentimes a third-place team emerging from a group of death can become a formidable disruptor, even clinching the Europa League title. After all, while their prowess may falter in the Champions League, they can dominate in the Europa League. This season, Ronaldo's objective is to secure Sporting CP's first Europa League title, leaving a perfect retirement gift for his hometown team. Nevertheless, he did not relinquish hope in this match. I may lose, but I will do so with dignity. With his hands on his hips, he stood outside the penalty area, gazing at Lee Mingyu, his spirit rekindled with fervent determination. As the match resumed, Sporting CP's attack was still thwarted by Manchester City's aggressive pressing. Even with Ronaldo orchestrating play from midfield, the fierce Tiger could not withstand the pack of wolves, especially since this particular Tiger was nearing the twilight of his career. Ronaldo received the ball and feigned a move, but Bernardo Silva remained unyielding, firmly holding his position while rapidly closing in on Ronaldo, preventing any breakthrough. Ronaldo remained composed, turning his back to shield the ball from Bernardo Silva. However, as he sought a teammate to whom to pass, he was shocked to realize that all potential passing lanes had been effectively cut off by Manchester City players. Observing his teammates floundering like headless chickens under City's defense, Ronaldo felt a pang of frustration. Indeed, they were a group of hapless allies. Seizing the moment of Ronaldo's distraction, Bernardo Silva deftly slid in and poked the ball away from under Ronaldo's feet. Startled, Ronaldo attempted to regain possession, but it was too late. Manchester City intercepted the ball, with Bernardo Silva swiftly distributing it to Ferran Torres on the flank. Upon receiving the ball, Ferran utilized his heel to deftly nudge it forward, quickly pivoting to evade the approaching defender Coates. Coates, caught off guard by Ferran's swift maneuver, was easily bypassed. Ronaldo could only throw up his hands in exasperation. The intensity of the Primeira Liga pales in comparison to the top 5 leagues. Had this scenario unfolded in Real Madrid or Juventus, even if they could not intercept the ball, they would have surely committed a foul rather than allow such an easy breakthrough. Having bypassed the fullback, Ferran Torres found himself with an unobstructed path ahead, opting to cut inside. He accelerated to his utmost speed, leaving the retreating center-back Matheus Reis momentarily frozen in place. Unable to react, as Torres maneuvered to a position directly facing the goal, he unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. The goalkeeper, Adon, was obstructed by the defenders in front of him. Although he noticed Torres' shooting motion, he remained oblivious to the trajectory of the ball. When he finally caught sight of the football soaring past the defenders, panic surged within him, prompting a desperate dive. The ball struck the inner side of the far post and ricocheted into the net, marking the score at 3-1. Ecstatic after scoring, Torres erupted in a jubilant roar. As the finest winger of the Spanish national team, he had undeniably matured into a formidable player. Cristiano Ronaldo stood with his hands on his hips in the midfield, feeling helpless as he watched Torres dismantle the entire defensive line of Sporting CP to score a magnificent goal. Observing Torres' passionate celebration, Ronaldo couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, recalling his own youthful days at Manchester United when he too exuded such flamboyance. Yet, time is an unrelenting force that ages us all. Lowering his head, Ronaldo reflected on the truth that every individual's greatest adversary is time itself. Regardless of one's accomplishments, none can escape the grasp of the relentless passage of time. In the 40th minute, Ronaldo, from 40 meters out, evaded Rodri's challenge and unleashed a long-range strike. However, he was no longer the same Ronaldo who scored that iconic Puskas award goal. The goalkeeper, Ederson, effortlessly neutralized the attempt, using his chest to cushion the ball. As Ronaldo stood, shaking his head in disbelief, Lee Mingyu couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Nevertheless, despite his reverie, he had to remain vigilant for scoring opportunities. After Ederson had controlled the ball, he surveyed the field, cradled the ball, took a couple of swift steps, and launched it towards the Sporting CP half with a powerful throw. What remarkable strength! Lee Mingyu, already positioned in midfield, received the ball, deftly nudged it aside, and executed a swift turn, surging forward with impressive speed. The defender trailing behind him lost their footing as Lee Mingyu dazzled with a deft maneuver. Zinchenko, racing down the flank, received the pass and galloped forward. Maintaining an optimal angle for a pass, Lee Mingyu approached the opponent's penalty area, where Zinchenko executed a precise through ball, delivering the ball directly to Lee Mingyu's feet. With seamless precision, Lee Mingyu controlled the ball, preparing to shoot just outside the box. The two center-backs of Sporting CP rushed in to block, but Lee Mingyu elegantly flicked the ball over their heads with a subtle touch, devoid of any flamboyance. As he accelerated into the penalty area, he faced the advancing goalkeeper and unleashed a move he hadn't executed in a long time. A slow-motion feint to the left, then to the right. The expression of helplessness on Aiden's face was palpable as he instinctively dove in one direction, only for Lee Mingyu to glide past him on the opposite side. A classic pendulum dribble. Though he had frequently employed this technique early in his career, its impact was magnified in the live arena. As he slotted the ball into the empty net, a smattering of applause emerged from the stands of Sporting CP, a gesture of respect from the fans for a formidable opponent. Despite the rivalry, the prowess displayed by Lee Mingyu evoked a sense of joy in the beautiful game, akin to an aspiring writer envying those earning substantial royalties while revering literary giants like the Eagle. Therefore, the more discerning fans at Alvalade Stadium spontaneously applauded Lee Mingyu. Such recognition from adversaries is a rarity in the world of football. Ronaldo, too, wore a wry smile, acknowledging Lee Mingyu's commendable performance, feeling compelled to applaud him. With Lee Mingyu's long-range effort crashing against the crossbar and out of play, the referee signaled the end of the first half. The score stood at 4-1, with Manchester City temporarily in the lead. In the second half, both teams consciously slowed the pace of the match. For Guardiola, facing an opponent like Sporting CP failed to ignite his enthusiasm. After consulting with Lee Mingyu, he substituted him for the new recruit Julian Draxler during the halftime break. Harry Kane, having had a lackluster first half, was also replaced by Benzema. Guardiola's series of substitutions, particularly involving his core players, clearly indicated his disregard for the opposition. However, Sporting CP did not appear incensed. Rather, Lee Mingyu's departure seemed to alleviate their concerns. Benzema, encountering Ronaldo, was met with a familiar face from the past. Without time for deep conversation, Benzema capitalized on a defensive error, intercepted the ball, and surged into the penalty area, delivering a low shot that found the back of the net once more. He celebrated with a stylish slide, marking his return. Oh, how the defender's blunders could be attributed to Benzema. This goal struck a significant blow to the morale of Sporting CP, which had just begun to regroup. In the 75th minute, Ronaldo placed the captain's armband on goalkeeper Adon's arm, a bittersweet smile gracing his face as he jogged towards the touchline. Acknowledging the applause from the crowd, He had given his all in this match, having started with a thunderous strike that had set the tone for Manchester City. However, the disparity in skill levels was glaring, leaving Manchester City in control of the match's tempo. Ultimately, Benzema netted another goal in the 90th minute, concluding the match with a resounding 6-1 victory for Manchester City over Sporting CP. Lee Mingyu transported his formidable performance from the national team to the European stage, achieving 2 goals and 1 assist in the first half, an astonishing offensive efficiency that was truly remarkable. As Manchester City prepared to face Manchester United at Old Trafford, both teams stood as the only undefeated sides in the first 5 rounds of the Premier League. Nonetheless, due to Manchester City's superior goal difference, they occupied the top spot in the league. This encounter could very well determine which team would emerge as the true leader. This season, Manchester United has no intention of conceding defeat. Over the summer, the club invested significantly, acquiring the 23-year-old Jadon Sancho from Borussia Dortmund, thereby greatly enhancing their attacking prowess. The ambitions of Manchester United this season are immense. They have been active in the transfer market, spending a staggering $1.8 billion, making them the highest spenders of the summer transfer window. After enduring years of suppression by Manchester City, the fans' discontent has reached a boiling point. This season, Manchester United aims to shatter City's dominance and restore the skies of Manchester to a vibrant red. Upon returning to Old Trafford, Lee Mingyu was once again awestruck by this hallowed ground, steeped in illustrious history. In the early days of the Premier League, the legendary class of '92 laid the foundations for an enduring dynasty at Manchester United. During that era, countless admirers around the globe were captivated by this resplendent team. The Red Devils, as they are affectionately known, were unstoppable. However, as time ebbs and flows, so too do clubs. With the retirement of the class of '92 and the departure of the club's revered architect, Sir Alex Ferguson, Manchester United began its decline. It has been a decade since they last touched the Premier League trophy. From a 1992-93 season to the conclusion of the 2012-13 season, Manchester United clinched the Premier League title a remarkable 13 times, a testament to their fearsome dominance that earned them the moniker of the Red Devils. During that golden age, not only was the sky over Manchester painted red, but much of England often bore the same hue. In the past 10 years, 5 managers have devoted themselves tirelessly to restoring Manchester United to the pinnacle of the Premier League. Yet the rise of Manchester City has forced United to adopt a more subdued stance. As City threatens to consolidate its power, it becomes imperative for United to act, lest Manchester become a one-horse town. The club's owners, unwilling to see their valuable asset devalued, have increased their financial commitment. However, they have issued a warning. Should the team fail to secure the Premier League title this season, future transfer budgets will be severely restricted. Manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has been meticulously preparing for this season's inaugural clash. This match may very well reveal whether Manchester United possesses the capability to thwart Manchester City. As both teams took to the pitch, Lee Mingyu observed that United's lineup remained largely unchanged from last season, with new signings yet to fully integrate. In such a critical encounter, Solskjaer was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. David De Gea retained his position in goal. At 32, although he has lost his starting role with the Spanish national team, he remains the unequivocal first-choice keeper for United. The defensive line comprised Victor Lindelof and Harry Maguire as center-backs, with Aaron Wan-Bissaka and Luke Shaw on the flanks. The midfield featured Scott McTominay and Fred as holding players, while Bruno Fernandes occupied the central attacking role, flanked by newcomer Nacho on the left and Paul Pogba on the right. Leading the attack was the in-form Mason Greenwood. United's 4-2-3-1 formation shimmered with talent, poised to engage City in a direct confrontation. The referee blew the whistle to commence the match. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Old Trafford and gaining the kingly aura of Eric Cantona. Cantona's regal aura, a passive skill that, once activated, bestows the host with a morale-boosting aura, ensuring the team's morale never drops below 50, and each goal or assist will permanently elevate team morale by 5. To activate this skill, the host must raise the collar of their jersey. Meow, meow, meow. System, are you teasing me again? Where am I? Old Trafford, the sacred ground in the hearts of Manchester United fans. Who is Cantona? Though he only spent 5 years with United, he captivated the entire club. Even the notoriously temperamental Sir Ferguson held him in high regard. He is a natural-born Red, the king of Manchester United. when he first stepped on Old Trafford. Both he and I since the dawn of a new era. Such accolades have rendered Cantona an idol in the hearts of United supporters, with his perpetually raised collar being a defining symbol. No one has dared to emulate such a gesture within the confines of Old Trafford. Yet today, Lee Mingyu has arrived, collar raised high, intent on conquering this revered ground. Chapter 355. The provocation of Manchester United fans by Lee Mingyu as Lee Mingyu stood in the center circle. Raising his collar, a heavy silence enveloped Old Trafford. However, mere seconds later, the stadium erupted like a volcano, with the United fans unleashing a cacophony of boos directed at Lee Mingyu. Nevertheless, Lee Mingyu held his head high, a defiant smile gracing his face. Even the commentators expressed their outrage at his provocative demeanor. Cantona's regal aura activated, the team's morale steadily increasing. The players of Manchester City regarded Lee Mingyu with admiration. Although in recent years City has gradually turned the skies of Manchester a shade of blue, the memory of the red-dominated era remains etched in the hearts of all Premier League players. Old Trafford stands as an eternal sanctuary in the minds of football fans. Lee Mingyu's audacity to provoke United's players and supporters in this hallowed venue evoked admiration from his City teammates, who couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Impressive. Look at the fiery determination in the eyes of the United players. If looks could kill, City would be in dire straits. City initiated the kickoff. Lee Mingyu stood outside the center circle, receiving a pass from Harry Kane. Observing Greenwood charging towards him, rather than attempting to dribble past, he opted to pass the ball to Bernardo Silva on the opposite flank. However, to Lee Mingyu's surprise, Greenwood, in a reckless state, collided forcefully with him instead of halting his advance. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Lee Mingyu managed to brace himself, engaging in a hard challenge with Greenwood. Though Lee Mingyu's strength has grown considerably, he nearly toppled over from the unexpected force of Greenwood's deliberate charge. The referee's whistle pierced the air as players from both sides rushed towards the scene of the incident. The first to arrive here was Harry Kane, who had just taken the kickoff from the center circle. Upon noticing that Lee Mingyu was being targeted by the opposition, he wasted no time and rushed back from the center circle, forcefully toppling Greenwood, who was somewhat unsteady on his feet. Soon, all the Manchester City players gathered around Lee Mingyu, ensuring that the opposing players could not approach him. Meanwhile, the Manchester United players ambled over in small groups, many wearing expressions of surprise. Standing amidst the Manchester City players, with his collar raised high, Lee Mingyu appeared all the more striking. Older Manchester United fans could not help but rub their eyes, wondering why the player adorned in the blue and white jersey, number 10, bore such a resemblance to the legendary King of Europe. Although Cantona had only played for Manchester United for 5 years, he transformed the club into his own domain through his formidable talent and charisma, unmatched by any other player. Now, Lee Mingyu, shielded by the Manchester City players, resembled a king under protection, evoking a sense of awe. The intervention of several referees prompted both teams to retreat to their respective halves. Greenwood and Harry Kane each received a yellow card, while the other players received stern warnings from the referee. Listen up, gentlemen, I am in charge here. Do not create further trouble. Any impulsive actions will result in your dismissal, Anthony Taylor exclaimed, visibly frustrated. He had finally been given the opportunity to officiate such a pivotal match, yet both teams had chosen to engage in such antics from the outset. Lee Mingyu casually took the free kick and began to move towards Manchester United's half. Pogba closely followed him, his gaze occasionally darting towards the ball, while his right hand remained on Lee Mingyu. Suddenly, Lee Mingyu made a backward run, retreated a few steps, and received a pass from Rodri. Pogba swiftly closed in, ready to intercept Lee Mingyu's reception. However, after Lee Mingyu feigned a touch, he made another backward run, evading Pogba, who had lunged in too aggressively. Lee Mingyu's deceptive movement left Pogba grasping at air as he accelerated past him. After breaking away from Pogba, Lee Mingyu surged down the right flank. Instantly, the attention of Manchester United's defenders shifted towards him, and from an aerial perspective, at least 4 Manchester United players began to converge on him. Consequently, the defensive strength in other positions weakened. While dribbling, Lee Mingyu keenly observed the movements of his teammates near the edge of the penalty area. As he noticed the approaching defenders, he raised his right foot and executed a diagonal long pass at a precise 45-degree angle, sending the ball directly into Manchester United's penalty area. The ball, spinning fiercely, traced a beautiful arc through the air, De Gea initially prepared to charge forward, but after taking a couple of steps, he realized the trajectory of the ball was unreachable. He understood he had been deceived, yet he found himself in an awkward position, stranded on the line of the small box while the ball's landing point was at the edge of the penalty area. Harry Kane charged in from outside the box. Assessing the ball's descent, launching himself off the ground, he disregarded the outstretched foot of the opposing defender and collided powerfully with the incoming ball using his forehead. The immense force propelled the ball like a cannonball past De Gea, crashing into the net. De Gea stood frozen, momentarily stunned by the astonishing goal. After scoring, Kane rose and sprinted towards the sidelines, bellowing in fury at the spectators, as if venting for the injustice done to Lee Mingyu moments earlier. However, the entire crowd responded with a chorus of boos directed not at Kane, but the figure on the sidelines who stood with an air of dominance, akin to a Spartan warrior scanning the surroundings. His haughty expression, coupled with the raised collar, mirrored the iconic celebration of Cantona, the king of Manchester United. Though Lee Mingyu did not score the goal, it was evident to all that he had contributed significantly, approximately 70%, to the play. In Chapter 356, the reverence for Cantona was palpable. Lee Mingyu's celebratory gesture drew boos from the Manchester United fans, who perceived it as a taunt. Even Guardiola, standing at the sidelines, was perplexed, questioning how Manchester United had provoked this player, as such behavior was not typical of Lee Mingyu. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, the Manchester United coach, looked equally bewildered, wondering what riled this formidable player. It had become common knowledge among many teams that provoking Lee Mingyu was ill-advised, especially given his ruthless performances for the national team. What had transpired today? In the pre-match interviews, the Manchester United players had not exhibited such aggressive posturing. While several players had stated their intention to defeat Manchester City, this hardly constituted provocation, as it was merely standard interview dialogue. Surely, they could not claim they were there to learn from Manchester City, admitting they were inferior. Even if the players were inclined to say so, the fans would not tolerate such sentiments. What was truly happening here? Lee Mingyu clenched his fist. This ability was extraordinarily powerful, permanently enhancing team morale and ensuring it would not drop below 50. It was undeniably formidable. Yet, maintaining a raised collar felt somewhat awkward for Lee Mingyu. Throughout his career, he had garnered an equal measure of admirers and detractors. Critics often claimed he could not be considered a superstar since his actions mimicked those of other football legends. Conversely, his fans dismissed such assertions. While imitating one or two players might not be significant, Lee Mingyu possessed the extraordinary skill set of multiple legends, a hallmark of a true superstar. Many of the players he emulated publicly supported him, viewing his actions as a tribute to their legacy, expressing admiration for his unique talents. Mimicking one player is manageable, and learning from two or three is feasible. However, mastering the essence of numerous players is a near impossibility. Throughout history, countless players have sought to emulate their predecessors, often earning nicknames that reflect their similarity to those legends. Yet Lee Mingyu had never been branded with such a moniker, for no one could pinpoint who he resembled. Today, through his raised collar gesture, many fans began to believe that perhaps Lee Mingyu's true idol was indeed Cantona. Manchester United fans perceive Lee Mingyu's actions as provocative, whereas his admirers view them as a tribute to Cantona. Invited to commentate on today's match, Cantona shared his perspective. He described Lee Mingyu as a groundbreaking player, distinct from superstars like Messi and Ronaldo or Zidane and Ronaldo. Lee possesses a unique football philosophy. While many may see him imitating other players, they fail to recognize his exceptional learning ability. One of the most gifted players since the inception of football. Dressed in a beige suit, Cantona wore a serious expression and did not hold back his praise for Lee Mingyu. Noticing the astonished commentators, he continued, stating that from the beginning of Lee Mingyu's career, he played as a winger, displaying great speed but raw technique, often relying on his pace to bulldoze past opponents and score. However, in his second season, his playing style underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving from a forward to a midfielder, where he matured into a formidable organizer. At that moment, Lee Mingyu truly metamorphosed, becoming more menacing. His passing, organization, positioning, and attacking prowess made him akin to a faster, stronger, and more precise version of Xavi. Yet during that time, he still had Messi by his side, and his talent had not been fully unleashed. Since joining Manchester City, Lee Mingyu has soared like a dragon entering the sea, with Guardiola completely unlocking his potential. Manchester City has become Lee Mingyu's team, revolving around his will, leading to an unprecedented quintuple victory in Premier League history last season. If some dismiss him for mimicking other stars, I can only say their perspective is rather limited. Lee Mingyu is not merely imitating. He is seeking his own true path, while we, the older generation, merely pave the way for his brilliance. If he continues to wear his collar up, trust me, this gesture will become a trend, and I will take pride in it. Cantona's remarks made everyone aware of what it means to shower someone with praise and exhibit high emotional intelligence. On the pitch, it seemed as if Lee Mingyu had heard Cantona's words. During an offensive play, he skillfully deceived his opponent with a flick, then elegantly maneuvered the ball between McTominay and Fred. Faced with defender Lindell F., he executed a breathtaking Marseille turn, leaving Lindell F. grasping at thin air. After creating an angle, he unleashed a powerful shot with the outside of his foot, blasting the ball into Manchester United's net. The goal left everyone astonished. Lee Mingyu single-handedly toyed with the entire Manchester United team, shattering their morale. Despair seeped into the hearts of many players, questioning how they could possibly triumph over such a Manchester City team and such a player like Lee Mingyu. If they could not best him, what hope did they have for the championship? On the sidelines, Solskjaer appeared dazed. The goal struck him profoundly. He had believed that this season, with new recruits, he could forge a Manchester United capable of rivaling Manchester City. However, reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. Lee Mingyu alone rendered Manchester United powerless. What could possibly allow such a Manchester City team to be defeated? In Chapter 357, the reform of the Club World Cup heralds the birth of a mini World Cup. Lee Mingyu employed a series of nearly acrobatic dribbling techniques, thoroughly dismantling Manchester United's defensive line. After scoring, he spread his arms and shrugged, as though everything had come effortlessly to him. In that moment, Old Trafford fell into a grave silence. The gazes of Manchester United fans towards Lee Mingyu were filled with fear and despair. It was as if a flagpole adorned with a red flag had been snapped in two above the city of Manchester, while a blue flag soared ever higher, ultimately overshadowing the entire city. The Manchester United players appeared mentally scattered. That goal seemed to have shattered their spirit, heads bowed and backs hunched, lost in their thoughts. In the commentary booth, Cantona also fell silent. Although he admired Lee Mingyu, witnessing his beloved team being dismantled by the player filled him with a sense of desolation. Was this still the same team that once instilled fear across Europe? Indeed, the sky over Manchester had turned blue. As the match concluded, the camera panned to the stands, revealing that fewer than a third of the fans remained seated, many in tears. These were the true die-hard supporters of Manchester United, who, despite witnessing their team being swept away 5-0, never relinquished their loyalty. Having been substituted early, Lee Mingyu looked at the fans in the stands applauding Manchester United, feeling a sense of nostalgia. This is the essence of Manchester United. For 30 years, they have transformed Manchester into the heart of England through their strength and honor, becoming a living emblem of the Premier League. It is reported that at the height of their popularity, Manchester United boasted a fan base larger than that of all other Premier League teams combined. In 2 decades, they secured 13 Premier League titles, a testament to their dominance. In that era, Manchester United was synonymous with the Premier League. Now, however, the tides have turned. As Manchester City's 3 consecutive Premier League titles usher in their own dynasty, Manchester United finds themselves somewhat beleaguered. Last season, being outplayed by Manchester City in every competition illustrated the shifting power dynamics. This season's first Manchester derby once again showcased the cyclical nature of dominance, with Lee Mingyu's hat-trick becoming the focal point post-match. Lee, congratulations on your victory and your hat-trick. However, may I ask why you raised your collar at the start? A reporter congratulated Lee Mingyu before swiftly pivoting to the question on everyone's lips. Lee Mingyu nodded and replied, "Well, this is Old Trafford and Mr. Cantona has always been a player I deeply respect. I wanted to express my admiration in this way." The reporter pressed on, "Do you not think this is a provocation towards Manchester United?" Lee Mingyu chuckled, "To each their own. Wisdom lies in the eye of the beholder. Everyone has different interpretations. I cannot compel others to understand me. As long as Mr. Cantona felt my sincerity, that is enough." With that, Lee Mingyu pushed aside the microphone and departed. Subsequently, a journalist sought an interview with Cantona. Although Cantona expressed regret over Manchester United's defeat, he paid tribute to Lee Mingyu. stating that he had already felt it and hoped he could bring further glory to the Premier League. The greatest joy for any predecessor lies in being remembered by future generations, while the deepest fear is to be forgotten. This is why so-called legends occasionally express their opinions in the media and participate in commentary on matches. It is merely a desire to remain in the public consciousness. For such is human nature. Following this match, Manchester City stood alone at the top of the Premier League table as the only unbeaten team. Manchester United trailed by 3 points, closely following. Yet it was evident to the discerning that unless Manchester City encountered any setbacks, Manchester United had little chance of catching up. Soon, the second round of the Champions League group stage commenced. In this round, Manchester City effortlessly triumphed 4-0 at home against the Danish champions, BR-NDBY. It was abundantly clear that BR-NDBY, in their first appearance in the Champions League, did not possess the caliber to compete with teams of Manchester City's stature. In the second half, with City already leading 3-0, they did not allow Lee Mingyu to take the field again. If Manchester City aspires to secure more trophies this season, they must be vigilant regarding Lee Mingyu's physical condition, affording him ample rest, especially with the Club World Cup set to commence at the end of the year. This year, the Club World Cup has expanded dramatically from 7 to 24 spots. In previous tournaments, aside from the host nation, the remaining 6 spots were allocated to the champions of continental competitions from 6 different regions. The European Zone, UEFA Champions League champion. The South American Zone, Copa Libertadores champion. The Asian Zone, AFC Champions League champion. The North American Zone, CONCACAF Champions Cup champion. The African Zone, CAF Champions League champion. The Oceania Zone, OFC Champions League champion. This season, the Club World Cup has expanded to include 24 teams, resembling a mini World Cup. The host for this edition is Huaxia, which has sought to elevate its footballing status by consistently hosting major tournaments. The Club World Cup will take place across 8 cities in Huaxia, promising a rare footballing spectacle for its fans. This iteration of the tournament undoubtedly holds significant prestige, with many teams focusing their primary efforts on this competition. The host, Huaxia, has secured 1 automatic berth, fielding the previous season's Chinese Super League champions, Yangqing Hengtai. Besides Yangqing Hengtai, there are 25 additional spots from the Asian Zone. One of these is for the West Asian champion, Persepolis from Iran, another for the East Asian champion, Jeonbuk Hyundai from South Korea, and 1 spot will be contested in a playoff against a representative from Oceania. The European Zone remains formidable, claiming 1/3 of the spots. The Champions League and Europa League champions from the 2020 to 2023 seasons are Bayern Munich, 2020, Liverpool, 2021, and Bayern Munich again in 2022, granting the spot to the runner-up, Manchester City. In 2023, Manchester City also claimed the title, leading to a fortunate berth for Real Madrid. The 4 Europa League champions are distinct: Sevilla, Villarreal, Chelsea, and Roma. South America has also secured 6 spots, comprising the Copa Libertadores champions and the Copa Sudamericana champions from the 2021 to 2023 seasons, including River Plate and Boca Juniors from Argentina, Flamengo, Corinthians, and Palmeiras from Brazil, and Independiente del Valle from Ecuador. Both North America and Africa have 3 spots each, representing their respective continental champions. Chapter 358. Opponent Hengtai in the Club World Cup. This represents a monumental reform for the Club World Cup and a bold endeavor by FIFA. While the previous format of 7 teams provided some excitement, the short schedule often diminished the competition's intensity, with some teams indifferent to the title. Thus, this time, not only has the number of participating teams increased, but the prize money has also doubled, with substantial winnings for victorious teams, presenting a significant financial opportunity for smaller clubs. They will undoubtedly treat this Club World Cup as a crucial competition. For European teams, this tournament serves as a platform to showcase their considerable prowess. Even though the monetary rewards of the Club World Cup may not be their primary concern, UEFA has incentivized participation with generous bonuses, hoping these teams can bring home the inaugural reformed Club World Cup to Europe. This situation marks a subtle confrontation between UEFA and FIFA. The 24 teams cannot be divided into 6 groups like the European Championship, engaging in group matches followed by knockout rounds, as this would consume too much time for European teams, proving counterproductive. Therefore, in this edition of the Club World Cup, the 4 Champions League winners from Europe and the 3 Copa Libertadores champions from South America will directly advance to the round of 16. The remaining 17 teams will be divided into 4 groups, 3 of which will consist of 4 teams, and 1 will feature 5. The top 2 teams from each of the 4 groups will progress to the knockout stage, with 1 additional slot reserved for the best-performing third-place team across the groups. This format not only reduces the triviality of group matches for the stronger teams, but also offers smaller clubs a glimpse of hope for advancing to the knockout stage. However, for Manchester City, even under this format, securing the ultimate championship will require winning 4 matches, 2 more than the previous Club World Cup, with a Champions League winner only needed to compete in the semi-finals and finals. One should not underestimate these 2 additional matches, as they necessitate travel between 2 cities, especially in a vast country like Huaxia, where one match might be in the southern city of Yangcheng and the other in the northern city of Shenyang. The straight-line distance could nearly span the entirety of continental Europe. In this inaugural reformed Club World Cup, all participating teams are eager to seize the championship, particularly Manchester City. Currently, Manchester City harbors an insatiable desire for any championship. Their triumph in the previous season's Champions League marked their only European title, aside from the Winners' Cup in 1970. This also marks Manchester City's debut in the Club World Cup. In the league, Manchester City has been unstoppable, posing no threats to any Premier League team. In the European group stage, Juventus, having lost Ronaldo, appeared vulnerable against Manchester City, who decisively defeated them home and away, securing their place in the knockout stage with 2 rounds to spare. During this period, Lee Mingyu was once again summoned back to the national team. With 2 consecutive resounding victories, the already 6-time winning Spanish team led Hungary by a staggering 11 points, effectively securing a spot in the upcoming tournament. With the outcomes of both the European competitions and the national team matches virtually decided, Lee Mingyu was afforded ample rest to prepare for the impending Club World Cup. On December 3rd, the tournament commenced in Huaxia. However, the initial matches were group stage encounters, and Manchester City did not travel to Huaxia, but continued their league campaign in England. This edition of the Club World Cup was hosted across 8 cities in Huaxia. Each day, 4 teams from a group faced off in 2 cities. After 2 weeks, all the qualifying teams had emerged. Surprisingly, the long-established La Liga team Villarreal faced an unexpected downfall, finishing 4th in their group with 2 draws and 1 loss, thus being eliminated. The other 3 teams from Europe and 3 from South America advanced. These included Yangcheng Hongtai, who triumphed over Villarreal, the Cairo national team from Egypt, and Inter Miami from Major League Soccer, along with 4 teams from the UEFA Champions League and 3 from the Copa Libertadores. The first round of the Super Club World Cup's top 16 was established. The draw for the knockout stage took place in the capital of Huaxia. The entire Manchester City team arrived in Huaxia, where Lee Mingyu and Guardiola represented the team at the draw ceremony, to enhance the spectacle of the matches. The draw this time did not adhere to any avoidance principles. It was a straightforward draw, leading to potential clashes between European teams, South American teams, or a combination of both right from the first day of the knockout stage. Lee Mingyu, which team do you hope to draw? An excited reporter from Huaxia inquired. Lee Mingyu, glancing at the somewhat nervous journalist, smiled and replied, "In truth, any team will be the same for us, as our goal is the championship." The journalist pressed on, "If you draw Yangcheng Hongtai, how many goals do you think you could score?" Such a question seemed rather audacious. "Oh, Yangcheng Hongtai. I am aware of that team. They previously defeated Villarreal, indicating their considerable strength. I look forward to competing against the host team." Lee Mingyu's response was measured, leaving no opportunity for the journalist to exploit. When the journalist seemed eager to continue questioning, Lee Mingyu turned to another reporter, smiling. "Please, go ahead with your question." "Manchester City. Yangcheng Hongtai. My goodness. Is Hongtai on the verge of a miracle? Is their streak about to end? Lee Mingyu, I love you." Even Lee Mingyu did not anticipate that the first match of the knockout stage would indeed pit them against the hosts. The head coach of Yangcheng Hongtai, Zheng Ji, wore a pained expression. In the group stage, he had defied expectations by leading his team to victory over the traditional La Liga powerhouse Villarreal, securing a spot in the knockout rounds. Just as Zheng Ji prayed for a weaker opponent, he was faced with one of the strongest teams, Manchester City. Extending his hand to Lee Mingyu as he approached, Zheng Ji said with a wry smile, "Lee, please go easy on us." Chapter 359, The Strongest Liberator. Lee Mingyu embraced Zheng Ji warmly, saying, "No need for formality, my friend. Friendship comes first." Zhang Ji chuckled, "You understand well. Indeed, friendship first." Having previously crossed paths during Li Mingyu's visit to Huaxia, Zhang Ji held great admiration for him, and they shared a good rapport. It was a delightful twist of fate that they would meet again on the stage of the Club World Cup just months later. The match took place at Yangcheng Hengtai's home ground, the Yangcheng Tianhe Sports Center, a modern stadium with a capacity of 56,000 fans. Yangcheng Hengtai had claimed the Chinese Super League Championship 10 times and the AFC Champions League twice, making it one of the most successful teams in the league's history over the past decade. As the host, no one anticipated their advancement from the group stage. Yet, against all odds, Yangcheng Hengtai capitalized on their home advantage to defeat the long-standing La Liga team Villarreal and successfully progressed to the knockout stage. Previously, Yangcheng Hengtai had secured fourth place in both of their past Club World Cup appearances. This time, with the expansion of the tournament, the path to the knockout stage had become even more challenging. Facing the UEFA Champions League winners, Manchester City, in the knockout stage meant that Yangcheng Hengtai was likely to miss out on the quarterfinals of the inaugural Super Club World Cup. Nevertheless, for Yangcheng Hengtai, the opportunity to compete against the #1 ranked club in the world was a remarkable memory, especially with their idol Li Mingyu on the opposing team. Li Mingyu had become a national icon. Although he held Spanish nationality, his skin color, eyes, hair, and fluent Mandarin endeared him to countless fans in Huaxia. It is estimated that his fan base in Huaxia has surpassed 300 million. The sales of Manchester City's number 10 jersey in Huaxia have exceeded the total sales in all other countries and regions combined. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this season's Club World Cup, announced the Central Television station. This season's Club World Cup had undergone a monumental transformation, expanding from a mere contest among the top teams from 6 continents to a grand tournament featuring 24 teams. The earlier group stages had been conducted across 8 cities in Huaxia, culminating in the draw for the knockout stage, which included 9 qualifying teams alongside 7 teams from the UEFA Champions League and Copa Libertadores. The reigning champions of the Chinese Super League, the host Yangcheng Hengtai, had drawn last season's UEFA Champions League winners, Manchester City, a daunting challenge indeed. Manchester City boasted the highest valued player in the world, Li Mingyu, whose prowess was formidable. It remained to be seen whether Yangcheng Hengtai could withstand their onslaught. The players have now entered the field. Let's take a look at both teams' starting lineups. The home team, Yangcheng Hengtai, has opted for a 5-3-2 formation, indicating that coach Zhang Ji has not retreated into a full defensive stance despite facing Manchester City, but rather maintained his most familiar setup. The goalkeeper is the 33-year-old veteran Liu Jianzhua, marking his 8th year with Yangcheng Hengtai. The 5 defenders are Mei Fong, Deng Wenhan, Jiang Guangda, Zhang Linfan, and Zhong Haoi. The 3 midfielders are Yin Haoding, Liao Shengli, and Gao Tila. The 2 forwards are Elkison and Allen. This is the strongest lineup Yangcheng Hengtai can field. It appears that coach Zhang Ji is ready to give it his all. The players from both teams gathered at the center of the pitch, exchanging high fives before taking their positions in their respective halves, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. The stadium, with its capacity of 56,000 seats, was filled to the brim. Outside the arena, countless fans congregated, captivated by the large screen displaying the match, passionately chanting the names of their idols. However, it was evident that supporters clad in Manchester City jerseys, particularly those sporting the number 10, were in the majority. Even within the stadium, numerous fans donned Li Mingyu's jersey, fervently cheering for him as a devoted Manchester City supporter. In response to the enthusiastic roars of these beloved fans, Li Mingyu waved and clapped, igniting an even more fervent applause. Even some fans wearing the jerseys of the home team, Yangcheng Hengtai, joined in the chorus of encouragement for Li Mingyu. The home advantage was palpable. The Manchester City players gazed at Li Mingyu in astonishment, envious of his immense popularity. The referee for this match, the Uruguayan Ostajic, glanced at his watch and blew the whistle. The Club World Cup knockout stage had officially begun. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Yangcheng Tianhe Stadium, earning the passive talent of the illustrious Zhang Ji, the ultimate free man. The ultimate free man, defined by the legendary German player Beckenbauer, possessing this talent allows the host to receive different attribute bonuses based on various positions on the field. Goalkeeper, the host can gain a reaction of 10, agility of 10. Center back, the host can gain balance of 10, jumping of 10, strength of 10, interception of 10. Fullback, The host can gain speed of 10, stamina of 10, passing of 10, dribbling of 10. Defensive midfielder. The host can gain interception of 10, balance of 10, passing of 10. Attacking midfielder. The host can gain passing of 10, reaction of 10, shooting of 10. Forward. The host can gain awareness of 10, reaction of 10, shooting of 10, heading of 10. Lee Mingyu gazed in astonishment at the man in a suit on the sidelines, surprised by the remarkable talent of this Chinese captain. Although Zhang Ji's prowess as the ultimate free man fell short of Beckenbauer's, Zhang was a versatile player capable of excelling in any position, whether as a center-back, midfielder, or forward. Renowned as the Asian Footballer of the Year in 2013 and a two-time Chinese Footballer of the Year, Zhang Ji was celebrated for his comprehensive skill set, adept at both offense and defense. This talent was akin to a boon for Lee Mingyu. The previously acquired talent of midfield magician, while formidable, was limited to specific zones for activation. In contrast, the ultimate free man talent encompassed the entire pitch, ensuring Lee Mingyu would receive the most advantageous attribute bonuses regardless of his location. The match commenced. In the opening moments, the home team, Yangcheng Hongtai, took the kickoff. Elkison launched the ball back into his half. The Manchester City players surged forward like unleashed tigers, anticipating the fierce, pressing defense of Manchester City. The players of Yangcheng Hongtai had strategically positioned themselves, creating ample space and angles for passing. However, such maneuvers were commonplace against a team of Manchester City's caliber. The positional awareness among the front trio instilled a sense of trepidation in the Hongtai players, making them hesitant to attempt passes, even when they identified potential openings. Knowing a Manchester City player lurked nearby, ready to pounce, it felt as if Manchester City always had one more player on the field. This is the psychological pressure exerted by elite teams, as their movement and coordination create an overwhelming sense of dread, making it seem impossible to pass the ball. Consequently, they were forced to retreat with their passes. Ultimately, the ball arrived at the feet of goalkeeper Liu Jianzhu, who, confronted by the menacing Harry Kane, had no time for hesitation and cleared the ball with a powerful kick towards Manchester City's half. However, to his surprise, the ball struck the back of Harry Kane's head as he jumped, turning his back. The entire stadium fell silent, as if a pause button had been pressed. Harry Kane, feeling the impact, looked innocently at the rolling ball, spreading his arms and sporting an odd smile, as if to say, "I merely nudged you. Who would have thought you'd kick it right at me?" In a dramatic turn, just 10 seconds into the match, Manchester City scored. The Hongtai coach, Zhang Ji, wore a face of dismay at the unfortunate turn of events. What terrible luck. Nevertheless, the fans adorned in Lee Mingyu's jersey, although the goal wasn't scored by him, erupted into applause, reveling in the moment. Lee Mingyu, too, was taken aback, surprised by Kane's stroke of fortune. After the goal, the Manchester City players displayed a calm demeanor, for such an intense match offered no reason for excessive celebration. The renewed kickoff by Hongtai, under the relentless pressure from Manchester City, resulted in another hasty clearance. The Hongtai fans expressed their dissatisfaction with the team's performance, echoing boos throughout the stands. On the field, the Hongtai players wore tense expressions, internally cursing, "Why do you have to boo? Why don't you come down and try it yourself?" Although only a minute had passed, beads of sweat adorned many players' brows. Perhaps it was merely a symptom of nerves. The ball flowed smoothly under the control of Manchester City players, and each time it reached Lee Mingyu's feet, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. It felt as though the stadium had truly transformed into Lee Mingyu's home ground. Rising to the occasion, Lee Mingyu did not disappoint his supporters. Receiving a pass from Bernardo Silva in the attacking zone, he executed a feigned maneuver that deftly evaded the approaching defender Yan Haoding, then accelerated past him. Yan, unwilling to concede, attempted to grab hold of Lee Mingyu, but the latter's speed and strength exceeded his expectations. Not only did he fail to restrain Lee Mingyu, but he also stumbled to the ground due to Lee Mingyu's sudden burst of speed. Having broken through Yan Haoding, Lee Mingyu surged toward the edge of the penalty area, where he faced a disorganized defense from Hongtai. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful long-range shot directed at the Hongtai goal. The ball soared with a deafening whistle, striking the net's corner. Goalkeeper Liu Jianzhu merely shifted his position, witnessing the ball fly into the goal. Wow, that was incredibly fast. Liu Jianzhu clenched his fist in disbelief. Meanwhile, Yan Haoding, who had just regained his footing, grimaced and muttered, "Wow, that was incredibly fast." Unbeknownst to him, The camera had captured his expression, and even without sound, the nation could decipher his sentiments from his lips. In ordinary circumstances, Jan Houding's conduct would undoubtedly be labeled as lacking in decorum by the vast online community. However, this time, his actions were perceived as a spontaneous exclamation of disbelief, an authentic reflection of his inner sentiments, prompted by unforeseen events. Wow, that's incredibly fast. This phrase swiftly ascended to trending status. Slow-motion replays revealed that, when confronted by Lee Mingyu, Jan Houding was entirely outmatched in both physique and speed. Attempting to grasp his opponent, he was instead sent tumbling to the ground, clearly illustrating Lee Mingyu's formidable strength. Moreover, even after breaking free, Lee Mingyu's pace remained unaffected by Jan Houding's attempt to pull him back, further emphasizing the terrifying prowess he possessed. Within merely 3 minutes of the match's commencement, Manchester City had already netted 2 goals. On the sidelines, Zhang Ji sensed an impending calamity, his gaze towards Lee Mingyu shifting to one of apprehension. Brother, didn't we agree that friendship comes first? Are you intent on making me look foolish? Nevertheless, as the match progressed, Zhang Ji found himself somewhat reassured. The players of Manchester City had ceased their relentless pressing, allowing the Hung Tai team to pass the ball around in their own half. This shift occurred because Lee Mingyu had finally recognized the Hung Tai team's capabilities, which paled in comparison to even some League One teams, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. After scoring, Lee Mingyu gathered his teammates, urging them to show some restraint. His teammates, respectful of Lee Mingyu's authority on his home turf, complied. The ensuing match devolved into a display of Manchester City's technical prowess. Although they eased off, the skill level of Manchester City's players vastly surpassed that of Hung Tai, rendering them no match in one-on-one situations. On the field, Hung Tai's offensive strategy lacked any ambition for individual brilliance, relying solely on passing and positioning. However, such basic passing was rife with errors in the eyes of Manchester City's players. The ball moved sluggishly, lacked sufficient power and precision, and in a particularly embarrassing moment, one player mishandled a pass, sending the ball out of play unopposed. Even the Manchester City players felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet Hung Tai's players remained unfazed, offering applause to convey that the misplay was not solely the fault of the individual. As Manchester City initiated their offensive, Lee Mingyu bypassed the midfield with ease. His subsequent dribbles elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. With a precise through ball, he delivered the ball to the flank, setting up the speedy Ferran Torres. In the Premier League, Ferran Torres is already regarded as a top-tier winger, rarely facing defenders capable of containing him in one-on-one scenarios. Against Hung Tai's backline, he was unstoppable, effortlessly maneuvering past 2 defenders before sending a low cross into the box. From outside the penalty area, Harry Kane appeared like a divine force, extending his long leg to poke the ball into the opponent's net, bringing the score to 3-0. With less than 15 minutes gone, Hung Tai found themselves 3 goals down. Observing the nonchalant Manchester City players exchanging high fives, many from Hung Tai wore expressions of resignation. They were simply not on the same level. How could they compete? As the match continued, Manchester City played even more relaxedly, showcasing dazzling skills and tricks they would not dare employ in league play. Harry Kane even attempted to score with an extravagant flick, only to trip over the ball instead. The spectators relished the spectacle, but Hung Tai's players were rapidly losing their composure. At halftime, the score stood at 4-0, and had Manchester City not eased off, the first half could have seen a double-digit scoreline. In the second half, Lee Mingyu continued to play, as the audience had come to see him, and Guardiola was not one to disregard such demands. Although he barely crossed the halfway line, his breathtaking passes showcased his masterful midfield skills. With virtually no mistakes, each of Lee Mingyu's long balls accurately found their intended targets, barring any errors from his teammates in receiving the ball, which would inevitably lead to a promising opportunity. It was not until the 75th minute of the second half that Lee Mingyu was substituted amidst the heartfelt applause of the entire crowd. The audience rose in unison to applaud him, and Lee Mingyu, deeply moved, reciprocated with gestures of gratitude. For the fans who had the privilege of witnessing Lee Mingyu's performance up close, their joy was somewhat overshadowed by the realization that Hung Tai lacked the capacity to challenge him fully. To witness Lee Mingyu at his utmost would likely require waiting until the semifinals or even the finals. Meanwhile, Real Madrid had been strategically drawn into the opposite half of the bracket during the tournament draw. Thus, any potential clash between Manchester City and Real Madrid could only occur in the final showdown. The match concluded with a resounding score of 7-0. As Lee Mingyu prepared to exit the field, he inadvertently caught sight of a small figure in the stands, holding a sign that seemed to convey a message. Lee Mingyu, could you please give me your jersey? Read the characters. The sign was held aloft by a petite girl, donned in a size small number 10 jersey, her face radiating eager anticipation as she gazed up at him. Lee Mingyu was instantly captivated by her sparkling eyes. Given the design of Chinese stadiums, the stands are typically elevated, unlike foreign venues where the front row is much closer to the field, allowing players to greet fans after scoring. Noticing Zhang Ji approaching, Lee Mingyu walked over to discuss the situation, pointing towards the little girl. At that moment, the girl also recognized Lee Mingyu's gesture, feeling a bit shy as many eyes turned towards her, yet she continued to hold her sign high, her smile growing even brighter. The large screen in the stadium focused on her, capturing the moment. Wow, what an adorable little sister. You voiced my thoughts. I also long for Lee Mingyu's jersey. I want the authentic one. How peculiar, yet I love it. For Zhang Ji, this was a minor affair. Witnessing Lee Mingyu's warmth towards his fans filled him with admiration. After coordinating with the event staff, the little girl was brought down to the field. Lee Mingyu presented her with one of his new jerseys, which she timidly accepted, hugging it tightly to her chest with an ecstatic smile illuminating her face. Lee Mingyu and the girl posed for a photograph with Zhang Ji, though the girl was slightly displeased by Zhang Ji's insistence on joining in. This charming episode was documented by reporters present and quickly spread across the internet. Lee Mingyu's affectionate gesture towards his fans garnered him even greater acclaim. He truly exemplified the essence of a quality idol, one whom everyone should aspire to support. The player has garnered a devoted following. His warm smile is undeniably healing. I wish to have a child with Lee Mingyu. Upon viewing your profile picture, if you truly resemble that, the offspring might indeed resemble a monkey. The outcome of the match drew little attention, and there was no criticism aimed at the Yangchang Hongtai team, as expectations were low from the outset. Without hope, disappointment cannot follow. Days later, the quarterfinalists of the Club World Cup emerged. Manchester City, Real Madrid, Chelsea, Bayern Munich, Liverpool, Boca Juniors, River Plate, and Flamengo. The dominance of European teams is evident, claiming 5 of the 8 spots, with only Sevilla and Roma succumbing to their opponents. No draw is necessary for the quarterfinals, as the matchups were predetermined in the previous round. Manchester City, having triumphed over Hongtai, will face Boca Juniors at Honco Stadium in the Magical City. Boca Juniors stands as one of the most successful clubs in the Argentine League, second only to River Plate in league titles, yet surpassing them in Copa Libertadores victories. The club has been home to many legendary players, including Maradona, Batistuta, Verón, Samuel, and Riquelme. However, the current Boca Juniors lacks the luster of its former glory. The Argentine Primera División has concluded its season, commencing in February and concluding in November due to the country's climatic conditions. This season, Boca Juniors finished a disappointing 6th. Only the top 2 teams qualify directly for the Copa Libertadores, while those ranked 3rd to 6th must compete in qualifiers. Thus, Boca Juniors still harbors the opportunity to participate in the next season's tournament. Chapter 362, Boca Juniors, Manchester City arrived promptly in the Magical City. Honco Stadium serves as the home ground for the formidable Shanghai Shenhua team. Located at 444 Dongjiangwan Road, the stadium is adjacent to Lushuan Park and is well connected by public transport. With a total construction area of 7.29 million square meters and seating for 350,000 spectators, it stands as a modern football venue. This marks Lee Mingyu's 2nd visit to the stadium. His previous attendance was a few months prior for a Chinese Super League match. This time, he steps onto the pitch, immersing himself in the vibrant atmosphere of football. The stadium is filled to capacity, with fans predominantly donning Manchester City's number 10 jersey, transforming the venue into a home ground for both the team and Lee Mingyu. As the players take to the tunnel, Boca Juniors athletes gaze with envy at the young man at the forefront, marveling at the overwhelming popularity he commands. During warm-ups, not a single fan sported Boca Juniors apparel, underscoring the limited fan base for Argentine football in China. Historically, Chinese fans have favored Italian and German stars, primarily due to the broadcasting of those leagues on television. In particular, Serie A has amassed a significant following, Once regarded as a mini World Cup where the world's best players sought to establish their renown. The influence of Italian football during that era was unparalleled, akin to the prominence of basketball in the realm of sports. Today, with the internet flourishing, fans have a plethora of options, yet European football has become globally dominant, overshadowing leagues from other nations. Argentina and Brazil boast elite teams and players, but the allure of Europe and its lucrative salaries often draw South American talent away during their prime, leading to a significant talent drain. This phenomenon has rendered South American clubs unable to compete with their European counterparts for decades. Since 2000, South American teams have secured the Club World Cup title only 4 times, highlighting the vast chasm between clubs from the two continents. Notably, 3 of those victories occurred in the tournament's early years, with only Brazil's Corinthians claiming a title in 2012, leaving South American clubs without a championship for 11 years. The South American Football Confederation has announced substantial rewards for clubs that achieve victory. Despite only 3 spots in the quarterfinals, these are the strongest teams from the region. Today, Boca Juniors will face Manchester City, potentially one of the tournament's strongest contenders, and it remains to be seen if they can create a legendary moment. As the players take the field, the coin toss concludes, and Boca Juniors initiates play, launching an attack from the left side towards the right. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Honco Stadium in the magical city, gaining the skill of the God of War, Batistuta. God of War. God of War. Active skill. When activated, the host receives a 10-point enhancement to all offensive attributes for 30 seconds. Can be used once per match. Batistuta, the eternal God of War for Argentina. Regardless of Maradona's greatness or Messi's invincibility, one figure remains a steadfast icon in Argentine football history, Batistuta. His name evokes nostalgia for fans of that era. The man donning the Fiorentina jersey epitomized the heroic image in the hearts of many. His speed may not have been exceptional, nor his passing exquisite, but once the ball reached his feet, his trademark powerful shot declared to the world that a true man dares to shoot. Batistuta's strikes represent a violent aesthetic. Each goal seems to threaten the very integrity of the opposing net, establishing him as an idol among countless fans. Boca Juniors commences play. Manchester City players pressure forward. Yet Boca Juniors' skills are evident. They embody the essence of South American football. Harry Kane's advance grants midfielder Ram Rez an opportunity to shine. Ram Rez deftly nudges the ball to the right, feigning a forward pass. Observing this, Kane lunges, extending his left foot to obstruct the ball's path. However, Ramrez's right foot was slightly too high, stepping on the ball and gently pulling it back to evade Harry Kane's advance. With a deft flick of his instep, he nudged the ball between Kane's outstretched legs and intended to accelerate past him. Embarrassed by being nutmegged, Kane extended his arms and forcefully shoved Ramrez. Caught off guard, Ramrez was knocked to the ground. Although the referee's whistle blew, Ramrez, indignant, stood up and confronted Kane, uttering disrespectful words. Kane, unable to comprehend Spanish, sensed that the words were far from kind and retorted in English. The situation grew quite awkward. Lee Mingyu, not far away, understood both sides and couldn't help but chuckle at their nonsensical exchange. Yet, he quickly rushed over to pull the foul-mouthed Kane back, pointing at Ramrez and saying in Spanish, "Hey buddy, enough of that." Perhaps intimidated by Lee Mingyu's reputation, Ramrez refrained from further comments but donned a disdainful smile, making a throat-cutting gesture towards Kane. This nearly ignited a riot on the field. Lee Mingyu pressed his forehead against Ramrez's, his fierce gaze causing a hint of seriousness to cross Ramrez's face. The referee hurried over, positioning himself between the two to prevent any further escalation, aware that if Lee Mingyu were injured, it could spell the end of his career. Ultimately, the referee issued yellow cards to both Kane and Ramrez. Kane for his retaliatory shove and Ramrez for his menacing gesture. Despite the referee's balanced reprimand, it was evident that tensions were high on both sides. Lee Mingyu licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Boca Juniors, indeed. Let us see what unfolds. Chapter 363. Lee Mingyu. Impressive given that the Honco Football Stadium in Shanghai was predominantly filled with Lee Mingyu's fans, it felt akin to Manchester City's home ground. To provoke the home team in such a setting was nothing short of reckless audacity. In the ensuing match, whenever a Boca Juniors player had the ball, a chorus of boos transformed the stadium into a coliseum. Nevertheless, such hostility was commonplace for Boca Juniors, accustomed to the fierce atmosphere of the Argentine Primera División. It is well known that while this league ranks among the world's elite, its level of violence is equally renowned. Although the footballing environment has improved slightly in recent years, the inherent volatility of Argentinians can easily ignite during matches. Security measures for this match had reached their zenith, with over 30,000 spectators and 2,000 security personnel on high alert, fearing any untoward incidents. Unexpectedly, right from the kickoff, both sides nearly clashed, and the fans in the stands were seething with rage. Had this been a foreign stadium, it is likely some fans would have stormed the pitch. As the match resumed amidst the cacophony of boos, Boca Juniors executed a free kick. It must be said, the South Americans possess remarkable technical prowess. Their 25-year-old forward, Christian Pavón, received the ball and effortlessly maneuvered past Rodri's defense. From a distance of 35 meters from the goal, he unleashed a long-range shot that compelled goalkeeper Ederson to make an extraordinary save, deflecting the ball with his fingertips out of play. The entire crowd gasped in astonishment. Pavón clasped his head in disbelief. This moment illuminated to the Manchester City players that Boca Juniors were not to be underestimated. While Boca Juniors' overall play appeared somewhat rough, the individual skills of their players were undeniable. Particularly, Christian Pavón exhibited remarkable agility. At the moment of his shot, his balance was impeccable, and had fortune favored him slightly more, he might have scored. This attempt prompted Manchester City's players to re-evaluate Boca Juniors, tempering their initial arrogance. In facing this technically gifted South American team, Manchester City's response appeared sluggish. They had never participated in the Club World Cup and had limited encounters with South American teams, thus struggling to adapt to Boca Juniors style. However, Manchester City's coach, Pep Guardiola, had some familiarity with South American teams, albeit from over a decade ago. During his time at Barcelona, he had led the team to victories over South American clubs in the 2009 and 2011 Club World Cups. Yet times have changed. The style of South American teams has evolved significantly since then. The top South American players, upon returning home, have incorporated more advanced training methods and tactical concepts from Europe, instigating profound transformations within their teams. Europeanization. This encapsulates the current state of South American teams, balancing personal skill with physicality, teamwork, and overall cohesion. Nonetheless, in many instances, South American teams still rely heavily on individual prowess to resolve challenges. In the 15th minute of the first half, Harry Kane received a through ball from Lee Mingyu in the attacking third. Eager to make an impact, he turned sharply, attempting a shot without fully creating an angle. Consequently, the opposing defender intercepted his effort. Lee Mingyu swiftly rushed towards the rebounding ball, while Ramrez also sprinted in its direction. As the two raced towards the ball, the crowd erupted in vehement boos, directed at Ramrez, of course. Observing that Lee Mingyu showed no signs of slowing down, Ramrez steeled himself, disregarding any potential injury to his opponent, and launched into a reckless tackle aimed at the ball. "Danger, danger, danger!" the commentator exclaimed loudly. From every viewpoint, if Lee Mingyu did not decelerate and attempted to touch the ball, there was a high probability that Ramrez would tackle him directly. Ramrez's actions indicated no intention of pulling back. He was determined to force Lee Mingyu into evasive action. However, should Lee Mingyu dodge and Ramrez gain control of the ball, it would present Boca Juniors with an excellent counterattacking opportunity. Just as tension mounted, Lee Mingyu suddenly accelerated, reaching the ball first. With the tip of his right foot, he delicately flicked it away and leapt upward, leaving a stunned Ramrez watching as Lee Mingyu vaulted over him. Closing his eyes in fear of the glinting studs, Ramrez bore witness to Lee Mingyu's leap. Upon landing, Lee Mingyu surged forward with the ball. The midfield portal of Boca Juniors was wide open, and Lee Mingyu's sprint caught the opposing defenders off guard. By the time they reacted, Lee Mingyu had already reached the edge of the penalty area. Facing the advancing center back, Lee Mingyu swung his right leg, mimicking a powerful shot. The former Manchester City defender, Rojo, was aware of Lee Mingyu's formidable long-range shooting and quickly leaped, turning his body in an attempt to block the shot. However, Lee Mingyu executed a feint, retracting his right leg swiftly and deftly maneuvering the ball past Rojo. As Lee Mingyu entered the penalty area, Rojo hesitated to make a tackle, helplessly watching as Lee Mingyu surged forward. A one-on-one opportunity. Confronted by the advancing goalkeeper, Agustin Alastra, Lee Mingyu showcased his trademark skill. To Alastra's eyes, Lee Mingyu suddenly lowered his center of gravity to the left, prompting Alastra to follow suit. Yet in the next moment, Lee Mingyu shifted his weight to the right, leaving Alastra scrambling to regain control. As Alastra lunged to the right, Lee Mingyu swiftly transferred his weight back to the left. With a gentle touch of his left foot, Lee Mingyu deftly guided the ball past the fallen Alastra. Faced with an open goal, he made no mistake, as the ball bounced jubilantly within the net. The crowd erupted in a volcanic cheer that resonated throughout Honko Football Stadium. Fans outside, witnessing Lee Mingyu's brilliant performance on the big screen, joined in the rapture. Lee Mingyu, brilliant. Chapter 364. Boca Juniors' disturbed mentality. Lee Mingyu's goal brought a palpable sense of relief to the Manchester City players. Against the South American powerhouse Boca Juniors, they realized their defensive strategies were less effective than anticipated. Each Boca player exhibited remarkable skill, with even their goalkeeper daring to feint in front of Harry Kane. Today, Kane found the opposition's defenders to be exceptionally agile, making it difficult for him to leverage his own strengths. Upon witnessing Lee Mingyu's goal, Kane, who was entangled on the left side of the penalty area, was the first to rush toward Lee Mingyu, leaping onto his back in exuberance. The force of the impact nearly toppled Lee Mingyu, who managed to retain his balance thanks to his powerful legs and core strength. Kane felt as though all his pent-up frustration had been expelled by Lee Mingyu's strike. Ramrez, standing outside the penalty area with his hands on his hips, regarded Lee Mingyu with a newfound uncertainty. Although Lee Mingyu had been prolific in scoring during the World Cup and demonstrated exceptional talent, the South American players may not hold him in high esteem. Just like Messi, who, despite his global fame, does not enjoy the same level of adoration in Argentina. While Barcelona elevated Messi's status, some detractors see him merely as a product of a successful system. Their argument is that Messi excels at Barcelona but struggles with the national team. This sentiment still holds sway, as success outside of Barcelona would change perceptions, though Messi's retirement has rendered that prospect moot. Nonetheless, Messi's greatness stands independently of criticism, with his achievements forever etched in history. As for Lee Mingyu, despite winning the World Cup and the Champions League with Manchester City, he remains perceived as average in the eyes of these South American players, who may believe that winning the Champions League is merely a matter of course if they were to join Manchester City. Thus, from the outset, Boca Juniors players began to provoke their opponents. However, Lee Mingyu's goal served as a wake-up call. The technical prowess displayed in that moment was enough to humble them. The combination of speed and balance allowed him to evade Ramrez's lethal tackle while simultaneously dribbling the ball. Upon reaching the penalty area, his feigned long shot deceived the defenders, enabling him to enter the box with finesse, showcasing his remarkable judgment and physical prowess. Facing an advancing goalkeeper, Lee Mingyu's 3 consecutive shifts in weight exemplified his extraordinary balance. Maintaining such control while sprinting is no small feat, yet Lee Mingyu executed it flawlessly, resulting in a goal that left him thoroughly satisfied. Not only did it elevate the team's morale, but the overwhelming support from the home fans activated an atmosphere of jubilation. The previous match saw the host team fail to bring out Lee Mingyu's talents, but Boca Juniors' provocations allowed him to showcase his true abilities. The series of fluid dribbles culminating in that final shot resembled a masterpiece, eliciting exuberant cheers from the crowd. Lee Mingyu brilliant! Lee Mingyu brilliant! Lee Mingyu brilliant! The rich accolades infused with Chinese cultural flair echoed throughout the stadium, culminating in a unified chant of Lee Mingyu brilliant. Amidst the fervent excitement, Harry Kane turned to Lee Mingyu, asking, "What are they shouting?" Lee Mingyu, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, "They're just praising me, saying I'm amazing." Kane, suddenly enlightened, gave Lee Mingyu a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Brilliant." Lee Mingyu's expression darkened at the remark. As the game resumed, a chorus of boos erupted. Boca Juniors players, momentarily dazed by the recent goal, found their emotions greatly affected by the jeers. Being South American players, their tempers flared easily. In Manchester City's half, Boca Juniors conceded again. Following a turnover, Esteban Llorente maliciously brought down Rodri from behind, locking his neck before forcefully pulling him to the ground. This reckless maneuver incited Rodri's fury, and despite the pain in his neck, he rose with indignation, charging toward Llorente. Thankfully, Rodri retained his composure, opting to confront Llorente with a gentle headbutt, cursing under his breath. Yet, Llorente fell as if struck by a bull, clutching his face and writhed on the ground in agony. The referee, standing a short distance away, clearly witnessed the unfolding scene. Having already blown the whistle for a foul, he hurriedly blew it several more times, his face bearing a hint of anger as he approached. "What is this nonsense? You're at it again, aren't you?" Upon seeing the referee advance, Rodri, with a face full of indignation, pointed at Esteban Llorente, who was rolling on the ground, and exclaimed, "Sir, he is feigning injury." The referee remained silent, instead moving to Esteban Llorente to inquire about his condition. However, Esteban appeared to be in distress, groaning incessantly. The referee could only signal for the team doctor to come onto the field. At that moment, Lim Mingyu also approached, earnestly addressing the referee, "Sir, that was a malicious foul by the opposing team. My teammate merely engaged in a discussion with him. There was no contact. This is clearly a case of simulation. I hope you can discern the truth, given both Lim Mingyu's stature and his role as captain." The referee could not ignore him, but responded coolly, "I will handle this matter. Please take your players to the other side and refrain from further conflict." Lim Mingyu pulled Rodri, who seemed eager to protest, urging everyone to the sidelines for some water and a brief respite. Chapter 365. Boca Juniors scores a goal. The Boca Juniors team doctor came onto the field, feigning concern as he checked on Esteban Llorente. The cacophony of boos from the crowd ignited a sense of frustration among the South American players. When did Huaxia become Manchester City's home ground? Esteban, putting on a show of recovery, sat up, appearing to be fine. Just as he prepared to rise, the referee approached, producing a bright red card from his pocket and displaying it to Esteban. "Behold this card. It is both red and prominent." Esteban could hardly believe his eyes. "A red card? Why?" Ignoring his supposed injury, he sprang to his feet, eyes wide with fury, and unleashed a torrent of shouts at the referee. The referee remained unflappable, waving the red card dismissively, indicating that Esteban should leave the field. The Boca Juniors players quickly gathered around, protesting vociferously. The referee, visibly irritated, declared, "I have already stated. Do not cause disturbances during this match. Do you wish to provoke me further?" Brandishing the red card, he appeared eager to take further action. The Boca Juniors players were taken aback by the referee's demeanor. They fell silent, realizing they could not voice their objections. Only the captain continued to argue with the referee, while the others refrained from speaking. Esteban stood there, dejected, unable to comprehend why he had been sent off. Normally, such an action would warrant merely a red card, but the previous altercation had frayed the referee's patience. Faced with the gravity of the match, he saw no choice but to act decisively. Esteban had unfortunately found himself on the wrong side of the referee's judgment. With no recourse for appeal, Esteban eventually left the field, head bowed in dissatisfaction. To quell the unrest among Boca Juniors, the referee summoned Rodri and presented him with a yellow card, acknowledging his retaliatory actions. Rodri said nothing, but Lim Mingyu expressed discontent, deeming the referee's approach unsatisfactory. Yet, the referee remained unmoved, advising both captains to ensure that no further malicious fouls occurred in the match, or he would not hesitate to send offenders off. Under this threat, the players from both teams played more cautiously as the game progressed. However, with one less player, Boca Juniors struggled against Manchester City's relentless attacks. In the 40th minute of the first half, Boca Juniors faltered defensively, and Lim Mingyu made a precise through pass, allowing Ferran Torres to surge into the penalty area. The goalkeeper rushed out to block the shot, but Ferran selflessly opted to pass to the better positioned Harry Kane. Faced with an open goal, Kane did not disappoint, deftly guiding the ball into the net. 2-0. The atmosphere in the Honco football stadium erupted with the exuberant cheers of the fans. Following the goal, Kane beckoned Ferran, and together they rushed to the sidelines to celebrate wildly. Lim Mingyu joined in, leaping onto Kane's back, who pointed at him, indicating, "This is our leader." Amidst the resounding chants of Lim Mingyu's name, he extended his arms, acknowledging the crowd. The morale of the Boca Juniors players had plummeted. With one player down and trailing by 2 goals, the prospect of victory seemed bleak. As the second half commenced, Boca Juniors crafted a moment of danger. Following the kickoff, they passed the ball among themselves in the backfield, enticing Manchester City to apply pressure. Despite the aggressive pressing from City, the skill of Boca's players shone through. Fullback Fabra drew 2 defenders close, and, just as it seemed he would lose the ball, he maneuvered it out from between Ferran Torres and Bernardo Silva's tight marking. The crowd erupted in awe at his dazzling display. After the impressive dribble, Fabra advanced rapidly exploiting a gap in Manchester City's defense. Rodri, having vacated his position, rushed to cover but left a void at the edge of the penalty area. Fabra executed a swift lateral pass to the retreating forward, Christian Pavon. Upon receiving the ball, Pavon spun quickly, evading the central defender Varane, and unleashed a powerful long-range shot from outside the box. Caught unprepared, Manchester's goalkeeper Ederson could only make a half-hearted dive, failing to stop the ball as it struck the post and nestled into the net. 2-1. After scoring, Pavon exuberantly raised his arms in triumph, charging toward the camera with a fierce roar reminiscent of Diego Maradona's iconic celebrations. Viewers watching the broadcast were taken aback by his intense expression. Lee Mingyu, observing the goal, felt a pang of helplessness. The creativity of South American players could abruptly shift the momentum of a match. It was evident that this goal had reinvigorated the spirits of Boca Juniors. Seeing the fervor of the South American players, Lee Mingyu realized the urgency of dampening their enthusiasm. If this fervent team gained momentum, the remaining course of the match could become precarious. Manchester City resumed play. Although Boca Juniors' spirits had been lifted, they did not lose their composure in the wake of the goal. They maintained their formation, preparing to counter Manchester City's advances. Manchester City's attack advanced methodically, with Lee Mingyu acting as a steadfast anchor, continually making incisive runs and facilitating transitional passes. Whenever a teammate sought to distribute the ball, Lee Mingyu was invariably present, poised in a position ready to receive the pass. This exemplifies Lee Mingyu's prowess. Following a series of consecutive passes, he found himself within Boca Juniors' 30-meter zone. Unleashed the warrior. On his personal panel, all of Lee Mingyu's offensive attributes transformed to a deep crimson, nearly every stat exceeding 100. The overwhelming enhancement of his attributes imbued him with a sense of newfound strength coursing through his body. With a mere gesture, Zinchenko, who had made a forward run, delivered the ball to Lee Mingyu. Chapter 366. The annihilation of Boca Juniors. Upon receiving the ball, Lee Mingyu launched into a rapid acceleration. The moment he initiated this surge, he felt an extraordinary difference. There was no transition period as he instantly attained his previous top speed. This terrifying explosiveness created a palpable heat in the air. Not only was Lee Mingyu astonished, but the defender attempting to thwart him was equally taken aback. As Lee Mingyu received the ball and suddenly surged forward, the defensive midfielder, Roland, was caught completely off guard, merely sensing a gust of wind as Lee Mingyu effortlessly slipped past him. Goodness, he is incredibly fast. If Yen Houding from Hung Tai had been present, he would surely have resonated with him. However, this speed surpassed Lee Mingyu's previous breakthrough against Yen Houding. Before Roland could even contemplate reaching out to impede him, Lee Mingyu had already glided past him. Roland's abrupt loss of position led to a complete collapse of Boca Juniors' defensive line. Center back Esqueldo's rushed to cover, but against the rapidly advancing Lee Mingyu, he resembled a mere pole, helplessly bypassed. From receiving the ball to penetrating the penalty area, Lee Mingyu required less than 2 seconds, leaving Boca Juniors with no opportunity to react. A clear shot. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, Lee Mingyu opted not to dribble past him this time. Instead, he swung his thigh, mentally invoking a name. With a powerful strike of his right foot against the ball, a resounding thud echoed throughout the stadium. In approximately 0.2 seconds, the ball surged from the edge of the penalty area into Boca Juniors' net. Goalkeeper Agustin Alastra perceived a flash of white light before he could extend his hands, only to feel a rush of wind whisk past his ear. Alastra stood in stunned disbelief, glancing back at the goal with trepidation. If that ball had struck my face, would I have met my idol Maradona? This goal rendered the entire stadium's crowd awestruck. For a brief second following the goal, silence enveloped the arena. However, as Lee Mingyu raised his arms triumphantly, the spectators awakened from their stupor, erupting into ecstatic cheers. Was violent football. This exemplifies the beauty of brutality. The velocity of that shot, from the penalty line into the net, transpired in less than 0.2 seconds, with many failing to even notice the ball had crossed the line. The sheer power of that kick transcended human comprehension. Suddenly, the crowd's gasps intensified, for the large screen revealed a staggering statistic. Lee Mingyu's shot clocked in at 231 kilometers per hour, surpassing all previous records. In essence, Lee Mingyu had etched a historic mark at Honko Football Stadium, achieving the fastest recorded goal in football history. Lee Mingyu himself was astonished to discover that his shot had created history. The expressions of Boca Juniors players as they gazed at Lee Mingyu morphed into a peculiar mixture of disbelief and fear. Such speed is terrifying. Alastrov felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. A ball traveling at such velocity could indeed be lethal. God bless Maradona. Furthermore, this goal utterly deflated the recently inflated morale of Boca Juniors. Firstly, the shockwave from the speed of the goal instilled a profound sense of fear. Secondly, the rapidity of the response, scoring almost immediately after their goal, left them feeling their efforts were in vain. With a sense of frustration, Boca Juniors resumed play. Their players, now somewhat psychologically shattered, began to commit frequent errors. Many technical maneuvers in football require a calm or elevated mental state to execute correctly. When under psychological duress and diminished morale, even simple actions can lead to mistakes, and this instance was no exception. In the 65th minute, Boca Juniors, pressured by Manchester City, resorted to a backward pass. Roland sent the ball to Rojo, who made a perilous pass that narrowly avoided Harry Kane's foot, reaching Sanders instead. With Ferran Torres closing in, Sanders, left with no choice, returned the ball to goalkeeper Alastra. However, he failed to adequately assess the goalkeeper's position. Alastra had just crossed from one side of the goal, and Sanders' pass, more akin to a shot than a pass, led Alastra to instinctively dive. Yet the ball's trajectory was too devious, grazing the goalpost before rolling into the net. Everyone was left in shock. Alastra exclaimed, "Dude, was that intentional?" To which Sanders replied, "If I intended it, I couldn't have aimed that accurately." Lee Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle. The immense pressure exerted by Manchester City had evidently caused the opposing players to lose their composure, resulting in a catastrophic back pass. An own goal. The score now stood at 4-1. After conceding the own goal, Sanders covered his face and knelt on the ground, reluctant to rise. Meanwhile, other Boca Juniors players stood with hands on their hips, utterly bewildered. Their morale had been completely shattered. Naturally, Manchester City seized the opportunity to capitalize on the fallen adversary. In the 75th minute, Manchester City was awarded a direct free kick roughly 30 meters from the goal, perfectly aligned with it. Lee Mingyu confidently positioned himself before the goal. Boca Juniors, not daring to be negligent, formed a five-man wall for defense. However, Lee Mingyu executed a masterful curling shot, sending the ball over the defenders' heads into the goal's corner. The goalkeeper was left standing on the opposite side, unable to react. 5-1. Having completed a hat trick, Lee Mingyu was substituted by Guardiola, who, with the match firmly in hand, opted against further risks. Once Lee Mingyu exited the field, not only did Boca Juniors players breathe a sigh of relief, but even the referee visibly relaxed. However, the remainder of the match was entirely dominated by Manchester City, as Boca Juniors players had clearly shifted their focus away from the game. In the 85th minute, Harry Kane once again received a cross from Ferran Torres, leaping high to outmaneuver the opposing center back. With a magnificent Lions header, he forcefully drove the ball into the Boca Juniors net. The score stood at 6-1. In the final minute of stoppage time, Kane returned the favor, using his body to shield the opposing defender while deftly backheeling the ball to the advancing Torres. In a one-on-one situation, Torres executed a low shot, sealing the score at 7-1. Chapter 367. Semifinals against River Plate. Welcome to today's sports news on Central Television. The quarterfinals of the 2023 to 2024 FIFA Club World Cup have concluded across 4 cities in China, and the 4 teams have been determined. They include Manchester City from the Premier League and River Plate from the Argentine Primera División in the upper bracket. Coincidentally, Manchester City eliminated Boca Juniors from the Argentine League, while River Plate ousted Liverpool from the Premier League. In the upcoming semifinals, both Manchester City and River Plate will seek retribution for their respective league brethren, leaving us to ponder which team will ultimately advance to the final. The 2 teams in the lower bracket are the dominant Real Madrid from La Liga and the reigning champions Bayern Munich from the Bundesliga. Currently, 3 of the 4 semi-finalists hail from European leagues, with River Plate being the sole representative from South America. The semi-finals of the Club World Cup will take place in 2 days, with the match between Manchester City and River Plate scheduled at the Dongxi Lake Sports Center in Jiangxing, while Real Madrid will face Bayern Munich at the Tianjin Olympic Sports Center. Our station will continue to follow these matches, bringing you further updates. After the match, Lin Tong swiftly accompanied the Manchester City team to Jiangxing. The city is not far from Shanghai, merely 800 kilometers away, a 2-hour flight. Jiangcheng serves as a vital economic hub in China, centrally located and renowned for its extensive transportation network. Upon arrival, Guardiola opted not to restrict the players from venturing out. After discussions with local authorities, the entire Manchester City squad enjoyed a day of sightseeing in Jiangcheng, visiting landmarks such as the Yangtze River Bridge, the Yellow Crane Tower, and the Jiangxi Museum. In the afternoon, Manchester City arrived at Jiangxing University. Coincidentally, the renowned variety show Quickly Brothers was also filming at the university, but faced resistance from many students who protested, claiming the show tarnished the reputation of their century-old institution. This is a place of scholarship, not a venue for idol worship. A vice president of Jiangcheng University passionately declared in front of reporters. Suddenly, they noticed students rushing towards the university's entrance, visibly excited. The reporters instinctively lowered their microphones, turning to see what was unfolding. Faintly, they could hear the students chanting a name. Though unclear, it seemed to be that of an individual. The vice president found himself at a loss for words. Having just stated their students were polite and cultured, he was caught off guard by this unexpected surge of enthusiasm. A reporter's earpiece suddenly crackled with news that elicited a look of delight on his face. "Rest assured, editor, I will complete the task," he exclaimed, disregarding the vice president and beckoning his cameraman as they rushed toward the entrance, leaving the vice president bewildered. "Li Mingyu, so handsome. Li Mingyu, I love you. Li Mingyu, look here." In this historic campus, never had a so-called star received such an overwhelming welcome. Surrounded by Manchester City players, Li Mingyu continually waved to the eager students. While the players had drawn attention from Jiangxing citizens at various tourist spots, the crowd had remained relatively restrained, merely calling out Li Mingyu's name. However, upon reaching Jiangxing University, the fervor of the students took everyone by surprise. Fortunately, the students exhibited a commendable level of decorum. Despite their numbers, they maintained order, with members of the student council voluntarily managing the crowd, ensuring they formed two lines to prevent any chaos. The vice president received a call from the principal, requesting his assistance in welcoming Li Mingyu and his entourage, initially prepared to assertively expel them from the campus. Upon realizing Li Mingyu was in attendance, his demeanor shifted, transforming him into an ordinary fan, excitedly watching from the crowd. The vice president, once a fervent football enthusiast in his youth, retained his passion for the sport despite his elevated position. After a leisurely tour around Jiangxing University, Li Mingyu and his party obliged the students' request for photographs before departing. Outside the university, the crew from Quickly Brothers looked on with envy as the Manchester City team was greeted with a warm reception. A beautiful actress scoffed, "I can't believe Jiangxing University is so enamored with foreigners. It's pathetic. They deride us, yet they fawn over a bunch of foreigners." A nearby assistant gently tugged her arm, whispering, "Sister Wawa, the captain of Manchester City is Li Mingyu." "Who is this Manchester City? Who is Li Mingyu? I don't recognize him," Wawa retorted dismissively. A male actor beside her cleared his throat and remarked, "Li Mingyu is currently valued at no less than 500 million. Wawa paused, furrowing her brow, before defiantly stating, 500 million is not that much." The actor chuckled. "I was referring to euros." After a day of exploring Jiangcheng, that evening at their hotel, the players of Manchester City were treated to a sumptuous Jiangxing-style Chinese feast prepared by the head chef of the Jiangxing Grand Hotel. 2 days later, at the Dongxi Lake Sports Center in Jiangxing, 30,000 fans flooded in, transforming the venue into Li Mingyu's home ground once more. As far as the eye could see, the stands were a sea of sky blue, enveloping the Manchester City players in a nostalgic atmosphere reminiscent of the Etihad Stadium, albeit with a slightly different cheer. Meanwhile, the River Plate players were warming up on the opposite side of the field, frequently glancing over as the captivating Li Mingyu showcased his shooting skills, eliciting cheers from the crowd. The starting goalkeeper, Ederson, stood helplessly in front of the goal, deflecting one of Li Mingyu's long-range shots. "My hands are sore. Can't you take it easy? Coach, what if I get injured?" Chapter 368. The lone journey begins with a sharp whistle. The semi-final match of the Club World Cup officially commenced at the Dongxi Lake Sports Center in Jiangxing. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the East and West Lake Sports Center in Jiangxing, earning the talent of Argentine legend Ariel Ortega. The solo journey. The solo journey, known as the talent of the little donkey Ortega, grants a linear breakthrough speed of 10 upon activation, accompanied by an unstoppable effect. This skill cannot be used simultaneously with others and is limited to once per match. In Chinese mythology, the creature born from the mating of a dragon and a donkey is called Te. In the capital city, there exists a Baiyun temple, behind which lies the Yuanshan Palace, dedicated to the deity of fortune. Not far from there stands a peculiar bronze statue, known as the non-horse, non-donkey, which many are unaware of its true nature. It is named the Solo Journey. Li Mingyu realizes that he possesses a multitude of offensive skills, although each can be utilized only once. Seizing the opportunity significantly increases the likelihood of a successful attack. However, many teams have conducted extensive research on Li Mingyu. Whenever he attempts to accelerate past defenders, they often resort to fouls to disrupt his skills, resulting in a wasted opportunity. Consequently, Li Mingyu must now seek the most opportune moments to unleash his talents. River Plate initiates the kickoff, deploying a 4-5-1 formation with 27-year-old forward Fontana leading the charge. The finesse of South American footwork is strikingly evident in him. Fontana skillfully navigates past the defenses of Bernardo Silva and Rodri, executing a feint to evade Laporte and unleashing a long-range shot that narrowly misses the crossbar, causing Manchester City's goalkeeper Ederson to break into a cold sweat. The crowd erupts in astonishment at Fontana's dazzling display from the outset. Scattered applause signifies the admiration of the spectators for this player. Although both River Plate and Boca Juniors hail from Argentina, River Plate's consistent performance has garnered respect, unlike the rebellious nature of Boca Juniors, leading to a lack of animosity from the fans of Huaxia. While the local supporters primarily cheer for Manchester City and Li Mingyu, they readily applaud exceptional performances from opponents, as the essence of football lies in the balance of competition. A one-sided match lacks allure. The earlier shot serves as a wake-up call for the somewhat inattentive Manchester City. The team quickly retaliates with a brilliant attack. The goalkeeper restarts with a goal kick, which defender Verona passes to wing-back Zinchenko. Zinchenko advances, delivering the ball to defensive midfielder Rodri, who returns it to Zinchenko, creating space before sending a direct pass to Li Mingyu in midfield. However, Rodri's pass is poorly executed, resulting in a half-high ball. Li Mingyu, having to retreat, cannot capitalize on an immediate turn as he would have with a ground ball. Instead, he must first stop the ball before pivoting, allowing the pursuing defenders to close in. In a split second, Li Mingyu halts his retreat and unexpectedly spins, ignoring the approaching ball, and deftly uses his right heel to flick it up just in time. As he lifts the ball, he simultaneously propels himself forward. The defenders are left dumbfounded, witnessing Li Mingyu's acrobatic maneuver as he deftly flicks the ball over their heads. With the momentum carrying him forward, they can only watch helplessly, unable to reach out and obstruct him. The crowd gasps in astonishment at Li Mingyu's extraordinary display of skill. This remarkable move is a flash of inspiration from Li Mingyu, reminiscent of the elegant waltz he acquired during the World Cup match against the Netherlands. This particular maneuver mirrors that classic moment, albeit with a heightened difficulty due to the half-high ball. Li Mingyu, lacking absolute certainty, decides to take the chance, and it appears fortune favors him. With barely any need to decelerate, he extends his foot to skillfully control the descending ball and continues his charge toward River Plate's defense. Ahead of him, Harry Kane has already positioned himself near the penalty area, ready to make a decisive run into the box. The wingers are also surging forward, and the four attacking players are poised to breach the defenses. The River Plate defense feels the pressure intensify, yet the center back, showing no hesitation, lunges forward to intercept the ball at Li Mingyu's feet. Quick-witted and agile, Li Mingyu perceives a glaring gap in the opponent's back line and, with a deft flick of his ankle, delivers a precise pass that slices through the advancing center back's legs, akin to a surgeon's scalpel. As the ball glides past, the center back reacts belatedly, extending his leg too late to intercept the ball, which is already en route to the penalty area. In a split second, as Li Mingyu executes his pass, Harry Kane senses the moment, taking a step back to avoid being offside before accelerating with force, darting past another center back. The defender attempts an extreme split to block the imminent pass, but fails, his expression reflecting the agony of a near miss. Kane receives Li Mingyu's pass near the penalty spot, adjusts briefly, and unleashes a powerful shot. However, River Plate's goalkeeper, alert to the emerging threat, anticipates the play and rushes forward, positioning himself effectively for a save. Kane's attempt is met with the goalkeeper's right foot, deflecting the ball upward. Yet, The ball's trajectory remains aimed toward the goal. The goalkeeper scrambles to regain his footing, while Kane quickly pursues the rebounding ball, as the crowd rises to their feet. Eager to witness whether Kane can connect first with the ball or if the keeper, Lucas, will reach it first, Kane propels himself forward, leaping to head the ball. Lucas, too, exerts all his strength, stretching his body and outstretched right arm to grasp the airborne ball. The ball grazes Lucas's right foot, and due to its rapid speed and intense spin, it bounces toward the goal. The ball inches closer to the small box, and even in the absence of any interference, it holds a substantial probability of finding its way into the net. As Harry Kane's head approached the ball, a flicker of exhilaration crossed his face. However, a large hand, clad in black gloves, swiftly intervened, appearing before him. "Damn it, no!" Kane silently screamed in frustration. Helplessly, he watched as the opposing goalkeeper, Lucas, deflected the ball away with his right hand, sending it out of bounds. Filled with regret, Kane gently pushed himself off the ground, cushioning his fall, landing safely. In contrast, Lucas crashed heavily to the ground with a muffled groan, clutching his right shoulder, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Witnessing this, Kane's regret quickly dissipated, and he sprang to his feet, anxiously signaling for medical assistance to the sidelines. The River Plate team doctor, upon seeing the urgency, rushed onto the field with his medical kit, disregarding the referee's signals. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of concern. The previous moment had startled them all. Although they felt a profound disappointment at the missed goal, Lucas's fighting spirit had deeply moved them. Suddenly, scattered applause erupted from the stands, and gradually, all the Chinese fans rose to their feet, clapping for the injured Lucas, hoping for his swift recovery. Meanwhile, the team doctor knelt beside Lucas, leaning in to inquire earnestly, as Lucas's face was buried in the grass. Observing the fluctuating expressions on the doctor's face, and seeing Lucas unable to move, Li Mingyu, standing nearby, displayed a pained expression. For any player, the sight of a serious injury on the field, whether it be a teammate or an opponent, is one of the most distressing experiences. The River Plate players wore grave expressions, as their main goalkeeper was injured. With only 2 goalkeepers brought to the Club World Cup, the other was the 37-year-old veteran Armani, who had largely stepped back from active play, serving as the team's goalkeeping coach. Witnessing the scene, the previously seated Armani quickly rose, hurriedly warming up at the sidelines. Coach Marcelo Gallardo's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated such an injury occurring so early in the match. It appeared to be quite serious. The crowd collectively gasped as the large screen replayed the moment of Lucas's injury. In a bid to stop Kane's imminent strike, Lucas had committed fully to fate, awkwardly deflecting the ball with one hand before losing control of his body and crashing to the ground. In that instant, his right shoulder clearly dislocated, and in slow motion, it seemed as though Lucas's scapula was about to pierce through his skin. An ambulance arrived promptly at River Plate's goal, and medical personnel swiftly stabilized Lucas's shoulder before carefully lifting him onto the stretcher. The players of River Plate wore somber expressions. Some close to Lucas could not hold back their tears. The severity of the injury was evident, potentially impacting Lucas's career significantly. Li Mingyu approached the opposing captain, Ponzio, to express his concern for Lucas. Ponzio's face was equally grave as he firmly patted Li Mingyu's shoulder, conveying unspoken solidarity. The veteran Armani, now donning gear, although having been out of the game for some time, instilled a sense of reassurance among the players. Despite only having spent 4 years with River Plate, his stability and tactical awareness made everyone feel secure. Once on the pitch, Armani clapped his hands vigorously and shouted, urging his teammates to rally their spirits and ensure that Lucas's sacrifice would not be in vain. The atmosphere, once heavy with concern for Lucas, transformed into one of renewed determination. Since Lucas had last touched the ball before it went out of play, Manchester City was now awarded a corner kick opportunity. Li Mingyu approached the corner flag, observing the bustling chaos within the penalty area. River Plate's players were not lacking in height or physicality, posing a challenge for Manchester City's attacking players. Li Mingyu executed a curved kick, sending the ball to a position between the 6-yard box and the penalty spot, an area notoriously difficult for goalkeepers to claim. However, to Li Mingyu's surprise, the newly entered goalkeeper Armani seemed to anticipate the play, swiftly moving outside the 6-yard box and leaping to pluck the ball from Verna's head. Li Mingyu inwardly cursed his miscalculation. In an instant after landing, Armani secured the ball with one hand and flung it backward, launching a powerful throw that sent the ball soaring towards midfield. Manchester City's center backs, Varane and Laporte, now found themselves sprinting back from the penalty area. Only Rodri remained in Manchester City's half, attempting to disrupt Fontana's advance. Yet Fontana had a head start, and with a sudden burst of speed, he surged past Rodri, who stumbled in his pursuit and quickly fell behind. River Plate was now on a breakaway. The entire East-West Lake Sports Center erupted in astonishment. Fans could hardly believe their eyes, with River Plate's starting goalkeeper sidelined. Manchester City had been presented with a prime scoring opportunity from the corner kick. Yet, mere seconds later, the newly entered veteran goalkeeper had intercepted Lee Mingyu's corner and initiated a rapid counterattack. As Fontana received the ball, he deftly evaded the last defender, Rodri, and charged into Manchester City's half, with only goalkeeper Ederson trembling in the penalty area before him. Fontana's speed was blinding. Rodri, now bereft of defensive positioning, felt as if he were chasing Lee Mingyu, watching helplessly as Fontana pulled further away. Ederson, facing this predicament, dared not rush forward, knowing that a premature advance could allow Fontana to effortlessly lob the ball into the net. Instead, he remained poised in the small box, waiting to decide whether to challenge as Fontana entered the area. Like a whirlwind, Fontana propelled himself forward, reaching the penalty box within mere seconds. As he stepped into the area, Ederson realized he could wait no longer. He dashed forward, arms poised at his sides, ready to dive at a moment's notice. However, Fontana's experience is exceedingly rich. When faced with the advancing Ederson, he executed a simple change of direction, creating a substantial angle for his shot. He lifted his right foot, preparing to strike. Ederson caught off balance, lunged his left. Yet to his dismay, Fontana's maneuver was merely a feint, as his right foot descended. He deftly tapped the ball past Ederson, who was left helpless in front of an open goal, watching the ball roll into the net. Then glancing at the jubilant Fontana racing towards the sidelines with raised arms, Ederson sat on the ground, a picture of resignation. Meanwhile, Rodri, having already halted his run, stood with hands on hips, shaking his head in bemusement. The fans in the stands were slow to react, but soon realized the score was 1-0, with River Plate unexpectedly in the lead. The Manchester City players wore expressions of discontent, astonished that a simple counterattack had breached their defenses. The two central defenders, Varane and Laporte, exchanged glances, both recognizing the shame reflected in each other's eyes. In their eagerness to support the corner kick, both had advanced to the opponent's goal, leaving their own defensive line exposed. Manchester City was caught off guard. The series of victories had instilled a sense of invincibility in the players. Typically, during corner kicks, either Varane or Laporte would remain back, but this time they both surged forward, a reckless decision that proved perilous. Consequently, their defense was ruthlessly penetrated. Lee Mingyu felt a twinge of regret, realizing that the opposing goalkeeper had anticipated his intentions. Observing the fervent and exuberant Armani, Lee Mingyu could only nod in acknowledgement. Indeed, experience holds great value. Nevertheless, this goal did not significantly impact the mentality of the Manchester City players, such as the mindset of a champion team. Standing just outside the center circle, Lee Mingyu smiled at the visibly frustrated Harry Kane and called out, "Harry, tactic number 3. Kane's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up to Lee Mingyu, a grin spreading across his face. Lee Mingyu's voice was not loud, so the River Plate players remained oblivious to his words, still basking in the thrill of their recent goal. Scoring against Manchester City is no small feat, after all. Meanwhile, Lee Mingyu subtly signaled to his teammates, indicating the strategy they would employ next. As Manchester City prepared for the kickoff, Kane nudged the ball backward before sprinting forward. The River Plate players focused their attention on Lee Mingyu, who had received the ball, instead of passing it directly forward. Lee Mingyu flicked the ball with his heel to Rodri, then moved to the right flank. Rodri, upon receiving the ball, passed it to the left side where Bernardo Silva awaited, indicating that this attack was intended for the left flank. Naturally, River Plate's players began to shift their formation towards that side. Lee Mingyu maintained his position along the right sideline, gradually advancing. From his distance, the River Plate defenders merely glanced at him, not assigning anyone to mark him specifically. After passing the ball, Rodri also moved forward, occupying a position near the center circle. Following 2 successful evades, Bernardo Silva passed the ball to Ferran Torres, Observing the defensive setup, Torres recognized that the opportunity was not optimal for a direct attack. So he pulled the ball back and passed it to the advancing wingback, Zinchenko. Manchester City continued to exchange passes on the left, drawing the River Plate defense completely over to that side. This left Lee Mingyu completely unmarked on the right. Suddenly, he surged forward with remarkable speed. Although the River Plate defense was focused on the left, their wingback, Horacio Pinola, remained alert to Lee Mingyu's movements, mindful of the world-class player he was facing. As he saw Lee Mingyu accelerate, he had no time to think and quickly closed the distance. While running, Lee Mingyu glanced skyward, a move that startled Horacio Pinola into looking back, only to see a ball soaring towards Lee Mingyu. What was happening? Where did the ball come flying in? Who made that pass? In fact, when Torres passed to Zinchenko, the latter had already spotted Lee Mingyu waving for the ball. Knowing that the real offensive focus was on him, Zinchenko delivered a precise 45-degree diagonal pass, the ball finding Lee Mingyu as he dashed forward. Although Pinola had approached, he had lost all opportunity to defend the ball. He faced a dilemma: either foul Lee Mingyu or wait for him to miscontrol the ball before attempting to defend. However, Lee Mingyu's innate football elegance made Pinola hesitate about committing a foul. That moment of hesitation cost him the chance to act. In a flash, Lee Mingyu's sudden burst of speed sent a ripple of alarm through River Plate's defense. Pinola sprinted desperately towards Lee Mingyu. Yet during the moment of indecision regarding whether to foul, Lee Mingyu executed a flawless touch and breakthrough, all in one fluid motion. As the ball arrived from across the pitch, Lee Mingyu leaped lightly. Extending his right foot, the ball settled under his foot as delicately as a feather. Upon landing, he propelled himself forward, accelerating towards the River Plate penalty area. With remarkable agility, Lee Mingyu perceived a clear path ahead, his legs bursting forth with renewed vigor. In an instant, he had reached the edge of the penalty area. The two central defenders before him resembled wooden statues, rigidly extending their legs in an attempt to intercept the ball at his feet. However, the nimble Lee Mingyu effortlessly maneuvered past both defenders with a deft flick and a gentle touch. Confronted by the advancing goalkeeper, Lee Mingyu revealed a fierce expression. Lifting his right leg, in that fleeting moment, he felt as though his thigh had swelled with explosive power. With a resounding thud, the spectators erupted into a collective gasp of awe. The veteran goalkeeper, Armani, sensed a blinding flash before him and instinctively trembled, raising his hands to shield his face. However, he quickly lowered them, a gesture that, for a goalkeeper, was nothing short of humiliating, akin to surrender. The score was now 1-1 as Manchester City equalized. Yet, this goal ignited an exhilarating fervor among the fans. What a remarkable goal it was. Most of the attendees were ardent football enthusiasts, many of whom frequently attended matches. They were used to witnessing players in the Chinese Super League struggle, with even the simplest touches leading to the ball rolling out of play, leaving them baffled by missed open goals. However, Lee Mingyu's strike was an artistry that unfolded flawlessly from the moment he initiated his motion. The initial touch was practically textbook, seamlessly transitioning into a breakthrough without any extraneous movements. The subsequent rapid succession of feints and dribbles, while seemingly straightforward, showcased Lee Mingyu's exceptional agility and balance amidst high speed. The final shot sent the crowd into a frenzy. In the previous match, Lee Mingyu had already demonstrated such formidable shooting prowess. His powerful shots and free kicks had left a lasting impression, yet they had felt somewhat lacking, akin to a mighty warrior wielding a heavy axe. Impressive, yet missing a certain essence. In this moment, the spectators finally understood what was absent: an indomitable presence. Lee Mingyu's goal epitomized what it meant to be formidable. The goalkeeper, in sheer fright, covered his face with both hands. In that instant, Lee Mingyu became a perpetual nightmare for him. Indeed, Armani's gaze towards Lee Mingyu grew increasingly complex. His earlier gesture had tarnished his illustrious reputation. As a seasoned goalkeeper at 37, Armani had witnessed countless matches and players, yet he had never encountered an adversary as terrifying as Lee Mingyu. The shot had instilled a profound fear within him, prompting an instinctual protective reaction. Marcelo Gallardo, the coach of River Plate, rubbed his forehead in contemplation. He held no ill will towards Armani for his earlier action, acknowledging that even at his best, he could not have stopped such a stellar strike. Lee Mingyu's goal was essentially insurmountable, so Gallardo refrained from blaming anyone. However, The swift equalizer from Manchester City was certainly not favorable news for River Plate. Statistics suggest that if a team scores first and then concedes an equalizer within 3 minutes, the likelihood of them falling behind increases significantly. Indeed, shortly after the restart, River Plate's attack faltered, paving the way for Manchester City's counterattack. Fontana's angled shot from within the box was deflected by Laporte, while Rodri seized the second ball, delivering a pass to the advancing Zinchenko on the flank. This year marked Zinchenko's 7th season with Manchester City, and he had become the undisputed left wing back. His defensive capabilities, swift transitions, and exquisite passing had contributed significantly to Lee Ming-yu's earlier goal, which had been set up by a long, precise cross from Zinchenko. Upon receiving the ball, Zinchenko surged forward, skillfully maneuvering past an opponent. The reputation of Manchester City's counterattacks is renowned globally. Zinchenko's aggressive breakthrough sent the crowd into a frenzy. Within 2 seconds, he received his own pass and, observing the approaching River Plate midfielder, executed a sweeping pass with his left foot, sending the ball near the center circle. There, Manchester City's number 10 was poised for action. "Stop him!" Gallardo shouted from the sidelines, exerting all his might. Chapter 372, Consecutive Goals, Crumbling River Plate. River Plate's defense had been relatively swift. As Zinchenko passed the ball, for players had already retreated to their half, while only Ferran Torres was making a rapid, unmarked run from the flank. Yet, in a twist that surprised both River Plate and their fans, Lee Ming-yu, upon seeing Zinchenko's pass, slightly shifted his body, directing his left foot to deliver a precise through ball. The football soared from just outside Manchester City's half, bypassing all River Plate defenders without a single player able to intercept it. Despite the numerical advantage in their half, Lee Ming-yu's pass rendered 4 defenders completely ineffective. Ferran Torres surged forward, expertly stopping the ball with his right foot and cutting into the River Plate penalty area. From the flank, he unleashed a shot that gracefully arced towards the far corner of the goal. The veteran goalkeeper Armani, despite his best efforts, was unable to reach it. It was evident that his jump was no longer what it once was. The moment the ball struck the net, the stadium erupted in jubilation. 2-1 within 3 minutes. Manchester City had scored twice, turning the tables. Lee Ming-yu showcased his prowess with a powerful long-range shot, complemented by a surgical through ball, leaving the Chinese fans in attendance in awe of a potential future Ballon d'Or winner. River Plate's players were also left astounded by Lee Ming-yu's imaginative passing. Such a pass transcended mere technique. It was a testament to vision and awareness. Some players may possess skill, yet falter at critical moments, lacking football intelligence. However, Lee Ming-yu remained composed on the pitch, always anticipating his teammates' movements and intentions with each pass. His recent through ball was a clear manifestation of his foresight, pinpointing Ferran Torres' run and threading the ball straight to his feet. Ferran, having followed in Lee Ming-yu's footsteps both at Manchester City and the national team, had developed an exceptional level of synergy with him. The ball was perfectly positioned by Ferran Torres, arriving just as he struck a clever shot, opting for precision rather than power, leaving the 37-year-old goalkeeper only to lament his fate. The coach of River Plate sighed in resignation as he gazed enviously at the opposing team's number 10, who stood triumphantly in midfield with arms raised. Such players are the dream of every coach. Yet, in this world exists a remarkable coach who has consistently emphasized that he does not rely on stars, but rather values teamwork above all. Nevertheless, top-tier players like Lee Ming-yu are undoubtedly worth any price. It now seems that Manchester City's investment of $300 million has proven to be exceedingly worthwhile. The club's market value has skyrocketed, and they have long since recouped their expenditure. This summer, countless teams have inquired about Lee Ming-yu's price, but Manchester City has declared him untouchable. However, everyone knows that the term untouchable merely signifies that the price has yet to meet expectations. Once the right offer is made, no player is truly off the table. Yet, when Paris Saint-Germain raised the price to €450 million, Manchester City still refused to budge, making it clear that Lee Ming-yu is indeed untouchable, unless a club can activate his buyout clause of €700 million. One can only hope that such a foolish investor does not exist. Nonetheless, it is universally acknowledged that Lee Ming-yu's status as the highest valued player is indisputable. As River Plate resumed play, Manchester City's defense became increasingly aggressive after taking the lead. Following 2 consecutive goals, Lee Mingyu's Cantona-like aura had been activated twice, boosting team morale by 10 points and galvanizing the emotions of the spectators. Since that day, Lee Mingyu has taken to standing with his collar turned up in every match. No one dares to claim he is imitating Cantona anymore, for Lee Mingyu has far surpassed that Manchester United legend in both achievement and stature. This gesture of his has become a new trend, with most fans in the stadium now sporting their collars similarly raised, creating a uniform appearance. Gradually, the rhythm of the match fell under Manchester City's control. This is a common issue with South American teams. When passing lanes are disrupted, they often resort to individual skill to resolve their problems. Yet, Manchester City's compact pressing is not without merit. In the 30th minute of the first half, River Plate forward Fontana received the ball in the attacking third, attempting to turn while shielding it from Laporte. However, Verny seized the moment, stepping in to dispossess Fontana with a precise tackle. Fontana fell to the ground, enraged, shouting at the referee, who paid him no heed as Manchester City launched a rapid counterattack. Following his interception, Verny opted not to pass, but carried the ball forward from just outside the penalty area. River Plate players were caught off guard by Verny's audacity, failing to advance quickly enough to intercept, assuming he would soon distribute the ball. Realizing no one was defending him, Verny took full advantage, driving the ball forward with powerful strides. One should not underestimate Verny simply because he is a defender. His explosiveness and speed rank him among the top players in Manchester City, and his dribbling skills are commendable. Unchallenged, he charged forward with the momentum of a legendary warrior. Lee Mingyu, initially waiting for Verny's pass, quickly drifted to the flanks, drawing defenders away to provide Verny with an opportunity to shine. The regret from River Plate's early goal fueled Verny's determination, and at that moment, he unleashed his full potential. With a fully unleashed Verny, River Plate players found it too late to block his path as he surged from his half to the edge of their penalty area, feeling as though his chest might explode with each heated breath. Stumbling slightly, he gritted his teeth and entered the penalty area, lacking the energy to glance at the goal. Relying solely on instinct and the positioning of the defenders, Verny decided to shoot. The opposing center back, initially poised to intercept after Verny took another step forward, was caught off guard when Verny opted to shoot as soon as he entered the box. The defender could only extend his leg in a futile attempt to block the shot. Exhausted from his sprint, Verny's effort lacked power, resulting in a feeble strike. River Plate's Horacio Pinola positioned himself to intercept the ball, feeling a surge of delight as he made contact. However, the ball deflected off his foot, altering its trajectory and continuing toward the goal. When Horacio Pinola turned to look, a look of horror crossed his face. Initially, the seasoned goalkeeper Armani had anticipated the ball's path and had begun to move toward the left side of the goal. Yet, due to the deflection off Pinola's right foot, the ball veered toward the right side instead. Armani was left frozen, watching in disbelief as the ball slowly bounced and rolled into the net. In the 33rd chapter, the transformation of Benzema unfolds. In the 30th minute of the first half, Verny's shot struck River Plate defender Horacio Pinola, resulting in a deflection that left goalkeeper Armani helpless as he watched the ball roll into the goal. The score was now 3-1, with Manchester City extending their lead once more. This goal sent River Plate players into a state of disarray, as it was shameful for a center back to have charged from their half to score without any defenders intervening. Such a goal is a significant humiliation for any team. The River Plate players bowed their heads, bewildered by the turn of events. Having scored first, they could not comprehend how they had conceded 3 goals in just 30 minutes, especially in such a humiliating manner. Goalkeeper Armani shook his head in resignation. Such a match is a torment for any keeper. Following the goal, Verny exuberantly rushed to the sidelines, raising his arms in celebration. While luck played a significant role in the goal, it also showcased his individual prowess. Lee Mingyu joyfully raced from midfield to join Verny in celebration. The crowd's admiration for Verny was palpable, with enthusiastic applause and cheers reflecting the warmth of the fans. After the restart, River Plate's morale suffered a severe blow, leaving the players visibly disheartened. In the offensive zone, a mispass occurred, prompting Manchester City to mount a counterattack. Fortunately, a foul committed by a River Plate midfielder near the midfield halted Lee Mingyu, preventing what could have been a goal-scoring opportunity. However, this defensive intervention came at the cost of a yellow card. The River Plate coach shouted from the sidelines, hoping to invigorate his players, but his efforts yielded little result. This reflects a common mentality among many South American players. Even those who have come to play in Europe often exhibit a tendency to lose motivation when facing a significant deficit. Generally, comebacks are rare for South American teams. Nevertheless, professionalism compelled them to maintain their defensive efforts, and by the end of the first half, Manchester City had failed to capitalize further, with the score locked at 3-1. A two-goal deficit is not insurmountable, yet the River Plate players felt increasingly powerless to mount a comeback. As the second half commenced, Manchester City surged forward, compressing River Plate's defensive formation into a mere 40-meter zone. Lee Mingyu orchestrated the midfield with poise, skillfully maneuvering the River Plate defense. Even a moment of brilliance in a through ball sent tremors through their backline. Harry Kane was not in optimal form today. Lee Mingyu's consecutive through balls saw one miscontrolled by Kane, while the other was intercepted by an opposing defender. Frustration etched on his face. Kane stomped on the grass, clearly struggling with his performance. In the 65th minute, Guardiola made his first substitution, bringing on veteran Benzema in place of Kane. Kane walked off with a wry smile, a hint of despondency evident on his countenance. Upon entering the field, Benzema appeared lively, darting through the front line and tearing apart River Plate's already fragile defense. Guardiola watched Benzema with a satisfied smile. Though already 35 years old and unable to play the full 90 minutes, Benzema was an excellent choice as a substitute. His vast experience made him acutely aware of his role, and his continuous movement had already opened up considerable space for Manchester City's attacking players. In the 70th minute, Lee Mingyu executed a sudden through ball from the center, and Benzema instinctively made his forward run. As he reached the penalty spot, the ball was perfectly positioned before him. With a swift, instinctual touch, he controlled the ball and struck it effortlessly, reminiscent of training drills. The ball rolled through goalkeeper Armani's legs and into the net. 4-1. Manchester City scored again. Benzema, momentarily stunned, had not anticipated the goal to come so easily. It felt as simple as eating or drinking. Ecstatic, he rushed toward Lee Mingyu and lifted him in celebration. Having departed from Real Madrid with a sense of grievance, Benzema felt he had been instrumental in the club's successes. Following Ronaldo's exit, he had been the backbone of Real Madrid's attack, yet despite the arrival of 6 forwards, none matched his effectiveness. However, the arrival of Haaland had profoundly altered the dynamics at Real Madrid, gradually sidelining Benzema. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, aware of his value. Yet, with the subsequent arrivals of De Bruyne and Mbappé, Benzema found his position further compromised. Reluctantly, he chose to leave, with Real Madrid representing a lingering source of pain for him. Upon joining Manchester City, he encountered an atmosphere markedly different from that of Real Madrid. Here, there were no factions. All players rallied around Lee Mingyu, who was undoubtedly the focal point both on and off the pitch. This lack of hierarchy was astonishing to Benzema, who had never fathomed a world devoid of divisions, especially within the renowned, troublemaking teams of Real Madrid and the French national squad. The turmoil stemmed from their locker rooms, rife with cliques, where every newcomer had to choose a side. Despite being among the world's elite teams, internal conflict had hindered both clubs from truly dominating the football scene. Upon arriving at Manchester City, Benzema was enveloped in a sense of camaraderie, devoid of scheming or pretense. Everyone felt like family. Particularly, Lee Mingyu, the core of the team, was unconcerned with the distribution of ball possession. Frequently, he would deliberately allocate the ball to other players, showcasing a profound football wisdom. Thus, despite his recent arrival, Benzema quickly developed a deep respect for Lee Mingyu. Chapter 374. Opponent in the Club World Cup final. Benzema's goal shattered River Plate's morale. The ensuing match devolved into a showcase for Manchester City. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, even goalkeeper Ederson displayed his footwork in front of the opposing forward Fontana. An ambitious long pass from River Plate's midfielder prompted Fontana to sprint forward, despite knowing the opportunity was slim. When Ederson advanced, he chose not to catch the ball with his hands, but rather to cushion it with his chest. Observing Fontana's approach, Ederson feigned a clearance, compelling Fontana to step forward and attempt to intercept. However, Ederson's move was merely a ruse. His foot lightly brushed the ball, allowing it to glide between Fontana's legs. Fontana's psyche crumbled as he watched Ederson slip past him. In frustration, he shoved Ederson, who fell to the ground with a cry. This action escalated the tension in the stadium. Yet, the referee, positioned nearby, quickly blew his whistle and rushed to the scene, producing a red card without hesitation, signaling Fontana's dismissal. Fontana offered no defense, stripping off his jersey to reveal his muscular physique as he trudged off the field, his demeanor one of utter defeat. His emotions mirrored those of nearly all River Plate players, disillusionment and resignation. With one player down, River Plate's resistance crumbled completely. Nonetheless, Manchester City players refrained from further provocation, maintaining their composure. In the 93rd minute, Lee Mingyu executed a direct free kick, once again breaching River Plate's defense. As a referee confirmed the goal, he simultaneously declared the match concluded. 6-1, Manchester City triumphed over the Argentine Giants, advancing to the Club World Cup final. This scoreline left Argentine and South American fans reeling in disbelief. In the face of Boca Juniors, a staggering 7-1 against River Plate. A resounding 6-1. This has unequivocally torn away the veil shrouding South American football. This World Club Cup has starkly illuminated the chasm separating South American teams from the pinnacle of global football. The pre-match aspirations now appear trivial, akin to the antics of a mere jester. In both matches, Lee Mingyu accomplished a hat trick, emerging as the chief architect of the demise of Argentina's football giants. Yet, in the hearts of South American fans, Lee Mingyu's stature has ascended even higher. This reflects the mindset of South American supporters, a veneration for the strong. During the post-match interview, the reporter inquired, "Lee Mingyu, how do you view today's match against River Plate?" He replied, "River Plate is indeed a formidable team. However, their challenges began early when their primary goalkeeper was unfortunately sidelined, complicating their game. Our ability to score so many goals was also due to their goalkeeper's absence, as the substitute was not adequately prepared." The reporter pressed on, "Which player left a lasting impression on you?" Lee Mingyu responded, "The forward was quite impressive. I believe he has the potential to join Manchester City, as his skills are certainly suited for European competition." Finally, the reporter congratulated him on reaching the final, asking whether he preferred to face Real Madrid or Bayern Munich. Lee Mingyu stated, "To me, both teams represent the pinnacle of European football. Regardless of which team advances to the final, it will be a formidable challenge for Manchester City. However, I would prefer to confront Real Madrid." The reporter's interest piqued. He asked, "Are you suggesting that Real Madrid might be easier to contend with? They boast superstars like Mbappe, Haaland, Bale, and De Bruyne." Lee Mingyu, with a slight smile, replied, "I did not imply they would be easier to beat. We have already triumphed over them in a previous friendly, so I believe victory will be ours once again." His words radiated confidence and resolve, prompting the attending journalists to applaud. The following day, the semi-finals of the World Club Cup commenced in the lower bracket. At the Tianjin Olympic Sports Center, just 35 seconds into the match, Bayern Munich executed a successful interception in their defensive half. Kimmich delivered a long pass, finding Lewandowski in the attacking zone. After receiving the ball, Lewandowski evaded Alaba's defense and unleashed a powerful shot from outside the penalty area. Despite Courtois' valiant efforts, the ball, traveling at great speed and with an acute angle, nestled into the corner of the net. 1-0, Bayern Munich took the lead. The goal left Tianjin's fans astounded. Prior predictions from the media unanimously suggested there would be no suspense, expecting Real Madrid to dominate Bayern Munich. Yet, no one anticipated that merely 35 seconds into the match, Bayern Munich would deliver such a striking blow to Real Madrid. This goal once again underscored the vulnerabilities within Real Madrid's defense. Alaba's arrival did not compensate for the loss of two central defenders. The glamour of their forward line could not mask the deficiencies in defense. In a previous International Champions Cup warm-up match, Lee Mingyu had already exposed Real Madrid's frailties. However, within their domestic league, Real Madrid remained an insurmountable force. Knowing your opponent's weaknesses is one thing. Having the capability to exploit them is another. Previous adversaries had proven too feeble, allowing no one to survive against Real Madrid's quartet of attacking stars, which led to a sense of complacency among the players. Bayern Munich capitalized on Real Madrid's initial slackness, with Lewandowski's individual brilliance contributing to a pivotal goal. The 35-year-old Lewandowski was in the final year of his contract with Bayern, yet news of an extension was nearly finalized, ensuring at least 2 more years of service. He maintained impressive form. The recent goal, from control to dribble, was executed seamlessly, leaving Alaba with no opportunity to defend. Many exclaimed that the formidable Lewandowski had returned. On the sidelines, Coach Ancelotti wore an expression of anger. Such a goal conceded is intolerable for any coach. Under Ancelotti's stern guidance, Real Madrid's players were jolted into action. Chapter 375. RAL's signature move, the fully unleashed Real Madrid, was a terrifying sight. Even a powerhouse like Bayern Munich could only withstand their onslaught for 20 minutes. In the 23rd minute of the first half, Real Madrid's front four orchestrated a brilliant combination. De Bruyne delivered a precise pass to Bale, who accelerated past Bayern Munich's wingback. After reaching the byline, Bale crossed the ball, and Haaland, arriving late, executed a powerful header. Courtois made a miraculous save, deflecting the ball, but it did not travel far, remaining within the penalty area. Mbappé, like a bolt of lightning, appeared at the scene. Faced with two defenders and Courtois' quick reaction, Mbappé struck a shot that soared into the upper corner of the net, demonstrating his exceptional football intelligence. This goal showcased the collective effort of Real Madrid's attacking quartet. You may thwart my first attack, but you may not be able to stop my second. With their constellation of stars, Real Madrid continued to dominate the match, mercilessly overpowering the aging Bayern Munich. Bayern had long since lost the vigor that accompanied their Champions League triumph 2 years prior. The decline of the German national team is closely linked to Bayern Munich's frailties. In the latest sports news, we welcome you to the coverage of the recently concluded semi-finals of the 2023-2024 World Club Cup, where La Liga's powerhouse Real Madrid triumphed over Bundesliga's Bayern Munich with a score of 5-1 at the Tianjin Sports Center. Within Real Madrid, Haaland and Mbappé each netted 2 goals, while Bale contributed 1, and De Bruyne achieved a hat-trick of assists. Real Madrid displayed extraordinary prowess, advancing smoothly to the final, which will take place in 2 days at the Bird's Nest Stadium in the capital city. The other finalist is the English Premier League champion, Manchester City. Will Lee Mingyu lead Manchester City to victory in the inaugural revamped Super World Cup, or will the illustrious forward quartet of Real Madrid fulfill their ambitions? We shall await the outcome with bated breath. Though Real Madrid will have 1 less day of rest than Manchester City, their previous match was in Tianjin, a mere 240 miles from the capital, lessening their travel fatigue. Tickets for the Bird's Nest Stadium have long since sold out, yet many fans gather outside, waving cash in hopes of catching a glimpse of the man in the yellow bullhorn hat. Lee Mingyu's parents and fiancée, Catherine, have also come to the capital to lend their support. The wedding date for the couple is set for after the conclusion of the European Cup, which is merely a little over 6 months away. Welcome to our live broadcast on Central Television. Today we bring you the final of the 2023-2024 season Super Club World Cup, featuring Manchester City against Real Madrid. This match is nothing short of a sumptuous feast for football aficionados, as these two teams are currently among the most elite in the world. Manchester City boasts the world's most valuable player, Lee Mingyu. Meanwhile, Real Madrid is not to be outdone, with a formidable lineup including Mbappé, Haaland, Bale, and De Bruyne, all of whom rank among the very best in the sport, evoking admiration from fans. The players from both teams have now taken to the field, and we will turn our attention to the commentary team on site. Hello everyone, I am Huang Jinxiang, and beside me is our old friend, Coach Zhang Lu. Hello everyone. Today's match promises to be thrilling. Coach Zhang, which team do you favor? I have a fondness for both teams. They epitomize the quintessential European football clubs. Real Madrid boasts an impressive roster that is indeed enviable. However, while Manchester City may not shine as brightly as Real Madrid, Lee Mingyu stands out like the sun, overshadowing even the star-studded lineup of Real Madrid. You are absolutely right. Lee Mingyu has truly been remarkable over the past couple of years, having not only won the World Cup, but also the Champions League, and he has amassed all personal accolades, making him the current top player in football. Indeed, if he continues on this trajectory, he may soon be regarded as the greatest player in the history of football. The players are now entering the field. Let us take a moment to review the starting lineups. For Manchester City, the lineup includes goalkeeper Ederson, with Varney and Laporte as central defenders, Zinchenko as the left wing-back, and Kyle Walker on the right. Rodri occupies the defensive midfield role, with Lee Mingyu and Bernardo Silva positioned as attacking midfielders. Up front, they have the somewhat out-of-form Harry Kane, with the informed Ferran Torres on the left wing and Mahrez on the right. Notably, Jesus is not in the starting lineup today. On the other side, Real Madrid's goalkeeper is Courtois, with Alaba and Militao forming a less than reassuring central defense. Carvajal and Nacho occupy the left and right full-back positions, while Casemiro and Kroos hold down the double pivot in midfield. De Bruyne plays as a sole attacking midfielder, with Haaland spearheading the attack, Bale on the left wing, and the currently in form Mbappe on the right. The first half is about to commence, with Manchester City in their blue and white kits attacking from the left side of the screen, while Real Madrid, clad in all black, will attack from the right. Real Madrid will kick off the first half. The referee has blown the whistle to signal the start of the match. Lee Mingyu, prior to entering the pitch, secured his engagement ring with tape on the middle finger of his left hand. According to regulations, players are prohibited from wearing jewelry on the field. If they must, it must be completely secured with tape to avoid any hazards. Violating this rule may result in the referee issuing a yellow gem card and ordering the player to remove the jewelry. With a swift kick, Haaland initiates the match, as Real Madrid's players surge aggressively into Manchester City's half. De Bruyne has the ball. Facing pressure from Harry Kane, he remains composed, deftly pulling the ball back to Kroos, who launches a long ball aimed at the forward Mbappe. This is a familiar tactic for Real Madrid this season, leveraging Mbappe's explosive pace to test the defensive strength of their opponents. However, Manchester City is no pushover. Zinchenko stands firm against Mbappe in their aerial duel, successfully diverting the ball out of play for a Real Madrid throw-in. Manchester City's defense is fierce, providing Mbappe with little opportunity to turn. As commentators have noted, Manchester City appears well prepared for what could be their most significant challenge this year. Guardiola has been closely monitoring Real Madrid's games, aware of their defensive vulnerabilities. While it is clear that Manchester City can exploit these weaknesses, the question remains whether their own defense can withstand the onslaught from Real Madrid's quartet of star attackers. So far, the early exchanges have been promising. Mbappe's two successive attempts have been thwarted by Zinchenko's tenacious defending. Mbappe gestures to the referee, indicating he was fouled, but his pleas go unheard. In crucial matches like this, referees tend to adopt a more lenient approach, as spectators desire a captivating contest rather than one interrupted by frequent whistles. On his third attempt, Mbappe finally manages to push past Zinchenko with sheer physicality. Against such a robust and skillful player, Zinchenko finds himself at a disadvantage. After breaking through, Mbappe cuts inside, faced with Laporte's challenge. He opts for a long-range shot rather than passing the ball into the box. The shot is well-placed but too straightforward, allowing goalkeeper Ederson to easily gather it. Haaland, who had made a run into the center, displays his frustration, gesturing at Mbappe. In response, Mbappe clutches his head, seemingly undeterred by Haaland's dissatisfaction. On the sidelines, Ancelotti's brow furrows slightly. Both Mbappe and Haaland are known to be headstrong, with only a 2-year age difference. They had often been compared to each other prior to Lee Mingyu's emergence. Haaland has shattered many of the records previously held by Mbappe, and the two have been dubbed the successors to the legendary rivalry. However, Lee Mingyu's arrival has overshadowed both of their talents. In his quest to measure up to Lee Mingyu, Haaland made a high-profile transfer from Dortmund to Real Madrid. Yet in their encounters, he has struggled to gain the upper hand over Lee Mingyu. Conversely, Mbappe's ambition in joining Real Madrid is clear: to capture the elusive Champions League title. With two contemporaries possessing similar skill sets and often pitted against each other, it is evident that coexisting within the same team would be fraught with challenges, especially in a match against Lee Mingyu's Manchester City. Both players are eager to prove their worth and score. Although Mbappe's shot did not find the net, Real Madrid's rapid defensive response stifles Manchester City's counterattack. Manchester City remained unhurried, passing the ball to Lee Mingyu, who gradually advanced forward. Upon seeing Lee Mingyu gain possession, Haaland swiftly sprinted towards him, intending to apply pressure. Faced with the imposing Haaland, Lee Mingyu did not hastily release the ball. Instead, he paused momentarily, waiting until Haaland was nearly upon him before delivering a pass to Rodri. Haaland then pivoted and charged towards Rodri. Rodri, in turn, passed the ball to Bernardo Silva. Haaland continued his pursuit of Bernardo Silva, but the latter returned the ball to Lee Mingyu. Haaland's relentless back-and-forth running began to fray his nerves, and upon glancing back, he realized that all the other Real Madrid players had retreated to their half, leaving him alone in the forward area to press. What a farce! I'm the only one up here, he exclaimed in frustration, gesturing towards his teammates, questioning why they weren't coming up to defend. However, his teammates offered no response. Ancelotti's expression darkened. He had previously emphasized that if possession were lost in the front, the player who lost the ball must quickly regain it, while the others swiftly fell back. Aware of his team's fragile defense, he insisted on rapid retreat to safeguard the backline. Additionally, he instructed that if the player attempting to regain possession failed to do so immediately, they should conserve energy and hurry back. After all, defense is a collective effort. If only one player remains to press in the front, the opposition can easily bypass them with a pass. Nonetheless, Haaland disregarded this advice, thinking, why retreat when such a golden opportunity to win the ball is at hand? Ultimately, he could only stand there, dejectedly trudging back, his gaze fixed on the ball at Lee Mingyu's feet. As Lee Mingyu advanced past the halfway line, Real Madrid's defense tightened. He attempted several tentative passes, none of which yielded the desired outcome, and he narrowly avoided having the ball intercepted. The crowd erupted with cheers. Today, as spectators included not only Manchester City fans, but also a significant number of Real Madrid supporters. Given that both teams are renowned across Europe and boast large followings in the Far East, as both sides exchanged possession, every offensive move stirred the hearts of countless fans. At the 20th minute of the first half, the dynamics on the field shifted dramatically. A defensive interception by Real Madrid led to an immediate counterattack. Kane's back pass was intercepted directly by Kroos, who lifted his head, surveyed the field, and sent a precise pass to the rapidly advancing Mbappé. However, Mbappe's first touch was less than ideal, causing the ball to drift slightly away from his body. Zinchenko, noticing this, darted forward. The two rushed towards the ball, creating a tense moment that seemed destined to culminate in a spectacular clash. It was a scenario that demanded courage. The crowd gasped collectively as the referee's whistle pierced the air. There, on the left flank of Manchester City's side, Zinchenko and Mbappé lay sprawled on the ground. Mbappé writhed in apparent agony, while Zinchenko raised his right hand, signaling that he had committed no foul. Many fans were unclear about the events that transpired in that fleeting moment. The referee hastened to the scene, glanced at the fallen Mbappé, and approached the already rising Zinchenko. From his pocket, the referee withdrew a yellow card. Although Zinchenko felt he had not committed a foul, he chose not to contest the decision and instead moved closer to Mbappé, lowering his head in concern for the other player's injury. Come on, stop acting. I've already received a card. You can. However, as Zinchenko smirked and lifted his head, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The yellow card in the referee's hand had transformed into a vibrant red card. What? A straight red? Zinchenko thought in disbelief, clutching his head in despair. Nearby, Lee Mingyu witnessed this unfolding drama and was equally stirred, rushing to the referee, pushing aside his teammates to stand before the official. Sir, isn't this decision a bit excessive? This match is too significant to be altered by what seems to be a misjudgment. Surely, you would not wish for such an outcome. The referee regarded Lee Mingyu, shook his head, and pointed to his eyes, stating, I saw clearly. The number 35 player left the ground while tackling, which constitutes a dangerous play. According to the rules, I am entitled to issue a red card. No, sir. Please do not be so absolute. If your error alters the course of this crucial match, I'm certain you would not want that either. The referee hesitated momentarily, initially intent on standing firm, but upon receiving a message through his earpiece from the video assistant referee, his expression shifted slightly. All right, I will review it, he conceded. Turning to Lee Mingyu, the referee added, I will reassess this red card, but I still maintain that number 35's action was dangerous. With that, he signaled for a review and made his way to the sidelines. Zinchenko stood there resigned. Lee Mingyu approached and patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, Don't worry. The referee will surely overturn the decision. Lee Mingyu cast a disdainful glance at Mbappé, who stood up as if unscathed, flashing a smug smile in Lee Mingyu's direction. At the video review area, the referee donned his headset, and the screen displayed the earlier incident. Due to Mbappe's misjudged first touch, the ball had rolled slightly away from him. Zinchenko seized the opportunity and charged forward. However, Mbappé, still closer to the ball, quickly reacted, taking a large stride forward, poised to reach the ball first. Zinchenko, left with no choice, executed a sliding tackle towards Mbappé. The two made contact with the ball almost simultaneously, but the force of the impact caused Zinchenko's right foot to inadvertently lift, striking Mbappe's leg. Mbappé let out a pained cry and fell to the ground, appearing as though his leg had been broken. At that moment, the whistle blew. The referee examined the video replay closely, ultimately reaching his verdict. He removed the headset, returned to the field, and upheld the original decision. Thus, The final ruling was that Manchester City had committed a foul, and Zinchenko was to leave the pitch. Mbappe clenched his fist tightly, revealing a hint of a triumphant grin, while Zinchenko wore a look of indignation, shaking his head in disbelief as he walked off the field. Guardiola, on the sidelines, was furious. Although the foul could be justified, a red card was far too severe. Zinchenko's action had not been intentional, merely an instinctive reaction following their collision, and no injury had been inflicted upon Mbappe. One could only wonder what the referee was thinking to uphold such a decision. The expression on the face of German referee Brych was exceptionally stern as he faced the approaching Lee Mingyu, showing no signs of concession and gesturing for him to leave. Lee Mingyu was engulfed in fury, sensing the absurdity of the situation. Were they being targeted? With just over 20 minutes elapsed in the first half, Manchester City was already down to 10 men. The issuance of this red card had unequivocally extinguished any suspense in the match. No one believed that a Manchester City team reduced to 10 could compete against the formidable Galacticos. Even many commentators were debating whether the punishment of the red card was excessively harsh. Jean, what are your thoughts on this red card? Well, to be frank, upon reviewing the slow-motion replay, it does seem that the severity of the card is questionable. After all, Zinchenko's tackle was clean. It was merely a slight elevation of his right foot after the collision that caught Mbappe, without causing him significant injury. A yellow card would have been more fitting. The red seemed rather excessive, especially in such a critical final, where the referee's decision could drastically diminish the match's entertainment and suspense. Indeed, I concur with Coach Zhang's perspective. This red card has inflicted severe damage upon Manchester City. The tactical dynamics of both teams will undergo a monumental shift. The upcoming battle will present a daunting environment for Manchester City, while a Real Madrid side unburdened by concerns can unleash their full potential, a scenario we can easily envision. Now, it remains to be seen whether Lee Mingyu can turn the tide. Within the Bird's Nest Stadium, the Manchester City fans erupted in a chorus of boos. Corrupt referee. Corrupt referee. Corrupt referee. Regardless of whether the German referee could comprehend Chinese, the cacophony of disapproval spoke volumes. Nevertheless, Brych's countenance remained impassive. He continued the match with an unwavering whistle. The foul occurred on the left side of Manchester City's flank, presenting an excellent opportunity for a diagonal free kick. De Bruyne stood over the ball, while 6 Real Madrid players jostled for advantageous positions in front of the Manchester City penalty area. As the whistle blew, De Bruyne dashed forward and executed a high-quality curling shot, delivering the ball into the City penalty area. Chapter 378. Manchester City's counterattack. As De Bruyne's free kick was taken, chaos ensued in front of Manchester City's goal. Lee Mingyu had also positioned himself within the penalty area. The moment the free kick was initiated, Lee Mingyu anticipated the ball's trajectory. He forcefully pushed aside Harry Kane, leaping high to perform a Lions header, clearing the ball from the penalty area and averting a crisis for Manchester City. However, the ball landed at the feet of a Real Madrid player. With their numerical advantage, Real Madrid launched a relentless assault on Manchester City. The match, once balanced between two equally matched teams, had transformed into a one-sided affair due to a single red card, an outcome surely undesirable to FIFA. With Lee Mingyu retreating to the edge of the penalty area, he assumed the roles of both a defensive midfielder and a defender. Thanks to his formidable presence, he became an impenetrable barrier for Manchester City. On 2 occasions, when Haaland attempted to bypass Lee Mingyu, he was thwarted mercilessly. The collision left Haaland feeling as though he had struck a wall. Despite Lee Mingyu's somewhat excessive defensive maneuvers, the referee refrained from penalizing him further. This scene reminded Real Madrid players of last season's Champions League final, where Lee Mingyu dominated the backline, rendering their attacks futile against his defense. Haaland spat contemptuously on the ground, his disheveled hair forgotten as he glared at Lee Mingyu. How could such a versatile player exist in this world? So formidable in attack and equally robust in defense. The most infuriating aspect was his ability to guard the goal. Was this some form of cheating? If Lee Mingyu could hear Haaland's thoughts, he would nod earnestly and reply, "Indeed, it is only now that you realize." After over 10 minutes of relentless onslaught, Real Madrid struggled to find any weaknesses in Manchester City's defense. Lee Mingyu operated like a firefighter, seamlessly transitioning between roles. One moment a defensive midfielder, akin to an armored vehicle halting the opponent's central thrust. The next, as center back, he would clear crosses from Haaland and Mbappe out of the penalty area. Lee Mingyu's defensive range was vast, His presence felt from the edge of the small box to 30 meters outside the penalty area. Real Madrid's offensive efforts began to wane, their stamina dwindling after continuous attempts. Meanwhile, Lee Mingyu was already gasping for breath. The respect in the eyes of Manchester City players for their captain deepened. As the 35th minute of the first half approached, Manchester City had yet to concede a goal, primarily due to Lee Mingyu's relentless defensive efforts. Having thwarted 5 threatening attacks and made 4 successful interceptions, solidifying his role as the team's defensive linchpin. However, with the team a man down, even when they regained possession, Manchester City struggled to launch counterattacks. Harry Kane's 2 attempts were thwarted just past the halfway line, losing the ball under pressure from opposing defenders. Kane's ability to make long runs was merely average. He excelled at sudden bursts near the goal, showcasing exceptional finishing skills. However, under the current circumstances, his contributions were diminished. Manchester City's manager, Guardiola, refused to wait any longer. Following a stoppage in play, he opted for substitutions. Harry Kane walked off the pitch with a look of resignation, exchanging a light high-five with the eager Jesus on the sidelines. Guardiola approached, offering a warm embrace to Kane, assuring him it was not his fault. Kane managed a bittersweet smile as he returned to the bench, sitting in silence. During this Club World Cup, Kane had come to recognize his limitations. In favorable situations, he could effortlessly capitalize on Lee Mingyu's passes to mount attacks. Yet, in adverse conditions, his lack of speed became a significant hindrance. While Lee Mingyu excelled defensively and provided exquisite counterattacking opportunities, he too had fallen prey to the sluggishness that led to losing the ball to opposing defenders on 2 separate occasions. However, at 30 years of age, Kane's technical abilities had largely plateaued, making significant improvements, especially in speed, difficult. He watched in envy as Jesus, who had just entered the field, raced around like an untamed stallion. Jesus' speed was incomparable to that of Kane. If the previous 2 opportunities had been granted to Jesus, perhaps he would have seized one of them and scored a goal, thereby altering the dynamics of the match. This is precisely the role Guardiola envisaged for Jesus. However, it did not take long for the resurgent offensive onslaught of Real Madrid to intensify once more. Although Lee Mingyu was utterly exhausted, he persisted in his valiant defense. Meanwhile, Real Madrid positioned their center-back Militao firmly in their half, ever ready to thwart Jesus' swift counterattacks. They sought not to intercept the ball, but merely to impede Jesus' pace. In the 42nd minute, De Bruyne delivered a cross from the right flank, sending the ball into Manchester City's penalty area. Goalkeeper Ederson charged forward, punching the ball clear before Mbappe could head it. Outside the box, Kroos unleashed a ferocious shot that pierced through the crowd, heading straight for the goal. Ederson, amidst the throng, could not discern the ball's trajectory, helplessly watching as it hurtled toward the net. At that moment, a foot emerged from the mass, deflecting what seemed to be a certain goal. It was none other than Lee Mingyu. The ball soared high after his intervention. Ederson, relying on his towering stature, leaped to grasp the ball. Several Real Madrid players vociferously appealed to the referee, shouting for a back pass. However, the referee paid them no heed. Although the ball had struck Lee Mingyu's foot before being secured by Ederson, it was merely a routine defensive action, not a deliberate back pass. While the Real Madrid players protested, Ederson swiftly executed a powerful throw, launching the ball forward. Jesus, adeptly tracking its trajectory, gently brought it down and surged towards Real Madrid's half. Before him stood but one defender, Militao. Chapter 379. Manchester City strikes first faced with Real Madrid's last line of defense, Militao. Jesus exhibited no trepidation, the ball seemingly glued to his feet. Militao dared not advance recklessly, opting instead to shadow Jesus as he retraced his steps. Suddenly, Jesus changed direction, causing Militao to momentarily shift his weight. To Militao's astonishment, Jesus did not break to the opposite side. Instead, he deftly circled the ball before unleashing a powerful strike with his left foot, gliding past the slightly slowed Militao. Militao, taken aback, scrambled to regain his balance. But in his frantic dash, he stumbled, completely losing his defensive positioning. With the ball, Jesus charged toward Real Madrid as penalty area, a clear opportunity. Real Madrid's goalkeeper, Courtois, cursing under his breath, opted to engage. Jesus executed a sharp rightward maneuver, compelling Courtois to dive, attempting to extend his reach, yet ultimately, his outstretched hand failed to make contact with the ball. Jesus aimed for the net and struck forcefully, the ball crashing into the goal. The entire Bird's Nest Stadium erupted like a volcanic eruption, with all fans unable to restrain their exuberance. Even the Real Madrid supporters marveled at the brilliance of the goal. No one had anticipated that Manchester City, outnumbered and under pressure from Real Madrid, would manage to score first. The Real Madrid players wore expressions of bewilderment, having been on the brink of scoring, only to find themselves trailing moments later. Initially, amidst the chaotic scramble, Lee Mingyu had thwarted Cruz's sure goal, and after Ederson secured the ball, he wasted no time in launching a counterattack. Newly introduced Jesus received the ball and, utilizing his individual prowess, deftly maneuvered past Real Madrid's final defender, Militao, facing the goalkeeper head-on. After outsmarting the keeper, he executed his shot with seamless precision. Following his goal, Jesus exuberantly raced towards the stands, vocally celebrating with the fans. His strike ignited a wave of excitement among the spectators. In football, scoring is undeniably the most potent catalyst for fan fervor. Despite his fatigue, Lee Mingyu, invigorated by the goal, sprinted from his own half to join Jesus in jubilant celebration. What did it matter being one man down? What did it matter being pressured? Deny us opportunities, and yet grant us but one, and we shall breach your defenses. This is the Blue Moon. This is Manchester City. Incredible. This goal was nothing short of magnificent, shattering the equilibrium of the match. Who could have imagined that a Manchester City side reduced in numbers would manage to score first? This posed an even greater challenge for Real Madrid. With roughly 5 minutes remaining in the first half, it remained to be seen whether Real Madrid could level the score in such a brief span. Should Manchester City enter halftime with a one-goal lead, all of Real Madrid's efforts in the first half would be rendered futile. Indeed, the 15-minute intermission would afford Manchester City a moment to regroup. In the second half, Guardiola would undoubtedly bolster the defense. I am confident that with Lee Mingyu on the field, penetrating Manchester City's defense would prove exceedingly difficult for Real Madrid. Meanwhile, Haaland's performance in the first half had been somewhat disappointing, with few opportunities to showcase his abilities. Mbappé had performed admirably, though he squandered a few chances. It remained to be seen whether Real Madrid would make any adjustments in the second half. Certainly, Bale on the left flank had also been largely ineffective, running aimlessly without significant ball possession. De Bruyne seemed particularly keen to collaborate with Mbappé today. One could only wonder about their rapport off the pitch. As Real Madrid resumed play, we awaited any potential changes in the ensuing 5 minutes. Following the goal, Manchester City displayed little alteration in their approach. The two wingers retreated more decisively, with only Jesus stationed near the center circle, while the other 9 players positioned themselves within 25 meters of the penalty area, vacating the space in front of the box. Observing the dense congregation of players ahead, De Bruyne wore a conflicted expression. You are the European champions. You are the Premier League champions. How shameless can you be? Is Guardiola adopting a Mourinho-esque strategy? In the face of such a defensive posture, Real Madrid had no choice but to circulate the ball aimlessly on the periphery, hoping to uncover a gap. Yet, with Lee Mingyu anchoring the central defense, they found themselves thwarted at every turn. With Lee Mingyu in the middle, the defense was impenetrable, allowing for greater care to be taken on the wings, where Mbappé and Bale would inevitably find themselves encircled by Manchester City's defenders upon receiving the ball. The referee kept a watchful eye on the clock. At last, amidst Real Madrid's aimless passing, the whistle signaled the end of the first half. Lee Mingyu exhaled deeply. The match had taken a considerable toll on his stamina. Nevertheless, for him, this posed little concern, as his system's inventory contained numerous stamina-restoring potions. While they could not be used consecutively, ensuring 30 minutes of full energy was certainly within reach. Upon returning to the locker room, Lin Tong swiftly consumed 2 bananas to replenish his energy. Guardiola gazed at his prized player with a tinge of concern, but refrained from uttering a word. At this juncture, he could only place his faith in Lee Mingyu. Guardiola had already secured 2 FIFA Club World Cup titles, both during his tenure at Barcelona. Furthermore, this marked the first title of the revamped Club World Cup, a coveted achievement for any coach. The prestige of this particular World Cup title is undoubtedly on par with that of the UEFA Champions League trophy, if not more valuable. Crucially, Guardiola was determined not to be outdone by Ancelotti. Currently, the only figure in contemporary football who could rival Guardiola is Ancelotti. Mourinho had departed for Rome, while Klopp had expressed intentions to coach the German national team. Although Tuchel's Chelsea showed signs of improvement, these individuals had already fallen significantly behind Guardiola in terms of accolades. Presently, among active coaches, only Guardiola and Ancelotti have led their teams to lift the Champions League trophy 3 times, making this year their battleground for supremacy. As the second half commenced, Manchester City made personnel adjustments, with left winger Mars substituted for defender Stones, thus maintaining the integrity of their 4-man defense. Substitutions in midfield do not count against the limit of 3 changes. Each match permits 5 substitutions, but they must be executed within 3 stoppages. The shift from 3 substitutes to 5 represents a qualitative leap in football, serving as a form of protection for players by reducing their average playing time. A decrease in playing time correlates with a reduction in injuries, while also providing encouragement to weaker teams. The allowance of 5 substitutions is akin to replacing half a team, significantly benefiting underdog teams, which often rely on relentless running and aggressive pressing against stronger opponents. When the starting lineup fatigues, substituting half the squad allows for continued high-intensity pressing, making it quite uncomfortable for the stronger teams. However, FIFA officials revealed that the 5 substitution rule has faced considerable protest from numerous strong teams, as the increase in substitution opportunities indeed impacts them significantly. It is likely that many leagues will revert to the 3 substitute rule next year, as, ultimately, those with power dictate the terms. In the second half, Manchester City initiated the kickoff. The players from Real Madrid surged into City's half the moment the whistle blew, launching an aggressive press. Lee Mingyu returned to his defensive midfield position, partnering with Rodri, while Bernardo Silva slightly withdrew. The players from Real Madrid were ferocious, pressuring City's players such that passing became exceedingly cautious. Lee Mingyu constantly moved to receive passes from his teammates, deftly orchestrating the play and rendering Real Madrid's press ineffective. Suddenly, encircled by several players in black jerseys, Lee Mingyu executed an astonishing nutmeg, emerging from the crowd with the ball as if strolling leisurely, thereby tearing open a gap in Real Madrid's defense. Upon spotting the advancing Jesus, Lee Mingyu unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot, sending the ball racing toward Real Madrid's half. Jesus, exerting every ounce of effort, managed to keep the ball in play just before it crossed the sideline. However, he found himself closely marked by a Real Madrid player on both his front and side. Noticing that Bernardo Silva was still over 10 meters away, Jesus realized the next move relied solely on him. Without hesitation, he surged down the flank towards the baseline. Defender Carvajal charged in from the side, and their shoulders collided forcefully. Though Jesus was momentarily jolted, his legs remained steady, firmly controlling the ball at his feet. The advantage of breaking down the flank became evident. Despite the presence of 2 Real Madrid defenders, only Carvajal could closely challenge Jesus, while Militao could only provide support from behind. Unless Jesus opted to stop the ball or cut inside, Militao posed no threat. Real Madrid's counterpressing was swift, as Jesus advanced for a second time. Although Carvajal had yet to intercept the ball, 2 players had already returned to reinforce the middle, while Bernardo Silva remained some distance from the penalty area. Having crossed beyond the edge of the penalty box, Jesus faced the choice of either attempting a forced cross or cutting inside. Yet, Carvajal had positioned himself excellently, consistently forcing Jesus toward the sideline, effectively preventing a direct cut inside. Militao remained alert at Jesus' rear, ready to pounce and intercept should he attempt any inward movement. Faced with such circumstances, Jesus appeared to have only one option, a forced cross, but no teammates were poised to capitalize in the middle. Unexpectedly, Jesus planted his left foot on the ball, pivoted his body backward, and with a deft backheel flick, the ball slipped through the narrow space between Carvajal and Militao. Jesus nudged Carvajal aside with his hand, forcefully maneuvering past him in an attempt to overtake. Both Carvajal and Militao were caught off guard by Jesus' ability to break through in such a dire situation. Ultimately, Carvajal, losing his balance, resorted to pulling Jesus down. The referee's whistle pierced the air. With a look of defeat, Carvajal shook his head in resignation. Jesus' dribbling had dealt a significant blow to his confidence. What seemed like a foolproof defense had been breached by a flourish of skill. A yellow card was issued, and the referee awarded a direct free kick. However, the position was rather awkward for a direct shot on goal. Moments later, Lee Mingyu approached from the backfield, with Jesus, Ferran Torres, and Varane already positioned within the opponent's penalty area. while Rodri and Bernardo Silva stood outside to guard against a potential quick counter, preemptively considering defeat before uttering victory, and contemplating defense before envisioning a goal. Lee Mingyu positioned himself at the side of the ball, continuously surveying the positions of his teammates within the penalty area. The Real Madrid players, believing the likelihood of Lee Mingyu shooting from this angle was minimal, merely set up a standard two-man wall between the ball and the goal. Courtois, sensing a lack of security, positioned himself near the near post, wary of a possible surprise strike from Lee Mingyu. As the referee's whistle sounded, players from both teams in the penalty area began to grapple and tug at one another, prompting the referee to halt the match once more. The referee approached Varane and Militao, issuing verbal warnings for their previous entanglements. The two players appeared remarkably honest, shrugging their shoulders and declaring their innocence. The referee said little, merely fixing them with a stern glare before gradually retreating from the penalty area and blowing the whistle once more. Lee Mingyu agjaladepoli. His gaze fixed on the penalty area as he began his run-up. Upon reaching the football, he twisted his body into an intricate shape, his left ankle seemingly buckling beneath him, prompting an involuntary gasp from the spectators. His right foot lashed out like a whip, striking the football with force. The ball soared into the penalty area of Real Madrid. Inside the box, players from both teams scrambled desperately for position, assessing the ball as trajectory. Chapter 381. Real Madrid's counterattack. The football soared high into Real Madrid's penalty area. Courtois stood at the near post, but as he tracked the ball's path towards the far post, he began to move towards the center. Players on both sides showed signs of despair, striving to secure advantageous positions. However, to everyone's astonishment, the ball's trajectory shifted dramatically mid-air. Courtois' expression turned to one of panic as he sprinted towards the far post, leaping midway to extend his right hand in an attempt to reach the ball hurtling towards the goal. Amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd, the football struck the back of Real Madrid's net like a shooting star. A direct free kick had found its mark. Lee Mingyu, exhilarated, raised his left hand and tenderly kissed the engagement ring on his middle finger. Despite the thick layer of tape, an inexplicable surge of energy coursed through him. Congratulations. Host has acquired random attribute, Strength 5. With this enhancement, his strength attribute surpassed 100. Such power could only be compared to that of legendary players like Vieri or Ibrahimovic in their prime. His Manchester City teammates rushed towards Lee Mingyu, encircling him in jubilant celebration. The score of 2-0 felt surreal. To lead against a well-organized and formidable Real Madrid team while playing one man down was nothing short of a dream. Guardiola, on the sidelines, embraced his bald head in disbelief. This goal brought him immense joy. Conversely, Ancelotti's expression darkened as he watched the celebrating Lee Mingyu, silently lamenting the sheer strength of this young player. Having coached numerous top stars, Ancelotti had never encountered a player as versatile as Lee Mingyu. In defense, Lee Mingyu resembled an iron gate, rendering even top forwards like Haaland and Mbappe effective. In attack, his incisive passing, exceptional positioning, and an unpredictable free kick made him a comprehensive offensive threat. How he longed to coach such a player. This was surely the dream of every coach in the world. Guardiola was undoubtedly among the luckiest coaches, having guided peak Messi early in his career and now nurturing the emerging prodigy that was Lee Mingyu. Truly enviable. Following the restart, Real Madrid's offensive onslaught intensified. Yet, they were astounded to discover that Lee Mingyu's defense had become even more formidable. Under Lee Mingyu's pressure, Haaland found it difficult to maintain possession. Frustration welled within Haaland. While he had previously faced strong defensive play from Lee Mingyu, he still had opportunities to control the ball. However, after the goal, it was as if Lee Mingyu had been injected with adrenaline. The moment Haaland gained possession, Lee Mingyu collided with him, causing him to lose control of the ball. Such force, unwilling to accept defeat, Haaland, a powerful striker himself, sought to initiate contact with Lee Mingyu once more. However, this time he was utterly outmatched, being knocked over by Lee Mingyu's shoulder. The referee, standing nearby, chuckled and shook his head, offering no indication of a foul, seemingly deeming Haaland's plight as self-inflicted humiliation. Little did they know that Lee Mingyu's current state could only be sustained for 5 minutes. Yet in that brief span, he had indelibly impressed his overwhelming strength upon Haaland's psyche. Once the 5 minutes elapsed, Lee Mingyu felt his extraordinary power wane, leaving him somewhat despondent. However, He noticed that every time he approached Haaland, the latter darted away like a rabbit, evidently wary of another collision. Consequently, Real Madrid's already troubled central offensive strategy was thoroughly dismantled. Meanwhile, Bale, on the left flank, had run out of steam. Ancelotti promptly substituted Bale for the equally swift Asensio, ensuring sustained pressure down the wing. Indeed, Asensio's introduction placed considerable strain on Manchester City's right defense. Nevertheless, Asensio struggled to deliver the ball into critical positions. Each cross was met by Lee Mingyu, who powerfully headed the ball away. As the match progressed into the 73rd minute of the second half, Real Madrid finally found an opportunity. Asensio's cross was once again met by Lee Mingyu, who headed it clear near the penalty spot. The second ball fell to De Bruyne outside the box. This time, De Bruyne ignored Mbappe's call for the ball, opting instead for a powerful shot. The ball sailed over the heads of all players in the penalty area, directly into Manchester City's net. Due to obstructed vision, Ederson had no time to react, helplessly watching as the ball struck the net. After scoring, De Bruyne raised his arm in triumph, gesturing for his rushing teammates to refrain from celebration. He dashed into the penalty area, retrieved the ball from beside Ederson, and sprinted back towards the center circle. With the score now 2-1, they were still trailing by a goal. This was not the time for celebration. The other Real Madrid players understood this and shared a brief embrace to alleviate their tension before joining De Bruyne in the return of play. The prolonged period without scoring had been an excruciating ordeal for Real Madrid's players. De Bruyne's goal released the pent-up tension within them. Observing the revitalized Real Madrid side, Lee Mingyu sighed. Pressure, like a spring, could either crush them if Manchester City held firm for another 10 minutes or rebound with explosive energy, the extent of which was unpredictable. The ensuing match would prove even more challenging for Manchester City. Sure enough, after the restart, Real Madrid's counterattack commenced. Lee Mingyu struggled to find passing lanes, reluctantly opting for backward passes. This was an ominous signal for both Lee Mingyu and Manchester City. Indeed, after a series of consecutive passes, Lee Mingyu had not yet retreated to receive the ball when it reached the feet of goalkeeper Ederson. Without hesitation, Ederson launched a powerful kick, aiming to propel the ball into Real Madrid's half. However, due to Mbappe's relentless pursuit, Ederson's clearance sailed out of play. Observing Ederson's anxious expression, Lee Mingyu furrowed his brow. The tension among the players was palpable. Chapter 382. Real Madrid's equalizer? As the throw-in was executed, Mbappe executed a splendid backheel flick, evading the wing-back Stones effortlessly. With sudden acceleration, Mbappe surged towards Manchester City's penalty area. Lee Mingyu and Verny rushed to provide support. Mbappe delivered a sweeping pass towards the center. Lee Mingyu anticipated the trajectory, yet Mbappe's diagonal pass eluded his outstretched foot. Nervously, Lee Mingyu glanced towards the center where Haaland, like a dark lord descending, galloped forward, meeting the ball with a fierce shot. The ball, nearly devoid of spin, hurtled towards the upper corner of the goal. This time, Ederson was prepared. With a quick step, he propelled himself into the air, stretching his body as much as possible to graze the ball with his fingertips. The ball slightly altered its course, striking the crossbar with a thunderous sound before rebounding out. Lee Mingyu hurriedly sprinted to clear the ball from danger. The Manchester City players, still in shock, exchanged high fives with Ederson, who was vocally exhilarated. The significance of this save was universally recognized, with the clock ticking past 80 minutes. If Real Madrid managed to level the score at this juncture, the ensuing suspense would hinge on when they would seal the match. Yet, Ederson's acrobatics had drawn Manchester City back from the brink. Haaland could hardly believe that his seemingly certain goal had been thwarted. Mbappe's expression mirrored his frustration. Missing such opportunities was truly disheartening. In the 83rd minute, Mbappe continued to press down the flank, forcefully breaching Stones' defense. Faced with the unyielding Mbappe, Stones found himself utterly helpless, unable to even commit a foul against this powerhouse. In the center, Haaland had positioned himself perfectly, raising his arms in a plea for Mbappe to pass the ball. However, Mbappe, seemingly oblivious, opted for a shot from a tight angle, only to be met by Ederson's steady positioning, who smothered the attempt. Haaland, infuriated, stood at the edge of the small box, gesturing towards the ground, demanding to know why Mbappe had not passed. Yet, Mbappe, refusing to meet his gaze, merely shook his head and trudged back. Midfielder De Bruyne's side. Although Mbappe's arrival had introduced new attacking possibilities, the internal strife had not significantly improved Real Madrid's overall strength. Particularly in such a tense scenario, When collective effort was paramount, the clash of egos between Mbappe and Haaland led to irreconcilable conflicts. Each sought to rescue the team, believing that if one faltered, the other should step up. Time slipped away, yet Real Madrid still failed to equalize. Both coaches began to make frequent substitutions. Despite Manchester City being a man down, the situation had rendered their numerical disadvantage less apparent under such defensive circumstances. Both teams had exhausted their 5 substitution slots, clearly aiming to resolve the match within 90 minutes. The fourth official raised a board indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time. This meant that if Real Madrid could not equalize within these 3 minutes, the Club World Cup title would belong to Manchester City. All of Real Madrid's players pushed into Manchester City's 30-meter zone, with even goalkeeper Courtois venturing near the center circle, leaving the goal behind unguarded. In the 92nd minute, Mbappe's forceful shot was expertly palmed over the crossbar by the outstanding Ederson. This presented Real Madrid with a corner, likely their final opportunity to attack. Courtois, disregarding all else, rushed into Manchester City's penalty area, prepared for one last contest. Within the congested penalty area, it resembled a chaotic scene reminiscent of a packed train during the Spring Festival. With no room to maneuver, the referee halted play twice, separating the entwined players. This was a do-or-die moment. Nobody could have anticipated that Real Madrid, having begun the match with an extra player, would find themselves in such dire straits. De Bruyne stood at the corner, surveying the crowded penalty area, feeling utterly uncertain. The referee stepped back from the box and swiftly blew his whistle as players once again grappled within the area. Yet, the referee seemed unconcerned, urging them to proceed, whether to finish the match or head into extra time. He wished to conclude this affair promptly. De Bruyne, dismissing any further thoughts, struck the ball with a curling kick, sending it into Manchester City's small box. Ederson found himself unable to leave the goal line, as players filled the space before him. Although the ball was close, he had no chance to intervene. As the ball began to descend, all players in that area exerted their utmost efforts to break free from their grips in pursuit of the header, yet they were entangled, unable to separate. Suddenly, in a flash, one player leaped into the air, and the ball veered towards a goal. Given the proximity, Ederson could only instinctively wave a hand, but the ball sailed over his head and nestled into the net. Unbelievable! The Real Madrid supporters in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers, while Manchester City's fans clutched their heads in disbelief. An equalizer? The Real Madrid players surged out of the box, embracing one another, encircling their savior, goalkeeper Courtois. Meanwhile, the referee found himself surrounded by irate Manchester City players, who protested, claiming that Courtois had used his hand to score. The referee did not immediately declare the goal valid, but pressed his hand to his earpiece, consulting with the assistant referee and the video assistant referee. This goal was monumental, determining the champion of the Club World Cup. Even the referee dared not make a hasty judgment without solid evidence. Chapter 383. Ascending to the pinnacle of the world once more, goalkeeper Courtois of Real Madrid wore an expression of fluctuating emotions, anxiously watching the referee. The chief referee seemed to have reached a decisive conclusion, nodding slightly before suddenly blowing his whistle and raising his right hand. All eyes turned towards his elevated hand, for the direction it pointed would become the focal point of the match. The referee's right hand was raised high, showing no sign of coming down. This gesture sent the Manchester City players into a frenzy, erupting with exuberant shouts. An indirect free kick was awarded, indicating the referee deemed the preceding incident a foul by Real Madrid. Many players from Real Madrid, upon witnessing this, buried their faces in their hands and collapsed onto the ground. Courtois wore a bitter smile. Indeed, after the intervention, the hand of God had become a distant echo. The referee approached Courtois, presenting him with a yellow card as a tribute to his earlier theatrics. Nevertheless, this gesture held little significance. The Real Madrid players remained seated, as Ederson struck the ball forcefully toward Real Madrid's half, prompting the referee's whistle to sound once more. The Manchester City players joyfully embraced, while the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. In stark contrast, the Real Madrid players stood despondent on the field. At that moment, an amusing incident unfolded. Ederson, the Manchester City goalkeeper, seemed to have caught sight of something extraordinary. He sprinted towards the referee, pointing excitedly at Real Madrid's goal and shouting animatedly. The cameras captured the scene, revealing that Courtois had abandoned the match, leaving Real Madrid's goal unguarded. Ederson had, in fact, kicked the ball into the empty net. Surely, this goal could not count. It was certainly invalid. Not only had the referee's whistle sounded, but as an indirect free kick. It cannot be counted if no player touched the ball. Regardless, congratulations were in order for Manchester City and for Lee Mingyu, who had secured the 2023 to 2024 FIFA Club World Cup title. This marked Manchester City's first ever championship in this prestigious tournament. Lee Mingyu was indeed a fortunate figure. Although Guardiola had forged a remarkably powerful Manchester City squad, their European achievements have been limited to a few honors in the Premier League. However, with Lee Mingyu's arrival, the team had been thoroughly revitalized, claiming the Champions League and now the Club World Cup in quick succession. One wondered how many more titles could Manchester City amass this year, and whether they could become the first team in history to secure 7 championships. While it is true that the Premier League offers the unique opportunity to win up to 7 titles in a single season, other leagues are restricted to 6, making the feat extraordinarily challenging. The Premier League's additional cup competition results in an extended season, necessitating crucial choices, rendering the 7-title accomplishment nearly impossible. Yet, one could argue that last season, Manchester City had only fallen short of the Club World Cup and the UEFA Super Cup to achieve their quintuple, which they now had secured. They had become the first team in history to achieve a 7-title victory within a calendar year. Last season as Premier League title, the EFL Cup, the FA Cup, the UEFA Champions League, alongside this season as Community Shield, UEFA Super Cup, and now the Club World Cup. Truly, the monumental achievement of 7 titles had been realized. Not only the commentators, but even the players and fans of Manchester City failed to grasp that they had created an unprecedented historical moment. In 2009, Barcelona had achieved a remarkable 6-title triumph within a calendar year, winning the Copa del Rey, La Liga, the UEFA Champions League, the Spanish Super Cup, UEFA Super Cup, and Club World Cup, becoming the first and only team to do so. Today, due to the peculiarities of the Premier League, Manchester City had accomplished a feat likely to remain unmatched, achieving 7 titles. In truth, apart from the Premier League, clubs from other leagues cannot attain such a 7-title victory, not due to lack of capability, but rather due to the absence of sufficient titles available to compete for. Although they remained unaware of this reality, it did not hinder the Manchester City players from celebrating passionately on the field. The significance of the Club World Cup title is undoubtedly comparable to that of the UEFA Champions League title. The strongest teams in the world converged here, and Manchester City faced formidable opponents throughout their journey. Their initial opponent may have been relatively weak, yet the subsequent 3 challengers were undoubtedly of world-class caliber. The Argentine giants Boca Juniors and River Plate fell before Manchester City's prowess. The final was a rematch of the previous season's UEFA Champions League final. Though both teams had undergone significant changes, particularly Real Madrid with their fearsome front four. Despite being reduced to 10 men early in the match, Manchester City managed to take a 2-goal lead and, through relentless defense, held on to secure a stunning victory, claiming the inaugural Super Club World Cup title. When the Manchester City players ascended the podium, Lee Mingyu lifted the Club World Cup trophy, presented by the FIFA president, and proclaimed loudly, "We are the champions." As confetti and fireworks illuminated the Bird's Nest Stadium, Lee Mingyu had once again reached the pinnacle of global football. Upon returning home, the realization of having created an unprecedented historical moment dawned upon Manchester City. Lee Mingyu, having achieved this unparalleled history for the Premier League, how do you feel? Asked the beautiful journalist Selena, tucking her hair behind her ear while gazing intently at Lee Mingyu. Lee Mingyu replied modestly, "Given the uniqueness of the Premier League, this 7-title achievement may seem somewhat overstated. Barcelona once claimed 6 titles in a single calendar year. We have merely enjoyed a slight advantage. It cannot be said that we are entirely without precedent. However, if we wish to achieve something truly unprecedented, we must secure all titles this season to silence any doubts regarding our legitimacy." Selena, captivated by Lee Mingyu's commanding presence, felt immense admiration for him. If not for the presence of others, she might have been tempted to leap into his arms. Lee Mingyu's words quickly reverberated across Europe and the world, leaving many in awe of his bold statements. Upon returning to England, in their first Premier League match back at the Etihad Stadium, Lee Mingyu represented the team by showcasing their historic first Club World Cup trophy to the ecstatic home crowd. This trophy held profound significance not only for Manchester City, but also for the Football Association. prompting even the FA chairman to attend the event in recognition of the club's achievement. The restructured Club World Cup holds prestige akin to that of the UEFA Champions League and UEFA Europa League titles for every European club. To participate in the Club World Cup, one must first secure either the Europa League or Champions League title, with 8 spots allocated to the champions of the past 4 years of these tournaments. The inaugural Super Club World Cup was claimed by Manchester City, a monumental achievement for the English Football Association. The Premier League has now established itself as the world's foremost league. However, one must remain vigilant. Real Madrid's recent maneuvers indicate their desire to reclaim the title of the world's leading league. Yet, this World Cup encounter was akin to a resounding slap in the face for Real Madrid, as they fell short against the depleted Manchester City squad. How can anyone expect them to exact revenge in this year's Champions League? In the Premier League, Manchester City has maintained its dominance, consistently overpowering formidable teams like Liverpool, Arsenal, and Chelsea, leaving other clubs with little ambition to challenge them. In the Champions League group stage, they triumphed over Juventus, securing the top spot in their group. With the European Championship qualifiers looming in January, Lee Mingyu led his team to 2 victories, thus clinching first place in their group and successfully advancing to the finals of the European Championship. This marks one of the smoothest qualifications for Spain in history. With the national team's commitments behind him, Lee Mingyu could fully devote himself to club matches. As February approached, the added fixtures of the League Cup and the FA Cup commenced. Initially, Guardiola intended to forego these tournaments in favor of focusing on the Champions League. However, after Lee Mingyu's triumphant declaration post-World Cup victory, Guardiola found himself intrigued by the possibility of achieving an unprecedented 7 titles in a single season. No team has ever accomplished such a feat, and achieving this milestone during his tenure would undoubtedly affirm his status as the world's premier coach. In the early rounds of the League Cup and FA Cup, Lee Mingyu participated only in half of the matches, given that they were against lower-tier teams. The prowess of Manchester City is unparalleled for teams from the 3rd and 4th divisions. When it comes to overwhelming opponents, Harry Kane has proven to be exceptionally skilled, emerging as the club's leading scorer in cup competitions. Lee Mingyu found little interest in these encounters, viewing the act of racking up goals as tedious. A single pass from midfield could yield an assist without exertion, a most comfortable endeavor. The draw for the Champions League knockout stage concluded, and in the round of 16, Manchester City faced Lazio from Serie A. Lazio had finally secured a place in the Champions League after 5 years of absence, finishing their group stage with 2 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses, advancing as runners-up on goal difference. When Lazio's coach Maurizio Sarri learned they would face Manchester City, he nearly fainted. In the first leg, Manchester City traveled to Rome, to the Stadio Olimpico, a shared home ground for both AS Roma and Lazio. Such unique arrangements are rare outside Italy due to the stadium's state ownership and restrictions against private construction. Good evening, esteemed viewers of Tencent Sports. Welcome to tonight's Champions League broadcast, featuring a heavyweight clash in the round of 16, where Lazio hosts the Premier League titans, Manchester City. City has set a record for the longest winning streak across the top 5 leagues, reaching an astonishing 36 matches. Had they not relinquished a few games at the end of last season, their streak might well have surpassed 40. Manchester City is currently in exceptional form, riding high after their World Cup victory and seemingly on course to fulfill Lee Mingyu's ambitious vision of achieving an unprecedented 7 titles in a single season, solidifying their status as the strongest team in Europe. Lazio has also performed admirably this season, topping Serie A with 15 wins, 3 draws, and 4 losses in 22 matches, outpacing both Milan clubs and Juventus. Today, Lazio's lineup is anything but conservative, featuring their well-rehearsed 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper Thomas Strakosha, with Patrick and Acerbi as central defenders, and Hysaj and Lazzari on the flanks. The midfield trio comprises Milinkovic, Xavi, Lucas, and Alberto, while the forward line includes Immobile, Anderson, and Pedro. At 36, this season marks Pedro's final year with Lazio, and he has impressively netted 7 goals and provided 5 assists. Manchester City must be wary of Lazio's striker, Siro Immobile, who has rejuvenated his career this season, scoring 19 goals in 20 matches, placing him at the top of the scoring charts. In the players' tunnel, Lee Mingyu greeted Pedro. Despite their lack of prior acquaintance, both having emerged from Barcelona's youth academy, Pedro reminisced about his time alongside Messi, who is now retired, while he continues to contribute to Lazio. "Lee, you're the pride of La Masia. Best of luck," Pedro whispered as they embraced. "Thank you, Pedro. You two are a testament to La Masia's legacy." As the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of this Champions League round of 16 match, Manchester City, donned in black away kits, took the first kick. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in at the Stadio Olimpico and for acquiring the talent of the White Wizard. BRN, the bolder the bald. The bolder the bald. The host can choose to shave their head, with benefits increasing based on hair length. A bald head grants a random attribute boost of 10 for each match. Lee Mingyu grimaced, touching his head of dark hair, disregarding the system's incessant urging to embrace this talent. "You envy my luscious locks, begone." In a rare display of frustration, Lee Mingyu activated his skill with his first touch. With a burst of speed, Lee Mingyu surged past Immobile as if propelled by the winds, leaving the Lazio striker momentarily stunned by his pace and determination. Lee Mingyu had but one path ahead, to penetrate the opponent's penalty area, undeterred by any obstacles. Harry Kane, sensing Lee Mingyu's unstoppable momentum, quickly moved to the flank, aiming to draw a defender away. However, the brilliance of Lee Mingyu's advance captured the attention of all Lazio players, leaving Kane unmarked. To become strong, one must embrace baldness. What a peculiar notion. I refuse to accept it. I possess a full head of hair and am determined to become the finest in the realm of football. Gritting his teeth, Lee Mingyu suddenly changed direction while sprinting at high speed, leaving the advancing Lucas in his wake. Confronted by the last line of defense, Lee Mingyu skillfully maneuvered the ball with his foot, executing a dazzling series of step-overs that rendered the two opposing defenders immobile. Observing the now motionless defenders, he gently nudged the ball with his left foot, powerfully surging past them. Upon entering the penalty area, the goalkeeper hesitated to rush out, primarily due to Lee Mingyu's astonishing speed, which left him no time to react. Positioned near the penalty spot, Lee Mingyu unleashed a powerful shot with his left foot, sending the ball straight into the bottom left corner of the net. The goalkeeper, Strakosha, could only helplessly admire the goal. In a mere 13 seconds since the match commenced, Lee Mingyu had executed a remarkable solo effort to score. Amidst the cacophony of boos, Lee Mingyu passionately kissed his left middle finger, reveling in the increase of his dribbling attributes by 5 points. It appeared he was eager to indulge in an offensive spree during this match. Harry Kane watched Lee Mingyu's unanswerable goal with envy etched on his face. Due to his lack of speed, Kane found it nearly impossible to replicate such a long-distance offensive run in the Club World Cup final. His inability to perform this task led Guardiola to substitute him for the more dynamic Jesus. As expected, Jesus made an immediate impact, scoring the opening goal for Manchester City, a substitution that proved pivotal in the match. Consequently, Kane became the most disappointed player of the encounter. However, upon returning to England, Kane reclaimed his peak form, ruthlessly dominating lesser opponents as if seeking to vent the frustrations of the Club World Cup on the league. Presently, Kane's goal tally ranks second in the team, trailing only behind Lee Mingyu, while in the League Cup and FA Cup, he leads significantly, holding the top spot in cup competitions. Lazio, confronted with Lee Mingyu's sudden and explosive performance, found themselves at a loss. No one anticipated that the recently laid-back Lee Mingyu would unleash such a ferocious display. Pedro, stationed on the flanks, wore a rueful smile as he observed Lee Mingyu surrounded by defenders, his eyes shimmering with envy, reminiscent of the early days of Messi. During his time at Barcelona, Pedro was known as La Perla, renowned for his unanswerable cuts inside from the wings. Yet, all eyes were fixated on Messi. Regardless of Pedro's dazzling displays, they paled in comparison to Messi's brilliance. Now, he witnessed another man akin to Messi, perhaps even stronger. After all, Lee Mingyu possessed a prestigious accolade that Messi could never attain, the World Cup championship. Lee Mingyu could be considered a prodigy, having reached his zenith upon debut, with capabilities that are visibly formidable, making it challenging to find any player who can rival him. Moreover, Manchester City was a team meticulously crafted around him. Akin to the former Barcelona, Mbappe and Haaland might be his closest contemporaries, yet even if they triumphed over Lee Mingyu in a match, no one would perceive them as superior. As the game resumed, Lazio initiated their offensive. In Serie A, Lazio's attacking prowess this season is undoubtedly unparalleled. With Juventus lacking Ronaldo and Inter without Lukaku, the overall attacking strength of Serie A is gradually waning. The Premier League, with its heightened competitiveness, draws more talented players, leaving both the Bundesliga and Serie A feeling the talent drain from the British Isles. At 33, Immobile could still be a formidable force in Serie A, yet against Manchester City's ironclad defense, he found himself with few opportunities to receive the ball. City's midfield effectively suppressed Lazio's, preventing any passage of the ball to the front line, resulting in a breakdown of Lazio's offense. After 2 seasons of refinement, Manchester City had matured into a well-formed team, demonstrating an unparalleled understanding in both offensive and defensive phases. Especially after overcoming the pressures of the Club World Cup final, the players' confidence had soared. In the 5th minute, Rodri once again used his body to barge past Pedro, seizing the ball from under his feet and knocking Pedro to the ground. Yet the referee merely gestured to continue the play. Pedro, feeling the weight of age on his performance, shrugged in resignation, aware that a decade ago, Rodri would never have laid a finger on him. However, the Pedro of today was no longer the formidable La Perla of yore. He had transformed into a veteran, merely seeking to enjoy his twilight years in the slower-paced Serie A, while in the fast-paced European competitions, he found himself increasingly outmatched. Perhaps I should follow Messi's lead and take up fishing. Chapter 386. The hat trick after regaining possession. Rodri surged forward with the ball. Lazio's midfielder, Lucas, rushed to intercept, preparing to halt Rodri's advance. Not lingering on the ball, Rodri deftly drew the defenders in, sweeping the ball to the advancing wing-back, Zinchenko. This unexpected pass caught Lazio off guard. They anticipated Rodri would pass to the retreating Lee Mingyu near the midfield, causing their defensive line to shift in that direction. To their astonishment, Rodri cleverly passed to the left, sending the ball to Zinchenko, instantly disrupting Lazio's defensive structure. Lee Mingyu, noticing the unfolding situation, quickly made a counter run toward Lazio's half. Upon receiving the ball, Zinchenko accelerated, forcefully breaking past Alberto. Alberto had not anticipated such resoluteness from his opponent and was unprepared for the challenge, allowing Zinchenko to easily bypass him. With Alberto left in his wake, Zinchenko faced a clear path ahead. Ferran Torres was already beckoning for the ball, while Harry Kane was making a forceful advance toward the opponent's penalty area. On the right, Jesus was also racing forward with great speed. With 3 options presenting themselves, Zinchenko's choices appeared abundant. However, in an unexpected twist, he opted not to pass to any of them, but instead sent the ball with his left foot toward the center, approximately 30 meters from the opponent's goal. Kane, upon noticing this, quickly adjusted his position, making way for a clear shot. Amidst the raucous boos, a sprinting Lee Mingyu unleashed a long-range shot from 30 meters away. Although he had not activated his formidable Barry's totem attributes, Lee Mingyu's current kicking power was nonetheless impressive. The ball surged forward, propelled by a fierce wind, soaring through the air without any spin. The goalkeeper, Strakosha, merely took a step to the left and stood there in a daze, having witnessed the football collide with the net behind him, creating a magnificent tapestry of netting. This splendid display was both vast and grand. The goal silenced all Lazio fans within the Stadio Olimpico. Lee Mingyu's strike was nothing short of sensational, exuding an overwhelming dominance that instilled fear among them. One wonders if someone has angered Lee Mingyu today. Those familiar with the scene know that one should never provoke him. If he is incensed, even Real Madrid would struggle to endure. Now, Lazio fans dared not boo him, mindful of the bloody examples from the past. Losing to Manchester City was acceptable, but forcing the formidable Lee Mingyu into action? Are they not afraid of witnessing the largest margin in Champions League history? It seems Lee Mingyu was poised for a massacre today. Let us wager on how many minutes it will take him to complete a hat trick. I wager within 10 minutes. I wager within 15. All right, it's a deal. What shall we wager? A small bet for fun, a large bet for pain. We aren't playing for our lives. Just a minor wager will suffice, perhaps an eye. What if I lose? You owe me an eye. And if I win, I shall return the eye. Get lost. What on earth just happened? Oh no, another goal. As 2 jesters engaged in banter, Manchester City had already scored once more. Witnessing Lee Mingyu kiss his ring and rush toward the edge of the pitch, the Lazio fans fell completely silent. Goodness, it was merely a couple of boos. Must it be taken so seriously? With such stature, how could his heart be so small? Lazio players were equally bewildered, questioning how they had conceded yet again. The slow-motion replay showcased the entire sequence of the goal. Following Lazio's kickoff, Immobile passed the ball to Milinkovic. Lee Mingyu stood at the center line, and, as the whistle blew, he surged toward the opponent's half. The ball reached him just as he approached Milinkovic. Faced with the ferocious Lee Mingyu, Milinkovic panicked and sent the ball back, but in his fluster, he failed to strike it with power. It was as if he had intentionally set up the play for Lee Mingyu. As Lee Mingyu sped past him, he reached the ball in just 3 strides, deftly maneuvering around the oncoming center-back Acerbi. Amid the gasps of the crowd, Lee Mingyu found himself directly in the penalty area, confronted by the charging goalkeeper. He showed no mercy. Strakosha rushed out in desperation, exuding a sense of, "Do not force my hand. I can do anything." How confident. Here, as a riddle for you. If my upper body sways to the left, which way will I break through? And if I sway to the right, do you think I will act the same as before? Strakosha, wearing a forlorn expression, exclaimed, "I cannot answer this. It is too difficult." With eyes closed, he guessed and lunged to the left. However, Lee Mingyu gazed at him with pity, stating, "I am the examiner, and this question has no standard answer. If I wish to go left, I will. If I wish to go right, I shall. Moreover, I will reveal the correct answer only after you choose. If you do not lose, it would defy logic." Strakosha met his demise. In the 6th minute of the first half, Lee Mingyu completed his hat trick. At that moment, he noticed several Lazio fans in the stands beginning to applaud him. A smirk of pride crept across Lee Mingyu's face. He had won over yet another set of fans. A sense of dread enveloped the Lazio team as they resumed play, only to be astonished that the imposing figure had returned to a defensive midfield position, seemingly indicating he would not pursue total annihilation. Ha ha ha. It appears Lee Mingyu had no intention of delivering a final blow. Though somewhat humiliating, the players of Lazio felt a flicker of gratitude. They had envisioned this match ending with both themselves and Lazio being nailed to the pillar of shame for the largest margin in Champions League history, forever branded as the team that lost 20-0 to Lee Mingyu. Chapter 387. Lazio's back-to-back strikes, observing Lee Mingyu set aside his metaphorical sword. Even the Lazio fans in the stands felt a sense of gratitude. Look at his grace, leaving room for others, ensuring future meetings are amicable. Each time Lee Mingyu received the ball, the Lazio fans in the stands erupted in enthusiastic applause. "Brother, we are applauding for you, so please temper your strikes." Lee Mingyu was bewildered by the peculiar logic of these fans. What is happening? Have they developed Stockholm Syndrome? However, his teammates at Manchester City did not share Lee Mingyu's benevolence, especially Harry Kane, who, having witnessed Lee Mingyu's hat trick, felt an insatiable itch to score himself. He attempted 2 long-range shots in quick succession, both thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper. Seeing Kane anxiously scratching his head, Lee Mingyu felt a pang of sympathy. Stop scratching. While becoming bald may confer strength, one should cherish one's golden locks. In the 35th minute, Lee Mingyu delivered a pinpoint long pass from the backfield, landing directly on Kane's head in the penalty area. Faced with such a generous opportunity, Kane would never squander it. He leapt high, overpowering the defender, and with a backward header, directed the ball into the far corner of the net, securing another goal for Manchester City. 4-0. After scoring, Kane dashed from the penalty area to the midfield, evading the grasp of other players, and knelt before Lee Mingyu, placing Lee Mingyu's right foot upon his knee and mimicking a shoe-shining gesture with his hands. Witnessing Kane's sycophantic display, the other teammates erupted in laughter. Upon joining Manchester City, Kane quickly realized his path forward, to cling tightly to Lee Mingyu's coattails. Having transformed from a benchwarmer at Chelsea a year ago to second place on the league scoring list, this almost miraculous change was entirely due to the world-class midfielder. Lee Mingyu behind him. 3/4 of Kane's goals were assisted by Lee Mingyu, highlighting the depth of Kane's reliance on him. However, many veterans expressed concerns for Kane, fearing that prolonged association with Lee Mingyu might diminish his ability to seek scoring opportunities independently. After all, being fed constantly may lead one to lose the skill of self-sustenance. However, within the national team, Harry Kane has adeptly led the England squad to successfully navigate the qualifying rounds, securing a place in the European Championship finals. Notably, in the absence of Lee Mingyu, Kane has emerged as the team's top scorer. Remarkably, he executed a long-range goal initiated from midfield, a feat that was previously quite rare. Evidently, alongside Lee Mingyu, Kane has not diminished but has rather grown stronger. This transformation has left Sterling, once heralded as England's premier left-winger, filled with regret. After joining Paris Saint-Germain, Sterling has found little joy as his philosophy clashes with that of the team, resulting in strained relations with both the coach and his teammates. Despite his valuation at a staggering €100 million, the lavish Parisian club has relegated him to the bench, where he has sat for several matches. Resembling a wilted chick devoid of his former exuberance, he cannot help but reminisce about Manchester City, a flicker of regret crossing his visage. Earlier in the season, the national team had summoned Sterling, yet by mid-season, he was unable to feature for Paris Saint-Germain, leading Gareth Southgate to reluctantly exclude him from the squad. This marks Sterling's first omission from the national team since his selection, a heavy blow to his morale. Throughout life, one is faced with countless choices, and the consequences of these decisions may require a lifetime of regret to confront. The once joyous Sterling, observing the illustrious Harry Kane, now feels as though he can no longer see the latter's taillights. With a 4-goal lead, Manchester City showed no signs of relenting. In the 43rd minute, Kane and Ferran Torres executed a brilliant 2-on-2 combination in the attacking third. Kane, just outside the penalty area, feigned a shot but instead delivered a delicate lob pass to the unmarked Jesus, who executed a stunning half-turn volley, sending the ball crashing into Lazio's net. The score now stood at 5-0, silencing the home crowd. Is this the measure of disparity? Many seasoned fans were brought to tears. How has the once formidable Serie A team regressed to this state? This is still the top team in Serie A, yet against the Premier League leaders. They appeared as mere amateurs, vulnerable to dismantlement. The league once dubbed the Little World Cup has seemingly vanished without a trace. As the first half concluded with a 5-0 scoreline, the match, and indeed the entire knockout tie, lost any semblance of suspense. During halftime, Lee Mingyu was substituted by Guardiola. In a match of this nature, one could only dread the possibility of injury should the opposition become overly aggressive. In the second half, Lazio's morale visibly improved in Lee Mingyu's absence. Manchester City, without him, seemed transformed, struggling against a revitalized Lazio side. In the 50th minute, Immobile received a pass from midfield, deftly nudging the ball with his right foot to create a small opening and unleashed a long-range shot. With his view obstructed, Ederson found himself unable to react in time, watching helplessly as the ball found the back of the net. This goal seemed to signal the commencement of a Lazio resurgence. 5 minutes later, Lazio successfully broke down the flank, executing a series of 1-2s that finally allowed Pedro an opportunity to soar. Despite being 35, Pedro's cutting in remained razor-sharp. Much like the agile Robin, one knows he intends to cut inside, yet one remains unable to prevent it. Pedro's intent was unmistakable. As he feigned a move towards the byline, even Walker fell prey to his deception. In that moment, Pedro seemed to revert to the version of himself that once pierced opponents' defenses like a dagger over a decade ago. After cutting inside, he took a step and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc towards the far corner of the goal. Ederson, in a desperate dive, failed to make contact, yet felt a moment of relief, convinced the attempt would veer wide. However, to his astonishment, the ball continued its trajectory, striking the inner post and ricocheting into the net. In a mere span of 10 minutes, Lazio had scored twice. Guardiola, seated on the sidelines conversing with Lee Mingyu, found himself increasingly restless. If the opposition were to equalize or surpass the scoreline, it would be a significant embarrassment for him. Rarely did Guardiola raise his voice from the touchline, but he urged, "Calm down, maintain possession, everyone." His words served as a timely reminder to the Manchester City players that, in Lee Mingyu's absence, their possession game had faltered. Neither Bernardo Silva nor the new acquisition Draxler possessed exceptional ball control capabilities. Gundogan's departure had left a considerable void, depriving the team of a stable possession point in Lee Mingyu's absence or when he was being marked. This represented a significant vulnerability for a team aspiring to defend their Champions League title. This match could be viewed as an experiment to assess the team's performance without Lee Mingyu. The opening 10 minutes of the second half were decidedly underwhelming. However, under Guardiola's guidance, Manchester City gradually regained their footing. While their attacking prowess may have wavered without Lee Mingyu, their defensive solidity remained commendable. A focused Manchester City became a formidable barrier for Lazio to breach. The two teams engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of attacks and defenses. With City stabilizing, Guardiola felt a weight lift from his shoulders, returning to the bench to continue his conversation with Lee Mingyu. It was until the 80th minute that the deadlock was finally broken. Frustrated by their inability to score, Lazio became impatient, leading to a risky through ball in the attacking third, which Rodri intercepted with a splendid tackle, regaining possession for Manchester City. The counterattack commenced. Rodri passed to Bernardo Silva, who quickly relayed the ball forward to Ferran Torres, who had drifted wide. Torres executed a bicycle kick feint, successfully bypassing the opposing fullback, and, after reaching the byline, delivered a cutback pass. Kane, feigning a shot, drew both center-backs into the small box, leaving the far post unguarded. After the late arrival of Jesus, he unleashed a powerful shot that pierced through Lazio's defense, securing a goal. The score now stood at 6-2, a strike that utterly shattered Lazio's morale. Following Immobile's wayward long-range attempt, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. At the Rome Olympic Stadium, Manchester City departed with their heads held high, boasting a 4-goal advantage. Post-match, Lee Mingyu approached Pedro, and the two exchanged jerseys and shared a brief conversation. Despite the loss, Pedro maintained a relatively positive demeanor, recognizing the undeniable strength of Manchester City. Upon returning to England, Manchester City faced yet another formidable opponent in the Premier League, Chelsea. This season, Chelsea secured the services of Belgian striker Romelu Lukaku from Inter Milan. His arrival injected a much-needed impetus into Chelsea's attack. Historically, Chelsea has excelled defensively, yet their forward line, led by the somewhat underwhelming Werner, lacked the lethal edge required for decisive strikes. Lukaku's prowess is unquestionable. He currently ranks third in the scoring charts, trailing only Lee Mingyu and Harry Kane. Chelsea sits firmly in second place in the league. Though catching up to Manchester City appears nearly impossible, their position remains secure. This was the second encounter between the two teams this season. During their first meeting, Lukaku was underwhelming, resulting in a 3 o'clock defeat for Chelsea at the Etihad Stadium. Now back at their home ground, Stamford Bridge, Chelsea's players brimmed with confidence, vowing to bring Manchester City's winning streak to an end. Prior to the match, Chelsea's players made declarations in the media about their intent to defeat Manchester City. Lukaku stated, "Last time, I had yet to acclimatize to the pace of the Premier League. I'm no longer the player I was 3 months ago. Today, I will breach Manchester City's goal." Mount added, "Manchester City is not as formidable as many believe. This time, I will strip away their facade." Jorginho remarked, "Our current form is exceptional. Beware, Manchester City, Stamford Bridge will be your Waterloo." Tuchel acknowledged Manchester City's strength, but affirmed Chelsea's prowess, promising spectators would witness how they would topple the blue moon overshadowing them. Meanwhile, in Manchester, Guardiola scoffed at the media, asserting, "If Lee Mingyu plays, I doubt they would dare speak so boldly." The journalists chuckled in response. Lee Mingyu, having received a yellow card in the previous match, was automatically suspended for this fixture due to accumulated cautions. Upon hearing this news, Chelsea was quick to express their sentiments. Manchester City's other players were incensed by Chelsea's audacity, declaring that even without Lee Mingyu, they were not a team Chelsea could triumph over. The weekend match soon arrived, capturing everyone's attention as they focused solely on the monumental clash at Stamford Bridge. In front of a sea of supporters, just 3 minutes into the match, Lukaku used his formidable physique to barge past Varane, delivering a powerful shot into the net. Following his goal, Lukaku struck a bodybuilder pose, showcasing his impressive muscles, which transformed Stamford Bridge into a jubilant sea of celebration. Chapter 389. The violent conduct of Chelsea fans observing the exuberant celebrations of Chelsea's players. Shame washed over the faces of Manchester City's squad. Had they truly fallen for the theatrics? Was it indeed, as the media suggested, that without Lee Mingyu, Manchester City had become a mere pushover? Prior to Lee Mingyu's arrival, Manchester City had been champions of the Premier League. Team captain Rodri gathered everyone around, solemnly stating, "If we lose here today, we shall never hold our heads high again. Lee Mingyu is an extraordinary player and will undoubtedly become one of the greatest. If we cannot even defeat Chelsea, how can we consider ourselves worthy to stand alongside him?" Ferran Torres nodded in agreement, asserting, "If we wish to be recognized as teammates by the boss, we must demonstrate that we can win even without him on the field. We are Manchester City. We are Premier League champions. We are European champions. We are world champions. The 11 Manchester City players, with serious expressions, placed their hands on each other's shoulders and roared in unison. At that moment, the jubilant cheers from Stamford Bridge seemed to be overshadowed by the voices of these 11 men. Guardiola, standing on the sidelines, smiled slightly. This was the pressure he needed. Lee Ming-yu's influence on the team was immense, sometimes leading other players to believe that the team could prevail without him. Such notions could foster complacency. When facing weaker opponents, the team could easily recover from setbacks, but against formidable foes, particularly teams like Real Madrid, which could deliver a decisive blow if given the opportunity, any hint of laxity could expose Manchester City to relentless attacks until the team crumbled. However, no amount of Guardiola's admonitions seemed to have a substantial effect. Winning breeds complacency, and during a winning streak, players often dismiss criticism. Thus, Guardiola awaited an opportunity, a moment to deliver a wake-up call to his players. He sought not to prove his own worth, but to convey that they needed to reclaim what they had lost. Chelsea presented that opportunity, especially with Lee Ming-yu's suspension providing a fortuitous circumstance. Under pressure, Manchester City's players appeared to awaken. They were the champions of the Premier League, Europe, and the world. Even in the absence of their core player, they could not allow themselves to be humiliated. After resuming play, the anticipated incisive attacks did not materialize. The players fully comprehended the style of football they needed to play: layered advances, relentless pressure. Guardiola, finally at ease, settled into his seat on the bench, arms crossed, exuding an air of calm confidence, as if Manchester City were the leading team on the pitch. Noticing Manchester City's composed demeanor, Tuchel sensed trouble and loudly instructed his team to adopt a more aggressive defensive stance. Manchester City's players focused intently, their passing speed and accuracy on point. Even as Chelsea intensified their defensive efforts, it remained challenging to seize the ball from their feet. In the 13th minute, Manchester City initiated an attack down the flanks. Ferran Torres feigned retreat to receive the ball, drawing out Chelsea's fullback, then executed a clever run to escape the defender's grasp. Bernardo Silva's lofted pass sailed over the defender's head, landing perfectly at Ferran Torres' feet. After receiving the ball, Ferran Torres deftly cut inward, evading the challenge of center-back Christensen. With a flick of his foot, he sent the ball into the penalty area. Inside, Harry Kane used his body to shield Rudiger, deftly nudging the ball through Rudiger's legs to the far post, momentarily leaving the advancing Mendy frozen in place. At the far post, Gabriel Jesus faced an open goal and unleashed a powerful shot, sending the ball into the net. The score was now 1-1, with Manchester City equalizing. This goal silenced Stamford Bridge. However, Jesus' exuberant celebration near the corner flag soon ignited the ire of Chelsea fans. Paper cups rained down upon him from the stands, accompanied by a barrage of derogatory remarks. Observing this scene, Manchester City players rushed to intervene. Captain Rodri was the first to shield Jesus with his body, fearing for his safety from the objects hurled by the zealous fans. Kane quickly joined, vocally expressing his discontent toward the spectators. All Manchester City players congregated, protesting against the fans' actions. Watching from home, Lee Ming-yu's face twisted in disgust. How could Chelsea fans be so forgetful? He recalled his time in Barcelona when Chelsea fans rioted, setting the team bus ablaze, leading to the cancellation of all Chelsea's European matches that season, alongside hefty fines and a stadium ban imposed by the FA. That season had severely wounded Chelsea's prospects, nearly preventing them from qualifying for the subsequent season's Champions League. Now, it seemed those same fans were repeating their mindless behavior. Lee Ming-yu pulled out Manchester City's upcoming fixture schedule, noting a date 10 days hence, the League Cup semi-finals against Chelsea. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes. Chelsea would soon receive a memory they would not easily forget. Meanwhile, Chelsea players gathered at the sidelines, urging their fans to refrain from such reckless actions. Security personnel positioned themselves with shields at the corner flag area, as the items being thrown had escalated beyond mere paper cups. The referee halted the match, instructing Manchester City players to return to their half. Addressing Tuchel sternly, the referee warned that if the fan behavior continued unchecked, he would declare Chelsea the losers by a score of 0-3. This season, both UEFA and FIFA had adopted a zero-tolerance policy toward violence and racism in stadiums, allowing referees to impose punishments based on unfolding circumstances. The FA had also issued notices stating that if a team could not control its fans, the referee had the authority to award victory to the opposing team. Thus, Tuchel hastily gathered his players to the sidelines, imploring them to calm the situation. With the players' pleas and the looming threat of security's batons, the fans gradually settled down. A few unruly individuals were swiftly subdued by security and dragged away like ragdolls. Ground staff quickly cleared the area around the corner flag. The match resumed. Upon the restart, Chelsea's morale was evidently shaken by the earlier violent outburst. Lukaku had nearly clashed with his own fans during the incident, their racist taunts cutting sharply. Though the game continued, Lukaku declared he would not play for such fans and requested to be substituted. With no options left, Tuchel replaced Lukaku with Havertz. Lukaku did not even return to the bench. He stripped off his jersey, revealing his dark skin, and contemptuously smiled at the fans before leisurely walking down the tunnel. This moment was captured on camera, and nearly all commentators praised Lukaku for his stance, condemning the Chelsea fans' actions as a disgrace to their esteemed club. The incident from 2 years prior, where Chelsea fans had burned the Barcelona team bus, had already cost the club dearly. Now they were audaciously repeating history, targeting Manchester City. Racism was universally unacceptable, especially in sports, and any occurrence of such behavior would be met with severe consequences. It was clear that the FA would not overlook Chelsea's actions after this match. Meanwhile, Manchester United and Liverpool must have been reveling in this chaos, as Chelsea's second place standing could very well be jeopardized. Following Lukaku's departure, Chelsea reverted to their previously ineffective attacking style. The disparity in morale was palpable, spurred by recent events. Manchester City surged forward, eager to dismantle the Chelsea side. Among Chelsea's ranks, aside from the replaced Lukaku, the team included Kane, Rudiger, and Mendy, each feeling the sting of the fans' racism. Yet their professional integrity compelled them to suppress their discontent and continue playing. However, their efforts were clearly lacking. In the 35th minute of the first half, Kane, momentarily distracted, allowed Jesus to glide past him effortlessly. Under normal circumstances, Kane would have pursued Jesus, even at the cost of a foul, to prevent a straightforward advance. Surprisingly, he halted, staring at Jesus' retreating figure. After bypassing Kane, Jesus faced the on-rushing Christensen and executed a stunning nutmeg, leaving his opponent bewildered as he advanced toward the goal. Confronted by Mendy, Jesus delicately lobbed the ball over him, finding the back of the net. After scoring, Jesus stood before Chelsea's goal, unleashing a roar that seemed to release all the frustration and pin-up emotion within him. In Manchester, Lee Mingyu's expression was devoid of mirth, a glimmer of menace in his eyes as he muttered, "Chelsea, just wait." Suddenly, an ominous chill swept over the Chelsea players, an instinctive sense of impending doom creeping upon them. As the first half drew to a close, Manchester City launched another rapid counterattack. Bernardo Silva's pass found Ferran Torres on the flank, who effortlessly sidestepped Chelsea captain Azpilicueta. At 34 years of age, Azpilicueta found himself somewhat overwhelmed in the presence of his younger compatriot, Ferran Torres. Lying on the ground, Azpilicueta gazed at the young player from his national team, shaking his head in resignation. Ferran Torres made a decisive cut into the Chelsea penalty area, raising his foot as if to shoot, compelling the center-back to rush in for support. However, with a deft flick of his foot, Torres pushed the ball toward the far post of the goal. On the other side, the formidable Jesus arrived like a whirlwind, striking the ball with unbridled ferocity. Mendy felt the ball was past his ear, leaving him momentarily frozen, drenched in sweat. Had that ball struck him directly in the face, it might have been the end of him. Jesus, elated after completing his hat trick, could hardly contain his excitement. This season, with Harry Kane's arrival, Jesus had been relegated to the right flank and often rotated out, making tremendous sacrifices for the team. His playing time diminished, and his goal tally plummeted, dropping from third in the team rankings to not even making it into the top 5. Yet, Jesus bore no grievances. For the sake of the team's victory, he accepted the rotations and the decline in his goal count. However, he could not tolerate the discrimination against his skin color. Faced with such vile racism, Jesus finally chose to retaliate with his prowess, using his hat trick as a message to those racists. The harm you inflict upon me will be returned as harm to your team. Come, let us exchange injuries. Upon witnessing Jesus' hat trick, Lee Mingyu finally broke into a jubilant smile, laughing heartily. As the first half concluded, Manchester City led Chelsea 3-1. The fans in the stands were at a loss as to how to respond to Manchester City. for it was evident that the recent events had significantly affected the Chelsea players' morale. What they intended to disrupt in the opposition's mindset had inadvertently backfired, shattering their own players' composure. This was a classic case of losing the hen while trying to catch the chicken. In the Chelsea locker room, a cacophony of voices erupted in fierce argument. It was reported that a well-dressed Lukaku had forcefully kicked open the door, slammed it shut behind him, and stormed off. Tuchel looked on helplessly at the silent Chelsea squad. Several black players sat together, their faces reflecting a reluctance to take the field. Upon returning, they found Lukaku already dressed and preparing to leave. It was unclear whether it was Lukaku's exorbitant salary or his lack of professional ethics that had led to the dissatisfaction expressed by several Chelsea players. How could someone like Lukaku be reprimanded by them? Amidst the heated exchanges, tensions nearly escalated into violence. However, amidst the intervention of teammates, a physical confrontation was averted, though the team spirit had undeniably waned. As Lukaku departed, he ominously remarked, "Do you wish to serve such fans, my brothers?" This statement left an irreparable rift within the team. Chapter 391. Chelsea surrender. What began as an unremarkable Premier League match was soon rendered extraordinary by the behavior of the fans. As expected, the following day, the FA's sanctions were announced. First, all fans involved in throwing objects onto the pitch would be stripped of their viewing privileges for the remainder of the season. Given today's advanced technology, cameras are ubiquitous in stadiums, and not a single fan who threw items escaped unnoticed. Second, through video analysis, lip-reading experts identified fans who engaged in racist abuse, and the FA would initiate hearings. If found guilty, they would face a lifetime ban from watching Premier League matches. Third, due to Chelsea's inadequate management of their home ground, they would face empty stadiums for the next 3 Premier League matches. Fourth, Chelsea Football Club was fined 100,000. The announcement of these penalties sent shockwaves across Europe and the world. Such punitive measures against fans are rare. Typically, leagues exhibit leniency towards their supporters, with many regulations aimed at players instead. Yet, in this instance, the FA took a firm stance, directly revoking the viewing rights of certain fans. Some might argue that such a punishment is inconsequential, thinking that watching from home is sufficient. However, those who make such claims have likely never experienced the thrill of watching a match live. For those who have witnessed top-tier games in person, televised matches pale in comparison. It's akin to attending a concert. Unless you have experienced it live, you cannot truly claim to be a fan of the artist, for you have no understanding of their true vocal talent. In England, football is an integral part of life. Denying fans the opportunity to attend matches is akin to stripping them of their joy. Remarkably, this time, English fans overwhelmingly supported the FA's actions, which was quite peculiar. This was due to the heightened attention surrounding the Premier League. As the world's Premier League, fans, both consciously and unconsciously, began to uphold its dignity. They believed that the actions of a small faction of Chelsea fans tarnished the league's reputation, expressing strong support for the FA's decisive measures. The FA's bold actions left fans worldwide astonished and admiring. Truly, it was a testament to the might of the world's leading league. Chelsea's official response to the FA sanctions was one of complete acquiescence, even posting the ruling on their official website with a message urging everyone to take heed. Originally, the matter might have ended there, but a routine media interview propelled it into the spotlight. Lee Ming-yu, what are your thoughts on the racial discrimination exhibited by some Chelsea fans? The reporter had merely posed the question casually, not expecting any profound response from Lee Ming-yu, perhaps anticipating a standard diplomatic answer. I believe some Chelsea fans are merely seeking trouble. I experienced their antics while at Barcelona when they set our bus ablaze, causing significant losses for Chelsea. I thought they had learned their lesson, but evidently they have not. Lee Ming-yu spoke with a teasing tone, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yet in the eyes of the reporters, it was a devilish grin. I eagerly await our next encounter. I checked the fixture list, and next week, in the semi-finals of the League Cup, I will graciously welcome the esteemed members of Chelsea at the Etihad Stadium. I hope you all can teach me how to play the game properly. After speaking, Lee Ming-yu pondered for a moment. Facing the camera, he let out a cold laugh and stated, I was unable to participate in this match, and I can only imagine your disappointment. In the next game, I shall compensate for the regret of this match. Finally, Lee Ming-yu flashed a radiant smile at the camera. Yet to the Chelsea squad, this smile appeared more terrifying than the roar of a dragon. Who dared to provoke this devil? Tuchel was already overwhelmed. as Lukaku had expressed to the Chelsea management his desire to depart, refusing to serve a club riddled with racial discrimination. Influenced by Lukaku's decision, Canny began contemplating whether to extend his contract with Chelsea. Next season marks the year of Canny's contract expiration, and at the start of the season, Chelsea presented him with an exceptionally generous offer, one that would ensure Canny's lifelong tenure at the club. However, Canny now had to weigh whether Chelsea was worth his loyalty. With Lukaku's departure and the unsettled psyche of other players, the team's condition was highly unstable. In the subsequent league matches, Chelsea faced their first 3 consecutive defeats, plummeting from second place to fourth. Liverpool and Manchester United were closing in, while Tottenham Hotspur and Arsenal lurked behind, eager to seize Chelsea's fall. Chelsea, once riding high, suddenly found themselves in a dire situation, spiraling downwards after facing Manchester City, now teetering on the brink of collapse, with the walls closing in. The fans were infuriated. The list of those guilty of racial discrimination led to terrorizing attacks on their homes. They received retribution in kind. Although Chelsea was already in turmoil, matters worsened with the arrival of the EFL Cup semi-finals. Manchester City, fresh from their Champions League quarter-finals victory, prepared to host Chelsea at the Etihad Stadium. It was evident that Chelsea had lost all hope in the Premier League, had not progressed in the FA Cup, yet had made it to the Champions League quarter-finals. Awaiting the final draw, the EFL Cup, perhaps it would be best to forego it. After internal discussions, Chelsea concluded that even with a full squad, defeat was inevitable. It would be wiser to concede gracefully. Lee Ming-yu thrived against formidable opponents and preferred not to dismantle weaker teams. Perhaps they could evade disaster. Thus, for this match, Tuchel deployed a lineup consisting of half starters and half substitutes. Upon the announcement of the lineup, laughter erupted across England. Hardly any team would field a substitute squad in the semi-finals of the EFL Cup, especially with the finals looming, as the championship was at stake. Yet Chelsea did just that, fully embracing their resignation. In the pre-match press conference, Tuchel declared that his team's focus would be directed towards the Champions League, purposefully choosing to abandon other competitions. Mr. Lee Ming-yu is the greatest football star on this planet. His skills are exceptionally well-rounded. One could argue that throughout the annals of football history, no player has exhibited such versatility. He truly is a polymath of the sport. As for the claims that Mr. Lee Ming-yu intended to decimate Chelsea in this match, I did not hear such statements, for I believe Mr. Lee Ming-yu understands that the actions of fans should not reflect upon the team. We had already intervened to halt the fans' behavior. It was merely the extreme actions of a few individuals, not representative of the team's stance. I trust that Mr. Lee Ming-yu would not jeopardize the amicable relationship between the two clubs over such matters. Lee Ming-yu's heart is as vast as the ocean. I know Mr. Lee Ming-yu is soon to be married, and I would like to extend my early congratulations, hoping he will send me an invitation. I shall certainly attend. Tuchel spoke eloquently at the press conference, extolling Lee Ming-yu as unparalleled, stating that in the next 5 centuries, the football world would not witness such a genius again. Listening to Tuchel's extravagant praise, Lee Ming-yu sat in the locker room, watching the interview on the screen, feeling quite embarrassed. His teammates were teasing him, with Ferran Torres repeatedly echoing Tuchel's words, prompting Lee Ming-yu to pin him down and give him a thorough thrashing. Guardiola observed the harmonious atmosphere among the team and smiled, asking, "Lee, how do you plan to approach this match?" Lee Ming-yu gritted his teeth and replied, "I will grant Chelsea a halftime opportunity. I will not play in the second half, hoping they can withstand the first half." He glanced at Jesus, adding, "After all, who let them bully Gabriel?" Hearing this made Jesus feel a warmth in his heart. Indeed, the captain was still on his side. Upon seeing Manchester City's lineup, Tuchel's expression froze. "What the hell? I've already surrendered. Why are you fielding such a strong squad? According to the customs of my homeland, surrendering means losing half. Are you trying to ensure my complete defeat?" Just before the match began, Tuchel approached Guardiola with a wry smile, and they embraced closely, speaking in hushed tones only they could hear. "Baldy, you're not playing fair. I've surrendered, yet you still aim to obliterate us?" Guardiola's face darkened. "Are you insulting me? I didn't want this either, but who provoked Lee Ming-yu? Who doesn't know he holds grudges? Just look at the teams he has annihilated. You still dare to provoke him. I can only say I've seen the fearless, but I've never seen anyone as reckless as you." Tuchel glared, whispering, "Give me a chance." Guardiola immediately took on the role of a dramatic actor, smiling faintly. "How can I give you a chance? Previously, I had no choice. Now I desire dignity. Tuchel retorted, "Oh, ask Lee Mingyu if he will grant you dignity. You are sending me to my doom. I apologize. I am merely a head coach." The two, relishing their roles, exchanged knowing smiles and playfully patted each other on the shoulder before returning to their benches. "Damn, that was a hard pat. I should have hit him harder. Damn, I almost got sent packing. That bald head is truly vicious." Regardless of the two coaches' antics, let us shift our focus to the pitch. Lee Mingyu surveyed the unfamiliar faces on the opposing team, inwardly scoffing. When it comes to shamelessness, no one outdoes Tuchel. In the EFL Cup semi-finals, he dared to forfeit outright. Is he wise or foolish? Lee Mingyu was certain that the FA had been infuriated to the point of wanting to dismantle their tables. This match, ever since Lee Mingyu made that bold declaration, had been treated by the FA as the centerpiece of the season. Not only did they invite legends from both teams to engage in verbal sparring across the airwaves, igniting rivalries throughout England, but they also ensured the flames of this feud continued to burn brightly. The atmosphere had escalated to such heights that fans worldwide viewed this match as Lee Mingyu's battle for vengeance. It is well known that Lee Mingyu's revenge matches are exceptionally bloody, often resulting in double-digit scorelines. Therefore, the anticipated viewership for this match is beyond comprehension. However, as the trousers were already down, Chelsea audaciously declared that they would send the security guard from their neighbor to confront you. In that instant, the FA seemed to have been lenient when penalizing Chelsea. This shameless Tuchel actually dared to rotate players in this match, as if he were Popovich. Yet, the die was cast. The FA could not force Tuchel to field his strongest lineup. With the referee's whistle, this highly anticipated match commenced. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at Etihad Stadium, earning a special skill, Finger Fish Dragon Dance. Finger Fish Dragon Dance. Every time the host scores a goal, they raise one finger. Upon raising 5 fingers, the host will acquire the ability of Fish Dragon Dance. Fish Dragon Dance. Dribbling attribute exceeds 100, speed exceeds 100, shooting exceeds 100. Duration, 10 minutes. Lee Mingyu sensed that Chelsea was in serious trouble today. Manchester City kicked off first. Seizing the ball, Lee Mingyu activated his assault skill. Although Chelsea was mentally prepared, they did not expect Lee Mingyu to launch an attack from the very first second. With 3 players rotated in midfield, the current players lacked any chemistry. When they saw Lee Mingyu charging forward, 2 players misjudged the situation. "You go, I'll intercept from behind. You go, I'll intercept from behind." As a result, neither advanced. In the next moment, Lee Mingyu accelerated, slipping the ball deftly between the two. He nudged past the hastily closing duo with his shoulder, causing them to collide and tumble to the ground, eliciting a chorus of boos from the crowd. Like a sports car with the pedal to the metal, Lee Mingyu surged into Chelsea's penalty area. Just outside the box, he deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, leaving the approaching center-back bewildered. And as he entered the penalty area, he raised his left foot and unleashed a powerful shot. In a mere 7 seconds, Lee Mingyu had scored Manchester City's first goal, leaving Chelsea's goalkeeper Mendy with almost no reaction as he watched the ball nestle into the net behind him. The fans at Etihad Stadium erupted in cheers, chanting Lee Mingyu's name. This goal thrilled the fans, showcasing a solo heroism that embodied the essence of a champion in their hearts. After scoring, Lee Mingyu ran to the stands and raised his index finger. At that moment, the spectators were puzzled, interpreting his gesture merely as a wave. However, 3 minutes later, Lee Mingyu, having evaded the center-back's defense, unleashed a powerful shot from outside the box, forcing Mendy into a desperate save. Yet the ball still found its way into the net. Once again, Lee Mingyu approached the stands, this time raising both his index and middle fingers. Everyone quickly grasped his intent, and the crowd erupted in excitement, with many mimicking his gesture while shouting, "Hat trick! Hat trick! Hat trick!" On the sidelines, Tuchel wore a bitter expression. "I concede. Why must you go for total annihilation?" The main players on the bench wore faces of trepidation. Wow, this young man is ruthless. Without keeping the fans waiting, 5 minutes later, Lee Mingyu once again penetrated the penalty area. With his signature pendulum move, he left Mendy on the ground, easily scoring another goal. After the goal, as he approached the stands, the crowd was quick to raise their middle, ring, and pinky fingers. Yet Lee Mingyu raised his index, middle, and ring fingers, a habit of his. The fans quickly adapted, pressing their thumbs down on their pinkies while raising the other 3 fingers. In under 10 minutes, Lee Mingyu completed his hat trick, While not the fastest in Premier League history, it was certainly the most cathartic. Chelsea's players were intimidated by Lee Ming-yu's vengeful momentum, gazing at the adored figure of the fans with complex expressions. The match resumed, and Chelsea's morale took a significant hit, while Manchester City thrived. Soon, Chelsea lost possession again. Fortunately, their defense was swift, successfully thwarting another Manchester City counterattack, forcing Zinchenko to halt and pass back. Just as Chelsea's players sighed in relief, Lee Ming-yu quickly retreated to midfield, calling for the ball. Rodri's timely pass reached Lee Ming-yu after a return from Zinchenko, and he seamlessly guided the ball with his instep. Chelsea's midfielder Jorginho, this time, did not lose his position. He closely shadowed Lee Ming-yu, his hand resting on Lee's back, preparing to intercept the ball as it rolled towards them. The moment Lee Ming-yu touched the ball with his right foot, Jorginho lowered his center of gravity and swiftly extended his right foot to poke the ball away from behind. However, the next moment left the entire crowd gasping in astonishment. Instead of stopping the ball with his instep or laces, Lee Ming-yu deftly flicked it with the tip of his right foot, sending it soaring over his head as he swiftly turned and maneuvered around the bewildered Jorginho. As the ball descended, Lee Ming-yu surged forward, the crowd stunned by his display of agility. His judgment, reflexes, flexibility, and ball skills were all on display. He executed the move with effortless grace. A single word encapsulated the moment: dominance. After bypassing Jorginho, Lee Ming-yu unleashed his warrior skill, bulldozing into Chelsea's penalty area like a heavy tank. Facing a hesitant Mendy, he curled the ball into the far corner of the net, delivering a decisive blow. With a score of 4-0, Lee Ming-yu achieved a remarkable quadruple. This time, when he approached the sidelines, the fans raised 4 fingers. Some bent their thumbs down, extending their other 4 fingers, while others creatively bent their pinkies, raising the remaining 4 fingers. Upon witnessing this scene, Lee Ming-yu displayed a look of disdain, extending his 5 fingers and bending his ring finger in front of the crowd. To my surprise, I never anticipated such performance. The fans in the stands erupted into laughter at Lee Ming-yu's antics. Chelsea's head coach, Tuchel, sat on the bench, his expression utterly numb. Go on. If you have the capability, shatter our goal. The despicable racists, why provoke this formidable adversary? Now, you can no longer watch the matches live, and we're the ones suffering, mercilessly trampled by our opponents. In the 35th minute, Manchester City was awarded a free kick in the attacking zone. Lee Ming-yu executed a stunning shot, transforming the entire Etihad Stadium into a sea of joy once more. This match saw Lee Ming-yu unleash his full prowess, captivating the audience with the brilliance of the world's foremost football star. Scoring 5 goals in a single match is a feat that most players can only dream of achieving. After scoring, Lee Ming-yu approached the stands once again, and this time, the entire crowd raised their right hands, all 5 fingers proudly displayed. Come on, if you're brave enough, show us 6 fingers. Lee Ming-yu smiled gently, lifting his own right hand, fingers erect. The fingers danced gracefully, a successful trigger of attention. All gazes converged on Lee Ming-yu's elevated hand, which seemed delicate and boneless. Fingers moving like a dragon, ascending from the depths of the ocean. At that moment, Lee Ming-yu felt an inexhaustible strength within him, all prior fatigue vanishing in an instant. Chapter 394, 10-0. Chelsea's players were utterly demoralized by Lee Ming-yu's performance. As the game resumed, Jorginho received a pass from a teammate, contemplating how to proceed, when he suddenly found Lee Ming-yu appearing before him like a specter. This speed was astonishing. Lee Ming-yu was also taken aback by his own swiftness, surpassing even his previous peak speed, truly a testament to his extraordinary speed attribute. While Jorginho was momentarily stunned, Lee Ming-yu swiftly extended his right foot, deftly intercepting the ball from beneath Jorginho. However, Jorginho's reflexes were remarkably quick, though his mind was still a bit dazed. He reached out to grab Lee Ming-yu and prepared to reclaim the ball. Lee Ming-yu suddenly pulled the ball back, evading Jorginho's outstretched foot, then pushed the ball through the gap between Jorginho's legs. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Lee Ming-yu's exquisite maneuver. After being outmaneuvered, Jorginho, in a fit of anger, yanked Lee Ming-yu to a halt. The referee immediately blew the whistle to halt the match, and the audience responded with a chorus of boos directed at Jorginho. Seeing the Manchester City players closing in, Jorginho quickly released his grip, indicating his desire to avoid conflict. After all, Lee Mingyu was a highly protected player for Manchester City. The referee, observing the situation, relaxed his pace and withdrew a yellow card from his pocket, displaying it to Jorginho. "See this card? Is it yellow? Does it make you nervous?" "Indeed it should." The distance for this free kick was far too great for even Lee Mingyu to score directly. Jorginho's foul was rather regrettable. But being 5 goals down, an additional one was of little consequence. Rodri took the free kick, and Manchester City resumed their offensive. Lee Mingyu was exceptionally lively in the attacking zone, showcasing an array of flashy moves, a stark contrast to his previous style. Heel bosjes, rainbow flicks, and a series of tricks typically seen only on amateur fields were on full display throughout the match. The fans were elated. Their ticket purchase was undoubtedly worthwhile. The FA was also pleased, initially believing Chelsea had surrendered the match, but to their surprise, Lee Mingyu not only exerted himself, but did so with remarkable vigor, truly a superstar of the Premier League, demonstrating great character. Only Chelsea bore the brunt of this humiliation. The cheers of the fans pierced the hearts of the players on the field. Watching Lee Mingyu continuously showcase his skills, deftly toying with his teammates, Chelsea's players were left seething with frustration, unable to voice their anger. Tuchel covered his face in despair on the bench. This match had effectively obliterated Chelsea's reputation. In the 40th minute, Lee Mingyu executed a brilliant flick pass from the edge of the penalty area, allowing Harry Kane to deliver a half volley that found its way into Mendy's net. 6-0. During the first minute of stoppage time, Lee Mingyu performed a spectacular rainbow flick on the flank, surged into the penalty area, and executed a sweeping strike, sending the ball through Mendy's legs into the goal. 7-0. This time, Lee Mingyu made no gestures, his collar raised and an air of arrogance about him, as if to announce to the world, "Do not provoke me, lest my wrath be uncontrollable." Following this goal, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Tuchel departed the pitch without a backward glance. While the other Chelsea players hurried into the tunnel, the entire stadium rose to their feet, applauding Lee Mingyu for achieving an extraordinary personal record. 6 goals in a half. This marked a personal record in England's top 3 competitions: the Premier League, the EFL Cup, and the FA Cup. Lee Mingyu's performance elevated this already highly anticipated match to even greater heights. The FA was thoroughly satisfied with Lee Mingyu's display. Even when Guardiola chose not to field him in the second half, they felt no dissatisfaction, for his first-half performance had already exceeded the fans' expectations. Although Lee Mingyu did not take the field in the second half, Chelsea had been thoroughly dismantled. By the 70th minute, Harry Kane completed his hat trick, and the score had risen to 9-0, the largest margin in Premier League history. In the 85th minute, Ferran Torres' goal firmly secured Chelsea's place on the humiliation pedestal of the Premier League. 10-0, an astonishing double-digit deficit. Tuchel's face went pale. He bore full responsibility for this match. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have surrendered so easily. Fielding all his main players could not have yielded a worse result. Yet, there were no remedies for regret. Tuchel could already sense the fury of Chelsea's upper management. They needed a scapegoat. As he glanced around, it seemed he alone was the most suitable candidate for blame. Mendy cradled the football in his arms as he heard the referee's whistle signaling the end of the match. A look of bewilderment crossed his face. He must be the most unfortunate goalkeeper in the history of the Premier League, having retrieved the ball from his net 10 times in a single game. After enduring such a blow, Mendy felt that no future challenge could ever shake him again. After all, he had witnessed the grand stage. Yet, despite this resolve, an urge to cry lingered within him. The Etihad Stadium had transformed into a sea of joy, celebrating a triumphant revenge against Chelsea. Lee Mingyu had proven his mettle, and the journey had been delightfully satisfying, save for Chelsea, of course. In the post-match interview, when reporters provocatively inquired about Tuchel's thoughts on the game, he calmly remarked that the defeat was his fault, extending congratulations to Lee Mingyu and Manchester City, while asserting that this was not a true reflection of Chelsea's capabilities. With that, Tuchel dismissed the reporters' microphones and departed with a grim countenance. "We are thrilled to reach the League Cup final once again. This championship is ours to claim, and neither Manchester United nor Liverpool can deter my confidence in achieving victory," Lee Mingyu confidently declared before the media. Chapter 395, UEFA Champions League quarterfinals and the League Cup semifinals. Chelsea became the most unfortunate team in England's history. The Blues fans expressed their discontent with Tuchel's lack of assertiveness. Under pressure, Tuchel submitted his resignation to Chelsea Football Club. Chairman Abramovich boldly announced that there was no issue with the coach's strategies. Rather, it was certain fans' behaviors that tarnished the team's reputation, identifying them as the true culprits. Consequently, the Chelsea supporters split into two factions, one blaming the coach for the humiliating defeat, arguing that had Tuchel fielded all his main players without conceding, they would not have suffered a 10-0 loss. The other faction directed their ire towards the racists, believing that if it weren't for them, Chelsea's current form could have led to a serious challenge for the Champions League trophy. In an ironic twist, an incident of racial discrimination not only failed to harm Manchester City, but also alienated Chelsea's black players, as Chelsea prepared to embark on their Champions League quarterfinal match. This was their sole opportunity for glory this season. Should Tuchel depart now, it would effectively signal a barren season for Chelsea. The money spent prior to this season would have been wasted. Though Abramovich is wealthy, he cannot afford to squander funds recklessly. Hence, he did not approve Tuchel's resignation, as he currently lacked a superior replacement. The internal conflicts within Chelsea had escalated, and it was wiser to retain Tuchel for his deterrent effect. The draw for the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals had concluded. The upper bracket featured Manchester City, Atletico Madrid, Bayern Munich, and Chelsea, while the lower bracket consisted of Real Madrid, AC Milan, Paris Saint-Germain, and Inter Milan. This season's Champions League quarterfinals boasted no weak teams, as the new rules disregarded the away goals advantage, making it exceedingly difficult for underdogs to stage an upset. This marked the first encounter between Manchester City and Atletico Madrid in UEFA history, as well as Lee Mingyu's first match against Atletico since leaving La Liga. Atletico's coach, the formidable Simeone, refrained from grandstanding during the pre-match interview, instead lavishing praise on Lee Mingyu. When Lee Mingyu was in La Liga, I knew he would become a remarkable star. I have witnessed his growth step by step. He will emerge as a superstar on par with Messi and Ronaldo, if not surpass them. For Atletico Madrid, facing Manchester City today presents an excellent opportunity to learn, especially as City, the recent Club World Cup champions, have showcased their extraordinary prowess. While we currently stand second in La Liga, we acknowledge the gap between us and Manchester City and aim to narrow it through this match. Simeone's words left the reporters astounded. Was this the same Simeone who never backed down? Had he been possessed by another spirit? Yet, considering Chelsea's recent misfortunes, they regarded this eloquent speaker with profound respect. The influence of role models proved boundless. Chelsea's arrogance had cost them dearly, and even a hard hitter like Simeone dared not boast before the match, unbeknownst to others. Once Simeone returned to the locker room and closed the door, he erupted like an enraged lion, rallying his players with a fervent battle cry. This is our territory, the Wanda Metropolitano. Even against Manchester City, we must tear off a piece of flesh from them, making it clear that our squad is not to be trifled with. Do not take my earlier statement seriously. I was merely lulling them into complacency. Once you step onto that field, play with all your might. If you can score early, it would be ideal. Remember, we are Atletico Madrid, the finest team in Madrid. The mattress army, never yielding. Originally, the morale of Atletico's players had dipped due to Simeone's pre-match interview, but upon realizing their coach's strategic restraint, their spirits soared. Who would have thought that this tough leader, too, wielded the art of war? Meanwhile, in Manchester City's locker room, the atmosphere was markedly different, filled with a sense of ease. Lee Mingyu prepared for the match, wrapping tape around his engagement ring and meticulously securing his shin guards and lacing up his cleats. Observing the relaxed demeanor of his teammates, Coach Guardiola also felt at ease. Atletico's lineup remained largely unchanged this season, still formidable, yet not intimidating in Guardiola's eyes. Barcelona had lost Messi and now found themselves third, only a game ahead of fourth-place Sevilla, while catching up to second-placed Atletico Madrid was no simple task. Atletico's second-place standing was quite stable, allowing them to face the challenge posed by Manchester City with confidence. As the players of both teams took to the field, Lee Mingyu gazed at the familiar faces across from him, momentarily lost in thought. His first championship had been seized from their grasp. In a moment of personal triumph, Lee Mingyu completed a hat trick in the pivotal match against Atletico Madrid, a contest laden with significance. His performance effectively suppressed the leading Atletico Madrid, denying them any opportunity in the final match and securing the La Liga title for that season. Once, Atletico Madrid had been a mere step away from claiming the La Liga trophy, But with Lee Mingyu's emergence, they experienced the agony of losing that coveted accolade. In the subsequent years, Atletico Madrid has not come as close to the La Liga championship again. It is fair to say that Lee Mingyu has become their nemesis. Chapter 396, The Human Cannon. Activated with the sound of the referee's whistle, the quarterfinals of the Champions League commenced. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Wanda Metropolitano Stadium, receiving the celebratory gesture of Atletico Madrid's coach, Simeone, known as the Human Cannon. Human Cannon. After scoring, using this celebratory gesture in front of Simeone will result in a boost in team morale, a gradual recovery of stamina, and a slow enhancement of performance status. Rewards are cumulative. Lee Mingyu raised an eyebrow. The controversial figure, Simeone, has always been a source of debate. Both as a player and a coach, he has been subject to numerous critiques. During his playing days, English fans will never forget this unapologetic rogue. Young David Beckham, on his first World Cup journey, encountered a lesson in sportsmanship from Simeone. A spectacular display culminated in Beckham receiving a red card, marking him as a target of scorn throughout England. As a coach, Simeone's rough style persists, even when clad in a sharply tailored suit, failing to conceal his inherent ferocity. In a match against Juventus, after his team scored, an exuberant Simeone performed an indecent celebratory gesture, drawing widespread attention. Although he later claimed it was merely to express admiration for his players' bravery and not aimed at anyone in particular, he still faced a fine from UEFA. However, Simeone does not employ such gestures in every match. Perhaps the presence of Ronaldo incited him to assert his team's strength. Lee Mingyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could someone of his caliber mimic such crass celebrations? No, he would forego this reward rather than tarnish his image in the eyes of his fans. Atletico Madrid initiated the kickoff. As per usual, Manchester City players commenced their relentless pressing, with forwards advancing in unison while defenders pushed slightly forward to maintain team integrity. Yet, to their astonishment, it appeared that Atletico Madrid had anticipated Manchester City's defensive strategies. A series of passes, seemingly mere back passes, saw Atletico Madrid's attacking formation advance beyond the halfway line. Unaware of the unfolding situation behind him, Lee Mingyu surged forward, aiming to pressure the opposing midfielder. However, his teammate from the Spanish national team, Koch, launched a powerful kick, sending the ball to Trippier at a 45-degree angle. Trippier skillfully controlled the ball with his chest, passed it to the center, and executed a swift turn to evade Zinchenko. Llorente pushed the ball forward with finesse, executing a beautiful two-man combination that penetrated Manchester City's defensive flank. Up front, Atletico Madrid fielded a striking duo, the 28-year-old Correa and Griezmann, freshly returned for Barcelona. They charged into Manchester City's penalty area like a pair of phantoms. Trippier assessed the situation in the center and delivered a precise arc of a pass into Manchester City's box. Griezmann feigned a shot, failing to make contact, yet his sudden advance drew the attention of the center-back and the goalkeeper. Correa, positioned at the back post, executed a delicate flick, sending the ball into Manchester City's net. 1 o'clock. Just 1 minute and 30 seconds into the match, Atletico Madrid, playing at home, had scored. The fans could scarcely believe their eyes. What a dream start. Against the formidable Manchester City, they had taken the lead so early. Could there be a more joyous moment? On the sidelines, Simeone, who had been maintaining a composed demeanor, could no longer suppress his excitement upon witnessing this moment. His face transformed from one of elegance to one resembling that of a bandit as he turned to the stands. Hands positioned suggestively, performing the human cannon gesture. Atletico Madrid's fans were electrified by this celebration, many mimicking Simeone's gesture in a collective display of exuberance. Lee Mingyu, stationed in his half, could only watch as Atletico Madrid scored first, witnessing Simeone and the fans engage in such undignified celebrations, prompting a serious expression to cross his face. It seemed that Simeone's pre-match humility was merely a fade. So, Simeone had secretly studied the art of warfare. Did he not realize that there exists a principle of returning a favor in kind? Suddenly, amidst the fervent celebrations, Simeone felt a chill run down his spine. He turned, locking eyes with Lee Mingyu. The somewhat hostile expression on Lee Mingyu's face rendered Simeone's earlier joy rather bittersweet. A flood of team names surged into his mind. Bulgaria, Germany, Manchester United, River Plate, Boca Juniors, Chelsea. Each a reminder of painful lessons learned, warning him not to flaunt before Lee Mingyu, lest he suffer the same fate. Simeone lowered his hands from their inappropriate position, donning an awkward smile, akin to a child caught watching something inappropriate. The fans who noticed Lee Mingyu's gaze directed at Simeone were taken aback. What was this? A silent threat? Would there be no more celebrations in front of Lee Mingyu? How tyrannical! Atletico Madrid supporters, equally fierce, began to boo Lee Mingyu. Many were unsure of the reason behind the uproar, but seeing others boo, they felt compelled to join in, fearing they would appear ignorant if they did not. Simeone's eyes widened in disbelief at the audacity of the crowd, and he covered his face with his hands in regret. Goodness, you all are truly fearless. The Atletico Madrid players were equally bewildered, questioning the source of such uproar and the identity of the target of their discontent. Chapter 397. Simeone's expression darkened. Simeone, surrounded by a cacophony of boos, felt his face darken. What a surprise. Just think about it. The Premier League powerhouse Chelsea was obliterated only days ago. Have you forgotten? That formidable adversary is right here on the pitch, fixated on me. I'm feeling quite anxious. What should I do? Should I approach and apologize? Lee Mingyu revealed a peculiar smile. And as he listened to the cacophony of boos, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. Excellent. It seems there are indeed some fans who remain unconvinced by me. That is all right. I shall win them over one by one. Lee Mingyu rolled his neck and said with a grin, Gentlemen, let us show them what we're made of in the upcoming match. Upon hearing Lee Mingyu's words, his teammates erupted into laughter. Atletico Madrid fans are truly fearless. Daring to provoke Lee Mingyu, one must commend their audacity. Gradually, the players of Atletico Madrid realized that the fans were booing Lee Mingyu, their faces paling in response. Has the world gone mad? Just days prior, due to the Chelsea fans, Lee Mingyu had sent Chelsea spiraling into disgrace within a mere half. Today, could Atletico Madrid be destined to repeat that fate? Is it too late for me to feign injury and exit the game? The match resumed. The players' performances left the spectators bewildered. Wasn't Atletico Madrid ahead by a goal just moments ago? Why does it now seem as though Manchester City is leading? On Manchester City's side, the ball was quickly passed to Lee Mingyu. However, he refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, as opposing players closed in, he passed the ball to Zinchenko on the flank. Zinchenko's assisting abilities are among the finest in Manchester City. After delivering the pass, Lee Mingyu advanced swiftly, compelling the defenders to follow suit. As he ran, he kept a watchful eye on the situation behind him. Suddenly, he made a sharp turn, eluding the defender, and received the ball from Zinchenko. With his right foot, Lee Mingyu controlled the ball, then pushed it with his left directly to the unmarked Ferran Torres, who surged into Atletico Madrid's penalty area from the left side. Instantly, all of Atletico Madrid's defense shifted their focus to Ferran Torres. Even Koch, who was tasked with marking Lee Mingyu, couldn't help but glance at Ferran. Abruptly, Koch sensed someone rushing past him from behind, and in a moment of panic, he attempted to grab the opponent. However, the speed and strength of Lee Mingyu were beyond Koch's reach. Having escaped Koch's defense, Lee Mingyu found himself at the edge of the penalty area. Observing that Lee Mingyu had arrived, Ferran Torres wasted no time and executed a backward pass with his left foot, delivering the ball to the edge of the penalty area. In motion, Lee Mingyu met the ball with a powerful strike, sending it hurtling toward Atletico Madrid's goal like a bolt of white lightning, skimming the ground. Oblak, Atletico's goalkeeper, reacted swiftly, lowering his center of gravity in an attempt to grasp the ball. Yet, the speed and angle of the shot were simply too acute. Oblak felt the tips of his fingers brush against the ball, but it was futile to prevent it from crossing the line. 1-1. Within approximately 1 minute of Atletico Madrid's goal, Manchester City equalized. After scoring, Lee Mingyu raced to the sidelines, though he felt a twinge of uncertainty. The jeers from Atletico Madrid's fans and Simeone's fierce expression spurred him on. He placed his hands on his hips, mimicking Simeone's gesture. But it was evident that the distance between his hands was greater, hinting at something more. Simeone, standing nearby, wore a dark expression. He had not anticipated that Lee Mingyu would respond with the same celebratory gesture after scoring. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands responded with even louder boos. Although they understood that provoking Lee Mingyu could lead to unfavorable consequences, they felt obligated to retaliate against such an overt challenge. Amidst the cacophony of boos, Lee Mingyu stood tall like a warrior, embracing his teammates. Numerous Atletico Madrid players approached the referee, complaining that Lee Mingyu's earlier gesture warranted a yellow card. The referee found himself in a difficult position. There is a precedent for this. Simeone had been fined by UEFA for making that gesture, while Ronaldo had faced no repercussions for a similar response. However, a Croatian player had received a red card for mimicking it after scoring in a match. Thus, one must consider their status before making such gestures. The referee disregarded Atletico Madrid's players' protests. This swift turn of events infuriated Simeone, yet he could not contest it, as he had initiated the gesture himself. Lee Mingyu had merely imitated him. How frustrating! As play resumed, Atletico Madrid's aggression intensified. Lee Mingyu's actions had offended several of their players. Even though he was the world's foremost star, this was Wanda Metropolitano Stadium, the territory of Atletico Madrid, and here, they demanded respect. The 28-year-old Llorente was at the pinnacle of his career, having been called up to the Spanish national team alongside Lee Mingyu. Today, each was representing their respective sides, and Llorente would certainly seize the opportunity to confront Lee Mingyu. Llorente advanced along the flank, executing sharp breakthroughs that rendered Manchester City's defense ineffective. Ultimately, a combined effort from Kyle Walker and Rodri managed to intercept the ball. However, Atletico Madrid's counterpressing was fierce, cornering Manchester City's players into a confined space. When Bernardo Silva received the ball, he was unable to turn due to pressure from behind and attempted a pass back to Walker. Unfortunately, he miskicked the ball, sending it not to Walker outside the penalty area, but into the interior. Llorente, quick to react, surged forward and controlled the ball with his left foot. Walker rushed in from Llorente's left, aiming to halt his advance. But Llorente deftly redirected the ball from his left foot to his right, taking a step before unleashing a powerful shot. The ball found its way through the gap between the post and the goalkeeper, penetrating Manchester City's net. Chapter 398. Atletico Madrid fell silent. Due to Bernardo Silva's passing blunder, Manchester City conceded once more. With a look of guilt, Bernardo Silva sighed deeply. Pressured by the opposing players, he had become flustered during the pass and failed to execute it properly, resulting in such a basic error. This particular goal serves as a significant blow to the morale of the conceding team. Goalkeeper Ederson helplessly shrugged his shoulders, unable to anticipate such an outcome, especially since it was a well-placed assist from one of his own players. Often, the most treacherous betrayals come from behind. Lee Mingyu approached and gently patted Bernardo Silva on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Bernardo, it's all right. We'll come back." With that, Lee Mingyu returned to the midfield. Though his words were simple, they acted as a potent tonic for Bernardo Silva. Conceding a goal is not the end. The real danger lies in losing one's composure. Upon witnessing his team concede, Guardiola did not rise from his seat, for he understood that this goal stemmed not from a tactical failure, but rather an unfortunate accident. Such matters should be resolved by the players on the pitch. When he saw Lee Mingyu comforting Bernardo Silva, Guardiola couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After over a year of development, Lee Mingyu was increasingly embodying the qualities of a true captain, responsible and dependable, providing reassurance in critical moments. At 2-1, Manchester City found themselves trailing by goal. However, when the camera panned to the respective coaches, one could easily mistake Atletico Madrid for being the ones behind if unaware of the score. Simeone joyously raised his fist in celebration, refraining from the earlier inappropriate gesture. Yet, the Atletico Madrid fans displayed their audacity, imitating Lee Mingyu's earlier gesture in a display of bravado. The sight was quite a spectacle. Nevertheless, many viewers on television couldn't help but chuckle, commenting on the reckless audacity of Atletico Madrid supporters. Even numerous commentators criticized the fans' foolishness with a mocking tone, as many predecessors had previously demonstrated the consequences of provoking Lee Mingyu. As the referee blew the whistle, the match resumed. This time, upon receiving the ball, Lee Mingyu did not pass it out. Instead, with a deft flick, he maneuvered past the approaching Llorente. Once he shook off Llorente, he activated his warrior instincts. In that moment, Lee Mingyu resembled a deity of war, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum that made the Atletico Madrid defenders tremble. His speed reached its zenith in an instant, leaving the Atletico players unable to react. Attempting to retreat and reposition for defense proved futile. They could only stand frozen, like wooden stakes, as Lee Mingyu elegantly glided past them with a simple touch. The thought of committing a foul scarcely crossed their minds, for Lee Mingyu's velocity was simply too formidable. After evading the last defender and facing the half-committed goalkeeper Oblak, Lee Mingyu lifted his right foot, executing a powerful shot that sent the ball hurtling into the net from the edge of the penalty area. Oblak's eyes could scarcely track the ball as trajectory, revealing a look of astonishment. Looking back, the ball struck the net with such force that it created a significant ripple, lingering in the air. What tremendous power! A strike like that, if it were to hit a person, could surely inflict severe harm. Lee Mingyu's goal left the Atletico Madrid fans, who had been jeering moments earlier, utterly stunned. Such a display of commanding power in a shot is indeed a rarity in the world of football. Yet, it is precisely such audacious strikes that render spectators speechless, reminiscent of Batistuta's fearsome shooting prowess. Fans seated behind the goal would remain on high alert, fearing that a wayward shot might come crashing into the stands, delivering a fatal blow. Lee Mingyu's striking ability, when compared to Batistuta, was equally daunting. After scoring, he once again directed his attention toward the stands, performing the gesture of a cannon, challenging the fans to see who possessed greater audacity. If you're bold enough, keep going. Those who hesitate are Simeone. He seemed to taunt. The Atletico Madrid supporters, true to their warrior spirit, responded defiantly with the same gesture. Observing Lee Mingyu's unyielding expression, Simeone felt a surge of exasperation. However, he recognized that he had instigated this conflict, leaving him with no recourse. Having initiated this confrontation, he would see it through to the end, bruised but unbroken. In the 30th minute of the first half, Manchester City initiated an attack down the flank. After evading a defender, Jesus delivered a cross, albeit slightly over it. Inside the penalty area, Lee Mingyu used his body to shield the opposing fullback, turning away from the goal as he awkwardly stretched to control the ball. Surrounded by Atletico players, if he attempted to turn and shoot, he would undoubtedly be ensnared in a tight circle. Unexpectedly, before the ball could touch the ground, Lee Mingyu struck it with the heel of his right foot. The ball slipped between the legs of the defender, hurtling toward the goal. Oblak, peering to see how Lee Mingyu would handle the situation, was taken aback as the ball zipped through the legs of his teammate. This unexpected moment left Oblak with no time to prepare. Faced with such a stroke of genius, he could only spread his hands, helplessly watching as the ball rolled past him and into the net. Not only Oblak, but all Atletico players on the field were left bewildered, as were the fans in the stands, rendered speechless. After scoring, Lee Mingyu again approached the stands, brandishing the cannon gesture. This time, the Atletico Madrid supporters fell silent. Even the summer insects fell quiet as silence enveloped the Wanda Metropolitano Stadium that evening. Chapter 399. The first in Champions League history, a seemingly ordinary Champions League quarterfinal gained notoriety due to an inappropriate celebratory gesture from the Atletico Madrid coach. Lee Mingyu's matches consistently draw the highest viewership on game days. Nevertheless, Simeone's earlier display of submission led many fans to believe that Atletico Madrid would suffer a dignified defeat. However, to their astonishment, Atletico Madrid launched a rapid attack from the outset, penetrating Manchester City's defense. At this moment, some fans, just settling in front of their televisions, witnessed Simeone transform from his earlier timid demeanor to executing that unforgettable gesture. Fans were left astounded, exclaiming, "Simeone, have you lost your mind? Do you dare to make that gesture again? Have you forgotten how you were humiliated the last time you did so? Today, before Lee Mingyu, did you once again find yourself unable to restrain the primal power within you? Did you dare to provoke Lee Mingyu? What exactly were you thinking?" The annals of human history are eternally repeating past mistakes. Chelsea laments in vain, while Atletico Madrid mourns. They, in their sorrow, fail to learn. Thus do future generations mourn for the past. Indeed, the television cameras are quite perceptive, immediately focusing on Lee Mingyu. With a peculiar gaze, Lee Mingyu scrutinizes the arrogant silhouette of Simeone. As if sensing something, Simeone shudders, turning back with a face full of trepidation. Their eyes meet, and a spark seems to ignite between them. The director's skill is undoubtedly of Oscar caliber. The transitions and montages of the shots are masterful. Within mere moments, fans before their screens begin to summon their friends. "Uncle, come quickly. Someone's courting disaster. Aunt, hurry, Lee Mingyu is about to unleash a massacre. Cousin, come see. Your favorite vendetta is about to commence. Aunt, just watch, don't question it." In an instant, The viewership for this match skyrockets. The UEFA president, watching intently, grimaces at Simeone's unsporting behavior, mentally preparing to impose harsher penalties. However, he is suddenly met with news of soaring ratings, which brings him a wave of relief. After all, in this industry, ratings reign supreme. As anticipated, the match does not keep the audience waiting long. Within 30 minutes, Manchester City scores 3 goals. Despite a momentary blunder where Bernardo Silva inadvertently assists with an own goal, the score rises to 3-2, with Manchester City leading by a single goal. Lee Mingyu also achieves a remarkable hat-trick, donning a dazzling golden cap. His final goal leaves the Atletico Madrid players bewildered. Upon the resumption of play, the Atletico players can distinctly feel their composure slipping away. Yet, buoyed by Lee Mingyu's celebratory displays, Manchester City's morale surges, their stamina replenishing, and their form improving remarkably. It can be said that the players of Manchester City are in a far superior state compared to the beginning of the match. Manchester City grows increasingly exuberant, while Atletico Madrid becomes more and more despondent. Bernardo Silva, feeling invigorated, relentlessly presses forward, forcing the opposing players into a series of back passes. In the midst of this chaos, a back pass from the fullback is inadvertently too weak. Like a tiger descending the mountain, Bernardo Silva lunges. Executing a sliding tackle before the opponent's center back can make contact, propelling the ball toward the goal. Harry Kane, poised to break free from his marker and take a shot, is suddenly confronted by a figure rushing from behind, the impact causing his expression to shift dramatically. Who is this formidable defender? A glance at the blue and white jersey reveals the number 10. It turns out to be the leader. Thus, there is no issue. Harry Kane slows his pace, using his body to create a minor screen, preventing the opponent from keeping pace. Lee Mingyu unleashes a powerful shot, the ball whizzing through Oblak's legs. Oblak's face pales in shock. Brother, if you're going to shoot, just shoot. Why aim for my little door? This goal, narrow as it is and obstructed by the crossbar, poses a risk of damage. After scoring, Lee Mingyu shakes his head, looking disdainfully at the spectators in the stands. He no longer deems it necessary to perform the cannon celebration. After all, as a high-caliber player, indulging in such antics repetitively would tarnish his reputation. In the eyes of the fans present, both in the stadium and at home, Lee Mingyu appears to have dismissed their presence entirely. A mediocre team dares to provoke me. Simeone laments, what a miserable team. Who has provoked you? As the first half concludes, the Atletico players trudge off with lower heads, while the fans display expressions of profound despair. The score of 5-2 leaves them unable to laugh or cheer, as if their throats are stuffed with cotton. Observing the jovial exchanges between Lee Mingyu and the Manchester City players, Atletico fans belatedly realize, is this our fault? In the second half, Lee Mingyu shows no intention of easing off, and Guardiola is more than willing to let Lee Mingyu secure a spot in the semi-finals during this match. The Atletico players, faces darkened with frustration, watch as Lee Mingyu celebrates freely within their penalty area. In the 60th minute of the second half, Lee Mingyu scores his 6th goal, prompting Guardiola, beaming with delight, to substitute him. Scoring more than 6 goals in a match is a rare feat, and there is no specific title in football for such an achievement. 2 goals are turned a brace, 3 a hat-trick, for a big 4 joy, 5 on the board. This season, only Lee Mingyu had previously achieved 6 goals in a single match during the League Cup against Chelsea, and that was within the first 45 minutes. Truly a flawless performance. Unexpectedly, just over 10 days later, Lee Mingyu again accomplishes the remarkable feat of 6 goals in a Champions League knockout match. 2 sixes, let's call it 6 sixes of great fortune. With this match, Lee Mingyu becomes the first player in Champions League history to score 6 goals in a single match. Even before the match concludes, the football world is abuzz with excitement. Messi, who has been silent for some time, publicly congratulates Lee Mingyu. Brother, congratulations on your 6 goals. So impressive, keep it up. Since the Champions League's restructuring in 1992, Messi himself scored 5 goals in a match against Bayer Leverkusen during the 2011-2012 season, becoming the first and only player to do so since the Reformation. Today, however, Lee Mingyu has eclipsed Messi's record with his 6-goal achievement. As Lee Mingyu's friend, Messi promptly sent his heartfelt congratulations, expressing genuine joy for Lee Mingyu's accomplishment. The entire football world is once again turned upside down by this match. Who would have thought that Simeone and Atletico Madrid would dare to provoke Lee Mingyu? There are truly many who fear not death. Do they lack awareness? Are they unaware of how many teams have met their demise by challenging Lee Mingyu? Chelsea. Brother, I've already set an example. Are you preparing to follow suit? The teams set to face Manchester City are trembling in fear. They came to play joyfully, hoping to return home safely. Better to offend the referee than to provoke Lee Mingyu. The referee may simply send you off, but Lee Mingyu can make you a benchmark in your profession. Indeed, in the future, Atletico Madrid will become yet another wall of shadows for Lee Mingyu. A multiple-choice question for the college entrance exam. Against which team did Lee Mingyu score 6 goals in a single Champions League match? Answer: Atletico Madrid. Seated on the sidelines, Simeone could hardly have anticipated that a momentary lapse in emotional control would lead to such dire consequences. Observing the despondent Atletico Madrid players on the pitch, he lamented his own foolishness. Despite the departure of Lee Mingyu, the Manchester City players seized the opportunity to mercilessly capitalize on their opponent's misfortune. Harry Kane scored 2 goals with deft headers and volleys, while Ferran Torres delivered a stunning long-range strike in the dying moments of the match. The final score was a staggering 10-2. Chelsea remarked, "You are superior to us," scoring 2 additional goals. To which Atletico Madrid retorted, "Leave." The formidable offensive prowess of Manchester City left the entire world in awe. Chelsea and Atletico Madrid are by no means weak teams. One had previously held second place in the Premier League this season, while the other currently occupies second place in La Liga, both renowned for their strength. Yet, against Manchester City, they appeared as mere amateurs, helplessly at their mercy. Chelsea has now slipped to 4th in the Premier League, leaving one to wonder if Atletico Madrid will follow in Chelsea's footsteps upon their return to league play. In the post-match interview, Simeone exhibited profound despondency, resembling a defeated rooster. After delivering a few perfunctory remarks, he hastily exited the press conference. Everyone understood his sentiments. It is unbearable for anyone to witness their team endure such a humiliating defeat. Many Atletico Madrid fans directed their ire towards Simeone, suggesting that had he not provoked Lee Mingyu with his unsportsmanlike celebration, the match might have unfolded differently. However, a greater number of fans derided him, questioning whether they should kneel before Lee Mingyu, pleading for him to score fewer goals against them. While their strength may not match that of their opponents, they refused to abandon their pride. Simeone was not in the wrong. Should one not be allowed to celebrate passionately on their home turf? Yes, they supported Simeone. If others wished to capitulate, they could do so, but they would not bow down. A fierce verbal skirmish erupted among Atletico Madrid fans online. In the eyes of many, Simeone is an indomitable warrior. Before his arrival, Atletico Madrid was merely a competitive team struggling for survival between the 2 titans of La Liga, Real Madrid and Barcelona. However, since Simeone's tenure, he has infused the team with a tenacious spirit. Over the past decade, they have claimed the La Liga title twice and the UEFA Europa League trophy on 2 occasions, establishing Atletico Madrid as an undeniable force. Simeone has coached Atletico Madrid for 14 seasons, his essence intricately woven into the fabric of the team. The iron will, fierce spirit, and resilience have contributed to Atletico Madrid's competitiveness over the years. Although Simeone's exuberant celebration may have precipitated this disaster, no one within the team pointed fingers at him. Lee Mingyu remained unfazed by Atletico Madrid's turmoil. After the match, they returned to England. On the plane, Lee Mingyu spotted Messi and promptly replied to him. Messi now enjoys a leisurely existence, with reports suggesting numerous teams are attempting to contact him, hoping to lure him back onto the pitch. Lee Mingyu remains uncertain of Messi's intentions. His previous announcement of retirement seemed rather hasty. At 36, for a disciplined player like Messi, it hardly seems time to retire. After all, Cristiano Ronaldo, who is 2 years older, continues to thrive on the field. Back in league play, buoyed by their resounding victory over Atletico Madrid, Manchester City triumphed once again against Crystal Palace. In the FA Cup semi-finals, they defeated Sunderland, a team from League One, with a score of 3-1. The Black Cats are currently atop League One and are likely to return to the Premier League next season. Reaching the FA Cup semi-finals demonstrates Sunderland's undeniable strength. Lee Mingyu was substituted into the match in the 70-minute mark, with the score tied at 1-1. Upon his arrival, he assisted and scored, showcasing his status as the world's top player. After the match, Sunderland players eagerly sought to exchange jerseys with Lee Mingyu, but he had only one to offer: Ultimately, he exchanged jerseys with the opposing captain. Nevertheless, Lee Mingyu kindly took a group photo with them, fulfilling their desire for a memento. Lee Mingyu has become an idol for many players, particularly in England, where numerous lower league players hope to face Manchester City in the annual FA Cup and League Cup matches. While defeat is a certainty, the opportunity to compete alongside Lee Mingyu on the pitch remains a cherished dream for many young players. In the second leg of the quarterfinals, Manchester City once again bested Atletico Madrid, winning 2-1 and securing their place in the UEFA Champions League semifinals. Chapter 401. A derby that decides the Premier League champion. The other team advancing to the semi-finals from the upper bracket was embroiled in a fierce battle between Bayern Munich and Chelsea. Initially riding a wave of momentum, Chelsea was beset by internal discord stemming from a prior racial discrimination incident. Notably, star striker Romelu Lukaku had explicitly declared that he would not continue with Chelsea after the season's conclusion, exacerbating Chelsea's already dwindling offensive capabilities. In the quarterfinals against Bayern Munich, Chelsea managed a commendable 0-0 draw at home in the first leg, showcasing their defensive prowess. However, in the second leg at Bayern's home ground, the German giants unleashed their might. Robert Lewandowski completed a hat-trick in the second half, leading to a 3-1 aggregate victory that sent the beleaguered Blues packing. Disheartened Chelsea fans unleashed their fury on Lukaku via Twitter, with scathing insults flooding the platform. Online, opinions regarding Lukaku's decision to abstain from play were sharply divided. One faction supported Lukaku, arguing that he was merely defending his rights, while another criticized him for lacking professional ethics, claiming that Chelsea had invested heavily in him, and that Lukaku's actions turned the victim into the perpetrator. However, following the match, Chelsea's chairman, Abramovich, made a surprising appearance at the press conference, eliciting excitement among reporters. Since taking ownership of Chelsea, Abramovich has seldom appeared before the football media, given that Chelsea constitutes a mere fraction of his vast wealth. Though a passionate football enthusiast who invests in Chelsea without expectation of return, his rare public appearances have rendered him somewhat enigmatic. During this occasion, Abramovich, who was conducting business in the Middle East, learned of the significant troubles besieging his football club. To his utter dismay, his favored star, Lukaku, had decided to refuse to play. This revelation ignited a fury within the renowned Russian magnate, prompting him to board a private jet back to England. Upon facing a multitude of journalists, Abramovich stated with indifference that since Lukaku no longer wished to serve Chelsea, he would not take to the pitch again. Instead, he would spend the duration of his remaining 4-year contract in the club's reserve team. However, he assured the press that his salary would be paid in full. Following this proclamation, Abramovich rose slowly and departed the press conference with an expression devoid of emotion. The assembled reporters and Chelsea's head coach, Tuchel, were left in a state of bewilderment. This was clearly a move to effectively sideline Lukaku. The journalists were elated, for the fate of Lukaku's career was of little concern to them. The sensational nature of the news was truly remarkable. In nearly 2 decades, no team had ever marginalized a player of Lukaku's stature. It could be posited that he stands as one of the foremost strikers in the world. While some might dispute his ranking at the top, placing him among the top 3 is indisputable. Yet, this elite forward, now aged 30, found himself relegated to Chelsea's reserves, effectively jeopardizing his professional career. In no time, Abramovich's statements sent shockwaves throughout European and global football. The FA, UEFA, and FIFA all took the matter with utmost seriousness. The Belgian national team lodged a formal protest against Chelsea, claiming discrimination against a black player. Chelsea thus became the focal point of the football world. However, for Abramovich, these concerns were trivial. As a prominent Russian tycoon, he had a highly skilled legal team to manage any issues that arose. Naturally, it was Lukaku who was most taken aback. Upon hearing the news, his immediate reaction was disbelief, wondering if it was an elaborate April Fool's joke. How could a club president utter such words? He failed to recognize that Abramovich was not merely the president of Chelsea. His earlier actions had severely affronted the dignity of a wealthy magnate. I brought you to my club, and you dare to disrespect me? Very well. If you choose to disregard my authority, I shall sever ties completely. Though typically reserved, Abramovich's anger silenced all those who had previously supported Lukaku. Despair enveloped Lukaku as he attempted to attend training, only to be halted by security at the Chelsea gates, instructed to report directly to the reserve team. Standing at 1. 9 meters tall, Lukaku resembled a forsaken child, lost and bewildered outside the training ground, eliciting a mixture of pity and amusement. Upon hearing the news, Lee Mingyu could not help but mourn for Lukaku for 3 seconds. This was an era dominated by capital. Players attempting to leverage their teams ought to remember who truly held the power. Dismissing Lukaku, Lee Mingyu shifted his focus to the imminent crucial match in the Premier League against Manchester United. A victory would secure Manchester City the championship 9 rounds early, surpassing last year's record. Following 2 grueling matches, the team would soon face Bayern Munich in the Champions League semi-finals. As the season approached its climax, every match became pivotal. The Manchester Derby remained one of England's most anticipated encounters. On that Sunday evening at 7 p.m., the 29th round of the Premier League commenced at Old Trafford, brightly illuminated. The stadium was filled to capacity, with countless fans outside in their team colors, celebrating with exuberance. Clearly, the supporters clad in blue and white were particularly jubilant, for a victory would grant them an unprecedented 4th consecutive Premier League title. In the annals of Premier League history, only Manchester City and Manchester United had achieved a 3-peat. A 4-peat had eluded even the illustrious Red Devils. Manchester City was on the verge of claiming this coveted trophy, merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the Manchester United fans donned their red jerseys, exuding an air of fierce determination. Even if they were aware of City's impending championship, this was Old Trafford, and they would not permit their local rivals to celebrate on their turf. Such an affront was unforgivable to Manchester United. The team was united in their resolve. They would spare no effort in thwarting Manchester City, refusing to allow them an easy victory. To everyone's astonishment, by the 20th minute of the first half, Manchester United led 2-0. Goals from Fernandes and Pogba had given the home side an unexpected advantage, plunging Old Trafford into euphoric celebration. Even the United fans were taken aback by such a dreamlike start. Manchester City, caught off guard by United's rapid offensive play, displayed their familiar frailties. The defensive lapses that had plagued them allowed Fernandes and Pogba to breach their goal twice. Lee Mingyu, exasperated, observed that after nearly a season of riding high, his teammates seemed to have become complacent, treating victory as routine. Faced with such adversity, they appeared unsure of how to respond. Lee Mingyu took it upon himself to seize control of the match, yet United's defense was suffocating. Whenever he received the ball, he was met by at least 2 defenders, with others lurking nearby, poised to pounce. In previous games, such situations would have presented better opportunities for his teammates. However, today, they seemed to be wearing the wrong boots, committing frequent errors. Lee Mingyu's 2 exquisite passes were squandered by his fellow players. Even the most trusted Ferran Torres of Lee Mingyu faltered, stumbling over the ball and inadvertently gifting possession to the opposition, nearly allowing Manchester United to launch a swift counterattack. Guardiola, observing from the sidelines, wore an expression of deep frustration. It seemed surreal that the entire team was out of sorts, especially with no interference from international breaks and recent matches being relatively undemanding. The rotation of players had been executed flawlessly, and everyone appeared to be in good physical condition, so one would expect no issues with performance. It felt as if, apart from Lee Mingyu, the other players were somewhat lacking in spirit. Was Old Trafford truly that mystical? As the first half concluded, the score remained at 2-0, with Manchester City failing to find the back of the net. Lee Mingyu had exhausted his offensive skills, only to be thwarted by an opponent who, upon sensing his acceleration, resorted to a blatant foul, bringing him down. While 3 Manchester United players received yellow card for their attempts to contain Lee Mingyu, they successfully prevented him from mounting an attack, which was, in itself, a minor victory. In the locker room, it was rare to see all Manchester City players with their heads bowed, their expressions filled with embarrassment. It had been a season without such a frustrating match, leaving them with a sense of powerlessness that was infuriating. The physiotherapist was assisting Lee Mingyu in relaxing his leg muscles after a series of explosive movements in the first half, which had caused a tightness in his calf when he was fouled. After the half, he quickly sought medical attention and discovered nothing serious, just a result of overexertion. Guardiola, concerned, contemplated substituting Lee Mingyu, but the player refused. After all, winning this match would afford Manchester City more time and energy to focus on the upcoming 3 competitions: the EFL Cup, the FA Cup, and the UEFA Champions League. The EFL Cup had reached the final stage, with Manchester United as their opponent, while the FA Cup was in the semi-finals against Liverpool. And the Champions League semi-finals pitted them against Bayern Munich. For Manchester City to defend their titles in these three tournaments, all focus needed to be directed away from the Premier League. Thus, this match was crucial for the team. Gentlemen, let the first half go. Forget all the errors and conflicts, and let us give our all in the second half, Lee Mingyu declared, standing in the center of the locker room. In the second half, I need you to regain your rhythm. We are Manchester City, the Premier League champions. We must secure this victory, as our sights are set on defending our titles in the EFL Cup, FA Cup, and Champions League. Let's not lose our confidence here. As the players lifted their heads to look at him, Lee Mingyu's voice grew more resolute. In the second half, we shall demonstrate through our actions that the skies over Manchester shall always remain blue. Wow, well said. His teammates were ignited by Lee Mingyu's impassioned words, rising with renewed vigor. Even Guardiola felt a surge of adrenaline. Lee Mingyu was indeed growing in prowess. Guardiola wore a proud expression, yet suddenly his demeanor stiffened. If Lee Mingyu could accomplish all this, what was left for him to do? Ignoring Guardiola's spiraling thoughts, Lee Mingyu smiled faintly, recalling Sir Alex Ferguson's legendary motivational speeches. Congratulations! Host has successfully signed in at Old Trafford, receiving the legendary skill of Manchester United's iconic manager, Sir Alex Ferguson. Ferguson's hairdryer. Ferguson's hairdryer. When the team is trailing and morale is low, during halftime, the host can utilize this skill to inspire teammates with fervent words, significantly boosting team morale and performance. Can be used once per week. Chapter 403, a shot of world-class brilliance when discussing Manchester United. One cannot overlook the figure of Sir Alex Ferguson, who once led the Red Devils to dominance in the Premier League and across Europe. Under the guidance of this Scottish maestro, Manchester United claimed 13 Premier League titles over 2 decades. During that era, the Red Devils epitomized supremacy in English football. However, following the Elders' departure due to health issues, the club has struggled to find its footing, having cycled through 6 managers over a decade without securing a Premier League trophy, let alone a Champions League title. In those times, the squad was filled with stars, yet none dared challenge Ferguson's authority. Ferguson's most renowned skill was the legendary hairdryer treatment, famously employed during halftime. As it was only utilized in that context, there are no recorded videos of its application, only testimonies from players of that era. Lee Mingyu, unexpectedly, acquired this skill at the start of the match. Although Ferguson had a lackluster playing career, he is undoubtedly one of the greatest coaches in history. Among the best coaches from 2001 to 2020, Sir Ferguson ranks third, following Guardiola and Zidane. Guardiola's position stems from his remarkable achievements at Barcelona, while Zidane is celebrated for his astonishing 3 consecutive Champions League titles with Real Madrid. Despite Ferguson's retirement from Manchester United in 2012 due to health reasons, no one has matched his accomplishments in the Premier League over the years. Nevertheless, Guardiola is striving to close that gap. As the second half commenced, the marked shift in Manchester City's momentum did not go unnoticed by Manchester United's manager, Solskjaer. After all, City is currently one of the elite teams in the world. Lacking the ability to adjust would be a disservice to their reputation. However, as long as Lee Mingyu was kept in check, Manchester City would be at a disadvantage. In the second half, Lee Mingyu appeared even more proactive. As soon as the whistle blew, he charged towards Manchester United's territory, but was quickly intercepted by Fred and Pogba within mere strides. Rather than forcing his way through, Lee Mingyu deftly utilized a backheel maneuver to glide between them. In that moment of distraction, his speed and explosive power became evident as he maneuvered past the 2 players. With a lofted pass from Rodri sailing over their heads, Lee Mingyu expertly controlled the ball with his chest and pivoted, only to find Fred charging in from behind, intent on intercepting the ball at his feet. However, to Fred's astonishment, Lee Mingyu gently nudged the ball past him, allowing it to roll gracefully through his legs. In a moment of sheer panic, Fred attempted to grasp Lee Mingyu's jersey, but Lee's reaction was remarkably swift. After executing a deft dribble, he accelerated past Fred, leaving him clutching only air. The midfield defense faltered as the 2 center-backs were caught off guard. Alaba reacted relatively quickly, rushing forward to thwart Lee Mingyu's advance. However, with a mere step forward, Lee lifted his right foot for a long-range shot from 35 meters out. The ball soared like a cannonball towards Manchester United's goal. Goalkeeper De Gea positioned himself well in the center of the net, Yet his view was obstructed and he was unprepared. By the time he noticed the ball hurtling towards him, it was too late. He could only shift his body slightly before witnessing the ball crash into the net behind him. Just 20 seconds into the second half, Lee Mingyu had scored, silencing the once vibrant old Trafford Stadium, which had erupted like a volcano moments before. After the goal, Lee Mingyu raised his arms in triumph, sprinting towards the sidelines, kissing his ring and raising his index finger in celebration. His Manchester City teammates enthusiastically followed, gathering near the corner flag to celebrate exuberantly. The Manchester United fans, witnessing their city rivals reveling so audaciously on their home turf, responded with a cacophony of boos. This discontent was partly directed at Manchester City, but was predominantly aimed at their own team. What had gone wrong that allowed such an easy goal? Fred, who had been effortlessly outmaneuvered by Lee Mingyu, shook his head in disbelief. Although Lee had seemingly overlooked Fred's challenge, his deft touch was nothing short of brilliant, leaving Fred momentarily stunned. Lee's subsequent advance and shot, before Alaba could close in, caught everyone off guard. De Gea was taken by surprise by the strike, which showcased Lee Mingyu's prowess as the world's premier football star. Given even a modicum of space, he could unleash boundless potential. On the sidelines, Guardiola watched the goal unfold, his face alight with surprise and laughter. What coach would not cherish such a player? After conceding a goal, the atmosphere on the pitch shifted dramatically. Manchester City relaxed, buoyed by the presence of Lee Mingyu, while Manchester United grew increasingly tense, pondering how to counter the threat he posed. As Manchester United resumed play, they executed their passing with exceptional precision against City's high-pressure defense, stringing together sharp passes that left City players with little opportunity to intercept. However, United soon found their passing lanes constricting, forcing them to revert to backward passes. A bird's-eye view would reveal Lee Mingyu's significant influence on the team's dynamics. Although he did not directly engage in the pressing, his positioning consistently obstructed United's most fluid passing routes, rendering their play uncomfortable. Such an impact is often undetectable in statistics, yet it highlights Lee Mingyu's invaluable role in Manchester City's defense, a nuance even Guardiola might not fully grasp. In the face of mounting pressure, Manchester United's backline found their passing options dwindling, confined within their penalty area. Confronted with Manchester City's triangular defensive formation outside the box, United's players were on high alert. A misplaced pass could easily lead to a direct scoring opportunity for City. In desperation, fullback Wan-Bissaka resorted to a long clearance towards City's half. To their astonishment, forward Greenwood seized the ball, creating an unexpected opportunity for United. With City's defense down to just 2 players, Greenwood advanced against them, yet the experienced Varney opted not to tackle directly. Instead, he maneuvered to force Greenwood towards the sideline. Observing this, several United players surged forward, eager to support Greenwood. City players also responded quickly, retreating to defend. However, the initial encounter remained a 1-on-2 scenario favoring Greenwood. Lee Mingyu, meanwhile, was also tracking back but chose not to follow Greenwood directly. Instead, he moved centrally alongside Fee. Greenwood found himself lacking a clear shot on goal. His best option was to maintain possession until he could pass. Varney effectively contained Greenwood, while Laporte waited nearby, making it challenging for Lee Mingyu to escape their grasp. As Greenwood approached the edge of the penalty area, he attempted to cut inside, but Varney executed a precise slide tackle. Greenwood stumbled over the ball, falling to the ground, while Varney retained control. The referee, witnessing the scene, dismissed Greenwood's protests and gestured for him to rise. United's players were taken aback by how easily Greenwood had lost possession, causing those advancing to halt in their tracks. Sensing an offensive opportunity, Lee Mingyu swiftly made his way towards United's half. Varney passed the ball to Rodri, who turned and relayed it to Bernardo Silva in the center. Ferran Torres pulled a defender away from Bernardo's path. Lee Mingyu slightly widened his position, creating an angle with Bernardo. After taking a few steps forward, Bernardo spotted Lee in an advantageous position and delivered a precise through ball to his feet. Lee Mingyu, with his right foot, deftly advanced, while Alaba desperately closed in. Yet, Lee's exquisite touch allowed him to maintain his speed. He surged into United's penalty area. Alaba nearly reached him. However, Lee unexpectedly used his shoulder to nudge Alaba, which not only slowed the defender down, but also robbed him of the strength necessary to challenge Lee. Utilizing this contact for stability, Lee Mingyu lifted his left foot and unleashed a shot. The ball skimmed the ground, resembling a white lightning bolt, and slipped through De Gea's legs into the net. A ball pierced through 2 goals. De Gea helplessly knelt on the ground, his legs tightly pressed together, turning to gaze at the football rolling within the net, offering a bitter smile and shaking his head. The speed of this counterattack was astonishing. After scoring, Lee Mingyu dashed to the corner flag, extending 2 fingers. This time, the Manchester United fans looked on in terror at this audacious man. What could it possibly mean? If memory serves, when Lee Mingyu used this celebratory gesture, it seemed to be aimed at the already defeated Chelsea. In the first half alone, Lee Mingyu had netted 6 goals, setting a record for both half and individual goals in the Premier League. Could this man be intent on recreating that scene at Old Trafford? The thought sent further chills through the United fans. If Lee Mingyu were to score so many goals at Old Trafford, this theater of dreams would become an eternal joke. However, the fans dared not boo him, for everyone knew that beneath his sunny and handsome exterior lay a fiercely competitive spirit. Provoking his ambition might turn them into fools just like the Chelsea supporters. Observing the fans in the stands, torn between wanting to boo and holding back, Lee Mingyu wore a triumphant expression. This was precisely the feeling he desired. What a thrill! At 2-2, barely 3 minutes into the second half, Manchester City had equalized. Thanks to Lee Mingyu's contributions, the team's morale surged. For elite players, their skills and prowess often correlate directly with their morale and form. When their spirits are high and their form is good, they can unleash a performance of 100 or even 120%. However, when their form falters, even a simple touch could send the ball 5 meters off course. Currently, Manchester City was in peak form, defending vigorously and attacking fluidly. In contrast, Manchester United had been thoroughly rattled by Lee Mingyu's 2 goals. The midfield was lost, with the rhythm completely dominated by City. In the 65th minute, Lee Mingyu deftly maneuvered past a defender, delivering a surgical through ball that ripped apart United's defense. The previously silent Harry Kane made a stunning lateral run, receiving the ball just ahead of Alaba. With a feint of his left foot, he completely outmaneuvered Alaba, then struck with his right foot, scoring the goal that put Manchester City ahead. This goal heralded the beginning of a relentless offensive onslaught from City. Just 5 minutes later, United's defense crumbled, leading to an own goal. Luke Shaw's back pass to the goalkeeper lacked sufficient power, allowing Ferran Torres to pounce from behind and, before De Gea could react, stab the ball into the net. 4-2. In the 75th minute, Lee Mingyu delivered a diagonal cross from the wing, and Harry Kane, out-muscling Alaba, headed the ball into the net. 5-2. In the 80th minute, Lee Mingyu unleashed a powerful shot from outside the box, once again breaching De Gea's defenses and completing his hat trick. 6-2. In the 88th minute, during a corner kick from Manchester City, Lee Mingyu took the corner, and Harry Kane showcased his exceptional heading ability, leaping high at the edge of the small box to deliver a powerful header that slammed the ball into United's net. 7-2. As Lee Mingyu's long-range shot veered off target, the referee blew the final whistle in the 92nd minute. The Premier League champion had been crowned. In Chapter 405, during the UEFA Champions League semi-finals at Old Trafford, a majority of Manchester United fans had already departed. They could not bear to witness their bitter rivals lifting the Premier League trophy on their home turf. Yet, the Manchester City players remained unfazed. This marked their 4th consecutive Premier League title, a record for the longest winning streak in the league's history. Even on the list of champions in England's top leagues, a 4-peat was an unprecedented achievement. Among Europe's top 5 leagues, apart from the Premier League, other leagues had seen teams dominate for extended periods. The longest streak belonged to Bayern Munich in the Bundesliga, which had maintained its reign since the 2012 to 2013 season, aiming for a world record of 15 consecutive titles, currently held by Vanuatu's Tafia team. Following them, Juventus in Serie A had a 9-year streak, while League One's longest was Lyon's 7 consecutive titles. Remarkably, Lyon had only achieved those 7 championships in their history, showcasing their efficiency in creating history. In La Liga, the longest streak was 5 titles between 1986 and 1990, with Barcelona managing a maximum of 4 in succession. Today, the Premier League celebrated its own 4-time champion. And given the current strength of Manchester City and the state of the league, no team seemed poised to rival them. Perhaps in the coming years, City would forge an even more formidable legacy of consecutive titles. Celebrating the championship on the turf of their city rivals was a deeply satisfying experience. However, The sparse cheers from the few Manchester City fans present rendered the awards ceremony somewhat subdued. Nevertheless, Lee Mingyu conferred with the fan representatives, leading to a spectacle that astonished everyone. Though the number of City supporters was limited, there were still thousands present, and under the guidance of the fan representatives, they formed an organized display behind the City players. As Lee Mingyu lifted the trophy, all scars were raised high, transforming Old Trafford into a sea of sky blue in an instant. This moment was captured on camera, becoming one of the most iconic images of the year. Having secured the Premier League title, their fourth triumph of the season, Manchester City could now set aside league burdens and focus entirely on the upcoming quest for 3 additional titles: an FA Cup final, a League Cup final, 2 Champions League semi-finals, and a Champions League final. Only 5 matches remain for Manchester City to achieve the remarkable feat of 7 titles in a single season. Each of these matches would be a hard-fought battle, despite facing former adversaries in the FA Cup and League Cup. League matches and cup matches embody entirely different styles of competition. Some teams may perform modestly in the league, but display incredible energy in cup competitions. Furthermore, for the opponents in the FA Cup and League Cup, these 2 titles were their last hopes for silverware this season. Thus, not only did Manchester City desire victory, but their rivals did as well. The next 5 encounters would be fiercely contested battles. First, Manchester City faced their UEFA Champions League semi-final opponent, Bayern Munich. Although the 2 teams had met in a friendly match before the season commenced, that encounter felt like a distant memory, having taken place 6 months prior. Bayern Munich continued to assert its dominance in the Bundesliga, poised to secure their 12th consecutive title, which was merely a matter of time. On the grand stage of the UEFA Champions League, Bayern Munich exhibited their formidable prowess, decisively defeating Chelsea in the quarterfinals. The team's striker, Robert Lewandowski, has maintained an exceptional form this season, leading the Bundesliga scoring chart with 30 goals and ranking 4th in the Champions League with 9 goals. This 35-year-old veteran shows no signs of fatigue. It seems he is poised to make a resounding comeback in the twilight of his career. The first leg of the semifinals is set to take place at Bayern Munich's home ground, the Allianz Arena. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the Allianz Arena, gaining the skill of former Bayern Munich star Elbier. Instinct of the Cheetah. Instinct of the Cheetah. The Brazilian star Elbier, in one-on-one situations, utilizes his cheetah-like instincts to effortlessly overcome opponents. When the host faces one-on-one defense, the defensive attributes of the opponent will automatically decrease by 13 points. Lee Mingyu's eyes sparkled upon seeing this capability. Although he rarely encounters one-on-one defensive situations, typically facing double teams, he can easily create scenarios for consecutive breakthroughs. In such moments, this skill would adeptly assist him in showcasing his ability to maneuver past multiple defenders. As the match commenced, Bayern Munich initiated the kickoff. This season, the German national team's performance has been subpar. However, since the European Championship is hosted in Germany this year, they still secure a qualification spot despite their low ranking. Yet, following a crushing defeat to Spain, the team's condition has further deteriorated, impacting several players from Bayern Munich. Nevertheless, within the club, their form remains commendable. After the kickoff, Bayern Munich calmly utilized exquisite ball control to stretch Manchester City's pressing tactics. For 3 continuous minutes, City players were unable to touch the ball, and amidst the roaring support of the home crowd, the intensity of City's defense waned. Such rapid sprints are taxing for the players and often result in futile efforts. Bayern's players are seasoned, although Lee Mingyu positioned himself well. He alone could not thwart the team's fluid passing and control. In the 5th minute, Bayern Munich's probing long pass was headed out by wingback Zinchenko, marking Manchester City's first touch of the ball in 5 minutes. Guardiola, observing from the sidelines, wore a grave expression, taken aback by Bayern Munich's transformation this season. Müller-esque resurgence has provided a backbone to Bayern's midfield and attack. Sand's breakthroughs remain indefensible, with a moment's lapse in concentration. This former Manchester City player could tear apart City's defensive line from the flanks. Chapter 406. Rapid counterattack. The 28-year-old Gnabry has become an indispensable figure in Bayern Munich's midfield, capable of seamlessly transitioning to a winger, posing a significant threat to Manchester City. The synergy between the 2 defensive midfielders, Kimmich and Goretzka, has improved markedly this season. Their positioning is exceptionally coordinated. When Kimmich pushes forward, Goretzka instinctively retreats slightly, ensuring the integrity of the team's defense. In the opening 10 minutes, both teams engaged in mutual probing, exchanging possession. Lee Mingyu recognized the challenge posed by the opposition. Several attempts at probing passes and breakthroughs yielded little success. Bayern Munich's defense has perfected their approach against Lee Mingyu. As soon as he crossed midfield into Bayern's half, Gnabry closely shadowed him, rarely allowing Lee Mingyu to escape his sight. Despite Lee Mingyu's disregard for Gnabry's defense, his inability to receive the ball comfortably on multiple occasions began to wear on his patience. Gnabry successfully constrained Lee Mingyu, eliciting cheers from Bayern fans. Fans worldwide knew that if Lee Mingyu were contained, Manchester City would lose 70% of their attacking potency. Bernardo Silva, at present, appears insufficient to invigorate City's forward assault. Ferran Torres, though sharp and quick, still requires support from teammates. His individual capabilities fall short compared to the former Sterling. Harry Kane's prowess is indeed commendable. Yet against a team of Bayern Munich's caliber, he resembles a tank ensnared in mud, struggling to advance. The flanking Jesus has vanished entirely. Without Lee Mingyu's impetus, City's frontline players have fallen silent. Conversely, Bayern Munich's offense has become vibrant and dynamic. However, as Lee Mingyu slightly withdrew to assume a defensive midfield position, he effectively constructed a double pivot for Manchester City, presenting Bayern Munich's players with an impenetrable wall. Müllers forward pass was anticipated by Lee Mingyu, who swiftly intercepted the ball with his long leg, thwarting City's fast break opportunity. Müller rushed toward Lee Mingyu, attempting to halt his rapid advance. Yet, with a deft flick, Lee Mingyu sidestepped Müller, whose defensive capabilities are modest at best. Coupled with the attribute reduction from the instinct of a cheetah, Müller became less effective than a mere wooden post. After evading Müller, Lee Mingyu swiftly propelled himself forward, setting in motion the trio of Kane, Ferran Torres, and Jesus. With their coordinated attack, Lee Mingyu perceived a glimmer of brilliance in his teammates' movements. He initiated a surge. A golden path unfurled before him as he took expansive strides along it, accelerating rapidly. Within 3 steps, Lee Mingyu reached the pinnacle of his speed. The shock in Gnabry's eyes, as he sprinted beside him, spoke volumes. The fact that Lee Mingyu, without the ball, outpaced him was a crushing blow to Gnabry's confidence. In the throes of his rapid sprint, Bayern Munich lost their best means of containing Lee Mingyu, double-teaming. In one-on-one scenarios, unless a foul is committed, it is virtually impossible for anyone to impede Lee Mingyu. However, a foul can only occur if one is able to make contact with him. Nonetheless, Lee Mingyu's swift changes in direction and sudden bursts of speed left Bayern's defenders in despair. Lee Mingyu swiftly approached the edge of Bayern Munich's penalty area. Upon reaching the penalty arc, he lifted his right foot, preparing to shoot. Center-back Lou, unwilling to take chances, rushed over, extending his leg to block the ball. Yet, Lee Mingyu merely feigned a shot, gently nudging the ball past Lou and gliding past him. Seeing Lee Mingyu enter the penalty area, Lou, as the last line of defense, dared not commit a foul, raising his hands to signal that he had not made contact. After skillfully eluding Lou, Lee Mingyu found himself face-to-face with the 23-year-old Bayern Munich goalkeeper, FRCHDL. With Neuer's retirement this season, FRCHDL has stepped up as Bayern's primary keeper, demonstrating the qualities of a top-tier goalkeeper at such a young age. Bayern Munich has achieved several clean sheets this season, largely due to the outstanding performances of this young custodian. However, when confronted with Lee Mingyu, who has never missed a one-on-one opportunity in his career, FRCHDL could not maintain his remarkable form. Deceived by Lee Mingyu's feint, he could only watch helplessly as Lee Mingyu maneuvered past him and sent the ball into an open net. The score was now 1-0 with Manchester City, who had been on the back foot, scoring through the superstar Lee Mingyu during a swift counterattack. The crowd erupted in disapproving boos, clearly directed at their own team. Bayern Munich, despite the prowess of Lee Mingyu, allowing an opponent to break through so effortlessly from the back line was intolerable for any team. The Bayern players expressed their frustration, with several shaking their heads in disbelief, still shaken by Lee Mingyu's finesse. Not only is he fast, but his ball control and rhythm are exceptional, rendering defenders utterly perplexed about when to make a tackle. When they finally attempt to intercept, they find the ball, which seemed to have escaped his control, deftly returned to his feet, allowing him to slip past them with ease. Kimmich grimaced, clutching his shoulder, having just collided with Lee Mingyu during a defensive play. Feeling as though he had been struck by a bull, his body slightly numb. With such remarkable speed, balance, and strength, how can one defend against a player like him? The only solution would be to commit a foul before Lee Mingyu can accelerate or to double-team him, preventing him from gaining speed. Yet, the instinct of a cheetah renders the initial defense ineffective, causing defenders to miss the optimal moment to foul. Mler, who had attempted to grab Lee Mingyu but was brushed aside, could attest to this. Chapter 407. A masterful free kick strategy, Lee Mingyu's goal broke the deadlock, causing a significant shift in the players' mentalities. Upon resuming play, Bayern Munich sought to quickly equalize, but their impatience led to mistakes in ball control. Mler, positioned in the attacking third, chose a risky through ball directed at Lewandowski instead of a safer pass to the flanks. He hoped Lewandowski could leverage his individual brilliance to carve out a path for Bayern Munich. However, as Lewandowski received the ball, he was immediately surrounded by two Manchester City defenders. Bayern's focus was on Lee Mingyu, while Manchester targeted Lewandowski. Indeed, Lewandowski is Bayern's most threatening player, having scored a third of the team's goals this season, with half of those directly involving him. Containing Lewandowski would effectively stifle Bayern's attacking potential. Nevertheless, Lewandowski is a player who seems to defy age. Faced with the dual pressure from Varane and Laporte, he utilized his robust physique to shield Laporte, then executed a quick touch to nimbly maneuver the ball through Varane's legs. As Lewandowski appeared poised to break free on goal, Varane had no choice but to pull him down in desperation. Bayern Munich was awarded a direct free kick approximately 2 meters outside the penalty area. Varane received a yellow card from the referee. The crowd erupted in applause, enchanted by Lewandowski's waltz-like dribbling. Standing behind the ball, Lewandowski flashed a brief smile. Flanked by Mler, Gnabry, and San, 4 Bayern players poised for a tactical free kick. Lee Mingyu remained outside the penalty area, preparing for a counterattack. The 4 Bayern players engaged in hushed whispers, seemingly concocting a secret strategy. Eventually, they took their positions. Lewandowski positioned himself to the left and slightly behind the ball, appearing ready to take the shot. San stood at the right rear, similarly poised. Mler and Gnabry flanked the ball, serving as decoys, although direct shots from them were not out of the question. This formation perplexed Manchester City's goalkeeper, Ederson, given the direct nature of the free kick. The variety of shooting angles available posed a dilemma, forcing Ederson to position himself slightly left of center, relying on the wall to block shots to the right. The referee's whistle signaled the commencement of their orchestrated play. Lewandowski initiated the movement, feigning a direct shot, which captured the wall's complete attention. However, as he glided past the ball, the alertness of the Manchester players heightened. In that instant, Gnabry, stationed to the right of the ball, deftly nudged it to Mler, who paused it with his foot. Quickly retreating, Mler created space for San, who surged forward just as Mler's foot left the ball. San lifted his left foot, executing a curving shot that sailed through the disorganized wall and into the far corner of Manchester's goal. Ederson, with his vision obstructed, could do nothing but watch as the ball found the net. Allianz Arena erupted like a volcano, the brilliance of this creative free kick strategy igniting the entire stadium. Even Lee Mingyu, stationed at midfield, couldn't help but shake his head in admiration for the goal. Though direct free kick plays are not a conventional weapon, their success often signifies a triumph of intellect over brute force. Football history is replete with memorable free kick moments, such as Argentina's masterful execution against England in the 1998 World Cup, showcasing the power of strategy. Yet, many attempts fall flat, serving only to elicit laughter. In most cases, direct free kicks are best taken by skilled players, while indirect free kicks often involve simple plays, a touch, a pass, and a shot among 3 players. In fact, Bayern Munich's recent collaboration follows a similar pattern, albeit with the added dimension of Lewandowski's off-the-ball movement. However, one should not underestimate this maneuver. The initial pass and subsequent shot are indeed the most challenging aspects, requiring extensive practice off the pitch in terms of force, ball speed, and the player's movement, all of which must be executed flawlessly. For instance, had Gnabry's pass been too swift, or if Mler failed to control the ball, or if San neglected to maintain a safe distance while preparing for the shot, the tactical execution would have been rendered futile. Moreover, a crucial element of this strategy involved shifting the ball over a meter to the left, effectively neutralizing the wall's defensive capabilities, leading to confusion among the defenders. San capitalized on the momentary disarray of the wall, effortlessly penetrating it to score a goal. This achievement significantly boosted Bayern Munich's morale, while Manchester City's players did not experience a drastic dip in spirit. Conceding a goal in such a manner undoubtedly left them somewhat disheartened. Coincidentally, in the 35th minute of the first half, Ferran Torres was brought down by an opposing defender while making a breakthrough on the left flank, prompting the referee to decisively award a direct free kick. The position of the free kick was somewhat skewed, nearly at the edge of the penalty area. Lee Mingyu stood behind the ball, preparing to take the kick. Renowned for his free kicks, Bayern Munich did not dare to underestimate the situation, dispatching 3 players to form a wall despite the challenging angle, while the remaining players positioned themselves within the penalty area. Manchester City also stationed 5 players at the forefront of the penalty area, poised to launch an attack at any moment. Chapter 408, a familiar scene observing Lee Mingyu's stance. Bayern Munich's goalkeeper felt a sense of foreboding. This time, it seemed Lee Mingyu intended to deliver a pass. His positioning had shifted slightly outward, ready to intercept a potential cross from Lee Mingyu. The 23-year-old FR Hittel was eager to prove himself in this match and secure a starting position for the upcoming European Championship. If he could effectively thwart Lee Mingyu's shots and passes, perhaps national selectors would take note of his efforts. The referee admonished the players entangled in grappling, then retreated from the penalty area, casting a glance at Lee Mingyu before blowing the whistle. Lee Mingyu exhaled lightly, assessing the goalkeeper's position, raised his right hand to signal a tactical pass. The players from Manchester City began to stir with anticipation, further convincing FR Hittel that Lee Mingyu's intention was to pass rather than shoot. A slight smirk graced Lee Mingyu's lips as he began his run-up, approaching the ball to deliver a beautifully arced cross with his right foot. FR Hittel's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was a pass. Yet, he was dismayed to find that the point of delivery made it difficult for him to rush out and intercept. The ball traveled swiftly, and both teams surged forward, vying for its landing. To everyone's astonishment, the ball's arc was unexpectedly inward, preventing any of the rushing players from claiming it. Was this a mistake? Just as such thoughts crossed minds, the ball rebounded off the ground and found its way into the far corner of the net. Goalkeeper FR Hittel stood dumbfounded, his bewildered expression revealing his inability to comprehend the unfolding events. Bayern Munich's players exchanged glances of disbelief, questioning whether such a stroke of luck could truly be attributed to Lee Mingyu. Was it merely fortune? Certainly not. This was a meticulously orchestrated plan by Lee Mingyu. The large arc and rapid speed were the keys to this goal. Furthermore, Lee Mingyu had skillfully utilized the movements of both teams' players, placing the goalkeeper in an untenable position. In the absence of so many players, the goalkeeper would have found the ball much easier to manage. This exemplified the psychological warfare at play. Lee Mingyu's free kick accounted for all variables, making the goal appear inevitable. After scoring, Lee Mingyu shrugged, adopting a nonchalant expression that amused the spectators, who perceived him as somewhat audacious. The score was now 2-1, with Manchester City once again in the lead. Ultimately, the first half concluded with no further goals, ending with a score of 2-1. The tactical prowess displayed by both teams was truly remarkable, particularly by Bayern Munich. Although they had maintained their domestic supremacy over the past 2 years, their performance in European competitions had begun to wane. The aging of Lewandowski, the inconsistency of the midfield, and Alaba's departure had cast doubt on the team's prospects. However, the match today surprised many, as Bayern Munich held their own against Manchester City, at times even suppressing their offensive efforts. Had they capitalized on a few missed opportunities, they might have entered the second half with a lead. Returning to the locker room, Guardiola meticulously devised the strategy for the second half, delivering stern critiques to other players for their performances while Lee Mingyu was closely marked. Bernardo Silva felt immense pressure. With Gundogan's departure, the responsibility for orchestrating the attack rested heavily on his shoulders, a burden he clearly struggled to bear. In Guardiola's mind, a world-class midfielder was essential to alleviate Lee Mingyu's current challenges, and he had already identified a suitable candidate, awaiting the season's conclusion to initiate negotiations. The 15-minute intermission swiftly elapsed, and both teams returned to the pitch. During the halftime break, neither side adjusted their lineup, likely believing the first half strategy and formation were sound. As the second half commenced, Manchester City initiated the kickoff. Following the break, both teams exhibited renewed vigor, with players actively engaging in the run of play. Manchester City's possession tactics posed significant challenges for Bayern Munich, while Lee Mingyu, commanding the midfield, showcased his core prowess. In the 57th minute, Lee Mingyu unexpectedly launched a long ball from midfield, sending it behind the opposing players to Ferran Torres, who surged forward like an arrow. In a nearly impossible situation, he leaped and extended his right leg, deftly controlling the 30-meter pass with finesse. Even Bayern Munich's fans at the stadium gasped in astonishment at his remarkable touch. However, due to a lapse in balance upon landing, he lost control of the ball after being nudged by a defender. Lee Mingyu, from the midfield, gave a thumbs-up to Ferran Torres for that spectacular touch. In the recent pass, it was evident that Lee Mingyu had overshot the ball, initially believing it would be a clear mistake. However, to his surprise, Ferran Torres executed an exaggerated maneuver to bring the ball under control. Had Torres been better prepared, this could have transformed into a remarkable assist. Bayern Munich's offensive momentum noticeably waned in the second half, possibly due to the players' fatigue. In the 65th minute, Müller retreated to receive the ball, intending to feint. Unexpectedly, he lost his footing, causing the ball to collide with his supporting foot. Quick on his feet, Lee Mingyu deftly nudged the ball to Bernardo Silva, swiftly maneuvering past Müller. Müller reached out in an attempt to pull him back but failed to make contact. Frantically, he shouted for someone to intercept, urging them not to let Lee Mingyu take possession. At that moment, as Lee Mingyu surged forward, Bernardo Silva deftly directed the ball into his path. The Warrior activated. Upon receiving the ball, Lee Mingyu instantly propelled his speed to its zenith, accompanied by an exhilarating rush. As he charged forward, Müller halted his pursuit, his face reflecting utter despair. I had witnessed such a scene before. Chapter 409. The turning point of the match, the aesthetic of violence. Lee Mingyu embarked on a solo foray, while Bayern Munich supporters watched in despair as their players fell before him, instinctively clutching their heads and emitting sounds of despair. Yet, no amount of jeering could deter Lee Mingyu. With a gentle flick, he outmaneuvered the goalkeeper, sending the ball into Bayern Munich's net, thus scoring a goal. Once again, Lee Mingyu reigned supreme at the Allianz Arena, placing his hands to his ears, urging the fans' jeers to intensify. However, the stadium fell silent, with only a few discontented fans emitting weak boos akin to the lament of defeated hounds. Bayern Munich's coach, Nagelsmann, stood motionless on the sidelines, helplessly observing his players being thoroughly outmatched. A player of Lee Mingyu's caliber is a rare find in the annals of football history. In his offensive play, his speed, strength, explosiveness, and balance have reached an unparalleled perfection. Even the likes of Ronaldo and Messi, in their prime, did not possess such a complete arsenal, let alone Lee Mingyu at merely 24 years of age. He has already become an unstoppable force. Some argue that coexisting with Ronaldo and Messi is a nightmare for all top-tier stars. However, sharing an era with Lee Mingyu is even more daunting. The score of 3-1, while not plunging Bayern Munich's players into despair, kept them unsettled as long as Lee Mingyu was on the field. Yet, reality is often unpredictable. And just when everyone anticipated an easy victory for Manchester City, the turning point arrived in the 70th minute. Rodri, stationed in midfield, made a critical error while controlling the ball. Müller seized the opportunity and charged forward. Rodri extended his leg, but Müller was quicker, managing to poke the ball away, only for Rodri's foot to land heavily on Müller's ankle. Müller cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground and vigorously pounding the turf, a picture of agony. Rodri, bewildered, rushed to inquire about Müller's injury. At that moment, the referee approached from a distance, and in Rodri's astonished gaze, a glaring red card appeared before him. A straight red. Rodri wore a look of indignation. "I didn't mean to," he protested. "It wasn't that severe, was it?" However, in slow motion, it was clear that Rodri had indeed been a step behind, and the impact of his foot had twisted Müller's ankle, raising concerns about the severity of the injury. Judging by Müller's agonized expression, it seemed quite serious. Lee Mingyu hurried over to discuss the referee's decision regarding the foul. Yet, the referee remained resolute, believing Rodri's action to possess an element of intent. Such fouls are common, often arising from poor ball control followed by an ill-timed challenge, resulting in either tripping or stepping on the opponent's foot. Typically, the referee assesses the situation to determine whether a foul has occurred. However, issuing a straight red seemed excessively harsh. Müller was carried off on a stretcher, though it appeared that despite his limp, he was determined to continue playing. After consulting with the medical staff, Nagelsmann opted to keep Müller on the field, recognizing his potential to contribute positively despite Bayern Munich having an extra player. Conversely, Rodri's dismissal left Manchester City's midfield severely compromised. Lee Mingyu, under duress, was forced to revert to a defensive position. This positional change was not strategic, but rather a reactive measure, confining Lee Mingyu to a role that would prove challenging in the ongoing match. Indeed, in the 73rd minute, Bayern Munich executed a brilliant 2-on-2 combination on the flanks, with Sand completely dismantling Manchester City's defensive line. Charging forward unopposed, Sand delivered a low ball into the penalty area, where Lewandowski, anticipating the goalkeeper's advance, deftly redirected the ball into the net. The Allianz Arena erupted in life once more, with Bayern Munich fans elated, while Manchester City players bore expressions of dismay. Rodri's significance to the team became glaringly apparent. His absence revealed his true value. While Lee Mingyu could fill his role, no one could replicate Lee Mingyu's impact. Moreover, defensively, Lee Mingyu found himself in a precarious position. Bayern Munich's players cleverly utilized passing to manipulate Lee Mingyu's movement, as evidenced by the previous goal, which involved drawing him to one side before rapidly switching the ball to Sand. With Manchester City down a player, facing Bayern Munich became increasingly daunting. Guardiola's response was somewhat delayed. It was only after conceding that he substituted Stones for Jesus to bolster the defense. Harry Kane was also replaced by the new midfielder, Julian Draxler. Draxler, who had not yet found his stride this season, was expected to fortify the front line alongside Bernardo Silva, leaving only the swift Ferran Torres ahead. This formation, though diminished by one player, exhibited a newfound balance in both offense and defense. Indeed, following this, despite Manchester City losing possession, they effectively retreated into their own half, making it exceedingly difficult for Bayern Munich to penetrate their defense. As time progressed, we found ourselves in the stoppage time phase. Due to numerous interruptions in the second half, the referee allocated 5 minutes of additional time. This infuriated Guardiola, as he could see that his players were pushed to their limits. Every additional minute was a torment for them. However, the referee paid no heed to Guardiola's protests, warning him that further dissent would earn him a swift dismissal. With a resigned wave of his hand, Guardiola indicated his disinterest in further argument. As we approached the 94th minute, entering the final moments, Manchester City maintained a commendable formation. Although Bayern Munich players relentlessly attempted passes and shots from the perimeter, it seemed fortune eluded them. The referee frequently glanced at his watch, ready to blow the final whistle once Bayern Munich's attack concluded. At 94 minutes and 48 seconds, Müller attempted a forward pass, but was intercepted by Lee Mingyu's timely tackle, redirecting the ball to Bernardo Silva. However, following the loss of possession, Bayern Munich launched a ferocious press, preventing Bernardo Silva from delivering the ball forward, compelling him to turn and carry it back towards his own half. With a delicate flick of his outside foot, Bernardo Silva aimed to pass to center-back Varane. Yet, whether due to exhaustion or a miscalculation, his pass inexplicably slipped between the two central defenders. Just as Lewandowski, feeling the weight of time slipping away and hope dwindling, suddenly found a spark of inspiration. He reacted swiftly, darting between the two defenders. Goalkeeper Ederson, witnessing this unfold, was filled with urgency, hastening towards the ball. However, Lewandowski was a step quicker. Before Ederson could intervene, he executed a deft chip shot, sending the ball soaring over the prone Ederson and into the net. All Manchester City players were left in stunned silence. The score read 3-3. Unbelievably, Bayern Munich had equalized in the dying moments. Bernardo Silva knelt on the ground, cradling his head in disbelief, unable to fathom his earlier blunder. An unintentional assist? How could that be? The Allianz Arena in Munich erupted into a jubilant celebration. Every Bayern Munich player, including substitutes and staff, surged towards the pitch, encircling Lewandowski in a fervent celebration. This marked Manchester City's first match without a victory this season, halting their flawless record. The formidable streak of 46 consecutive wins not only set a Premier League record, but also a European record. Yet today, that streak came to an end at the Allianz Arena. The Manchester City players departed the field, heads hung low, although they had not lost the match. Coming off a series of victories, this outcome was difficult for them to accept. Nevertheless, Guardiola remained satisfied. Despite not securing a win and facing the suspension of a key defensive midfielder for the next match, he retained confidence in overcoming Bayern Munich at home. This match served as a wake-up call for Manchester City. The news of their draw against Bayern Munich spread across Europe like wildfire. As a formidable force, Manchester City had triumphed in every match this season, except for this one, imposing immense psychological pressure on rival teams. Even the dominant Real Madrid, who had not achieved such an illustrious record this season, had tasted defeat multiple times, including losses to newly promoted teams. No one paid heed to the circumstances behind Manchester City's draw, the red card for Rodri, or Bernardo Silva's critical error. They only noted that Manchester City had been held to a draw. Bravo, Bayern Munich. Even Real Madrid extended their congratulations. If given a choice, Real Madrid would undoubtedly prefer to face Bayern Munich in the finals, as it would alleviate any psychological burdens. In the upcoming weekend's Premier League match, Manchester City ended in a goalless stalemate with Arsenal, garnering little attention. This was due to City substituting a majority of their starting players in preparation for the second leg of the Champions League semi-final next week. With the league title already secured, the remaining matches held little significance. Time swiftly moved to midweek. In the other semi-final of the previous week, Real Madrid triumphed over Paris Saint-Germain with a decisive 3 o'clock victory. Following Mbappe's departure, Paris Saint-Germain's attacking prowess had dwindled significantly. Relying solely on Neymar was insufficient to sustain their formidable squad. Rumor had it that the president of Paris Saint-Germain had flown to Argentina to converse with Messi, seemingly attempting to lure him back to the club. Yet, the veracity of this rumor remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Lee Mingyu hoped for Messi's return to the pitch for a couple more years, allowing fans to relish his presence. This week, the other semi-final commenced. Back on home soil, Real Madrid immediately showcased extraordinary dominance. The destructive power of Mbappe and Haaland was overwhelming for the Paris Saint-Germain defense, who struggled under the relentless pressure. They were now acutely aware of the anguish of being breached by Mbappe, compounded by the dual onslaught from both him and Haaland. In the past 2 years, the midfield maestro De Bruyne had undergone a complete transformation, taking over the pivotal role from Rodri. De Bruyne's passing had become incisive, and his dribbling was dynamic, while the attacking trident left Europe in awe. Within mere minutes of the match's commencement, De Bruyne executed a surgical pass that sliced through the toes of Paris Saint-Germain's central defender Ramos. The veteran Captain Ramos, who had departed Real Madrid for Paris Saint-Germain this season, had quickly established himself as a stalwart in the defense. However, against De Bruyne's lethal delivery, Ramos was rendered helpless. Haaland surged forward from the center, and Courtois rushed out to confront him, yet with a deft touch. Haaland nudged the ball past Courtois and swiftly navigated around him, slotting it into an unguarded net. The score was 1 o'clock, with Real Madrid taking the lead. This goal starkly highlighted the disparity between the two teams. Ultimately, Real Madrid dominated the match at home, sweeping Paris Saint-Germain 5 o'clock, advancing to the finals with a total aggregate score of 8 o'clock. Real Madrid awaits the victor between Manchester City and Bayern Munich at the Estadio do Dragão in Porto on May 26th. Chapter 411, the last straw that broke the camel's back. With the aura of a reigning champion, Real Madrid has advanced towards the Champions League final. The entire footballing world is focused on the pivotal second leg of the semi-final taking place the following day at Manchester City's home ground, the Etihad Stadium. Bayern Munich, buoyed by their previous equalizer, confronts a Manchester City squad lacking their key defensive midfielder. Most media outlets speculate that Bayern Munich could emerge as this year's giant slayers. Upon the revelation of the pre-match lineup, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. As anticipated, Lee Mingyu occupied the defensive midfield position. Although he had previously thrived in this role, he had the support of Rodri alongside him in a dual defensive setup. Facing the formidable Bayern Munich, Manchester City's single defensive midfielder strategy will undoubtedly confine Lee Mingyu to a more defensive posture, stifling his offensive prowess. However, this was a necessary measure, as the options for Manchester City's defensive midfield were severely limited beyond Rodri. Guardiola was understandably hesitant to entrust this critical position to anyone else against Bayern Munich. In modern football, the role of a defensive midfielder has grown increasingly significant. A team may lack a potent forward line or a formidable attacking front, but without a competent defensive midfielder, their chances of securing a championship are virtually non-existent. On April 30th, the final match of the Champions League semi-finals commenced. With the away goals rule abolished, the outcome of this match would determine which team advances to the final. The stakes were monumental, compelling both world-class teams to exhibit remarkable patience. Manchester City adopted a defensive counter-attacking strategy, employing a 4-1-2-3 formation, yet most of their forwards retreated into their own half. Bayern Munich refrained from hastily launching counterattacks, demonstrating considerable patience during their offensive forays. In the first 30 minutes of the first half, neither team managed to break the deadlock. Yet the audience remained captivated by the intensity of the contest. Each offensive maneuver from both sides was laden with hidden threats, as if a goal could materialize at any moment. Bayern Munich's coach, Julian Nagelsmann, is known for his distinctive coaching style. His tenure at Hoffenheim and Leipzig was marked by a willingness to adapt. A graduate of the Weisweiler school, he excels at devising tailored tactics for different opponents, skillfully manipulating various formations to achieve his objectives. However, upon joining Bayern Munich, Nagelsmann adopted a more conservative approach, adhering to the tactics of his predecessor, Flick, and earning the trust of players and fans through victories and championships. Yet, facing a Manchester City side missing their key defensive midfielder, Nagelsmann's desire for change ignited once more. He transformed his familiar 4-2-3-1 formation into a more aggressive 4-1-4-1 setup, sacrificing one defensive midfielder for an additional attacking player, thereby enhancing Bayern Munich's offensive versatility. Indeed, in the first 30 minutes, Bayern Munich's offensive efforts placed immense pressure on Manchester City. Had it not been for Ederson's stellar performance, Bayern Munich would have surely found the net. Despite a more defensive posture, the home side persistently sought to apply pressure on their adversaries. Bayern Munich, relying on Lewandowski and Müller to create openings, showcased diverse passing routes, and the addition of an extra forward undeniably enriched their attacking options. Their wing play proved particularly troublesome for Manchester City, with San's breakthroughs forcing the City defense into a state of urgency. When it came time to defend, the synergy between Bayern Munich's backline and defensive midfield made it exceedingly difficult for Harry Kane and Ferran Torres to receive the ball comfortably. Constant physical duels and minor infractions hindered their ability to transition into swift, direct attacks. By the 30-minute mark, Manchester City had managed only 2 shots, neither of which were on target, while Bayern Munich registered 9 attempts, 4 of which compelled Ederson to make remarkable saves. However, Bayern Munich's first-half advantage was attained through their relentless ball control and tireless running. Currently, the greatest challenge for Bayern Munich remains their fitness. Although they controlled the tempo, the considerable energy expenditure necessitated a slight deceleration in their attacking rhythm by the 30-minute mark. In contrast, under Guardiola's tutelage, every Manchester City player embodies an indefatigable spirit. While defense typically demands more stamina than offense, at this juncture, Manchester City's physical superiority became evident. In the 35th minute, Lee Mingyu executed a 30-meter ground pass, threading the ball through 4 Bayern Munich defenders and landing it at Ferran Torres' feet. After enduring over 30 minutes of pressure, Torres seized the opportunity to penetrate the opponent's box. He did not disappoint Lee Mingyu's expectations with a deft step over. He shifted the defender's weight before deftly maneuvering towards the byline. Upon entering the penalty area, Ferran Torres quickly cut inside, and rather than seeking personal glory against the advancing goalkeeper and encroaching center back, he elegantly delivered a back pass to the penalty spot. Although Harry Kane had overrun the ball slightly, his long legs allowed him to redirect it, and with a grounded shot, he sent the ball into the unguarded net. Against the odds, Manchester City scored first after being under siege for over 30 minutes. Following the goal, an exhilarated Harry Kane sprinted towards the awaiting Ferran Torres, and the two embraced tightly. The difficulty of this match exceeded their expectations. Bayern Munich's tactical adjustments had exerted significant pressure on their midfield and defense. Fortunately, under Lee Mingyu's leadership, Manchester City withstood the immense strain without conceding. When the opportunity arose, Ferran Torres and Harry Kane capitalized on Lee Mingyu's pass, successfully orchestrating the goal. This moment also served to demonstrate that Bayern Munich was not as formidable as they appeared. Nagelsmann, witnessing this turn of events, let out a sigh. Although Bayern Munich had managed to equalize in the previous match, leaving the suspense for this encounter, he understood that if his team faced Manchester City head-on, they would likely suffer a devastating defeat. Thus, he opted for a tactical shift, hoping to secure a goal within the first 30 minutes or even sooner. thereby easing the match's difficulty. Yet, he was taken aback to find that after 30 minutes of relentless pressure, despite the apparent vulnerability of his opponents, his own team's stamina had been severely compromised. The fast-paced and oppressive transitions of offense and defense have rapidly drained the stamina of Bayern Munich's players. Harry Kane's goal became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Chapter 412. 5 goals in 9 minutes? No, that's insufficient. One goal has unequivocally exposed the fragile essence of Bayern Munich. In the ensuing match, Manchester City seized complete control of the game's tempo. The mentality of Bayern's players underwent varying degrees of transformation. Should they continue their relentless assault or adopt a defensive counterattack? This became the internal dilemma of Bayern's squad. Coach Nagelsmann, with a resigned smile, resorted to a desperate measure, reverting to the previous 4-2-3-1 formation, which signified the admission of his tactical failure. However, this action unmistakably declared all that he recognized as error. This lineup simply could not contend with Manchester City. This revelation significantly dampened the morale of the players on the field. At such a critical juncture in the UEFA Champions League semi-finals, Nagelsmann's decision foreshadowed the impending disaster for Bayern Munich. In the 40th minute, Manchester City surged back. After regaining possession in their own half, Lee Mingyu showcased his remarkable long passing ability with a stunning 40-meter assist that found the speeding Jesus. Jesus' touch was nothing short of mesmerizing, a testament to the flair of a man steeped in samba football. While sprinting, he deftly cushioned the ball with the outside of his left foot, maintaining his momentum as he seamlessly penetrated Bayern's penalty area. The center-back, Eslo, strained to catch up but was denied any chance to close the gap. At the edge of the box, he unleashed a powerful shot that struck the net with a resounding thud. Courtois could only helplessly raise his hands in surrender, as a close-range blast left the goalkeeper with little hope but for the ball to ricochet off him or the crossbar. The entire Etihad Stadium erupted in fervor. This goal liberated Manchester City's fans, who had been subjected to a barrage of media skepticism ahead of the match. With Bayern Munich portrayed as valiant warriors poised to slay a dragon. Over the past 2 years, Manchester City's dominance in European football has mirrored that of the legendary Barcelona team of yesteryear, sweeping through their competition. Their displayed potential, talent, and momentum seemed even more formidable than that of the former Galactic team, especially considering that the original Barcelona never achieved a staggering 46 consecutive victories. Before the last match, all of Europe awaited a team capable of halting Manchester City's winning streak. Yet they waited an entire season only to witness a solitary draw as the campaign neared its close. This overwhelming dominance instilled fear across the continent. One may be strong, yet not to the extent of being invincible. Even Real Madrid, who clinched 3 consecutive Champions League titles, failed to evoke such trepidation. The pre-match collective skepticism left Manchester City's fans incensed, yet they dared not fully believe their team could conquer the formidable Bayern Munich. However, 2 goals swiftly dispelled their worries. It turned out that Bayern Munich was the true paper tiger, with the first half concluding at 2-0. Manchester City's players returned to the locker room beaming, while Bayern's players appeared utterly dejected. In truth, Bayern Munich's players had long been grappling with fatigue. Engaged in multiple competitions, they were on the verge of securing the Bundesliga title and had reached the final of the DFB Pokal. Yet their stamina had been largely expended in prior matches. Had it not been for unexpected circumstances in the last match, they might have already exited the Champions League. Consequently, Coach Nagelsmann was compelled to make a desperate tactical shift, hoping to capitalize on their initial vigor to secure an early goal. His strategy was not flawed, yet Lady Luck evaded him. Manchester City's goalkeeper Ederson delivered a performance worthy of the elite, thwarting certain goals from Lewandowski and Müller. Had Bayern secured a goal within the first 30 minutes, the match could have unfolded as Nagelsmann envisioned. Alas, fate did not align with his aspirations, as Manchester City's resilience and fortune tilted the balance in their favor. The 2 goals in the first half effectively sealed Bayern's fate. As the formidable Manchester City took the field again, Bayern's players appeared visibly shaken, still reeling from the first half setbacks. Despite Nagelsmann's motivational speech during halftime, which was akin to a comforting broth, the battle-hardened Bayern players were all too aware of their predicament. Consequently, as the second half commenced, Müllers misplaced pass fell directly to Bernardo Silva. Naturally, Manchester City did not squander Flair's unintentional generosity. Silva advanced with the ball, and at the edge of the penalty area, delivered a no-look pass that toyed with Bayern's entire defensive line. Ferran Torres surged in from the flank to receive Silva's pass, cutting inside and unleashing a shot. Courtois rushed out, but before he could make contact, he turned to see the ball bouncing adorably within the net. The score of 3-0 was anything but charming for Bayern Munich. This goal thoroughly shattered any remaining flicker of confidence Bayern had managed to muster. Observing Bayern's unraveling, Lee Mingyu, unwilling to stand idly by, launched his own assault. In the 60th, 61st, 62nd, 64th, 66th, and 69th minutes, Lee Mingyu descended upon the field like a deity, executing a fearsome 6-goal barrage. The Etihad Stadium was engulfed in jubilant celebration. Standing on the sidelines, Guardiola's eyes widened, hands clasped over his bald head, his expression of astonishment and delight becoming the most popular meme of the summer. Meanwhile, Lewandowski, from the opposing team, gazed at Lee Mingyu in disbelief, unable to fathom the spectacle before him. His own 9-minute, 5-goal feat had been eclipsed right before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in at the Etihad Stadium and acquired Lewandowski's exclusive skill, the 95 Mastery. 95 Mastery. The miracle of Lewandowski's 9 goals in 9 minutes can be utilized only when facing Lewandowski himself, provided that the opposing team's morale is below 30, and Lewandowski must be part of the rival team. This skill is a one-time use ability. Exercise caution. This was the ability Lee Mingyu had acquired before the match commenced. However, the limitations on the use of this skill are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, it is highly specific, only applicable when facing Lewandowski directly. Even reaching the finals against Real Madrid would be impossible. Secondly, the team's morale must plummet below 30, yet for a formidable team like Bayern Munich, such a low morale indicates they have already conceded several goals. Lee Mingyu harbored doubts about whether he could utilize this skill today. Although Lewandowski still has 1 season left on his contract, the uncertainty of encountering him again loomed large. Unexpectedly, the 2 goals in the first half, along with the opening goal in the second half, utterly dismantled Bayern Munich, and as their morale dipped below 30, Lee Mingyu witnessed the activation of the 95 Supreme skill. Why hesitate? It must be utilized before it expires. Thus began a personal scoring extravaganza. Chapter 413, Lee Mingyu, the Eternal God. The entire Etihad Stadium descended into a frenzy. Not only were the fans ecstatic, but even the players from both sides found themselves in a state of bewilderment. The consecutive goals had left everyone in a state of shock. The Manchester City players gazed at Lee Mingyu, standing proudly before the goal, and instinctively made gestures of reverence. Meanwhile, the Bayern Munich players stood frozen, unable to believe the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. In less than 10 minutes, one individual had scored 6 goals against them. Such a surreal scenario would be deemed implausible even in fiction. The fans in attendance were overwhelmed, while those watching on television were left in a daze. Before the slow-motion replay of the first goal had concluded, the commentator had already exclaimed that another goal had been scored. Previously, Lewandowski's 5 goals had shattered 4 Guinness World Records, which included the fastest hat trick, the quickest 4-goal haul, the swiftest 5 goals, and the record for scoring 5 goals as a substitute. Lewandowski achieved his hat trick in merely 198 seconds, netting 4 goals in 7 minutes and 5 in 9 minutes, setting the fastest record in the top 5 European leagues. Guardiola's expression at the time spoke volumes, cradling his head in astonished disbelief. He became the focal point of Lewandowski's remarkable feat after the match. Guardiola remained unable to quell his excitement, repeatedly stating, "This is simply terrifying, remarkable, and unbelievable. I believe this record will be the hardest to break in football history, and I am convinced that in my lifetime, no one will surpass it." Little did Guardiola anticipate that merely 9 years later, this seemingly unbreakable record would be shattered before his very eyes. The most astonishing aspect was that both miraculous occurrences were spearheaded by him, with this latest one against the same Bayern Munich team that had previously achieved greatness. It was fate, destiny, and fortune all entwined. One is fortunate to witness a Lewandowski-like miracle once in a lifetime, yet Guardiola had experienced too, truly, a man chosen by the divine. Upon a restart, following a stoppage, Guardiola decisively substituted Lee Mingyu. The entire crowd rose to their feet. offering synchronized and fervent applause and cheers to honor this miraculous individual. Even the officiating referee joined in, applauding Lee Mingyu alongside the fans. This match would remain an indelible memory for the referee as well. The subsequent minutes of play felt monotonous. Perhaps Lee Mingyu's extraordinary performance had drained all passion from the players, as neither side managed to score in the remaining 20 minutes. Bayern Munich appeared as mere shadows of their former selves, while Manchester City seemed afflicted by uncertainty. It was evident that Lee Mingyu's 6 goals in 9 minutes had left them in a state of fear. The match concluded with a score of 9-0. A historic defeat for Bayern Munich, marking the largest margin in Champions League knockout history. Ironically, the previous record had been established by Bayern Munich themselves in their infamous 8-2 obliteration of Barcelona. A step into paradise, a step into hell. Lee Mingyu, hailing from Barcelona, had indeed avenged his former club. After the match, Barcelona's official account quickly shared the news of Lee Mingyu's astonishing feat of 6 goals in 9 minutes, accompanied by several gestures of admiration. In the aftermath, the match video rapidly circulated online, leaving the entire footballing world in awe of Lee Mingyu's exceptional display. Prior to the match, amidst widespread skepticism regarding Manchester City's prospects, they had remarkably set the record for the largest margin in Champions League knockout history, cementing Bayern Munich's place in the annals of disgrace. Lee Mingyu's divine performance ignited a maelstrom of debate. That night, the Guinness World Records official account updated their news, announcing that Lee Mingyu had broken 3 records previously held by Lewandowski. The fastest Champions League hat-trick, achieved in 169 seconds compared to Lewandowski's 198 seconds. The record for the quickest 4 goals in 4 minutes and 37 seconds, significantly faster than Lewandowski's 7 minutes, and the record for the fastest 5 goals, which was reduced from 9 minutes to 7. Though Lewandowski's record for scoring 5 goals as a substitute remained intact, Lee Mingyu established a new record for the fastest 6 goals, achieved in 9 minutes and 12 seconds, perhaps the ultimate limit for humanity. Notably, this statistic accounted for not only the goals scored, but also the time spent celebrating afterward. Fortunately, Lee Mingyu had not indulged in excessive celebration after each goal. Fully aware of the time constraints of his skill, he quickly kissed his ring and raised his finger, urging everyone to return to the game in pursuit of further goals. In the post-match press conference, Lee Mingyu, with a serious demeanor, stated, "I forgot everything that happened in that moment. Perhaps I was in such great form that I simply played to my rhythm. I never anticipated scoring so many goals." When a reporter inquired about Lewandowski's feelings upon witnessing his record being broken, Lewandowski, with a bittersweet expression, replied, "I never imagined someone could truly break this record, as I didn't even know I could accomplish such a feat in this world. You often find that what you wish to achieve is exceedingly difficult. Yet, when you focus solely on the task at hand without distractions, you may discover that it isn't as challenging as it seems. Although it is disheartening, I must congratulate Lee Mingyu. He is truly remarkable." Lewandowski showcased his humility and grace, refraining from uttering disparaging words despite his team's humiliating elimination, embodying the professional integrity of a top-tier athlete. Incredible. A performance of celestial proportions. An astonishing match. This contest is destined to be etched in history. Lee Mingyu, the eternal deity. Chapter 414, Champions League Final. Lee Mingyu's extraordinary display has garnered him an even greater legion of supporters. According to the official merchandise store of Manchester City, following the conclusion of this match, the sales of Lee Mingyu's jersey surged dramatically. His jersey was temporarily sold out across Asia. The staggering sales figures further reflect the formidable impact of Lee Mingyu's divine performance. Media outlets that once doubted Manchester City have begun to fervently extol the virtues of Lee Mingyu. Even Marca, the esteemed publication of Real Madrid, has been compelled to praise Lee Mingyu's greatness. Lee Mingyu is an epic-making player, deserving to be mentioned alongside legends like Maradona and Pelé. In this era, he stands as an invincible entity, unmatched by any other player. Whether considering his individual accolades or his achievements with both national and club teams, he remains unparalleled in the contemporary world. Although it is difficult to admit, Real Madrid is about to face a formidable adversary in the Champions League final in just 2 weeks. Will the famed quartet of Real Madrid conquer the terrifying dragon that is Lee Mingyu? This promises to be a thrilling spectacle. I can hardly contain my anticipation for that day's match. Go, Real Madrid. The entire European press is abuzz with discussions surrounding the Champions League final scheduled for May 26th at the Estádio do Dragão in Porto, Portugal. While the five major leagues are still fervently contested, it seems that all attention has shifted towards the Champions League final, with fervor and emotion concentrated solely on that event. It is anticipated that this season's Champions League final will create an unprecedented viewing frenzy. However, before that, Manchester City has two championships to contend for. On May 5th, at Wembley Stadium, Manchester City triumphed over Tottenham Hotspur with a score of 3-0, clinching the EFL Cup and marking the fifth trophy for the team this season. On May 10th, also at Wembley, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Manchester City defeated Liverpool 4-2 to secure the FA Cup, simultaneously completing a historic sweep of all English titles and becoming the first sextuple winner in English football history. Prior to the Champions League final, all matches in the European leagues have concluded with champions crowned. Real Madrid has lived up to expectations by securing all titles in La Liga. Both Manchester City and Real Madrid have claimed every championship available to them this season, and these two formidable superpowers are set to clash once more in a few days, vying for the final trophy of the season. The gaze of all of Europe is fixed on Portugal. On May 26th, the Estádio do Dragão in Porto is already filled to capacity. Fans from various nations have packed the stadium to the brim. This match has been awaited for over 2 weeks, and finally, today, the ultimate champion will be determined. Remarkably, both teams have not suffered significant injuries to their key players throughout the season, allowing them to field their strongest lineups in the Champions League final, a rare occurrence indeed. Real Madrid has deployed their most formidable 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper Courtois. In defense, the center-back pairing of Alaba and Militao, with wingbacks Vázquez and Nacho. In midfield, the double pivot of Casemiro and Kroos, with De Bruyne starting as the attacking midfielder. Up front, the terrifying trio of Bale, Haaland, and Mbappé strikes fear into opponents. Despite being 35 years old, Bale's explosive pace remains formidable, firmly securing his position as left winger. Manchester City, on the other hand, has opted for their customary 4-1-2-3 formation. Goalkeeper Ederson. In defense, the increasingly harmonious partnership of Varane and Laporte, with wingbacks Walker and Zinchenko performing exceptionally. Rodri returns from suspension, fortifying Manchester City's defense. Lee Mingyu occupies a slightly deeper role, as Guardiola seems to position him between defensive and attacking midfield, hoping he can provide robust support at both ends. After all, this team is fundamentally centered around Lee Mingyu. Up front, the trio of Ferran Torres, Harry Kane, and Jesus, while perhaps slightly inferior, remains among the world's elite attacking combinations. The encounter between the two strongest teams in the world at the Champions League final is a scene UEFA yearns to witness. In recent years, UEFA has faced difficulties, particularly with the unresolved issues surrounding the Super League. Additionally, with the expansion of the Champions League looming for the next season, Real Madrid's president, Florentino Perez, has been lobbying other clubs to support his vision. UEFA finds it challenging to counter Perez. Targeting Real Madrid is no simple task. If the situation becomes too contentious, Perez could seize the opportunity to tarnish the reputation of the Champions League. One must not underestimate this veteran's influence. The clash between Manchester City and Real Madrid is precisely the type of final UEFA desires. As the raucous cheers of the crowd crescendo, the players for both teams commence their entrance, the majestic Champions League anthem resounding throughout the Estádio do Dragão. The audience, unable to contain their excitement, anticipates the showdown between two of the most formidable teams in history. The rematch of last season's Champions League final imbues this match with a sense of vengeance. Moreover, the Club World Cup final this season also featured these two teams, where Manchester City emerged victorious, seizing the reformed Club World Cup from the hands of Real Madrid. With new grievances compounding old ones, the morale of Real Madrid's squad is soaring as they seek to definitively establish who reigns as the true king of Europe. Meanwhile, Manchester City, embodying the demeanor of victors, draws upon their psychological advantage for having triumphed over their rivals twice before. They possess the world's finest player, without exception, Lee Mingyu. This season, Lee Mingyu has exhibited divine prowess, not only shattering his own single-season goal record, but also becoming the first player in Champions League knockout history to score 6 goals. With this formidable momentum, The encounter between Manchester City and Real Madrid is poised to ignite. Chapter 415, Penalty Controversy. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Estadio do Dragão, earning the talent of legendary players Pepe from Porto and Real Madrid. The Monk's glory. The glory of the Monk. In defense, the host is often afforded a degree of leniency by the main referee, who instinctively overlooks actions that are not blatant fouls. Even in instances of deliberate infractions, the referee tends to exercise discretion in penalties. With a sharp whistle, the UEFA Champions League final for the 2023-2024 season commenced. The team clad in white, Real Madrid, initiated the kickoff, while Manchester City donned their imposing black and gold away kits, exuding an air of intimidation. As the match began, De Bruyne launched a long pass from the midfield in an attempt to find Mbappe on the flank, hoping to test the resilience of Manchester City's defense with Mbappe's explosive speed. However, Lee Mingyu, positioned defensively, charged forward without hesitation, colliding directly with Mbappe. The latter cried out in agony, clutching his head as he fell to the ground, while the ball was sent out of play by Lee Mingyu. All eyes turned to the referee, who merely shook his head, signaling a throw-in. Frustrated by the lack of response, Mbappe sat on the ground, shaking his hands in anger and muttering a few curses. Meanwhile, Lee Mingyu stood nearby, amusement dancing across his face as he observed the superstar's antics. Mbappe, a prodigious talent since his debut, had made waves at the 2018 FIFA World Cup, where he emerged as a formidable force, asserting his presence with youthful yet resolute determination. As the recipient of the 2017 Golden Boy Award, his transition to Paris Saint-Germain showcased his exceptional abilities. Scoring 4 goals in the 2018 World Cup, he played a pivotal role in securing the championship for France and earned the accolade of Best Young Player. Over the years at PSG, he remained the undisputed linchpin, even with Neymar's arrival failing to eclipse his brilliance. Yet, the absence of a Champions League title weighed heavily on Mbappe's heart, prompting feelings of discontent with PSG's European performance. This summer, he finally opted to leave PSG for the illustrious Real Madrid, joining forces with Bale, Haaland, and De Bruyne to form a formidable attacking quartet. They not only secured the league title with ease, but also exacted revenge in the Copa del Rey, claiming the Spanish Super Cup and achieving a treble in La Liga. However, the memory of the Club World Cup defeat lingered painfully, especially that match in China, which he could never forget. Had it not been for his own mistake, perhaps he could have triumphed over his rival. Today, on the grand stage of the Champions League final, he faced his lifelong adversary once more, determined to conquer and prove his prowess. Real Madrid's relentless attacks surged forth. Yet Manchester City, well prepared, maintained their composure. Lee Mingyu retreated into a defensive midfield role, becoming the most dependable anchor in City's backline. His sweeping presence in midfield left spectators astounded. Rather than embodying the aura of a superstar, Lee Mingyu resembled a diligent blue-collar worker, laboring in the midfield with gritty determination. Every tackle he executed was precise and decisive, toppling opponents with ease, yet the referee refrained from penalizing him, suddenly transforming into a sweeping force. Lee Mingyu posed significant challenges for Real Madrid's offensive maneuvers. Panting heavily, Mbappe watched in frustration as Lee Mingyu seized the ball from beneath him and sent him sprawling. Enraged, he rose and stormed towards the referee, vociferously berating him with foul language. Had the referee wished to maintain the match's suspense and not diminish its fervor, he might have brandished a red card instead of the yellow one he held. As Mbappe continued to pursue the referee, expressing his discontent, Haaland and De Bruyne rushed over to intervene, urging him to calm down. Should the referee be pushed too far, a second yellow could see him dismissed, jeopardizing their hard-fought efforts throughout the year. With the persuasive efforts of his teammates, Mbappe gradually regained his composure, acknowledging that his earlier outburst had been unwarranted. He patted his head, urging himself to settle down. Since it was Manchester City's possession, the free kick was returned to them by Real Madrid. Despite both teams yearning to score, decorum dictated adherence to the rules. During the attack, Lee Mingyu repositioned himself to his familiar attacking midfield role, seeking to dictate the game's tempo. Real Madrid did not employ an all-out pressing strategy, recognizing the significance of stability in a final. Historically, finals are rarely straightforward. Both teams began to probe each other's weaknesses. Manchester City focused their efforts through the center, with wingers stretching wide to create larger spaces for central attacks. In contrast, Real Madrid concentrated on the flanks, particularly the right side, where Mbappe operated, frequently challenging City's left defense. Had it not been for Lee Mingyu's consistent support, that side might have succumbed long ago. In the 30th minute, Real Madrid finally capitalized on an opportunity from their right flank. De Bruyne's incisive pass found Mbappe, who swiftly broke past Zinchenko's defense, reaching the byline. Zinchenko, having endured 30 minutes of relentless pressure, was unable to match Mbappe's pace this time. With no defender in sight, Mbappe glanced at the central defense before opting for a backward pass, delivering the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Haaland and Bale surged forward, pushing City's defense closer to the goal, inadvertently opening up space at the penalty area's front. De Bruyne made a late run, striking the ball with ferocity. In a split second, the ball ricocheted off Varane and was cleared by Rodri, who sent it out for a throw-in. However, both De Bruyne and Mbappe raised their hands, signaling a potential handball. Chapter 416. The winds of change. The referee promptly blew his whistle, though he refrained from making an immediate decision, opting instead to consult the video assistant referee via his earpiece. Observing De Bruyne and Mbappe jumping animatedly in front of him, the referee frowned, gesturing for them to cease their chatter as he would render his judgment. Meanwhile, Mbappe performed a comically exaggerated defensive gesture, placing his hands in front of him to illustrate how Varane had blocked the ball. De Bruyne and Haaland erupted into laughter at Mbappe's antics. Varane, standing in the penalty area, glared at the trio with indignation, feeling as though they were mocking him like a circus performer. Mbappe's derisive demeanor further incensed the players of Manchester City. As the players from both teams began to shove and hurl insults at one another, it was fortunate that they recognized the significance of the match, and no one resorted to physical violence. If friends from the northeastern region of Huaxia had witnessed this, they would have scoffed, saying, "Your faces are practically glued together, yet you still insult each other. What are your hands for?" The referee, exuding a sense of helplessness, hurried to separate the players and proceeded to the video review area to examine the replay. Although the VAR had indicated that there was a suspicion of handball, it was ultimately the main referee's duty to make the final decision. As he scrutinized the video, it became apparent that after De Bruyne's shot, Varane had rushed out from the small box to block the attempt. The ball struck Varane's face, and instinctively, he raised his hands to shield himself from the incoming football. It was clear that had he not done so, the ball would have hit him squarely in the face. The referee found himself in a quandary, as this incident was highly contentious. He could award a penalty, since Varane had used his hand to deflect the ball within the penalty area. However, he could also choose to overlook the foul, arguing that Varane's hands were merely raised for self-protection and were not extended outward, hence not gaining any undue advantage. Thus, the referee was faced with a delicate balancing act. Moments later, he returned to the field and decided against awarding a penalty, instead granting a throw-in to Real Madrid. This decision immediately sparked discontent among the Real Madrid players. Coach Ancelotti, visibly displeased, rushed to confront the fourth official, vociferously expressing his frustration, leaving the official in a state of bewilderment. "Please don't take it out on me. If you have a grievance, direct it towards the one who made the call." The Real Madrid players, equally incensed, gathered around the referee, seeking clarification of the ruling. The referee summoned Captain Casemiro for an explanation, regardless of Casemiro's acceptance. The referee had made his judgment. Left with no recourse, the Real Madrid players could only harbor their grievances and continue the match. Meanwhile, Manchester City was elated to have escaped a potential disaster. In such a crucial match, conceding a penalty could have fundamentally altered the game's trajectory. The referee shared this sentiment, unwilling to let his decision precipitate a drastic shift in the contest. After all, the situation was one that could go either way. In the realm of officiating, there exists a maxim. In pivotal matches, debatable calls can be left unpunished. Allowing the players to dictate the game's flow, attempting to control the match could lead to dire consequences. However, as the match progressed, the mentality of the Real Madrid players shifted, leading to increasingly aggressive actions on the field. The referee was compelled to halt the game repeatedly, issuing verbal warnings before resorting to 4 consecutive yellow cards to quell the rising tensions. For Manchester City, Bernardo Silva and Zinchenko received yellow cards, while Casemiro and Militao were cautioned for Real Madrid, bringing their total to 3 yellow cards. The deadlock persisted until the 43rd minute, when De Bruyne delivered a decisive pass. Haaland executed a brilliant maneuver, eluding Manchester City's two central defenders, and with composure, he slotted the ball past the advancing Ederson, breaking the stalemate. 1-0. Real Madrid temporarily took the lead. This goal sent the Madrid fans into a frenzy as they chanted Haaland's name, singing the club's anthem in exuberant celebration. In stark contrast, the Manchester City supporters responded with weak jeers, deflated by conceding just before halftime. Pep Guardiola furrowed his brow, taken aback that after such a rigorous defensive effort, his team had succumbed to a goal in the dying moments of the first half, complicating the strategy for the second half. Given his understanding of Ancelotti, he anticipated adjustments that would see Real Madrid adopt a more defensive posture, setting the stage for a counter-attacking formation featuring the rapid trio of Haaland, Mbappe, and Bale, an ominous threat. With Manchester City needing to push forward, opportunities for counterattacks would arise for Real Madrid, and a single lapse could prove catastrophic for Guardiola's side. Just as Guardiola contemplated his tactical approach for the second half, a deafening cheer erupted from the stands. In shock, he turned to the field to behold Manchester City celebrating wildly. Although he had missed the entirety of the goal sequence, he recognized the referee, signaling the goal was valid. Regardless of who had scored, celebration was warranted. Following the kickoff, Real Madrid's players remained caught up in their excitement, with their attacking trio instinctively pressing Manchester City's passing. Meanwhile, the defenders lagged, failing to advance in unison, leaving the front three ensnared in Manchester City's passing trap. However, the Real Madrid formation soon advanced, preparing for an offensive link-up. At that moment, noticing a gap in the opposition's defense, Lee Mingyu seized the opportunity, delivering a stunning pass akin to a rainbow straight to Jesus on the flank. Upon receiving the ball, Jesus executed a deft bicycle maneuver before slipping past the advancing Nacho, charging into Real Madrid's penalty area. The defensive line faltered, with the two central defenders positioned too closely, offering minimal protection on the flanks. As Jesus entered the box, Militao was just arriving, but Jesus did not allow him close proximity. From the edge of the penalty area, he curled the ball, sending it soaring into the far corner of the net. Chapter 417. The seven-time champions, do you not desire this? As the first half concluded, both teams stood at 1-1. However, as they exited the field, the expressions of Real Madrid's players reflected discontent, whereas Manchester City's players wore faces of joy. Jesus' goal had granted Manchester City the psychological edge as they returned to the dressing room. Despite facing relentless pressure from Real Madrid's formidable four, Guardiola remained optimistic. Having identified a vulnerability in his opponent, the absence of a true stalwart in Real Madrid's defense, the departures of Ramos and Varane had left a significant void in their backline. In an era where exceptional defenders are scarce in the world of football, the sudden departure of two top central defenders from Real Madrid has dealt a devastating blow to their defensive line. Although the arrival of Alaba has fortified their backline, one player cannot fulfill the responsibilities of two. At just 24 years old, Militao possesses remarkable speed and strength, along with exceptional explosiveness and interception skills. However, his lack of experience remains a critical flaw. The recent goal scored by Manchester City highlighted this deficiency, as Gabriel Jesus capitalized on Militao's positional error to equalize. With both Ramos and Varane leaving simultaneously, Militao, who still needed further development, was abruptly thrust into a pivotal role, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Militao is also notoriously known in Madrid as a playboy, arriving at Real Madrid in 2020 for a staggering $50 million at the tender age of 21. He was not afforded many opportunities. However, his off-field life has been incredibly vibrant, with reports of him cycling through 4 stunning girlfriends within a year, each possessing impeccable looks and physique. To this day, Militao continues to surprise everyone by changing girlfriends at least once a year, further cementing his reputation. The tabloid frenzy surrounding his off-field escapades has undoubtedly impacted his performance. This year, Militao finally achieved his aspiration of becoming a mainstay in Real Madrid's defense. Yet his elevated status has made him a favorite target for gossip columnists once more. Even coach Ancelotti has repeatedly warned him that if he allows his off-field distractions to affect his performance, he would be expelled from the team. Particularly before the Champions League final, Ancelotti mandated all players return to the club 3 days in advance for intensive training, prohibiting any outings. Surprisingly, Militao was photographed by journalists the day before the final, drunkenly embracing a stunning woman in a bar. Ancelotti nearly expelled him from the squad. But under the urging of other players, he reluctantly allowed Militao to start, primarily due to the team's depleted defensive roster. Ancelotti, however, harbors thoughts of Militao's departure by the next season. Back in the locker room, Militao's nonchalant demeanor irked Ancelotti. "Eder, I hope you channel the energy you spent on that girl into the game in the second half." Ancelotti sternly admonished Militao. Although Militao felt a hint of trepidation towards Ancelotti, he lowered his head, refraining from retorting, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of irritation. Ancelotti reiterated the tactical plan for the second half, which bore similarities to the first, focusing on De Bruyne as the centerpiece with wings flanking him. Haaland, seated silently, wore a gloomy expression that indicated his discomfort with the day's strategy, which revolved around Mbappé. In this setup, Haaland found himself relegated to a supporting role, yielding few opportunities to shine. His limited shots on goal failed to hit the target, much to the frustration of both Mbappé and De Bruyne, who lamented his missed chances. Ancelotti, noticing Haaland's demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This encapsulates the essence of Real Madrid. Despite housing some of the world's greatest players and coaches, the team struggles to maintain dominance in European football. Even during their triumphant 3 consecutive Champions League victories, Real Madrid was not as formidable due to internal discord. At times, they self-sabotaged without external interference. Ancelotti likened himself to an ancient emperor, sitting amidst factions of courtiers, carefully balancing their powers to prevent any one group from gaining too much influence, which could lead to the team's collapse. The departure of Ronaldo marked the onset of Real Madrid's decline. The disbandment of the Portuguese contingent disrupted the internal equilibrium, resulting in tumultuous years as players vied for supremacy. In contrast, within the Manchester City locker room, camaraderie flourished, devoid of the backstabbing prevalent elsewhere. This unity is largely due to the environment of the English Premier League, which fosters solidarity among teams, coupled with the presence of the steadfast Lee Mingyu, who naturally draws everyone to him, earning their unwavering respect, a feat even Ronaldo and Messi could not accomplish. Lee Mingyu, your defensive duties will be critical in the second half. Real Madrid will not wish to waste time against us, Guardiola solemnly instructed him. Lee Mingyu nodded, affirming, "Boss, leave the on-field matters to me. I won't let them gain the upper hand. We are destined to win this match." The prospect of achieving 7 titles ignited a mutual grin between them. Indeed, who would not desire such glory? Just 45 minutes remained until they could ascend to greatness. As the second half commenced, Manchester City launched an immediate offensive against Real Madrid's core. Positioned as a defensive midfielder, Lee Mingyu delivered a precise long ball aimed at Harry Kane. Kane deftly redirected the ball with his head to the flanks, finding Ferran Torres, who attempted to evade Vasquez's defense through rapid directional changes. However, Vasquez's focus remained unwavering, forcing Torres to retreat the ball back to Bernardo Silva. Despite Manchester City's probing attacks being thwarted by Real Madrid's defense, they served as a reminder that even from the backline, Lee Mingyu's lethal long passes could prove devastating. Real Madrid, cautious of overcommitting in their offensive pursuits, ensured ample defensive coverage to counter Manchester City's swift counterattacks. The second half unfolded with a palpable tension, given the stakes of the Champions League title. Neither side dared to take reckless risks. As time ticked away, the fans in the stands passionately rallied behind their teams. In the 65th minute, De Bruyne executed a daring through ball, only for Lee Mingyu to accurately anticipate and intercept it with a sliding tackle, retaining possession. Lee Mingyu swiftly rose to his feet, advancing with the ball, when suddenly he felt a powerful tug on his jersey from behind. The referee had already raised the whistle to his lips. Yet upon seeing Lee Mingyu grit his teeth and lean back against Haaland's chest, he struck the ball fiercely with his right foot. The football skimmed along the ground, rolling forward with remarkable speed, almost outpacing the camera's focus. The referee signaled for play to continue, as Jesus on the flank had received Lee Mingyu's penetrating pass. With a sudden burst of acceleration, Lee Mingyu left Haaland in stunned pursuit, desperately chasing after him, but Haaland found himself hopelessly outpaced. Jesus opted not to break through directly, instead passing to Harry Kane in the middle, who deftly nudged the ball to the opposite side for Bernardo Silva. This series of passes exposed a chink in Real Madrid's already shaky defense. Although Bernardo Silva initially failed to notice this opening, he spotted Lee Mingyu making a run on the other side. There was no hesitation in passing the ball to him. Lee Mingyu welcomed the incoming ball, launching it with a powerful strike that sent it soaring in a grand arc towards the left flank. There, the unmarked Ferran Torres was poised and ready. Easily receiving Lee Mingyu's pass, Torres surged forward, drawing all of Real Madrid's defense towards him, causing chaos in the center and on the right. This time, Torres chose not to cut inside, but charged straight towards the goal line, seemingly intent on delivering a cross. In the center, Kane and Jesus had already penetrated the penalty area, captivating the attention of Real Madrid's defenders. With a magnificent cross, Torres found Kane, who, accompanied by two defenders, stormed into the 6-yard box. However, the ball sailed towards the far post. Jesus dashed towards the center, pulling the left-back Nacho with him. When Nacho noticed the ball sailing over their heads, a sense of dread washed over him, and he quickly turned back, only to be horrified to see Lee Mingyu had raced to the far post. As the ball descended from the air, Lee Mingyu lifted his right foot, executing a volley without waiting for the ball to touch down. Nacho threw himself into the path of the shot, desperately attempting to block it. However, Lee Mingyu's strike was faster than Nacho's reaction. Goalkeeper Courtois merely caught a flash of white light before feeling a chilling breeze upon turning. He realized the ball had found its way into the net. The score was now 2-1, with Manchester City taking the lead. This goal sent the City fans in the stands into a frenzy. From trailing to equalizing, and now to surging ahead. The emotions of the Manchester City supporters were beyond words. After scoring, Lee Mingyu raced to the stands, roaring with fervor at the fans, who responded with thunderous cheers for their hero. Other Manchester City players rushed over, with an exuberant Kane tackling Lee Mingyu to the ground in celebration. Amidst this jubilation, the scene within Real Madrid's penalty area turned absurd. Alaba yelled at Militao in frustration, insisting that Kane was his responsibility, while Militao shrugged off Alaba, his outstretched finger with defiance, retorting that he didn't need Alaba as guidance. Despite Alaba's greater renown, Militao had been with Real Madrid for 4 years and had little regard for the newcomer. A visibly troubled Courtois hurried over to separate the two bickering players. The Real Madrid fans witnessed this spectacle and erupted in furious boos, incredulous that their team, already behind, was embroiled in internal conflict. On the sidelines, Ancelotti's face darkened with fury. This troublemaker had to go this summer. Captain Casemiro intervened, shouting at the duo until they finally parted ways. Yet, Casemiro's expression was grim, knowing that the discord between two key defenders would complicate the remainder of the match. The forward quartet looked on, bewildered by the discord in the backline. In the dressing room, Haaland, Mbappe, and De Bruyne were not particularly well liked, not for any personal failing, but due to their exorbitant salaries. Both Haaland and Mbappe were earning nearly 30 million euros annually, a sum that dwarfed the salaries of many teammates, stirring discontent among the veteran players of Real Madrid. The salary structure had become problematic, marking it as the foremost issue that Real Madrid needed to address that summer, especially with many players approaching contract renewal the following year. Just as many believed Manchester City would dominate the match, Real Madrid's star-studded forward line began to assert themselves. In the 73rd minute, Lee Mingyu delivered a through ball to Harry Kane, who, while leaning against Alaba, was felled by a tackle from behind, allowing the ball to roll to De Bruyne. Without missing a beat, De Bruyne scanned the field and launched a long pass from about 20 meters into Manchester City's half. The camera followed as Haaland, using his shoulder to fend off Varane, barreled forward. Varane exerted all his strength to slow Haaland down, but the latter, driven by adrenaline, charged into the edge of Manchester City's penalty area. At that moment, goalkeeper Ederson decided to advance. His timing was impeccable. Had Haaland halted, Ederson would have easily claimed the ball. However, to the astonishment of the crowd, as Haaland continued to shoulder Varane, he glanced back at the descending ball, and, just as he entered the penalty area, he deftly lifted his left foot, flicking the ball over Ederson's head. The stunned goalkeeper quickly turned in a panic, racing back towards the goal, but the ball fell into the net, leaving Ederson in a decidedly awkward predicament. After scoring, Haaland's fierce visage surged toward the stands, arms wide open, unleashing a primal roar of exultation. The fans of Real Madrid, invigorated by Haaland's remarkably inventive goal, erupted in jubilant cheers. The players of Real Madrid, in a frenzy, rushed to Haaland, as this goal served as an electrifying tonic, instantly revitalizing their morale. Varane, hands on hips, wore a look of resignation, spitting in frustration. A player of Haaland's caliber, when granted a one-on-one opportunity, is indeed a formidable force to contend with. Varane had exerted every ounce of effort, but Haaland, like a rampaging bull, overwhelmed him effortlessly. On the sidelines, the contrasting emotions of the coaches were palpable. Ancelotti exhaled a sigh of relief, vigorously shaking his fist, while Guardiola shook his arms in despair, lamenting the goal. Haaland, too, channeled all his pent-up frustration into that strike. The defensive line may have faltered, yet Real Madrid's front line was undeniably the best in the world. The score was now tied at 2-2, reigniting the intensity of the Champions League final. In the 85th minute, Real Madrid's attacking trio dazzled with intricate interplay on the edge of Manchester City's penalty area. De Bruyne threaded a pass to Haaland, who deftly fed the ball to Mbappe on the flank. With a swift flick of his foot, Mbappe sent the ball soaring over the defenders into the box, where Haaland met it with a header, redirecting it to the onrushing De Bruyne. Positioned at the edge of the penalty arc, De Bruyne unleashed a stunning strike that hurtled toward the corner of the goal. Ederson, despite his utmost effort, merely grazed the ball, unable to prevent it from crashing into the net. The score shifted to 3-2, with Real Madrid netting 2 goals in under 10 minutes, reversing the tide. The supporters of Real Madrid erupted in ecstasy, sensing that their 14th Champions League title was within reach. Conversely, the Manchester City fans wore expressions of despair, feeling as though they had been dealt a death sentence by the sudden reversal. With just 7 or 8 minutes left in regular time and little stoppage in the second half, the added time would be minimal. Time was running out for Manchester City. As the match resumed, Real Madrid's players retreated into their own 40-meter zone, leaving little room for maneuver. With the exception of Manchester City's goalkeeper, the other 21 players congregated within Real Madrid's half. The situation grew dire for Manchester City, prompting an all-out offensive. In the 90th minute, as the fourth official raised the board indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time, the Real Madrid fans rose in unison to sing their club anthem, creating an electric atmosphere. Despite their heavy hearts, the Manchester City supporters also stood, joining in a cacophony against their rivals. The tension in the stadium was palpable as the final 3 minutes ticked away. Lee Mingyu, with a grim expression, surged forward, surrounded by 3 Real Madrid midfielders. Skillfully, he pulled the ball back with his right foot, evading De Bruyne's challenge, then executed a flawless Marseille turn, leaving Cruz behind. With a deft back heel, he slipped past the approaching Case Morel. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Lee Mingyu's dazzling display. Even the Real Madrid fans could not help but acknowledge the fluidity of his movements. After bypassing 3 defenders, Lee Mingyu summoned his final skill, War God. The spirit of Batistuta enveloped him, and with a fierce glint in his eyes, he advanced 2 paces before unleashing a powerful shot from approximately 40 meters out. The ball soared towards Real Madrid's goal. Caught off guard, Courtois only saw the ball hurtling toward him at the last moment. In a frantic attempt, he leapt toward the far corner, but the shot was unstoppable, crashing into the net's corner. Standing near midfield, Lee Mingyu raised his right hand triumphantly, letting out a roar of triumph. The Manchester City supporters were moved to tears. In the final moments, Lee Mingyu had equalized the score for his team. The goal ignited an unprecedented fervor in the Champions League final. Almost everyone anticipated Real Madrid lifting their 14th trophy, but Lee Mingyu demonstrated otherwise, declaring that the night was still young and dreams should not be dashed. Several Real Madrid players lay prostrate, devastated by the sudden shift from imminent victory to a forced draw. Guardiola, witnessing the goal, could hardly contain his emotions, raising his arms in exhilaration, embracing his players and coaching staff tightly. The Manchester City bench erupted in unrestrained jubilation. In what seemed like a moment of despair, Lee Mingyu's audacious 40-meter strike had reignited hope for Manchester City. Haaland, Mbappe, and De Bruyne gazed with furrowed brows at Lee Mingyu, pondering if he was truly an invincible force. With 2 minutes remaining in regular time, it appeared that this season's Champions League final would indeed be decided in extra time or a penalty shootout. Last season's final had also culminated in a tense shootout, where Manchester City emerged victorious. This highlighted the evenness of the 2 teams, as neither could settle the contest in regulation time over 2 years. Both coaches, seasoned in their craft, still held a final substitution in reserve, likely waiting for extra time to deploy a surprise tactic. In the 92nd minute, Manchester City launched an attack. Lee Mingyu passed to Bernardo Silva, who, exhausted, had no choice but to return the ball to Lee Mingyu. Due to fatigue, however, Bernardo Silva's pass lacked strength. Like a ravenous leopard, Haaland darted forward, intercepting the ball with his right foot. Lee Mingyu, startled, quickly pivoted and sprinted back to thwart Haaland's advance. In an instant, the defense of Manchester City crumbled completely. Laporte was effortlessly bypassed by Haaland, as Lee Mingyu frantically chased from behind. On the entire defensive line of Manchester City, only Lee Mingyu remained in pursuit of Haaland. The heartbeat of Haaland raced wildly. An opportunity presented itself once more. In the previous season's Champions League final, Haaland and Lee Mingyu had been pivotal figures. In the dying moments of regular time, Real Madrid led by a goal, but Haaland was intercepted by Lee Mingyu, who then executed a long pass from the backfield to Sterling, leveling the score in the final seconds. This error by Haaland shattered Real Madrid's dreams of glory. Yet, Haaland still had hope to clinch victory. In the closing moments of extra time, Real Madrid was awarded a penalty. Due to goalkeeper Ederson's injury, and with no substitutes left, Lee Mingyu donned the goalkeeper's jersey and positioned himself in front of the goal. With a divine performance, he denied Haaland's penalty. In the ensuing shootout, Lee Mingyu, resembling a guardian deity, saved consecutive attempts from Real Madrid players, ultimately leading Manchester City to their first Champions League trophy in history. Lee Mingyu was enshrined as a deity for Manchester City, yet for Real Madrid, he was a demon. Haaland and De Bruyne have been haunted by Lee Mingyu's shadow for an entire year, yearning to break this nightmare in today's match. However, just as they were about to grasp the Champions League trophy, the demon lurking deep within their hearts re-emerged. Lee Mingyu scored a stunning goal, plunging Haaland and De Bruyne back into confusion. How could one possibly overcome him? The players of Real Madrid had lost their spirit. Upon the kickoff, Mbappe fiercely kicked the ball backward, not to De Bruyne, but directly to a defender. With less than 10 seconds remaining in the match, the referee frequently glanced at his watch, ready to blow the final whistle. The coaches of both teams began discussing which players to introduce as surprise substitutes for extra time. Yet, unexpectedly, after the kickoff, Lee Mingyu, like a tiger unleashed, crossed the halfway line and sprinted towards the ball. Mbappe's pass was peculiar, directed between the two center backs. Under normal circumstances, if the two defenders were in sync, there would be no issue. However, since that earlier clash, Alaba and Militao had ignored one another. When the ball was played, Militao thought Alaba would handle it, while Alaba assumed Militao would take charge, leaving both hesitant to approach the ball. Lee Mingyu's speed elicited gasps from players and fans alike. After 90 minutes of play, it was incredible that any player could still exhibit such sprinting prowess. Mbappe's pass lacked force. He merely intended to kick the ball back to waste time, hastening the referee to signal the end of the match and transition into extra time. Yet it was this somewhat feeble pass that presented Lee Mingyu with an opportunity. Casemiro was the first to notice Lee Mingyu's approach, but the exertion of the match had drained him. He attempted to grab Lee Mingyu, only to be shrugged off. Casemiro could not slow Lee Mingyu's momentum in the least. Both Alaba and Militao saw Lee Mingyu charging towards the ball, yet lay between the three of them. Lee Mingyu reached his peak velocity, while Alaba and Militao rushed towards the ball. The referee watched the scene intently. If either Alaba or Militao could intercept the ball, he would unhesitatingly blow the final whistle. However, if Lee Mingyu touched the ball first, the referee would surely grant Manchester City one last attacking opportunity. Chapter 421. The decisive strike. Lee Mingyu, like a hunting cheetah, struck the ball first, lightly tapping it with his right foot as it passed between Alaba and Militao. This sudden turn of events shocked both defenders, who realized that Lee Mingyu was about to slip through them. With no time to close the gap, they finally coordinated their efforts, both reaching out to grab Lee Mingyu, even at the risk of a red card, to prevent his breakthrough. In that moment, Lee Mingyu resembled a vengeful spirit, his eyes filled with fury. Seeing their outstretched arms, he let out a roar, pushing his already maximum speed even further. Militao felt a sharp pain in his fingers as his hand, attempting to grasp Lee Mingyu's arm, was violently knocked aside. Alaba, being more cunning, did not reach for Lee Mingyu's arm, but instead grabbed his jersey. Alaba felt a tremendous force, but his grip remained steadfast on the side of Lee Mingyu's shirt, just as Lee Mingyu appeared to be pulled down by Alaba's foul. The referee was poised to blow his whistle. However, with another fierce roar, Lee Mingyu engaged his core, pushing off the ground with all his might, and shot forward like an arrow, Alaba found himself sitting on the ground, bewildered as he stared at the piece of black fabric in his hand. What had just transpired? The entire crowd had risen to their feet, straining their necks as they witnessed Lee Mingyu evade Alaba's foul. A tear had formed in Lee Mingyu's shirt at his left side, revealing his defined abs, but in that moment, no one focused on his physique. As Lee Mingyu entered the penalty area, he lifted his right foot, for goalkeeper Courtois had already chosen to advance. With Courtois merely 2 meters away, he had lowered his center of gravity and lunged forward. As Lee Mingyu's right foot made contact with the ball, Courtois' expression turned to one of despair. Having misjudged the situation, he had committed all his weight to the ground, powerless against the ball soaring over his head. Time seemed to freeze as everyone's gaze followed the mischievous football, which, at its apex, began to descend rapidly. As it bounced twice within the goal, the entire stadium held its breath. No one could believe their eyes. It felt surreal. However, the referee's gesture pointed towards the center circle, signaling the validity of the goal. Time stood still at 92 minutes and 59 seconds. A last-minute triumph, a true epitome of victory. In the majestic drag, Stadium of Porto, Lee Mingyu delivered a decisive blow to Real Madrid in the final second of regular time. Following his goal, Lee Mingyu swiftly removed his jersey and hurled it into the air, standing within the penalty area of Real Madrid, arms raised high, and let out a thunderous roar. In that instant, the Manchester City fans awoke from their stupor, their tears of joy and exuberant cheers reverberating throughout the grand stadium. Players from the Manchester City bench, along with staff, rushed onto the field. This moment belonged entirely to Manchester City. In stark contrast, the players of Real Madrid wore expressions of despair. De Bruyne knelt on the ground, hands covering his face in anguish. He bore the heaviest burden among the Real Madrid players, having transferred from Manchester City. During his time at Manchester City, he had never clinched a Champions League title, prompting him to seek the brighter prospects of Real Madrid. Little did he anticipate that, mere moments after departing from Manchester City, Lee Mingyu would lead them to their first ever Champions League trophy, snatched right from under his nose. The turmoil of emotions nearly consumed De Bruyne's heart. Regret? Disappointment? Anger? Even De Bruyne himself was at a loss for words regarding his feelings at that moment. This year, with the arrival of Mbappé, De Bruyne was resolute in his determination to secure the Champions League title, to prove to his detractors that he was indeed the finest attacking midfielder in the world. As fate would have it, in a script-like twist, Manchester City and Real Madrid met again in the Champions League final for the second consecutive year. De Bruyne vowed to exact revenge, to claim the trophy before Lee Mingyu, and to proclaim his excellence to the world. Yet, he could not have foreseen that while he had predicted the beginning, he had entirely miscalculated the conclusion. In that moment of despair, De Bruyne's mind went blank, his gaze devoid of focus. Was leaving Manchester City a mistake or a wise decision? Another player in a state of collapse was Mbappé, who had inadvertently made a fatal back pass. Staring blankly, he stood frozen, lost in thought, grappling with the consequences of his error that led to the last-minute defeat. Meanwhile, Haaland stood at midfield, watching the Manchester City players flood onto the field. Unable to contain his tears of a hero. Why must one be pitted against another? Haaland had once believed his lifelong rival would be Mbappé. Yet, with Lee Mingyu's emergence, their rivalry had shifted solely to him. Alone, they could not overcome, so they joined forces, and if that was insufficient, they would unite with others. In an epic confrontation, one would expect that while Guan Yu alone could not defeat El Bu, with Zhang Fei by his side, they could stand against him. However, unexpectedly, as the teams were evenly matched, Liu Bei appeared, charging in with a dual-bladed sword. Le Busse Halbert, Guan Yu's South Green Dragon Crescent Blade, and Zhang Fei's Serpent Spear, each a long weapon. Yet Liu Bei approached with 2 short swords. Ultimately, it was Liu Bei's entrance that provided El Bu with the opportunity to turn the tide, focusing his assault on Liu Bei while leaving the others vulnerable. Thus, though the legendary trio gained fame, it was El Bu who emerged victorious. Chapter 422. The birth of a European king, Lee Mingyu's last-minute goal elegantly concluded this spectacular Champions League final. This match will undoubtedly be remembered as one of the most iconic in the history of the Champions League. Except for Real Madrid, everyone else was left thoroughly satisfied. Spectators were treated to a visual feast, and the dramatic twist culminated in a breathtaking climax. The awards ceremony was about to commence. Real Madrid faced the disappointment of finishing as runners-up for the second consecutive year, a blow far more profound than the previous season. The presence of Lee Mingyu had instilled a psychological shadow of defeat in many players, perhaps to haunt them for eternity. Even years after their retirement, they might awaken from slumber, haunted by the memory of Lee Mingyu's decisive goal. As Real Madrid's players exited the field, the moment of glory finally arrived. Lee Mingyu, alongside his Manchester City teammates, strode proudly to the podium. Guardiola's face radiated joy, as from this moment forth, he would be celebrated as the greatest coach in Champions League history. With 4 Champions League trophies, he became the first coach in history to achieve such a feat. Ancelotti and Zidane, both current coaches, were firmly overshadowed by him. Guardiola could be deemed the luckiest coach in the world. At Barcelona, he had the privilege of coaching Messi, who gifted him 2 Champions League titles. Now at Manchester City, he coached the equally exceptional Lee Mingyu, who did not disappoint, leading him to back-to-back Champions League victories. To have coached either Messi, one of the greatest talents of the 2011 to 2020 era, or Lee Mingyu, the world's foremost player of 2021, is an unparalleled honor. Yet, to have coached both and to have them elevate him to the status of a true supercoach is a remarkable achievement, regardless of others' opinions. His accolades have secured his position as the premier coach in the world. Finally, as he received the prestigious trophy from UEFA President Alexander Efren, Lee Mingyu raised it triumphantly above his head, showers of blue and white confetti cascading down. At that moment, Europe belonged to Manchester City. In the subsequent celebration, the families of every Manchester City player joined on the field. Catherine, with a slight baby bump, stood beaming beside Lee Mingyu, accepting the warmest congratulations from everyone. Their wedding was just 3 months away, set to take place after the conclusion of the European Championship. An even more electrifying figure entered the field, eliciting excitement from the fans. "Congratulations, Mingyu. Thank you for coming, Leo." Messi approached, embracing Lee Mingyu tightly. Gazing at Messi, who had hardly changed, Lee Mingyu asked with a glimmer in his eyes, "Leo, I heard you're planning to come back?" Messi paused for a moment, offering a wry smile as he replied, "Mingyu, you must know, since leaving football, I feel as though my life is missing something. Therefore, I have decided to return." This significant news was conveyed by Messi discreetly to Lee Mingyu. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly become an explosive revelation. "Congratulations to you, Leo. I genuinely hope to face you once more in the upcoming season." Lee Mingyu's gaze transformed into one of determination and fervor. Messi smiled faintly and remarked, "Make sure this old man doesn't defeat you." After exchanging smiles, the two parted ways. Messi glanced at the radiant Catherine standing nearby and inquired, "How many months along are you?" Lee Mingyu responded with a grin, "4 months." Messi replied earnestly, "When the child is born, I wish to be his godfather." Lee Mingyu laughed heartily. "You have no choice in the matter." Witnessing the deep bond between the two, Catherine also beamed with joy. The 2023 to 2024 season had concluded, with Manchester City claiming the Champions League title, a piece of news that reverberated throughout the footballing world. 7-time champions. This marked a historic feat in European football, the only instance where a single team secured every attainable title within a single season. Such an intimidating dominance propelled Manchester City to the pinnacle of European football, unrivaled in its excellence. The fan base of Manchester City surged to the forefront globally, with jersey sales yielding substantial profits. Lee Mingyu's name once again resonated as one of the most illustrious across the globe. Despite the season's end, fans bore no regrets, as the European Championship was set to commence in a month. After the season concluded, Lee Mingyu returned to Spain with Catherine. Following a brief respite, he reported to the Spanish national team. Upon his arrival, his teammates regarded him with envious eyes. The Champions League title is the most coveted honor among European players. For some, it surpasses even the World Cup or the European Championship in value, as their national teams rarely qualify for these tournaments. The Champions League, however, is accessible to many players who can join a top-tier team, offering them a chance at glory. Among those in the Spanish national team, Ferran Torres, just a year older than Lee Mingyu, had also celebrated 2 Champions League victories alongside him, evoking admiration and jealousy. Players like Rodri and Laporte, being Lee Mingyu's teammates, had amassed a plethora of titles. Yet, there were some envious players within the Spanish squad, including Fati, Pedri, Alba, and Eric Garcia, who were former teammates at Barcelona. Lee Mingyu's departure had extinguished their championship aspirations. Following Messi's exit this season, Barcelona entered a painful rebuilding phase. Nonetheless, this predicament allowed young talents like Fati and Pedri to shoulder the team's offensive responsibilities, showcasing remarkable performances and establishing themselves as future cornerstones. As the European Championship approached, Spain inevitably emerged as a favorite for the title. Lee Mingyu's name became a topic of widespread discussion. Perhaps Spain would replicate the glory of its predecessors, securing consecutive World Cup and European Championship titles. Chapter 423. The European Championship approaches, opening matchup set in the span of a month. Lee Mingyu and his teammates began to hone their tactics under Enrique's absolute leadership, commanding the utmost respect from Lee Mingyu. This current Spanish team is undeniably robust, with unity among its players and management. The draw for the European Championship had been completed following the conclusion of last year's qualifiers. With 24 teams divided into 6 groups: Group A, France, Germany, Sweden, Hungary. Group B, Belgium, Denmark, Finland, Slovakia. Group C, Netherlands, Austria, Ukraine, North Macedonia. Group D, England, Croatia, Scotland, Czech Republic. Group E, Spain, Portugal, Norway, Russia. Group F, Italy, Wales, Switzerland, Turkey. Upon the announcement of the groups, there was a stir of excitement in Spain. Portugal, Norway, and Russia were formidable opponents. While Portugal ranked 7th, Norway and Russia were positioned at 44th and 38th, respectively. Despite their seemingly low rankings, both teams were known as giant killers. This year marked Holland's first appearance representing Norway in the European Championship, having last participated in 2000, when Norway failed to progress past the group stage. This year, under Holland's leadership, Norway secured a spot in the tournament through the playoffs. Although facing a Spain team led by Lee Mingyu was an unexpected challenge. After suffering another defeat to Lee Mingyu in this year's Champions League final, Holland bore significant emotional scars. It remained uncertain if he could rally himself to prove his worth on this grand stage. Portugal's squad was particularly illustrious this year, with the 39-year-old Ronaldo maintaining remarkable physical fitness. He had just lifted the Portuguese Super League trophy with Sporting CP and received the league's Golden Boot. This might be Ronaldo's final international tournament. As reports suggested, he would announce his retirement from the national team post-tournament, and next season would mark his last with Sporting. For fans who admire Ronaldo, this European Championship might be their last opportunity to witness his brilliance. He has also become the most capped player in European Championship history, participating in 6 consecutive tournaments. A great player not only possesses immense skill, but also robust physicality, enabling them to endure a lengthy career. Both Ronaldo and Messi exemplify such greatness. In contrast, players like Ronaldinho and Ronaldo, despite their undeniable talent, face careers marred by injuries and other hindrances, preventing a flawless legacy. Lee Mingyu, on the other hand, emerged as an Iron Man. 2 years ago, a severe injury led many to believe he would never regain his peak form. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he not only returned to his zenith, but also guided Manchester City to consecutive championships, a quintuple and a septuple victory, solidifying his status as one of the greatest stars in Premier League history. As long as Lee Mingyu continues to play for Manchester City, he is destined to become the greatest player in Premier League history, without question. Time swiftly passed, and a month had flown by. Europe once again ignited with fervor. In Germany, every city has come alive, particularly in Munich, where the opening ceremony of this year's European Championship will take place at the Allianz Arena, which will also host the final match. As the host nation, the German team will make its debut in the first match, which promises to be a captivating encounter against France. The clash between Germany and France is an eternal topic in European football. On June 12, 2024, at 2100 hours, the Allianz Arena in Munich will welcome fans from around the globe. Accompanied by the majestic anthem of the European Championship, the 17th edition of the tournament will commence. In the opening match, the German team, buoyed by the cheers of their home crowd, surprisingly triumphed over the formidable French squad with a score of 1-0. Although the scoreline did not reflect the dynamics of the game, it nonetheless secured a hard-fought 3 points for Germany. Given their lackluster performance in the European Championship qualifiers, many had doubted their prospects in this tournament. Who could have anticipated that the robust and determined French team would falter against the hosts in their very first match? Post-match reports revealed that tensions erupted once more in the French dressing room, with Kylian Mbappé embroiled in a confrontation with Karim Benzema, who had recently rejuvenated his career at Manchester City. Benzema, having been relegated to the bench at Real Madrid, left out of frustration and joined Manchester City. Though he did not secure a starting position there, Pep Guardiola afforded him several opportunities, including starting him in cup matches. This past year at Manchester City not only allowed Benzema to maintain his form, but also led to his reinstatement in the national team by the new head coach, Zinedine Zidane. Benzema's journey with the national team has been fraught with challenges, and upon his return, significant friction arose between him and Mbappé. Mbappé believed Benzema should play a supporting role, while Benzema, having triumphed over Real Madrid twice, felt that a defeated player should not presume to lecture him on courage. Consequently, their on-field collaboration was virtually non-existent. After the match, Benzema's frustration boiled over, and as he passed through the interview area, he could no longer contain himself, expressing to reporters that sometimes one runs tirelessly, yet the ball fails to come. Perhaps they could have established a better understanding, but alas, that was not the case. This statement ignited a powder keg. Upon returning to the dressing room, Mbappé learned of Benzema's comments and perceived them as thinly veiled references to himself, which incensed him, leading to a physical confrontation between the two. Despite being the senior player, Benzema lacked influence within this team, resulting in him coming off worse after the altercation. Zidane found himself in a precarious position. Since taking the helm of the French national team, he had not experienced a single day of tranquility. His authority, which should have intimidated these prideful players, was undermined by Benzema's public disclosure of the dressing room conflict, which left Zidane deeply displeased. Having himself experienced internal discord within the French team during the 2002 World Cup, he understood the ramifications all too well. As defending champions, France boasted an impressive roster featuring 3 top scorers from the major leagues: Thierry Henry from the Premier League, Djibril Cissé from Ligue 1, and David Trezeguet from Serie A, alongside the ever-reliable Zidane. Such a lineup meant that even finishing as runners-up would be unacceptable to French fans. Yet, as history recalls, the team failed to score in 3 matches and suffered the humiliation of being eliminated in the group stage, joining only 2 other teams, China and Saudi Arabia, who similarly failed to find the net. The plethora of stars led to rampant egos clashing, each player vying for a starting position, transforming what appeared to be a formidable team into a mere facade of strength. Consequently, Zidane was infuriated by the dressing room conflict, and after consulting with the French Football Federation, he made the decisive choice to expel Benzema from the national team, while Mbappé received a 1-match suspension. This mutual downfall not only marked Benzema's definitive exit from the national team, but likely signaled the end of his international career. Mbappe's suspension further exacerbated the woes of an already beleaguered French squad. Zidane's ruthless approach served to assert his dominance within the team, making it abundantly clear that he was the leader and any dissenters were to be cast aside. The events of the opening day of the tournament were nothing short of riveting, with unexpected outcomes and dramatic revelations leaving a lasting impression. Benzema promptly returned home, while Lee Mingyu extended his regards, which went unanswered, suggesting Benzema's phone had been switched off entirely. For Lee Mingyu, this incident bore no significant repercussions. To him, Benzema was merely a teammate, and their relationship was not particularly close, rendering a simple greeting sufficient, as the forthcoming matches remained paramount. The following day's matches featured 2 seemingly inconspicuous teams engaging in a goal fest, with Sweden drawing 3 against Hungary, providing a glimmer of hope for France. On June 13th, at 1800 hours, the group stage continued, with Belgium narrowly defeating Denmark 1 o'clock. It remains unclear what promises Belgium made to Chelsea's chairman, Abramovich, but he finally relented, allowing Romelu Lukaku to depart this summer. In this match, Lukaku showcased his talent, using his formidable physique to overpower defenders and scoring the sole goal. Overcome with emotion, Lukaku shed tears, marking his first goal in a competitive match since facing Manchester City. His current form is likely to attract suitors willing to prize him away from Stamford Bridge. Meanwhile, in the match between Finland and Slovakia, neither team managed to score, resulting in a lackluster 0-0 draw, the dullest match of the tournament thus far. The uninspiring play and frequent player errors left many spectators regretting their ticket purchases. The physical prowess of Slovakia turned the match into a wrestling contest, with the referee issuing 7 yellow cards and 1 red card, making it the only highlight of an otherwise dreary affair. On June 14th, the Netherlands triumphed over Austria 3-1, Ukraine edged North Macedonia 1 o'clock, and England decisively defeated Croatia 4 o'clock. On June 15th at 1500 hours, the Czech Republic narrowly overcame Scotland 1 o'clock. However, in the aftermath of these matches, all of Europe, and indeed the world, eagerly anticipated the upcoming clash between Spain and Portugal, the Iberian Showdown. The last encounter between these two teams in the European Championship dates back to 2012, marking the twilight of Spain's golden era. In the semi-finals of that European Championship, the Spanish team triumphed over Portugal only through a penalty shootout, surmounting the formidable obstacle posed by the Portuguese squad. In the final, Spain effortlessly overwhelmed Italy with a score of 4-0, becoming the first team to defend their European Championship title. This time, the two teams met again, as if in a cycle. The previous encounter marked the twilight of Spain's golden era, while now, it heralded the dawn of a new chapter for the Spanish team. Ronaldo bore witness to both confrontations. At 1800 hours, in the Westfalen Stadion, the Spanish and Portuguese teams entered the arena. Lee Mingyu and Ronaldo donned their respective captains' armbands, their expressions grave as they approached the pitch. The entire crowd rose in unison, delivering thunderous applause, eager for an extraordinary display from both teams. Clad in their traditional red jerseys adorned with yellow accents, Spain exuded the spirit of matadors. In stark contrast, Portugal donned an all-black away kit, emanating an aura of fierce determination. The sight of these two teams on the field sent shivers down the spines of the spectators. Such a clash could only unfold on the grand stage of the European Championship. Having vanquished Messi, Lee Mingyu now sought to confront the other half of the legendary duo. Should he triumph over Ronaldo, his ascendance to greatness would be firmly established, with both superstars serving as milestones along his path to divinity. With the referee's whistle, the highly anticipated match commenced. Congratulations to the host for signing in at Westfalen Stadion, acquiring the talent of Portuguese legend Eusebio, Black Panther. Black Panther, a talent-based ability that elevates the host's speed beyond the limit of 100. Though the match had begun, Lee Mingyu found himself momentarily stunned. His speed had already reached 97, capable of ascending to 99 through skill enhancements, yet he had never breached the elusive threshold of 100. However, today, the legendary ability bestowed upon him by Eusebio propelled his speed attribute to 99 without any augmentations. Upon receiving a back pass from Pedri, Lee Mingyu could no longer contain himself. He activated his acceleration. In an instant, he was astounded to discover that his speed attribute had soared to 101. Chapter 425. The fastest goal in European Championship history. No one anticipated that Lee Mingyu would unleash his full power right from the opening whistle. Portugal's midfield trio, Bernardo Silva, Bruno Fernandes, and Danilo Pereira, were all elite players from the top 5 leagues. Although Bernardo Silva appeared less prominent at Manchester City, he had become an irreplaceable figure upon returning to the national team. Fernandes's performances at Manchester United had secured him a pivotal role in the midfield. Danilo Pereira, a robust holding midfielder, provided crucial defensive stability for Portugal. Yet Pereira was caught off guard by the immediate onslaught from the world's top player. Familiar with Lee Mingyu from their encounters in the Champions League, the Paris Saint-Germain player had previously found it challenging to defend against him. However, today's sudden burst of speed from Lee Mingyu left Pereira feeling utterly helpless. The unprecedented velocity exceeded all expectations, granting Lee Mingyu a sensation of unrestrained liberation as he sprinted. Where he once felt a slight burden during acceleration, now he glided forward like a shooting star. A deft touch sent Pereira stumbling, nearly falling to the ground. The crowd erupted in fervor, treated to an exhilarating spectacle right from the outset. Lee Mingyu's speed astonished the fans in attendance. In a private box, a bearded Messi watched in disbelief as Lee Mingyu sped across the pitch. This young talent had ascended to new heights. On the sidelines, Enrique wore an expression of astonishment, as witnessing Lee Mingyu's speed felt akin to a racing car zipping past. Ronaldo surged past the halfway line, but quickly halted, astonished to see Lee Mingyu breach into his half, wearing a look of disbelief. The more he observed, the more his heart raced. This speed was unattainable even at his peak. Ronaldo's gaze towards Lee Mingyu transformed from that of a generational rivalry to one of reverence. akin to gazing at a towering mountain. Over the years, he had become acutely aware of Lee Mingyu's immense potential and the heights he would reach, far surpassing his own achievements. Yet, Ronaldo felt no despondency. After all, he and Messi were both being eclipsed. Competing alongside such a formidable player in the same era was, in itself, a rare privilege. Within 5 seconds, Lee Mingyu had darted into the Portuguese penalty area. The Portuguese defense was in disarray, unprepared for Lee Mingyu's explosive start. The central defender was easily bypassed, and facing the advancing goalkeeper, Lee Mingyu executed a low shot that found the back of the net. At 31 seconds, the fastest goal in European Championship history was recorded. Some fans were still settling into their seats when they realized the score had already changed. As they witnessed Lee Mingyu celebrating in exuberance, all Spanish supporters rose in jubilant applause, overwhelmed by the sudden wave of happiness. The fastest goal in the history of the European Championship had been born. The Portuguese players stood in a daze, bewildered by the turn of events. Portugal's coach, Fernando Santos, slapped his forehead in disbelief. What a prodigy! This year's Portuguese squad was undoubtedly the strongest in its history, surpassing even the legendary Golden Generation led by Figo. Each player held a starting position in the top 5 leagues, endowed with extensive experience in high-stakes matches. Thus, Santos harbored great ambitions for this European Championship. Yet, unexpectedly, right from the outset, Lee Mingyu delivered a harsh reality check, awakening them from their dreams. Spain was the team most favored to succeed in this tournament. Lee Mingyu, a statistical marvel, would soon etch his name alongside long-forgotten records, much like the World Cup 2 years prior, where he inscribed his name at the pinnacle of the scoring charts. The term terrifying no longer sufficed to describe his prowess. In the annals of the European Championship, the player with the most goals was Ronaldo, who had participated in 6 tournaments, netting 14 goals across the first 5. Before the last European Championship, Ronaldo had scored 9 goals in 4 tournaments, sharing the top spot with Platini. Unexpectedly, in the previous competition, Ronaldo exhibited remarkable prowess, scoring 5 goals and elevating his total European Championship tally to a staggering 14. While this number might seem insurmountable to others, for Lee Mingyu, it could merely represent the achievements of a couple of tournaments. Indeed, within mere seconds of the match's commencement, he found the back of the net. The Spanish players were exhilarated, as none anticipated that they could take the lead so swiftly against formidable opponents Portugal, a development that would prove advantageous for the remainder of the match. As the game resumed, it was evident that the Portuguese players were affected by the recent goal. When Fay attempted to pass to Ronaldo, a miscommunication occurred. Fortunately, Bernardo Silva's timely intervention thwarted Spain's ensuing fast break. Ronaldo, visibly frustrated, directed a stern admonishment at Fay, urging him to regain focus, for Fay was the linchpin of the Portuguese midfield. Without his composure, it would be impossible to contend with the robust Spanish side alone. Fay's expression grew serious as he inhaled deeply, determined to cast aside thoughts of the earlier goal and his previous error, fully committing himself to the match. As anticipated, Portugal soon regained their usual form, engaging Spain in a spirited contest. Though Spain boasted a superstar like Lee Mingyu, Portugal's strength lay in their balanced team, with every player a world-class talent. At just 24, Felix, hailed as Ronaldo's successor, had already established himself as a key player for Atletico Madrid. Last season, he played a pivotal role in securing Atletico's 2nd place in La Liga and scored in both encounters against Real Madrid, marking him as Portugal's rising star. In the 13th minute of the first half, Ronaldo made a breakthrough down the flank and unleashed a sharp shot from the edge of the penalty area. Simon, the established goalkeeper for Athletic Bilbao, was well prepared and successfully parried Ronaldo's attempt. However, the rebound fell to Felix, albeit slightly behind him. Should he attempt to hook the ball, he would likely lose the chance for a subsequent shot. In a moment of brilliance, Felix executed an unconventional scorpion kick, directing the ball towards the Spanish goal. Simon, caught off guard by Felix's audacity, was unable to react in time as the ball nestled into the net behind him. After scoring, Felix leapt joyously towards the stands, embracing the moment with open arms, radiating triumph. This goal ignited fervor among the Portuguese fans, and Ronaldo, grinning broadly, rushed to celebrate with him. The goalkeeper, Simon, with a resigned expression, retrieved the ball from the net and kicked it back to midfield, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Portugal's coach Santos, equally elated, shared a jubilant embrace with his assistants, recognizing the timely significance of this goal. The score was now level at 1-1, returning both teams to a fresh start. Lee Mingyu, awed by Felix's imaginative strike, recognized that Portugal was no longer merely Ronaldo's team. Every player now shone as a prominent star. As play resumed, Lee Mingyu's speed continued to instill fear in the Portuguese defense. Within 20 minutes, he had drawn 5 fouls and 3 yellow cards from the Portuguese players. His astonishing pace surpassed all expectations, leaving the Portuguese defenders bewildered, as they had never encountered a player capable of such instantaneous acceleration. Unlike Messi or Ronaldo, or even Haaland or Mbappe, who required a certain distance to build up speed, Lee Mingyu's agility rendered their tactics ineffective. He could evade defenders the moment he touched the ball, and his ability to change pace and direction left the Portuguese players lamenting their fate. The accumulation of yellow cards instilled a sense of trepidation in Portugal's defensive line. In the 30th minute, Lee Mingyu executed a delightful 1-2 with Pedri, accelerating past Pereira's defense and confronting the Portuguese backline. Feigning a pass, he drew attention from the defenders, momentarily halting their advance. This hesitation allowed him to slip past, leaving Ruben Dias, his Manchester City teammate, in a precarious position. As Dias considered pulling Lee Mingyu down, he hesitated, realizing he was the last defender and that such an action would result in a red card and a penalty. Ultimately, he watched helplessly as Lee Mingyu maneuvered past him. On the sidelines, Santos lost his composure, kicking a water bottle in frustration. With a clear shot on goal, Lee Mingyu had never missed such an opportunity. He struck the ball, sending it through the goalkeeper's legs and into the net. The score was now 2-1, restoring Spain's lead. Lee Mingyu, exhilarated, sprinted towards the stands, arms wide open, as if inviting the Spanish fans into his embrace. With his individual brilliance, he had turned the tide, exhausting the Portuguese defense, which had succumbed to 3 yellow cards, rendering them tentative in their attempts to thwart him. In the ensuing matches of the first half, the Portuguese team displayed a struggle against the formidable Spanish squad. Faced with such a dominant opponent, should they adopt a defensive counterattack or persist with aggressive assaults? Coach Santos, in a moment of resignation, gestured for the Portuguese players to fortify their defense and await opportunities to strike. Consequently, the midfield of Portugal fell silent, as the Spanish team seized control of the game's tempo. In the 42nd minute, Ferran Torres, while cutting in, was unceremoniously brought down by an opposing defender. The referee, without hesitation, awarded a direct free kick and issued a yellow card as a form of encouragement. Positioned approximately 25 meters from the goal, the angle was slightly askew. It was ample for Lee Mingyu. The Portuguese side, recognizing the threat, formed a wall of 5 players to obscure the goal. The goalkeeper, wary of the situation, opted to stand centrally rather than at the far post, attempting to cover both sides. Observing the indecisive goalkeeper, Lee Mingyu smiled subtly, pondering the strategy behind standing in the middle of the goal. What then was the purpose of the wall? Ronaldo stood among the wall, but couldn't help but grimace at the sight of Lee Mingyu positioned behind the ball, evoking memories of past disappointments. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Lee Mingyu commenced his run, striking the side of the ball with his left foot and then swinging his right leg back forcefully, akin to a whip, making contact with the lower half of the ball. The Portuguese wall leapt desperately, only to realize that Lee Mingyu's shot was directed not over their heads, but towards the far corner. Ronaldo, relieved, turned a glance at the goal. Typically, with the near corner blocked by the wall, the goalkeeper would position himself closer to the far post to mitigate the threat of the free kick. However, to Ronaldo's horror, he saw the goalkeeper awkwardly shifting from the center of the goal towards the far corner. Yet, human speed could not outpace the ball. Having taken just 2 steps, the goalkeeper had not even leaped when the ball sped past him into the net. The Spanish fans erupted in deafening cheers. The formidable Lee Mingyu, in his debut European Championship match, had already completed a hat-trick before the first half concluded. Ronaldo despaired at the foolish positioning of the goalkeeper, feeling a sense of hopelessness. This was surely a jest at his expense. The referee's whistle sounded at the 46th minute, signaling the end of the first half, with a scoreline of 3-1. The stands were alive with jubilant Spanish supporters, while the Portuguese fans wore expressions of dismay. Initially, they had dreamt of their team's lineup this year, but now confronted a harsh reality. Their aspirations of glory were dealt a crushing blow in the very first match. They had assumed that, when facing Spain, the 2 teams would at least be evenly matched. Little did they know that Lee Mingyu had transformed into an entirely different player, achieving a hat-trick in the first half and turning the tide for the Portuguese team. Back in the locker room, silence reigned among the Portuguese players. Ronaldo sat with a grave expression. His fatigue was palpable. At 39 years of age, having fought through a season only to join the European Championship, his physical condition was a significant constraint. This was to be his final major tournament, and he was determined not to conclude his career on a sour note. The last time Portugal won the European Championship, he bore the regret of being injured in the final, forced to watch helplessly as his teammates battled on the pitch. Although Portugal claimed the title, the experience left him feeling incomplete. If he could lead the team to victory in this European Championship, it would be the perfect farewell gift. Brothers, lift your heads and do not lose heart. The European Championship is not defined by a single match. Ronaldo's somber voice inspired his teammates to look towards him. Their eyes filled with respect. He was undoubtedly the benchmark of the Portuguese national team, unmatched by any player before him. Eusebio and Figo, who had previously led Portugal to glory, could not compare to Ronaldo's stature. Most of the players in this Portuguese squad had been friends and teammates of Ronaldo for many years and held him in high esteem. Even the young Flicks regarded Ronaldo as his idol. Perhaps we cannot defeat Spain, but today we cannot concede defeat so easily. We must embody the spirit of Portugal and prepare for the upcoming matches. Our ultimate goal is the championship. Advancing from a group stage is our immediate priority. We cannot allow our morale to be shattered in this match. Bruno, I need you to control the tempo in midfield. Flicks, I require your support. Everyone, let us rally our spirits. In the second half, we cannot allow Spain to score again, and we must not let that rascal Lee Mingyu wreak havoc in our defense. If he dares to charge again, do not hesitate to foul him. Let him understand the consequences of his aggression. With that, everyone rose, encircling Ronaldo and shouting in unison. Coach Santos exhaled softly, reassured by Ronaldo's leadership. Seizing the moment of heightened morale, Santos outlined the tactical arrangements for the remainder of the match. In the Spanish locker room, players expressed satisfaction with their performance in the first half, discussing the thrilling moments that had transpired. Lee Mingyu sat quietly, eyes closed, endeavoring to restore his stamina. Despite scoring 3 goals, the exertion had been immense. This Spanish team, like Manchester City, revolved around Lee Mingyu as its core. The attacking trio had not performed at their best today, prompting Lee Mingyu to take matters into his own hands. With Ronaldo's departure from Juventus, there had been hopes for Morata's resurgence. However, Juventus had failed to secure a top 4 finish last season, marking their first absence from the Champions League since the 2010 to 2011 season. The current center forward for Spain was Gerard Moreno for Villarreal. Although Moreno's performance today left something to be desired, he excelled in ball retention and creating space. The wingers, Ferran Torres from Manchester City and Pedri from Barcelona, both familiar with Lee Mingyu, had significantly contributed to his midfield incursions in the first half. Ferran Torres, after 2 years of collaboration with Lee Mingyu, has matured into a remarkably skilled winger. Likewise, Pedri has swiftly ascended to become the focal point of the team's attack following the departures of Lee Mingyu and Messi from FC Barcelona. The 15-minute halftime interlude swiftly elapsed, and both teams returned to the pitch. Lee Mingyu observed the Portuguese squad, surprised to see they were undeterred by their first-half deficit. Truly, the resilience of the Portuguese team is commendable. I wonder if I can score again and see how well you endure it. With the referee's whistle, the second half commenced. The Portuguese team exhibited a markedly improved demeanor in the second half, catching the Spanish players unawares. Ferran, now exuding confidence in midfield, evaded Moreno's challenge with a deft pass to Bernardo Silva, who surged down the flank. Not hesitating, Bernardo sent the ball forward to Ronaldo. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, executed a stunning bicycle kick, effortlessly maneuvering past the reckless Alaba. Alaba attempted to tug on Ronaldo's jersey, but the latter's sudden acceleration thwarted his efforts. As Ronaldo advanced down the wing, he angled inward, his rapid footwork evoking tears of joy from some longtime Portuguese fans. He has returned. The man has returned. Even Lee Mingyu was taken aback, questioning whether this was truly a 39-year-old player. His pace could easily convince one that he was in his 20s. Eric Garcia attempted to intervene, yet Ronaldo dismissed him with a swift burst of speed, gliding past him effortlessly. After departing Manchester City for Barcelona, Eric had earned the trust of his new team and become a cornerstone of their defense. However, facing the formidable Ronaldo, he was unable to contain him. Feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder, Eric cursed under his breath and turned to pursue. Yet after bypassing Eric, Ronaldo lifted his left foot and unleashed a powerful shot. Goalkeeper Simon, caught off guard by the suddenness of the strike, could only extend a hand in vain as the ball whizzed by. A chill ran through Simon's heart, but before he could react, he heard a resounding thud. To his relief, Ronaldo's shot had struck the far post and ricocheted away. Simon, having narrowly escaped disaster, dove to secure the ball beneath him, much to Felix's chagrin, who had been poised for a rebound. Ronaldo's expression reflected deep anguish, as the effort had drained his already limited stamina, leaving him feeling hollow and fatigued. After a moment of composure on the ground, Simon rose and distributed the ball to center-back Laporte, initiating Spain's offensive progression from the back. Ronaldo refrained from pressing forward, conserving his energy for the attack. Felix and Jota relentlessly pursued the Spanish defenders, but their lack of support rendered their efforts futile, leading to extensive energy expenditure without even touching the ball. Ronaldo's absence in defense left Portugal's frontline pressure lacking in cohesion. After over a minute of passing, the Portuguese forwards reluctantly retreated to midfield, wary of further exhausting themselves. With the absence of oppressive defense, Spain's passing became increasingly effortless. Lim Mingyu, orchestrating from the center, continually circulated the ball across the flanks, forcing the Portuguese formation to follow suit. The Portuguese midfielders once again lost control of the center. In the 60th minute, after a series of short passes, Lim Mingyu suddenly launched a long pass. Ferran Torres, attuned to the play, executed a clever offside maneuver, creating a one-on-one opportunity. However, recognizing the tight angle, Ferran opted for a cutback pass, delivering the ball to the heart of the 6-yard box. Moreno, arriving in time, slotted the ball into the empty net. The score advanced to 4-2, a significant blow to the Portuguese side. A defensive lapse allowed Lim Mingyu's long ball to slice through their backline, revealing the team's lack of synergy. Ronaldo shook his head in resignation, feeling powerless against such a team. In the 70th minute, Santos substituted the fatigued Ronaldo for Ruben Neves from Wolverhampton, signaling Portugal's concession and preparation for future matches. Ronaldo solemnly removed his captain's armband and placed it on Ferran's arm, patting his shoulder in silence. In the 76th minute, Portugal earned a promising attacking opportunity. Ferran and Felix combined effectively in the final third, but Felix's shot was thwarted by Simon, who palmed it out for a corner, much to Felix's frustration. From the corner, Lim Mingyu soared above the rest to clear the ball to Pedri, who swiftly turned and charged toward the Portuguese half. Portugal committed numerous players to the attack, leaving only Cancelo and Dias to hastily retreat. As Pedri advanced, he frequently glanced back at his teammates' movements, spotting a familiar figure. His eyes lit up. Lim Mingyu had dashed forward after clearing the ball. Spain quickly established a 3-on-3 situation in the attacking third, with Lim Mingyu advancing on the right, Pedri in the center, and Ferran on the left. This simultaneous advance left Portugal's defense scrambling. As Pedri faced an approaching defender, he deftly passed to the on-rushing Lim Mingyu. Without hesitation, Lim Mingyu accelerated past Cancelo, showing no mercy to his club teammate. After bypassing Cancelo, he cut inward toward the center, while the remaining Portuguese defenders closed in on him and the goalkeeper braced for action. Unexpectedly, at the edge of the penalty area, Lim Mingyu chose to pass to the unmarked Pedri on the opposite side. Overjoyed, Pedri seized the opportunity presented by Lim Mingyu, unleashing a powerful shot that sent the ball soaring into the Portuguese net. The score read 5-2. Chapter 429. Lim Mingyu, I desire your jersey with victory secured. Enrique decided to substitute Lim Mingyu. As he walked off the pitch, the Spanish fans rose in applause, and even a number of Portuguese supporters joined in, acknowledging Lim Mingyu's commendable performance. After his exit, the Portuguese team managed to organize a few commendable attacks. Ultimately, both teams scored once more in the closing minutes, culminating in a score of 6-3, which set a record for the most goals in a European Championship match. This tally also established a new record for Spain in the tournament. Following the match, Lim Mingyu gathered with his teammates at the center of the pitch to express gratitude to the traveling Spanish fans. As he was leaving, he suddenly heard someone in the stands calling his name. Initially, he paid little attention. However, upon realizing the voice was calling in Chinese and was both urgent and youthful, he paused at the players' tunnel, looking toward the source. There stood a young boy of about 10, wearing an anxious expression. When the boy noticed Lee Mingyu had stopped and was looking at him, his disappointed eyes lit up with a spark of joy, and he excitedly waved his hands, shouting, "Lee Mingyu, can you give me your jersey?" Due to the surrounding noise, Lee Mingyu did not catch the request clearly. As he leaned in to hear better, a security guard approached to intervene. However, with a smile, Lee Mingyu gently pushed past the guard, assuring him, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." The guard simply shrugged and stepped aside. Approaching the barrier, the boy repeated his plea, "Lee Mingyu, can you give your jersey?" This time, Lee Mingyu heard him and smiled brightly. Just as he was about to remove his jersey, he paused, saying, "Wait a moment. Let me change into a new one in the locker room. I'll give you this jersey." The boy misinterpreted this as a refusal, and his face fell with disappointment. "Really? Can I trust you?" he asked. Lee Mingyu, amused by the boy's expression, replied earnestly, "Trust me, I would never lie to you. Just wait here, I'll be right back." With that, he hurried into the players' tunnel. Behind him, he heard a heart-wrenching voice calling out, "Lee Mingyu, I'll wait for you. I'll wait forever. You must come back." What a dramatic little actor. Back in the locker room, Lee Mingyu was met with cheers from his teammates. To debut in the European Championship and achieve a hat trick in his first match was an extraordinary experience. Pedri approached with a smile, holding a match ball, saying, "Lee, I got this from the referee. Take it as a keepsake." Lee Mingyu gratefully accepted it, replying, "Thank you." Pedri grinned, "No need to thank me. Just pass me the ball more in the next match." The other teammates responded with playful boos, expressing their discontent with the cheeky lad. Lee Mingyu placed the ball on his spot, removed his jersey, and donned a new one. Curiously, Ferran Torres asked, "Why are you changing so quickly? Aren't you going to shower?" Lee Mingyu smiled slightly, holding his old jersey. "There's a little fan outside who insists on having my jersey. I couldn't say no." As he walked out, the friendly teasing of his teammates followed him. Not wanting to keep the young fan waiting, Lee Mingyu briskly exited. The boy was craning his neck, eagerly watching the entrance of the players' tunnel. Beside him stood another boy, about the same age, wearing a Ronaldo jersey, who scoffed, "Your hero is just playing you. He won to come out." The young fan glared back, retorting in fluent Portuguese. Lee would never lie. He said he would return, and he will. He is a real man, not a liar. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out from the tunnel. "Of course I wouldn't lie." The boy turned in surprise to see Lee Mingyu approaching, clad in a new jersey and holding the old one with a smile. The young fan leaned forward with excitement, nearly toppling over the barrier, but was saved by a nearby adult. Lee Mingyu, startled by the boy's recklessness, felt a wave of relief. Despite the low height, a fall could have serious consequences for such a young child. He stepped closer and handed the jersey to the boy, saying, "I promised I would come back, and here I am. No need to rush." Receiving the jersey, the boy hugged it tightly, his face radiant with happiness. The boy in the Ronaldo jersey cast a glance of envy, acknowledging Lee Mingyu's exceptional skills, though he maintained a facade of indifference. "Lee Mingyu, can we take a picture together?" the young fan asked eagerly. Lee Mingyu had no intention of declining such a request. He approached, grasped the barrier, and gracefully leaped down to the lower step, aligning himself with the boy's height. The boy excitedly waved to his father to come take the picture. His father, a handsome Spaniard, likely passed on his looks from the boy's mother, making Lee Mingyu feel a sense of warmth towards him. After the photo was taken, Lee Mingyu patted the boy's head, jumped back up the steps, and walked straight into the players' tunnel. "Lee Mingyu, my name is Zhang Xiaohu. Wait for me. When I grow up, I want to fight alongside you." Lee Mingyu raised his right hand, waving it vigorously as if sealing a pact with the child. Zhang Xiaohu watched Lee Mingyu's retreating figure, a bright smile gracing his face as he unfolded the jersey, holding it close and inhaling deeply, savoring the lingering scent of a true man. Envious glances surrounded him, especially from the boy in the Ronaldo jersey. Chapter 430, the second round of matches. Qualification and elimination. The clash between the two great rivals ignited the atmosphere of the European Championship. Both teams delivered a thrilling 9-goal spectacle, fueling the excitement of the tournament. 3 hours later, the new entrants, Norway, prepared to face Russia. The Norwegian squad boasted not only the super striker Haaland from Real Madrid, but also Odegaard, who had established himself at Arsenal alongside H. Jlund, a former player for AC Milan. The Norwegian team bears a striking resemblance to the Portuguese squad of Europe, both revolving around a singular superstar. Erling Haaland, as the most formidable player in this ensemble, has rightfully assumed the role of captain and offensive linchpin. The Russian team has experienced steady development over the years, lacking the emergence of standout stars. With a balanced strength that positions them as a team that is neither particularly formidable nor entirely lacking. The clash between these two teams promises to be intriguing. Unexpectedly, perhaps spurred by the previous match's intensity, Holland showcased his prowess in his inaugural European Championship appearance by netting a hat-trick, leading his team to a resounding 3-0 victory over Russia. The match's progression was not closely tied to its outcome. Norway managed only 5 shots on goal, all courtesy of Holland. His remarkable ability to seize opportunities was nothing short of astonishing, with all 5 attempts landing within the goal, 2 of which were parried by the goalkeeper, while he was powerless against the remaining 3. Throughout the match, Russia dictated the tempo, yet Norway's defense was surprisingly robust, exhibiting continuity and solidity that rendered it exceedingly difficult for Russian forwards to capitalize on scoring opportunities. Norway's performance has rendered this group intriguingly unpredictable. Lee Mingyu and Holland lead their teams, evidently prepared to exert every effort to break free from this group. Fortunately, the European Championships format is less ruthless than that of the World Cup. After 3 rounds, the top 2 teams from each of the 6 groups advance directly, with the 4 best third-place teams also making it to the knockout stage. Nevertheless, third-place teams may still encounter formidable group winners, making the path to advancement perilous. Consequently, within this group, no one is keen to vie for the best third position. Following 2 matches, discussions abound regarding which team, Portugal or Norway, will emerge as the third in this group, contingent upon the results of the upcoming matches. In the next round, Spain will face Norway, while Portugal contends with Russia. Should Portugal secure victory against Russia, they will claim 3 points, setting the stage for a decisive final encounter against Norway. By the conclusion of matches on the 15th, a total of 13 goals have been scored across 3 games, marking the highest tally of goals in a single day since the commencement of this European Championship. On June 16th, the group stage continued with Italy drawing 2-2 against Wales and Switzerland narrowly defeating Turkey 1-0. At 2100 hours, the second round of the group stage commenced with France taking on Sweden. Following their loss in the first round, France was afforded a glimmer of hope when Sweden and Hungary drew. Prior to the match, all eyes were on France, anticipated to secure an effortless victory. Although France ultimately triumphed 1-0 over Sweden, the match's execution left much to be desired. France did not resemble a superpower, as Sweden managed to control the game's rhythm, with possession rates soaring to 33 against France's 67. Had it not been for Paul Pogba's fortunate deflected shot in the 83rd minute, resulting in a goal due to a goalkeeping misjudgment, the match might well have ended in a stalemate. With Benzema's withdrawal from the national team and Mbappe's internal suspension, France's front line appeared alarmingly weakened. After 2 matches, both France and Germany found themselves with 3 points, placing them in second position. However, on the 17th, Germany faced a dramatic 0-1 defeat against Hungary, intensifying the group's competitive landscape. Hungary, with 1 win and 1 draw, topped the group with 4 points, while Germany and France stood at 3 points each, and Sweden languished at the bottom with just 1 point. Although Sweden currently sits at the bottom, their final match against Germany could yield a potential breakthrough if they secure a win. Thus, the group's outcome remains uncertain, with Hungary likely having secured a spot in the knockout stage, given their 4 points. The subsequent matches within the group unfolded without significant upheaval. Belgium triumphed 2-0 over Finland, with Lukaku netting both goals, displaying commendable form. Reports suggest numerous teams have begun negotiations with Chelsea for Lukaku's acquisition, including Manchester City. Guardiola, dissatisfied with Harry Kane's performance, sees Lukaku's potential partnership with Lee Mingyu as a formidable frontline duo, instilling fear across Europe. Denmark defeated Slovakia 3-0. After 2 rounds, the group's advancement prospects became decidedly clearer. Belgium, with 2 victories, topped the group, while Denmark, with 1 win and 1 loss, occupied second place. Finland and Slovakia each garnered 1 point, ranking 3rd and 4th respectively. Belgium has already secured progression, while Denmark is poised for a straightforward final round against Finland, with the principal question being whether Belgium will ease off in their last match. On June 18th, the Netherlands edged out Ukraine 3-2, Austria triumphed over North Macedonia 4-0, and England defeated Scotland 3-0. The group's advancement scenarios began to take shape, with the Netherlands leading with 2 victories and 6 points. Austria stood second with 3 points, followed by Ukraine with 3 points, and North Macedonia, having lost both matches, was eliminated. The final round will see Austria and Ukraine face off, with the outcome resting solely on their respective performances. England's victory over Scotland was anticipated. On June 19th, the Czech Republic secured a narrow 1-0 victory against Croatia, evoking a sense of sorrow for the once mighty Croatian team, which had previously claimed 3rd place in the World Cup and was a runner-up in the European Championship. Following Modric's retirement, Croatia has inevitably entered a rebuilding phase, and consecutive losses have rendered their hopes of advancing to the knockout stage largely theoretical. England, with 2 victories, leads the group. The Czech Republic, with 2 1-0 wins, ranks second, while Scotland occupies 3rd place, and Croatia finds itself at the bottom. Should Croatia defeat Scotland in their final match, they may still harbor hopes of qualifying as one of the best 3rd-place teams. However, Scotland will not relinquish this solitary opportunity easily, making the final round a critical showdown. Chapter 431. The artful dribble of a beautiful player at the prime time of 1800 hours German time. Spain welcomed Norway as their second opponent in the European Championship. The level of anticipation for this match was on par with the initial clash between Spain and Portugal, as both teams boasted a world-class attacking talent. Moreover, most importantly, these 2 premier attacking talents in the world each accomplished a hat-trick in the initial round of matches, leading their teams to victory. Currently, Lee Mingyu, boasting a greater number of assists, occupies the top position in the European Championship's scoring leaderboard, with Holland closely trailing him, sharing the same tally of goals. The anticipation surrounding this match is palpable, as spectators are eager to witness the sparks that will ignite when these 2 superstars, both making their European Championship debuts, collide on the field. Unexpectedly, the venue for today's match is the very same ground where Spain played its first match, the illustrious Westfalen Stadion. Could this be a lucky charm for Lee Mingyu? However, Holland asserts that this is his home ground, for the Westfalen Stadion is the fortress of the formidable German club, Borussia Dortmund, where he once honed his skills and established his reputation as a world-class striker. This is indeed the birthplace of his dreams. In comparison to Lee Mingyu, this ground undoubtedly belongs more to Holland. Standing side by side, their gazes fixed ahead, the 2 young athletes exhibit little interest in one another, while players behind them regard the duo with a mix of admiration and envy, marveling at how such youthful talents have reached such elevated standards. Under the guidance of the referee, both teams emerge from the tunnel, greeted by an eruption of cheers from the crowd. Holland feels a tremor within his body, not from fear, but from exhilaration. This is his territory, where he has triumphed over numerous strong adversaries. It is his sanctuary. The majority of the crowd comprises local supporters from Dortmund, and Holland is deeply moved to see many donning the jerseys he once wore during his tenure. Gazing at the familiar yellow shirts, an overwhelming sense of pride surges within him. The club may have bested him, but with the national team, the outcome could be different. This European Championship is destined to be his, and he is determined to prove himself superior to Lee Mingyu. During the handshake, Holland fixes a fierce glare upon Lee Mingyu, who remains unfazed. After all, in his career, Holland has never managed to gain an upper hand against him, and this time will be no exception. With the eyes of the world upon them, the grand spectacle commences. Congratulations, host, for checking in at Westfalen Stadion and acquiring the skill of powerful shooting from Norwegian legend John Arne Riis. John Arne Riis, once a left-back for Liverpool, is renowned for his fierce style of play and tenacity, particularly remembered for possessing a shot as powerful as that of Roberto Carlos. A defining moment in Riis's career occurred in 2006 during an FA Cup clash between Liverpool and Manchester United. Liverpool was awarded a free kick nearly 40 meters from goal. Riis stood over the ball, and as Manchester United's Alan Smith leapt to block it, the shot struck his supporting leg, resulting in a brutal leg fracture, an agonizing scene that prompted many United players to shield their faces in horror. This incident catapulted Riis to fame, earning him the moniker of a powerful shooter. Having previously acquired Roberto Carlos's powerful shooting ability, Lee Mingyu now possesses Riis's as well, amalgamating the prowess of 2 footballing titans. It seems this match heralds the dawn of a new era for powerful shooting. Norway kicks off first. Amidst the cheers of the fans, Holland displays remarkable activity in the attacking front. The Spanish defenders find it challenging to engage him one-on-one, even when faced with two opponents. He can sometimes bulldoze through with sheer physicality. However, apart from Haaland, the other Norwegian players clearly lag behind in skill. A solitary talent facing a seasoned team like Spain makes it exceedingly difficult to break through. Within the first 5 minutes, despite Haaland generating several promising opportunities, he has yet to register a shot on goal. Once he enters the danger zone, the Spanish defenders swiftly converge to thwart his advance. The disparity in strength between Norway and Spain is palpable, with Haaland being the sole unpredictable element allowing them to compete. Yet, as Haaland is contained, the Norwegian midfield begins to falter. Arsenal's Degaard finds himself utterly helpless against Lee Mingyu. When attempting to pass, he discovers that Lee Mingyu has deftly orchestrated his teammates to block all potential passing lanes, and defensively, Lee Mingyu's dribbling leaves him unable to touch the opponent's jersey. In the 8th minute, Degaard finally seizes an opportunity and, with a flash of brilliance, executes a highly imaginative through ball that slices through Spain's central defense. Haaland swiftly shakes off the marking of the center back and, facing the advancing goalkeeper, attempts a delicate lob that sails over Simon's head. However, to his astonishment, while Simon concedes, center back Eric Garcia does not relent, dashing in to execute an acrobatic clearance that sends the ball away just as it crosses the goal line. Haaland, arms outstretched, gestures to the referee, insisting the ball had crossed the line and should be counted as a goal. Yet the referee remains unresponsive. As his watch indicates, no goal was scored. In his fervor to plead with the referee, Haaland, alongside his teammates, becomes distracted, neglecting the ball's trajectory. After Garcia's clearance, the ball lands at the feet of fullback Alba. Alba, glancing up at the situation in the attacking third, launches a long pass. The ball travels approximately 30 meters to the edge of the field, where Lee Mingyu, who had yet to retreat, receives it. With his back to the goal, he gently nudges the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it flying towards Norway's half. Simultaneously, Lee Mingyu performs a swift left turn, gliding past the now disoriented defender with remarkable finesse. Chapter 432. The fusion of powerful free kicks, a wave of astonishment ripples through Westfalen Stadium. Lee Mingyu's seamless interplay between ball and body evokes memories of the elegant ice prince of the Netherlands. This time, however, Lee Mingyu's maneuver surpasses even Bergkamp's in difficulty, for he executes a jump, expertly twisting his ankle to strike the ball, landing swiftly to turn, leaving the Norwegian defenders with no room to react. Once past the defender, Lee Mingyu accelerates, surpassing a speed of 100, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle. As Lee Mingyu strode toward the Norwegian team's penalty area with great determination, the fans of Haaland erupted in a cacophony of boos, attempting to disrupt Lee Mingyu's offensive rhythm. However, having endured countless fierce battles, Lee Mingyu was hardly swayed by such crude tactics. Once inside the penalty area, with a clear shot on goal, he showcased his remarkable skills on the European Championship stage. With a slow-motion feint to the left, then to the right, he executed a magnificent upper body sway that left the Norwegian goalkeeper off balance, kneeling in surrender. After deftly sidestepping the keeper, Lee Mingyu effortlessly slotted the ball into the empty net. 1-0, Spain took the lead just 8 minutes into the match. Meanwhile, near the midfield, Haaland, accompanied by his teammates, confronted the referee in a fit of rage, believing he had scored moments earlier only to be denied a valid goal. The Spanish players rushed in to separate the Norwegian team from the referee, rescuing him from the escalating tension. Haaland angrily pointed at the referee, vociferously protesting the non-call on what he felt was a legitimate goal. The atmosphere was rife with discontent as Haaland's supporters echoed their displeasure. The referee, feeling the mounting pressure, sought the counsel of the video assistant referee. However, the verdict soon came back. Haaland's goal was deemed invalid. The broadcast not only showcased Lee Mingyu's goal, but also provided irrefutable evidence of Haaland's missed opportunity, as advanced goal line technology captured every moment with precision. Despite the ball having crossed the line by a significant margin, luck was not on Haaland's side. Just as the ball was about to settle into the net, Eric Garcia performed an acrobatic clearance, sending the ball away from danger. Under the scrutiny of the goal line technology, it was evident that a portion of the ball remained on the line, thus nullifying Haaland's aspirations. The stadium's large screen displayed this pivotal moment, eliciting gasps of disbelief from the crowd. So close, yet so far. Haaland, witnessing the scene, wore a look of helpless frustration. who wouldn't feel disheartened in such circumstances? The most disconcerting aspect was not merely his failure to score, but that Lee Mingyu had effortlessly found the net. In less than 10 minutes, Spain had already taken a lead, setting a challenging tone for the Norwegian side. Following the earlier confrontation, Holland received a yellow card, which somewhat tempered his fury. Upon resuming play, Norway attempted to equalize with a swift offensive maneuver led by Holland. Yet he found himself ensnared in Spain's defensive web, swiftly surrounded by 3 players who intercepted the ball. Frustrated after falling to the ground, Holland protested to the referee about a supposed foul, but the official, fully aware of the situation, dismissed his complaints and gestured for him to rise and continue the match. Spain had firmly seized control of the game's tempo, leaving Holland feeling isolated and unsupported. He failed to realize that even with a roster full of elite teammates, surpassing Lee Mingyu was an insurmountable challenge. Leading a second-tier European team to the Euro Cup was already a remarkable feat, yet defeating a well-rounded team like Spain seemed utterly implausible. In the 15th minute, Moreno, positioned centrally in the attacking third, was brought down by a defender while attempting to turn with the ball. The referee promptly awarded a direct free kick. Positioned approximately 28 meters from goal, this free kick presented a prime opportunity for a direct shot. Lee Mingyu cradled the ball, placing it gently within the referee's designated circle. Aligning the valve core to his liking, he stomped the grass beside the ball with his left foot before gradually retreating, all while the Norwegian players watched in trepidation. It had been nearly a year since Lee Mingyu last executed a powerful free kick, believing such displays to be overly forceful and incongruent with his persona. The elegance of a curling shot, reminiscent of a crescent moon, was far more appealing. However, today marked a new chapter, as he was eager to test the potency of this newly acquired skill, blending the brute force of 2 powerful free kick specialists. The Norwegian players, observing Lee Mingyu's distance of approximately 15 meters from a ball, could hardly contain their disbelief. Why not retreat to your own goal? They must have thought. Lee Mingyu, with a remorseless smile, pondered the possibility that this shot might set an unbreakable world record. The referee drew a white line in front of the wall, casting a sympathetic glance at the players. "Good luck, kids," he seemed to convey as he stepped back, revealing his own apprehension. The 4-man wall, trembling at the prospect of facing Lee Mingyu, understood that despite his long absence from powerful free kicks, they had witnessed enough from their peers to know he was still a formidable threat. As a referee's whistle pierced the air, the stadium fell silent. Lee Mingyu exhaled softly and began his run-up, not the familiar small steps, but a full stride. Since acquiring this skill, his approach had fused with that of Roberto Carlos, maintaining the distance, yet adopting a more confident gait. Soon, he reached the ball, lifting his right foot and striking it with immense force. Chapter 433, Shattering the Norwegian Team. Westfalen-Stadion. Second round of the European Championship group stage. Spain versus Norway. In the 15th minute of the first half, Spain was awarded a direct free kick, approximately 28 meters from goal. The faces of the 4 Norwegian players forming the wall turned pale as they braced for the impending strike from the man who epitomized powerful free kicks, Lee Mingyu. While it had been nearly a year since he last utilized this skill, no one would dare believe he had forgotten how to execute it. As a referee's whistle sounded, Lee Mingyu commenced his run from the center circle, this time with strides of confidence, leaving behind his previous hesitant approach. Watching for Brazil, Roberto Carlos felt a pang of sorrow. Why change your run-up? You once claimed, "I was your greatest inspiration." Lee Mingyu approached the football, vigorously swinging his right leg before striking the ball. With a resounding thud, the camera panned directly toward the Norwegian goal. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the Norwegian goalkeeper appeared momentarily dazed, casting frightened glances to his left and right, yet failing to spot the ball's trajectory. Suddenly, he felt an unexpected touch against his heel. Turning around, his heart soared as he discovered the football at his feet. In a swift motion, he dove, pinning the ball beneath him. Although he remained oblivious to the unfolding events, he believed the ball had not crossed the line. However, the referee had already signaled the goal as valid. The goalkeeper, bewildered, was about to confront the referee when he noticed the astonished expressions of his teammates, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Could it be that he had missed the ball's entry entirely? In an instant, the crowd erupted in gasps, their eyes drawn to the giant screen at the edge of the pitch. 249 kilometers per hour, a world record. The Norwegian goalkeeper felt as though his head might explode. Nearly 250 kilometers per hour. What an astonishing speed. In truth, many spectators had not witnessed how the ball had found its way into the net. Only through the slow-motion replay did they grasp the ball's trajectory, an epiphany that left them deeply shocked. It turned out that Lee Mingyu's powerful strike was a low drive, skimming the ground and slipping beneath the wall of defenders. The goalkeeper, fixated on the upper portion of the goal and taken aback by the ball's velocity, had completely failed to perceive its path. Even as the ball crashed into the net, he remained in a state of confusion, his anxious glances becoming the source of countless humorous memes on the internet. After scoring, Lee Mingyu himself was taken aback. At such speed, approximately 70 meters per second, the ball had traveled a mere 28 meters to the goal, taking only about 0.4 seconds from shot to score. Moreover, given that the strike was executed as a low drive, even if the goalkeeper had noticed the ball, he would have only become aware of it when it was about 20 meters away, leaving him with even less reaction time. Thus, the fact that the goalkeeper failed to see the ball was entirely justifiable. It was simply too fast. Describing this goal as a flash of lightning would be an understatement. Lee Mingyu's goal dealt a significant blow to Norway's morale. Although the score of 2-0 seemed modest, the psychological impact of the goal was unprecedented. Even Haaland felt his mind go blank, his gaze toward Lee Mingyu now tinged with a hint of trepidation. Was this speed achievable by mere mortals? Even Haaland's teammates from Spain were struck by a wave of fear, particularly goalkeeper Simon, who adopted a look of gratitude toward his teammate for not having to face such a shot again. Following this goal, Spain's offensive strategy became markedly simpler. In the 25th minute, Lee Mingyu executed a decisive through ball from the midfield, threading it between two central defenders. Striker Moreno appeared like lightning in a crucial position, pushing the ball past the goalkeeper before he could react. 3-0. This match had become virtually devoid of suspense. Up front, Haaland stood with his hands on his hips, his expression one of utter bewilderment. How could this be happening? After scoring, Moreno was elated, pointing at Lee Mingyu and sprinting over to leap onto him. Ferran Torres and Pedri approached with expressions of mock jealousy, celebrating while casting knowing glances at Lee Mingyu. Save us, oh savior. Faced with the forlorn looks of the two wingers, Lee Mingyu reluctantly made a promise. In the 43rd minute, Lee Mingyu intercepted the ball in his own half, delivering a long pass to the unmarked Pedri, who quickly advanced, maneuvered around an opposing defender, and executed a delicate chip shot, once again breaching Norway's defenses. 4-0. After 24 years, Norway had returned to the European Championship stage, only to find themselves overwhelmed in their second match, conceding 4 goals before halftime. Up front, Haaland trembled with rage, realizing that the earlier pass had been poorly executed and intercepted by Lee Mingyu, leading to this latest goal. The distrustful glances from his teammates weighed heavily on him, leaving him tormented. Why was this happening? Haaland's hat-trick in the previous match had instilled a false confidence in him regarding this encounter, but reality delivered a harsh slap. Norway's capabilities were barely mediocre in the European context, and against a top-tier team like Spain, apart from a few standout players, they were utterly outmatched. Most of Spain's players were mainstays in the top 5 leagues, many honed in the crucible of elite teams, whereas most of Norway's squad played in their domestic league, with only Haaland and Degaard competing at the highest level. Thus, the overall quality of the Norwegian team was rather average. The previous match had merely been a result of Haaland's exceptional performance, leading to a misperception of Norway's strength. Facing a truly formidable opponent, Norway was swiftly torn apart. As the first half concluded with a score of 4-0, all of Haaland's supporters fell silent, gazing at the once mighty young player with heads bowed and shoulders slumped. Meanwhile, the architect of their dismay joyfully departed the pitch, laughing with his teammates. Chapter 434. The crucial third round as the second half commenced. It shocked everyone when Norway substituted Haaland. This decision incited anger among many of his supporters. What was this? Surrender? Even Ronaldo would not have capitulated so swiftly. Haaland sat on the bench, a towel draped over his head, curled up as if crushed by a tremendous blow. Amidst the deafening jeers from the crowd, his body trembled slightly. This decision had been reached only after extensive discussions between the coach and him. The match had lost all intrigue, and if Norway wished to advance, they would need to battle fiercely against Portugal in their final game. Only a victory or a draw against Portugal could offer them a glimmer of hope. Although Haaland was reluctant to leave the field, fearing it would portray him as cowardly, After much deliberation, he ultimately consented. Without him, Norway had become a lamb awaiting slaughter. In the 50th minute, Lee Mingyu, finding space outside the penalty area, created an angle for a powerful shot, sending the ball accurately toward the goal's far corner. The Norwegian goalkeeper stretched his body as much as possible, but by the time his hands reached near the goalpost, the ball had already found its way into the net. With a score of 5-0, Lee Mingyu completed a hat trick for the second consecutive match, becoming the second player in the history of the European Championship to achieve this feat in back-to-back games, raising his total goal tally in the tournament to 6. However, Lee Mingyu was not content. Facing such a feeble Norwegian team, he felt it would be remiss not to add a few more goals to his tally. In the 60th minute, Lee Mingyu received the ball in midfield and deftly maneuvered past 3 Norwegian players, advancing to the edge of the penalty area. He feigned a pass, causing the center-back to shift his weight momentarily, before executing a beautiful nutmeg that sent the ball through the defender's legs and into the penalty area. With a gentle push, the ball rolled past the goalkeeper's fingertips and into the net. The score now stood at 6-0, marking a historic quadruple in the European Championship. The fans in the stands watched in awe as a seemingly unstoppable force wreaked havoc on the field. At this moment, who could possibly hinder him? Surprisingly, the head coach Enrique made the decisive call to substitute Lee Mingyu. In a gesture of benevolence, Enrique recognized that several players from the Norwegian team were visibly agitated by Lee Mingyu's performance, and to ensure his safety, he opted to withdraw him from the game. Upon seeing the substitution sign, Lee Mingyu could only smile wryly. He had already exceeded expectations in this match, and it was time to exit, lest he be accused of seeking personal glory. Although he was not overly concerned with others' opinions. With Lee Mingyu off the field, not only did the Norwegian players breathe a sigh of relief, but even the Spanish team felt a significant weight lifted. Lee Mingyu's formidable presence had instilled a sense of intimidation among his teammates. Once back on the bench, Lee Mingyu engaged in light-hearted banter with his fellow substitutes, feeling detached from the events transpiring on the pitch. Perhaps due to his absence, the Norwegian team regained some morale and began to exchange blows with Spain. Observing the players squander opportunities, Enrique could only scratch his head in helplessness. In the 87th minute, Ferran Torres finally utilized his speed to tear open a gap down the flank, racing towards goal to score the final goal of the match. The score was now 7-0, marking the largest margin in European Championship history. With just 2 matches into the tournament, the Spanish team had already shattered several records. Following this match, Spain had netted a staggering 13 goals across 2 games, a terrifying scoring efficiency that left other teams trembling. Lee Mingyu alone had scored 7 goals, reminiscent of his previous World Cup exploits. 3 hours later, on another pitch, the match between Portugal and Russia commenced. Norwegian players closely monitored this game, hoping for a draw between the 2 teams, which would yield the best outcome for them. In a stunning display, the 39-year-old Ronaldo excelled, providing 2 assists and converting a penalty in the 70-minute mark, securing a 3-0 victory for his team. This was Ronaldo's first goal of the tournament, elevating his total to 14. Yet Lee Mingyu's impressive tally of 7 goals in just 2 matches cast a looming shadow over his achievement. With the European Championship schedule being tightly packed, teams faced matches every 4 days. Although this rhythm is commonplace in league play, the players were already feeling the strain after months of competition. Spain had successfully advanced, and perhaps in the final match, they would ease off to conserve the stamina of their key players while also allowing substitutes a taste of the European Championship atmosphere. On June 19th, the second round of the final group stage concluded with Italy defeating Switzerland 2-0, while Wales held Turkey to a goalless draw. Italy, with 1 win and 1 draw, topped the group with 4 points, followed by Switzerland with 3 points, Wales in third with 2, and Turkey at the bottom with 1 point. With the second round complete, the brutal third round was set to commence. On June 20th at 1800 hours, matches in the group began simultaneously. France versus Hungary and Germany against Sweden. With Mbappe's return, expectations for the French team were high. Although Hungary led the group, they seemed to lack momentum. Most anticipated a German victory over Sweden, given Sweden's poor form this year. After 90 minutes, both matches concluded simultaneously. France suffered a 0-2 defeat to Hungary, while Germany managed a 1-1 draw with Sweden. Throughout the match, Mbappe appeared lackluster, with statistics revealing a mere 30% success rate in his attempts to break through, and he failed to register a single shot on goal. Consequently, criticism of Mbappe surged throughout France. Hungary, with 2 wins and 1 draw, advanced as group leaders, while Germany, with 1 win and 1 draw, secured second place. France, with 1 win and 2 losses, accumulated 3 points, likely making it difficult for them to advance as one of the best third-place teams. The French team, once brimming with promise ahead of the tournament, found themselves in jeopardy. Chapter 435, Round of 16 encounter with old World Cup rivals at 2100 hours. The third round of the group stage commenced. Belgium decisively defeated Slovakia 3-0, finishing the group stage with 3 victories and advancing as group leaders. Denmark edged out Finland with a 1-0 victory, offering a glimmer of hope for France, as Finland, with only 1 point from a draw, now sat as the third-place team. Belgium and Denmark progressed, while Finland and Slovakia faced elimination. On June 21st at 1800 hours, the third round of the group stage began. The Netherlands triumphed over North Macedonia with a decisive 4-1 victory, finishing the group stage undefeated and advancing as group leaders. The match between Austria and Ukraine remained undecided until injury time in the second half, where Austrian captain and defender Alaba struck from outside the box. A deflection off a Ukrainian defender catching the goalkeeper off guard, sealing a dramatic win for Austria. With 2 victories, Austria advanced as the second team, while Ukraine, with 1 win and 2 losses, joined France in the uncertain zone, though their goal difference surpassed that of France, leaving the latter still in peril. At 2100 hours, the third round of the group stage commenced. England secured a 3-2 victory over the Czech Republic, also finishing with 3 wins and advancing as group leaders, while the Czech Republic advanced as well with 2 wins and 1 loss. In the final match, Croatia finally found their rhythm, defeating Scotland 1-0. Although Croatia, France, and Ukraine all accumulated 3 points, the former 2 teams found themselves trailing behind France due to their excessive goals conceded in the initial matches. In the subsequent 2 groups, the third-place standings have ignited a glimmer of hope. Norway occupies the 3rd position. Despite also having 3 points, they have conceded an excessive number of goals to Spain, resulting in a goal difference of -4. Should Portugal triumph over them, even by a single goal margin, Norway would fall behind Croatia. However, the outcome of the match between Portugal and Norway remains uncertain. Wales, positioned 3rd in their group, has secured 2 draws in their first 2 encounters, currently amassing 2 points. If they fail to garner any points in their final match, they will face immediate elimination. Thus, the 4 matches on June 22nd become increasingly thrilling. Following an exhilarating wait, the matches commenced on June 22nd at 1800 hours. Spain, having already secured their advancement and effectively locked in first place in their group, saw coach Enrique daringly place Lee Mingyu on the bench, resting 4 key players. Nevertheless, Spain triumphed with a score of 3-0 against Russia. Lee Mingyu made his entrance in the 70th minute, netting the decisive goal that raised his total tally to 8. In another match of heightened interest, a fierce battle unfolded. Haaland and Ronaldo showcased their star prowess, with Ronaldo contributing a goal and an assist, epitomizing the aura of a superstar. Haaland scored twice, particularly delivering an equalizer in the dying moments that resurrected Norway from the brink of elimination. Ultimately, the match concluded in a 2-2 draw, with Portugal advancing as the Group S second-place team and Norway progressing to the knockout stage with 4 points as the third-place team. At present, Norway, Ukraine, and France have secured the 3 best third-place standings, with only 1 final spot remaining to be determined after the group stages conclude. At 2100 hours, another group match commenced, where Italy defeated Turkey 2-0, sending the latter home while Italy advanced as the group leader. The match between Switzerland and Wales yielded a surprising result. Neither team scored during the 90 minutes until Bale executed a breathtaking solo run, evading Switzerland's entire defensive line. Despite the defenders' desperate pursuit, Bale surged into the penalty area and unleashed a powerful strike, sealing the victory for Wales. Following the match, Bale was hoisted high by his teammates, propelling Wales from 3rd place to 2nd in the group. Conversely, after this defeat, Switzerland fell to 3rd place, and with a goal difference of -2, they narrowly edged out Croatia to become the final team to advance as a 3rd-place qualifier. Thus, the 16 teams entering the knockout stage of the European Championship have been determined, and the fixtures for the round of 16 have been announced. On June 26th at 1800 hours, Germany will face Denmark, followed by Hungary against Austria at 2100 hours. On June 27th, the Netherlands will play Switzerland at 1800 hours, and Belgium will meet Norway at 2100 hours. June 28th features the Czech Republic against Portugal at 1800 hours, and Italy facing Ukraine at 2100 hours. Finally, on June 29th, England will contend with Wales at 1800 hours, while Spain will clash with France at 2100 hours. With the fixtures revealed, all eyes are drawn to the last match on the final day, Spain versus France. Had this matchup occurred before the tournament commenced, it would have undoubtedly been heralded as the championship showdown. However, in light of recent performances, Spain has exhibited superiority over other teams, while France appears mired in a quagmire for which they cannot extricate themselves. Nonetheless, this match garners considerable attention. The round of 16 promises several highly anticipated encounters. A 4-day respite has afforded all teams ample time to recuperate. Following this break, the fervor of competition reignites. The opening day of matches unveiled a noteworthy upset, with Denmark triumphing 1-0 over Germany, becoming the first team to reach the quarterfinals, thereby reviving the Danish fairy tale as the German giants faltered. In the second match, Hungary showcased their prowess with a convincing 2-0 victory, dispelling any notion that their advancement was merely fortuitous. On June 27th, perhaps sensing that the previous day's matches lacked sufficient excitement, the two fixtures of the day thoroughly indulged the fans. The Netherlands displayed formidable strength, with Depay from Barcelona achieving a hat-trick in a resounding 4-0 victory over a beleaguered Swiss team, securing their place in the quarterfinals. In the subsequent encounter, Belgium and Norway engaged in an offensive duel, culminating in 7 goals, with Belgium ultimately prevailing 5-2, thereby joining the ranks of the quarterfinalists.